Chapter 1. The Accident. A piercing, heart-stopping screech of tires echoed through the air, followed by a thunderous crash that reverberated like a clap of thunder. A luxurious Mercedes sedan collided violently with a speeding eight-wheeled truck, sending sparks flying and the sound of twisted metal ringing through the atmosphere. The Mercedes suffered catastrophic damage, nearly crushed into a mere flat surface, a sight so horrific it was almost unbearable. Inside the vehicle, a lone passenger lay slumped in the driver's seat, bloodied and unconscious, his eyes tightly shut, lost in a deep state of oblivion. Bystanders and passing vehicles came to an abrupt halt, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the harrowing scene before them, expressions etched with fear and disbelief. Some turned pale with terror, their legs trembling, others screamed in panic, while a few, regaining their composure, frantically fumbled for their phones to call for emergency assistance. Within mere minutes, the wailing sirens of police and emergency vehicles grew increasingly nearer as fire trucks and ambulances raced to the scene with remarkable speed. Trained firefighters swiftly disembarked, wielding an array of specialized tools. After considerable effort, they finally pried open the severely mangled door. With utmost care, they extracted Zhelun from the wreckage, but he was unrecognizable, his face smeared with blood, appearing on the brink of death. The waiting medical personnel rushed forward, expertly placing him onto a stretcher and hurrying him to a nearby hospital for urgent care. Inside the emergency room, the atmosphere was charged with tension, a cacophony of chaos. Doctors and nurses worked against the clock, dedicating every ounce of effort to save him. "Doctor, the patient is experiencing internal bleeding. His condition is critical. A rib has penetrated his lung, causing respiratory distress," a nurse exclaimed anxiously. "Quickly, attach the breathing apparatus." The attending physician commanded decisively. "Not good. The patient's heart rate is dangerously low. His life hangs in the balance." Another nurse cried out in alarm. "Administer 1 milligram of epinephrine intravenously immediately," the doctor directed loudly, while closely monitoring the data from the medical equipment. "Prepare the defibrillator and increase the voltage." With each command issued, the emergency room buzzed with palpable tension. Every individual present felt the weight of urgency, their focus unwavering. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second feeling like an eternity for everyone involved. Just as anxiety reached its peak, a glimmer of hope emerged. "Doctor, the patient's heartbeat has returned." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Yet no one dared to relax their vigilance, for many more formidable challenges lay ahead. After a prolonged and arduous rescue effort, the doctors, through their exceptional skill and unwavering determination, ultimately wrested Zhelun from the clutches of death. However, despite having temporarily evaded peril, he would require further treatment and observation before he could truly glimpse the dawn of recovery. The doctor stared at the nurse with a grave expression, his voice low and urgent. "Have the patient's relatives not arrived yet?" The nurse's eyes flickered with unease as she replied softly, "I cannot reach the family. Their phone has been switched off." The doctor's brow furrowed, his tone tinged with irritation. "The patient has been here for over 10 hours, and the family is still unreachable." At that moment, a timid young nurse spoke up, her voice barely audible. "This is Zhelun from the song group." The doctor seemed to grasp the situation indeed. He was the chairman of the song group. Zhelun, a name that resonated profoundly within the business community. He had inherited the vast song group at a young age, becoming the focus of public attention. However, a recent scandal had plunged the company into an unprecedented crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. A day later, the nurse finally managed to contact Zhelun's family. When his wife, Li Jing, rushed to the hospital, Zhelun's vital signs had stabilized, and he had been transferred from the ICU to a special care unit. Upon seeing the haggard figure of Zhelun lying in the hospital bed, a cold smile involuntarily crept across her lips. She slowly sat beside him and gently grasped his hand, a tide of mirth washing over her face, ultimately leading her to laugh aloud. "Zhelun, oh Zhelun, look at you now." Her voice brimmed with derision and triumph. "You should have foreseen this day when you insisted on marrying me." Her gaze sparkled with resentment. "Your current predicament is entirely of your own making." The door to the ward was gently pushed open, and a man clad in a suit entered. He was Lu Pengfei, Song Zhelun's secretary, holding a stack of company documents. Lu Pengfei approached Li Jing, slightly bowing, and spoke respectfully. Madam, the board has voted to appoint you as CEO. Li Jing beamed at Lu Pengfei, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. We did it. The Song Group is now ours. Her voice was filled with excitement and joy. Lu Pengfei, shedding his earlier solemnity, looked at Li Jing with flattering admiration, affirming, "My dear enchantress, this is all thanks to you. For years, we held this sycophant firmly in our grasp. He will never realize that the son he so painstakingly raised actually belongs to us." Li Jing's laughter became more boisterous as she cast a disdainful glance at the better Song Zhelun, scoffing, "A man like him does not deserve my bearing his child. He is not even worthy to lick my feet." The two continued their banter, oblivious to the slight movement of Song Zhelun's fingers. With a cruel smile, Lu Pengfei remarked, "Well then, it is time to send this waste on his final journey. However, he can still be of some use." Li Jing playfully glared at Lu Pengfei and inquired, "What are you scheming now?" Lu Pengfei grinned with self-satisfaction, lowering his voice. "I found a good buyer for his kidneys and heart. Once he passes, the money will be delivered immediately." Li Jing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Now that we have taken the Song Group, do we truly care about such trifles?" A glimmer of greed flickered in Lu Pengfei's eyes. "Do not underestimate this. It is not a trivial sum. This is a contract worth 300 million. The counterpart is none other than the Wang family of the Beijing elite." "The Wang family?" Li Jing's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Chapter 2 Rebirth. The Wang family stands as the foremost aristocracy in the capital, wielding control over more than 60% of the nation's wealth, an undeniable power that could rival entire nations. To collaborate with such a prestigious lineage is a dream cherished by every entrepreneur. Lu Pengfei nodded in agreement, aware that the heir of the Wang family was suffering from renal failure, and without a suitable donor, death was imminent. Moreover, the elder Wang's heart was in a precarious state. It was indeed fortuitous for this worthless individual's organs to match those of the Wang family, enabling him to extend his existence through their lineage. Li Jing chuckled. "You always think ahead. It's no wonder I'm so fond of you." A lecherous grin spread across Lu Pengfei's face as he replied, "You little temptress, let us celebrate properly tonight. Remember to wear my favorite Victoria's Secret." Li Jing playfully struck Lu Pengfei, exclaiming, "You scoundrel." Lu Pengfei then approached Song Zhelun, who lay on the hospital bed, his footsteps light as if he feared disturbing the fragile soul. Leaning closer, he whispered in Song Zhelun's ear, "Thank you for your sacrifice. May you find happiness in your next life. As for your wife and son, I shall graciously accept them. Oh, and by the way, your parents met the same fate as you. Courtesy of me. Don't mistake your enemies when you reach the underworld." With that, he retrieved a syringe from his pocket, methodically injecting its contents into the forebag. Song Zhelun's breathing grew frantic, his chest heaving violently, as if engaged in a final struggle. His pallor intensified, the once colorless lips now taking on a bluish hue. Yet, at the very brink of oblivion, Song Zhelun suddenly opened his eyes wide, a fierce determination and fury glinting within them. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he grasped Lu Pengfei's wrist with a grip akin to that of a cornered beast. Lu Pengfei was taken aback, attempting to free himself from the unexpected hold, but Song Zhelun's strength was astonishing, like that of a provoked wild animal. Lu Pengfei's countenance darkened as he realized that Song Zhelun still possessed such vigor at this critical juncture. At that precarious moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from outside, growing nearer, as if the very corridor trembled under the weight of their urgency. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a girl, as enchanting as a celestial being, rushed in. Her delicate features were slightly pale with anxiety, and her tear-filled eyes darted around the room in a state of panic. Following her were a group of doctors and nurses clad in white coats, their expressions grave and their movements brisk, each carrying an array of medical emergency equipment. Upon entering, they immediately grasped the gravity of the harrowing scene before them. One experienced doctor dashed to the bedside with unwavering resolve, forcefully pushing Lu Pengfei aside without uttering a word. He swiftly began the urgent resuscitation of Song Zhelun, his focus unwavering as he deftly manipulated various instruments and medications, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet he dared not lose concentration. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl stood at the bedside, her hands tightly pressed against her mouth, striving to suppress the profound sorrow and fear within her heart. Ultimately, however, she could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, her wails heart-wrenching and utterly heartbreaking. As she wept, she incessantly pleaded, "I implore you, please save him. I would do anything if you could bring him back." On the hospital bed, Zhelun struggled to turn his head, his gaze slowly settling on the weeping girl. With the last vestiges of his strength, he endeavored to discern her features, pondering internally why she seemed so familiar. Gradually, he felt his body grow increasingly heavy, as if a 1,000-pound boulder were pressing down upon him, each breath becoming an arduous task. At last, he could bear it no longer, his eyes gently closed, all his energy dissipating in an instant, and his consciousness gradually sank into an endless abyss of darkness. He felt as if he were a rootless water plant, adrift in an expansive, hollow void. Surrounding him was a gray haze, devoid of any clear direction or boundary. Yet a melodious voice of the girl persisted, like a beacon in the dark night, guiding him forward. He obediently followed that voice, drifting along, unaware of how much time had elapsed or how far he had floated. Suddenly, an intense and blinding light surged forth, piercing his eyes and compelling him to instinctively shut them tight. As the brilliance gradually waned, he slowly reopened his eyes. At that moment, a remarkably familiar voice reached his ears. "Brother, Zhelun, we have arrived. Please get out of the car." Arrived? Where exactly was he? Could this be the fabled paradise? Zhelun replied in bewilderment, his mind still engulfed in a haze, unable to recall the source of that familiar voice. "Brother, are you still half asleep? We are at sister-in-law's house. Today is the grand day of the wedding." The words wedding struck him like a lightning bolt, jolting his mind into clarity. A wedding? How could this be? Indeed, brother, please hurry and get out. They are surely anxiously waiting on the other side. He focused on the individual before him, realizing it was his cousin, Song Xingxing, one of his groomsmen from his wedding. Later, he had been imprisoned for 5 years due to the group's discovery of his involvement in fraudulent engineering. Reflecting on it now, he surmised he had been framed by that treacherous couple. Next, he cast his gaze out the car window and discovered that this was indeed the very place he had come to for the wedding. Every blade of grass, every brick and tile felt achingly familiar, so much so that it was almost unbelievable. Could it be that he had truly been reborn on the day of his wedding? As this astonishing thought surfaced in his mind, he felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. On this day in a past life, it was undoubtedly a moment etched in his memory, one he would never forget. What should have been a joyous and celebratory wedding turned into an astonishing event when the bride, Li Jing, astonishingly fled on her wedding day. This grand ceremony was meant to be the pinnacle of Song Zhelun's life as the heir of the Song group, blessed with boundless wealth and a prestigious status. However, Li Jing's sudden departure shattered everything, transforming the wedding into a farce, and he became the subject of ridicule among the people of Sioux City. At that moment, his heart was filled with deep affection and love for Li Jing, to the extent that when she offered an absurd excuse, he chose to believe her. She claimed that a night of revelry with her friends had left her inebriated, causing her to miss the wedding the following day. Ridiculously, with just a few sweet words, he easily set aside his anger and resentment and foolishly brushed the matter aside. Yet in retrospect, everything appears so clear. On the day of the wedding, Li Jing had likely already been secretly involved with Liu Pengfei. Moreover, shortly after they entered marriage, Li Jing discovered she was pregnant. At that time, he harbored no doubts about the child. Upon careful consideration, it became evident that she was already with child on the very day of the wedding. Thus, it was clear that Liu Pengfei must be the biological father. Even more infuriating were the sycophantic individuals in the company, who had conspired with Li Jing at some point, colluding to undermine him completely. They schemed together, gradually depleting the Song Group's resources, to salvage the company from its dire straits and mend the enormous financial gaps. He had no choice but to humble himself and seek assistance everywhere. However, the prolonged strain of hard work and mental pressure ultimately overwhelmed him, leaving him physically and emotionally drained. One fateful night, exhausted, he collided with a speeding heavy truck. Reflecting on the past, he realized that all his setbacks and misfortunes stemmed from that wedding. The mere thought of it tightened his fists, his nails digging into his palms as a fierce anger ignited within him. Given this second chance bestowed by fate, he vowed to make those who had deeply hurt him pay a heavy price, leaving no one to escape unscathed. Chapter 3. The bride's abduction. Following the same sequence of events as in his previous life, he, alongside numerous members of the wedding party, stepped into the bride's chamber. In the center of the room sat his visibly distressed father-in-law and mother-in-law, both with heads bowed and brows furrowed. Surrounding them was a crowd of relatives and friends. Yet silence pervaded the air, devoid of any celebratory atmosphere typically associated with weddings. Song Xingxing, known for his decisive nature, boldly strode into the room, raising his voice to announce, "We have come to fetch the bride." However, before he could finish a sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss, and his voice trailed off abruptly. He stood there, staring blankly at the scene before him, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. Turning to his brother, Song Zhelun, he hesitantly inquired, "Brother, what is happening?" Song Zhelun furrowed his brow slightly, casting a steady and reassuring glance at Song Xingxing, signaling him to remain calm. Understanding his brother's subtle hint, Song Xingxing quickly composed himself and stepped aside to stand quietly. Meanwhile, the MC, oblivious to the brewing tension, attempted to lighten the mood, chuckling as he remarked, "Haha, it seems that the in-laws are quite pleased with our new son-in-law. They have welcomed him without even needing to block the entrance, clearly eager for him to bring the bride home." After delivering this line, the MC looked expectantly towards the groom's side, hoping for a response. The groom, hearing this, nodded in agreement and managed a strained smile. In stark contrast, the bride appeared deeply troubled, her lips pressed tightly together, refusing to utter a word. This perplexing situation left the attendees utterly bewildered, as they were entirely in the dark regarding what had transpired. Song Zhelun, however, was painfully aware of the gravity of the situation. On this momentous day, the bride, who was supposed to walk hand in hand with him into the sanctity of marriage, had not returned home all night. She had not made an appearance at the wedding venue either. With gritted teeth, he bore the torment within, enduring the curious gazes and murmurs of the onlookers, and single-handedly trudged through this excruciatingly awkward ceremony. At that moment, the cameraman, eyes wide with disbelief, leaned in closer to Song Zhelun and whispered cautiously, "What is going on? Should we continue filming?" With a darkened expression, Song Zhelun nodded affirmatively and replied with unwavering resolve, "Proceed, do not stop." Despite his confusion, the cameraman understood that in this pragmatic world, the one who pays is the one in charge. Taking a deep breath, Song Zhelun slowly advanced toward his in-laws, donning a facade of feigned cheerfulness. He approached them and asked, "Father, mother, what is the meaning of this? Where is Xiaojing?" Faced with their son-in-law's inquiry, his in-laws exchanged troubled glances, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Their lips quivered slightly, as if they wished to say something multiple times. Yet the words remained unspoken. Finally, the father-in-law sighed heavily. Placing a hand on Song Zhelun's shoulder, he said, "Xiaojia, regardless of what has transpired today, I hope you do not hold any resentment toward Xiaojing. It is our indulgence that has led her to be so willful, but at heart, she is a good child." A smile of reassurance flickered across Song Zhelun's face as he gently consoled, "Father, what are you saying? How could I ever blame her? Today is a day of joy, not one for harboring ill feelings. Is Xiaojing inside? We must go in and fetch the bride." He intentionally steadied his voice to sound both composed and affectionate, crafting an image of magnanimity and deep emotion, almost convincing himself in the process. The mother-in-law hurriedly intercepted him, her lips trembling slightly as if she wished to convey something, yet hesitated. A glimmer of anxiety and unrest shone in her eyes, her hands fidgeting together unconsciously. Observing her distress, Song Zhelun promptly inquired, "What's the matter, Mom? If there is something you need to say, please be direct. Is it that Xiao Jing has made another request?" Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, We shall fulfill her wishes today. After all, she is certainly not in the house. Establishing the persona of a compassionate and generous individual now will only intensify the impact when the truth is revealed. The mother-in-law's complexion grew increasingly awkward, and she stammered, "No, no, it's just that." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Nearby, the officiant interjected, "Auntie, look at how sincere your son-in-law is. You should let him meet the bride without delay. The couple can discuss anything." His face bore a professional smile, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. Zhelun seized the moment to add, "Indeed, Mom, whatever the matter, we can negotiate. Is the bride price of 800,000 insufficient? Or does she find the Porsche I bought her lacking in prestige? Or perhaps the $3 million villa feels too small? All of these are negotiable." This remark stirred a wave of astonishment among the bride's relatives, who were aware of Zhelun's distinguished background but had never anticipated such a lavish bride price. His in-laws had always portrayed him as stingy to their relatives, leading them to view him with disdain, believing him to be wealthy yet miserly. The atmosphere grew even more awkward. The faces of the bride's parents turned crimson, resembling ripe apples. The bride's makeup artist glanced awkwardly at the elderly couple, unsure of how to proceed. Taking a deep breath, the father-in-law finally summoned the courage to say, "Xiaozhe, to be frank, Xiao Jing is not here." His voice was low and serious, as if he were struggling to contain his inner turmoil. Zhelun maintained his smile, feigning ease as he looked at his father-in-law and asked, "Dad, please don't jest. It's the wedding day. Where could she possibly be?" The mother-in-law quickly interjected, "It's true. Xiaozhe, she is not here, and we cannot find her. Last night, she mentioned going out to meet a friend and has not returned since. Her phone is also unreachable." Her tone was filled with urgency and concern, tears glistening in her eyes. Feigning anxiety, Zhelun grasped his mother-in-law's hand and asked, "What is happening? Has something happened to her? Have you called the police?" His expression darkened. He was well aware that the bride was missing, and he knew precisely where she was. At this hour, she was likely still at the Zhelun Hotel, and the only one accompanying her was none other than Lu Pengfei. A cold smile crept into his heart. The mother-in-law feared calling the police, as she understood who Xiao Jing was with and what had transpired. Once the authorities were involved, Xiao Jing's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The mother-in-law continued to plead, "She just went to meet a friend. Perhaps she overslept. Just wait a little longer. She will surely return." Determined, Zhelun resolved that he could not allow her to linger as he had in his previous life. This situation demanded swift action. With an anxious demeanor, he addressed his mother, "Mom, this is no trivial matter. What if something unfortunate has befallen her? What if she encounters danger? We must urgently report this to the authorities. Only then can we hope to find her soon. After all, a young girl has not returned home all night, which is exceedingly perilous. In this lifetime, we cannot allow those two old fools to escape unscathed." Back then, these two old geezers, emboldened by their affection for Li Jing, brazenly took advantage of him. What was even more outrageous was their intention to cram their entire extended family into positions within their company. These so-called relatives were utterly inept, merely posturing and flaunting their power, ultimately causing significant losses to the entire organization. Zhelun clenched his teeth inwardly, muttering fiercely to himself, "In this lifetime, I shall not only ruin Li Jing, but I will also ensure that these two ignorant old geezers taste hardship, utterly dismantling everything they hold dear." Chapter 4. Reporting to the police. "Mother, we absolutely cannot heed your advice. I must report this immediately. This is a case of a missing person," Zhelun declared with unwavering determination, disregarding the fervent pleas of those around him, resolutely pulling out his phone to dial the police. However, just as he was about to press the call button, a hand shot out like lightning, snatching the phone from his grasp. The assailant was none other than Li Jing's aunt, her eyes wide with fury, her voice sharp and cutting as she shouted, "You cannot report this." Her piercing tone seemed to penetrate the eardrums, causing all present to flinch. At this juncture, the groom's relatives, no matter how slow to react, began to sense that something was amiss. Lu Jiaoyang, a close friend of the groom, stepped forward boldly, attempting to reclaim the phone from Li Jing's aunt, indignantly demanding, "What do you mean by this? A person has gone missing. Why are you preventing the police from being notified? Do you know where she is?" Another friend, Chui Xiaoyu, quickly chimed in, "Yes, if you don't want to marry off your daughter, just say so outright. It's not as if we are obligated to marry your girl. Our Zhelun is the rightful heir of the Song group. What kind of girl can't he find? Your family is the one putting on airs here." Others who had come to escort the bride began to voice their opinions, rallying in support of Song Zhelun. Someone exclaimed loudly, "Exactly. I even introduced girlfriends to Zhelun in the past. If he weren't so devoted to Li Jing, the daughter wouldn't even stand a chance. I truly don't understand what you have to be so proud of." Another echoed, "Indeed, with Zhelun's credentials, finding a woman 100 times better than Li Jing would be a trivial matter." In an instant, various criticisms and complaints surged forth, creating an increasingly chaotic scene. Song Zhelun allowed his supporters to vent their frustrations. The more vehement their outcry, the more it underscored his own deep affection and innocence. As he was the one most wronged, his eyes widened, gradually reddening, tears welling up within. Soon, the tears overflowed like a breached dam, pooling in his eyes. With a gentle blink, the tears cascaded down his cheeks, falling to the ground below. "Mother, if you know where she is, please inform me. I can forgive her for anything. Today is our wedding day. As long as she returns, we can discuss anything amicably." His voice trembled with emotion, his entire being quivering, exuding an aura of helplessness and vulnerability. His eyes brimmed with a plea that evoked an instinctive desire to alleviate his suffering. This pitiful demeanor stirred feelings of guilt even among the friends and family of the bride. Since his arrival, the young man had uttered not a single harsh word, instead offering comfort to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, assuming all responsibility upon himself. Each person harbored their own moral compass. To continue deceiving would be utterly indefensible. As Song Zhelun prepared to dial the authorities once more, a melodious female voice interrupted him. This voice was achingly familiar, a beacon amidst the darkness that had guided him forward, almost a form of salvation. "Do not report it. I know where she is." The girl stood elegantly before everyone, clad in a pristine white dress, resembling a blossoming white lotus. Her skin was fair as snow, smooth as silk, glistening softly under the sunlight like warm jade. She wore delicate white sandals, her toenails adorned with a subtle polish that added a touch of playful charm. The straps of her sandals gracefully wrapped around her slender ankles, producing a crisp sound with each step. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her porcelain skin, emitting a faint fragrance. Golden glimmers danced through her tresses, as if kissed by sunlight, bestowing upon her an air of mystery. A slender silver belt accentuated her delicate waist, enhancing her graceful silhouette. The overall ensemble was simple yet exuded elegance, leaving a striking impression. In a moment of clarity, he recalled that in a previous life, he had not observed her closely. Now, he noted her resemblance to Li Jing, yet she possessed a more ethereal grace. Her eyebrows arched like willow leaves, lending her an animated essence. Her large, bright eyes resembled deep, enchanting lakes, clear and captivating. Her lips, adorned with a soft hue of lipstick, were as luscious as ripe cherries. Song Zhelun stared at the girl before him, stammering, "Is it you?" "Oh no, wait, who are you?" The girl, unaware of the undertones in his words, smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Li Jing's cousin." Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a lark song. Furrowing his brow, Song Zhelun endeavored to recall details about Li Jing's family. Li Jing's father was the eldest son, with a younger brother and sister. Thus, it dawned on him that Li Mi must be the child of his second uncle. In his previous life, the relations between his second uncle's family and Li Jing's had been strained, resulting in minimal contact and a lack of familiarity with Li Mi. No wonder she seemed vaguely familiar. He had simply not recalled who she was. Taking a deep breath, he asked firmly, "Do you know where your cousin is?" Li Mi replied softly, "I can tell you, but only you." Song Zhelun nodded without hesitation, signaling her to continue. The mother-in-law, witnessing this, attempted to intervene, but was firmly obstructed by the groomsmen. with her eyes wide open in fury. She pointed at Li Mi and unleashed a torrent of invective. "You wretched girl, don't speak nonsense, or I shall tear your mouth apart." Despite being restrained, the mother-in-law continued to yell in frustration, her voice shrill and piercing. "Li Jianmin, look at the mischief your daughter is causing. She cannot bear to see my Li Jing marry well. Can she?" Her gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through Li Jing's second uncle, who was cowering in a corner. An honest man, now utterly flustered by the sudden upheaval. Li Mi, undeterred by the mother-in-law's wrath, gracefully approached Song Zhelun, leaning close to his ear to whisper an address. Her lips, as delicate as flower petals, brushed against him, carrying a faint fragrance that wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, stirring ripples in Song Zhelun's heart. He gathered his scattered thoughts and turned to face the still fuming mother-in-law, his expression transforming into one of icy decisiveness. His voice, deep and resonant, exuded an aura of unyielding authority. And this shift in address sent a shockwave through the mother-in-law, rendering her momentarily speechless under the weight of his intense gaze, which bore down on her like a mountain. Although only 25, Song Zhelun possessed a commanding presence akin to that of a seasoned executive, instilling a sense of dread in those around him. Li's mother, her face a mask of reproach, exclaimed, "Oh dear, you foolish child. How could you so readily believe her words, even changing your address? This wretched girl is merely envious of her cousin's good fortune, stirring discord among you. Do not trust her. Our Xiao Jing is wholly devoted to you." With a grave demeanor, Song Zhelun replied, "Aunt, I have absolute faith in Xiao Jing's character. Should anyone deliberately spread falsehoods, I shall employ all means at my disposal to ensure they suffer for it. However, I must first verify the truth." His words were stern, yet his gaze directed at Li Mi remained tender, leaving her bewildered and at a loss regarding this enigmatic man before her. Without hesitation, he reached for the smartphone on the table, prepared to verify the claims. Quickly dialing a number, he pressed the phone to his ear and spoke. "Hello, son. Are you still in my house? I need a favor. Your family owns a hotel, right?" "Yes, that hotel. Please check if my wife visited there last night." "All right. I'll await your news." After hanging up, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. At that moment, Li's father and mother felt their hearts racing, the sound of their own throbbing pulses resonating in their ears, while the others silently regarded Song Zhelun's stormy countenance, none daring to disrupt the palpable tension in the air. As time ticked away, each second felt like an eternity to those present. Finally, after an excruciating wait of 10 minutes, Song Zhelun's phone rang out abruptly. Chapter 5. The identity of the bride is irrelevant. Silently, Song Zhelun slowly retrieved his phone. His expression was as calm as still water, yet his slightly trembling fingers betrayed a hint of inner turmoil. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer key before the eyes of everyone present and activated the speakerphone function. In an instant, the voice on the other end resonated through the room like a clarion call, clear and unmistakable, reaching the ears of every attendee. "Hello, Brother Zhe. I just called the hotel manager to inquire about the situation. But I must warn you, please don't be angry. Your sister-in-law indeed went to my hotel late last night, and..." Upon hearing this, Song Zhelun maintained his composure and replied in a deep voice, "And what? Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush." The person on the line took a deep breath, as if summoning great resolve, and continued. "And she was wearing the wedding dress, the one you specifically brought back from Italy, the handcrafted one. I recognized it immediately." Song Zhelun's brow furrowed slightly as he pressed further. "What about the room registration information?" "The registration was under a man named Lu Pengfei," the other party answered swiftly. After a brief silence, Song Zhelun replied calmly, "Good, you've done well. After this is over, I will treat you to a fine meal. Brother, drinking is no trouble at all. We are like brothers, after all. We're all still here waiting for you to bring your sister-in-law back. By the way, I haven't informed your parents yet. Do you need me to prepare anything or say anything in advance?" With a cold expression, Song Zhelun replied, "No need. The wedding will proceed as planned. Just make sure to wait patiently." Upon hearing this, the other party quickly responded, "All right, brother, just remember today is a joyous occasion. Please do not lose your temper. Family and friends are here, and reputation matters. Yet at that moment, Zhelun secretly scoffed, having lived a second life. Reputation no longer held the same significance for him. If he were to care as he did in his previous life, turning a blind eye to the disgrace Li Jing had brought forth today and covering for her, it would indeed be the height of absurdity. With this thought in mind, Zhelun decisively ended the call. He raised his head, coldly gazing at the lifeless face of the bride, and inquired, "Do you have anything further to say?" Seeing this, his mother-in-law hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Zhelun's hand with a pleading expression. "Xiaozhe," Li Jing was just momentarily confused. "Can you please forgive her this once?" His father-in-law chimed in, "Yes, Xiaozhe, she has always been a good child. Surely this time she was deceived by someone." At that moment, Song Xingxing, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed with wide eyes, "Enough! How old are we? Are you truly treating us like fools? Do you consider us foolish or dim-witted? Or perhaps both? If a 3-year-old child could not be deceived by such obviousness, what else can you possibly say?" On the eve of the grand wedding, clad in her bridal gown, she ventures to the hotel to seek someone. Are you still inclined to assert that she merely seeks to discuss the script? Zhelun's lips curled into a subtle smile, silently commending Xingxing in his heart. He gazed at her, his eyes sparkling with admiration, as if to declare, "Splendidly done." Each word spoken by Xingxing was akin to a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of Li father and mother, rendering them utterly speechless. The countenance of Li father and mother flushed crimson, resembling ripe apples, their lips quivering yet failing to utter a single word. Beads of perspiration formed on Li father's forehead, cascading down his cheeks, as he clenched his fists tightly, betraying his inner fury and helplessness. Li mother, with wide eyes that glimmered with the fire of indignation, struggled to breathe, as if on the verge of an explosion. Lu Jiaoyang's voice dripped with sarcasm, his gaze sharp as a knife, aimed directly at Li father and mother, as if intent on exposing their hypocrisy and shamelessness without reservation. Cui Xiaoyu observed the unfolding drama, a look of concern etched across his face. He gently tugged at Zhelun's shirt hem, whispering, "Brother Zhe, how do you propose we resolve this matter?" Zhelun's gaze swept over the bewildered expressions of Li father and mother, a cold sneer forming within. He understood that this elderly couple was now a mix of shock and rage, yet utterly powerless. He privately rejoiced at the opportunity to live anew, finally free from these detestable parents and their daughter. Today's wedding would attract all the prominent figures of Sioux City. With a voice that resonated with conviction and authority, Zhelun proclaimed, "I do not concern myself with your family's sense of dignity, but the Song family values its reputation. The bride must make her appearance at the ceremony." His tone brooked no argument, as though issuing a final ultimatum to Li father and mother. Li father hastily interjected, urgency lacing his voice, "Rest assured, we shall fetch Li Jingran immediately." However, before he could complete his sentence, Zhelun ruthlessly interrupted him. "But the bride need not necessarily be your daughter." Li father was instantly taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom why Zhelun would utter such words. Did he truly no longer cherish his own daughter? A torrent of confusion and fear surged within Li father as he grappled with the unfolding situation. Li mother's reaction was even more fervent, her voice piercing. "Zhelun, what do you mean by that?" Her body trembled slightly, seemingly unable to withstand such a blow. Zhelun's gaze remained as tranquil as water as he calmly replied, "The meaning is quite clear. Today is significant. The wedding is important, yet the identity of the bride is no longer of consequence." His tone bore no emotional fluctuation, as if stating an undeniable fact. Song Xingxing chimed in, "Indeed, our Song family's wedding must not become a laughingstock in Sioux City. If your daughter is unwilling, there are others who will be glad to step in." Her eyes shimmered with pride, seemingly reveling in her brother's assertiveness. Li father's complexion turned ashen. His lips moved soundlessly, unable to produce any words. He realized that he had lost control and could only submit to Zhelun's whims. Li's mother sat slumped in her chair, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness, as if the entire world had crumbled at that moment. Lee's father's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of supplication as he cautiously inquired, "What do you suggest we do?" As he spoke, he furtively cast a glance at Song Zhelun, his heart brimming with anxiety. At this juncture, Song Zhelun turned his gaze towards Li Mi, his eyes soft, yet his tone remained icy as he remarked, "Humph. Since Li Jing can find a substitute groom to take my place in the bridal chamber, why can't I find a stand-in bride to complete the wedding?" Upon finishing, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. Hearing this, Li's father panicked, hastily waving his hands. "That absolutely cannot happen. With so many relatives and friends present today, if they discover the bride has been replaced, it would bring shame not only upon the Song family, but also upon ours." He continued, "How about this? We will send someone immediately to bring back Li Jing, ensuring the wedding proceeds as planned." However, Song Zhelun remained unfazed, interrupting Li's father with impatience. "No need for such trouble. Just find someone who resembles Li Jing to take her place." Li's mother, upon hearing this, was about to retort, but suddenly seemed to realize something, falling silent. Following Song Zhelun's gaze, she noticed Li Mi standing in the corner. Li Mi and Li Jing were cousins, sharing a considerable resemblance in stature and facial features. With a bit of careful embellishment and the right lighting at the wedding, it might indeed be possible to deceive everyone. Yet, just moments later, Li's mother regained her composure and firmly declared, "No, absolutely not. Today's bride can only be my daughter Li Jing. No one can replace her." Song Zhelun scoffed, "That may not be the case." He slowly approached Li Mi and earnestly asked, "I apologize, beautiful lady. Would you be willing to be my bride at today's wedding?" All eyes turned to Li Mi. Chapter 6. The substitute bride time seemed to freeze at that moment, as everything around them appeared to come to a standstill. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated on Li Mi, quietly awaiting her response. The moment felt interminable, each second stretching out infinitely, inducing a torturous sense of anticipation. The members of the Li family felt as though they were enduring torment, their hearts filled with anxiety and unease. Li Mi's cheeks flushed crimson, the hue akin to that of a ripe apple, as if a mere touch might cause her to bleed. She looked helplessly at those around her, while the guests from the Song family regarded her with eager eyes, their fervent gazes seemingly piercing through her. In stark contrast, the Li family members cast scornful looks her way, their expressions laden with discontent and resentment, as if she were an unwelcome intruder, usurping what rightfully belonged to Li Jing. Standing before her was Song Zhelun, his eyes resembling a bottomless lake, so gentle that one might easily lose themselves within their depths. Those eyes harbored a profound affection that she found impossible to decipher, as if this seemingly reckless idea had been directed solely at her from the very beginning. Song Zhelun slowly began to speak. "I understand that this may put you in a difficult position, but please trust me. As the heir of the Song group, I assure you, if you assist me this once, I will fulfill any request you make thereafter. Of course, if you choose not to, that is perfectly acceptable. I guarantee that no one present will impose upon you. From this moment forward, your family will receive the protection of the Song group." Although his words exuded an irresistible commanding presence, the sincerity and depth of his feelings were unmistakably genuine. Li Mi's gaze instinctively shifted towards her father in the corner. Upon seeing him nod slightly, she finally summoned her courage and gave a small nod in agreement. The moment Song Xingxing noticed the girl relent, she immediately shouted, "Makeup artist! Makeup artist! Hurry up with the makeup!" The makeup artist hurriedly grasped Li Mi's hand, rushing her into the inner room, swiftly setting up the tools to begin the meticulous process of beautifying her. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaoyang unhesitatingly pulled out his phone and dialed a number, exclaiming loudly, "Hello? I'm at Building 16, 5th floor of Anshin Garden. Send over a wedding dress immediately. No need for any lengthy discussions. I want the finest one from your store." With his command, the entire scene seemed to shift into high gear as everyone sprang into action, engaged in a flurry of organized activity. On one side, individuals arranged the venue, carefully adjusting the placement of each flower and ribbon. On another, a videographer began capturing the bride's makeup process. while others escorted Li Jianmin and his wife downstairs to find suitable outfits, as it was only fitting for the father of the bride to change as well. Each person fulfilled their role like cogs in a finely tuned machine, working in perfect harmony, with everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Observing from the side, the MC's gaze remained fixed on Song Zhelun. This young man, handsome and exceptional, remained calm and composed even amidst the chaos. In an instant, he devised a plan, decisively issuing commands with unwavering authority. His competence and composure were truly admirable. The MC couldn't help but marvel at the air of the Song group. At such a young age, possessed such remarkable prowess and capability. Under his stewardship, the Song group was destined for a brilliant future. In contrast, Li's parents wore expressions so grim they could almost be described as dripping with distress, their countenance far darker than when they first learned of Li Mi's disappearance. Despite being filled with anger and shame, they felt they had no face to argue with anyone at that moment. After all, the blame lay entirely with their daughter. Who could have predicted that, on the eve of her wedding, Li Jing would secretly meet another man behind the groom's back? Moreover, it is utterly absurd that he has even missed his own wedding. Given the formidable influence of the Song family in Sioux City, it would be effortless to corner the entire Li family. Therefore, the immediate priority is to locate Li Jing without delay. They must not allow this rare gem of a son-in-law to fall into the hands of the Li Jianmin family so easily. The consequences would be unthinkable. Meanwhile, Li Jing's aunt had stealthily departed from the scene amidst the bustling crowd, and although Song Zhelun witnessed her exit, he refrained from intervening. He was aware of her intentions and knew she would certainly bring Li Jing back. But what of it? This was already her second missed opportunity, and he could not afford to be a fool for a second time. Besides, the bride had been preparing all along, had she not? As he gazed at the girl who was getting her makeup done, a wave of warmth surged within him. Though he could not comprehend why Li Mi had acted the way she did before his demise in his previous life. It was she who bestowed upon him the power of rebirth. After a lengthy hour of tumult, the wedding finally resumed its course, albeit with some hiccups. The original bride's entourage seemed to recognize that the situation was no longer suitable for further disruptions. Thus they proceeded directly to the tea ceremony. Li Jianmin and his wife occupied the seats traditionally reserved for the parents, appearing somewhat uneasy, their smiles tinged with stiffness. Song Zhelun raised his teacup, sweetly addressing, "Father, please enjoy this tea." Li Jianmin's father chuckled awkwardly, while Li's parents glared at him with venomous eyes, as if they wished to pierce him with their gaze. As he sipped the tea, he suddenly choked, breaking into a fit of harsh coughing that resonated painfully in the hushed room. Observing this, the MC quickly interjected, "Our son-in-law's tea is simply delightful. It seems the father-in-law cannot get enough." Next, it was Li Mi's mother's turn. Song Zhelun respectfully offered the tea, proclaiming, "Mother, please enjoy this tea." Li Mi's mother hurriedly accepted the cup, gulping it down and hastily presenting a red envelope. The MC, seizing the moment, announced from this day forth, "Our families are united as in-laws. May the newlyweds enjoy a century of harmony and bliss." The members of the Song family erupted in applause, and the previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of warmth and celebration. The MC then declared, "The auspicious time has arrived. The groom shall escort the bride to the carriage." Song Zhelun took Li Mi by the hand and left the bridal chamber, leaving the Li family in a state of bewilderment. The recent ceremony seemed entirely detached from their reality, as if they were merely forgotten spectators. Li's mother seethed with indignation, her face pale with fury as she berated Li Jianmin. "Li Jianmin, do not assume that just because he has had tea, he is now your son-in-law. Let me remind you, he is Xiao Jing's husband. Li Mi shall not take him away." Her voice was sharp and piercing, as though it could shatter eardrums. Today, Li Mi was merely a stand-in. The future Mrs. Song would still be our Xiao Jing. Li's mother's eyes were filled with resentment and defiance. Her fists clenched tightly, as if to unleash all her frustrations. Li Jianmin, a man of humble disposition, found himself silently enduring his wife's wrath, too intimidated to utter a word. His face bore the marks of helplessness and grievance, while inwardly he lamented his predicament. Li's father opened his phone and dialed his youngest daughter's number. "Hello, have you found her?" "What? She's lying with another man? What is this nonsense? Wake her up immediately. If she doesn't make it to the wedding venue soon, Song Zhelun, the golden son-in-law, will be lost forever. And don't even think about your son keeping his job at the Song Group." His voice was laced with urgency and worry, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Standing still, he felt the sweat trickling down, his hands instinctively clenching and releasing, harboring a flicker of hope. After all, Song Zhelun had always been a devoted admirer of Li Jing, obedient to her every whim. As long as Li Jing could appear at the wedding as promised, there was still a chance for everything to revert to normalcy. Li's father paced back and forth anxiously, his steps disordered, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. His eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation, muttering to himself, "Why isn't she here yet? Hurry up." Meanwhile, Li's mother sat in a nearby chair, her expression dark and brooding. She scolded Li Jianmin mercilessly, while simultaneously devising strategies in her mind on how to secure Song Zhelun's heart with Li Jing. At that moment, Song Zhelun, clad in a crisp white suit, handsomely escorted the stunningly beautiful Li Mi, dressed in an exquisite wedding gown, as they both entered the elegantly adorned wedding car. Li Mi's emotions were a tumultuous blend of flavors, a cacophony of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty sensations swirling within her. She understood that this grand wedding was merely a farce, and in essence, she was nothing but an impostor. However, when she met Song Zhelun's tender gaze, the turmoil and worries in her heart began to dissipate. It turned out that having someone by her side could bring her a sense of security. Was this what it meant to be accompanied? If the person beside her were not Song Zhelun, but someone else, would she still feel this way? Never mind. There was no point in pondering. Regret was futile now. She decided to cast aside these vexing thoughts and wholeheartedly embrace the moment before her. As the driver gently pressed the gas pedal, the wedding car began to move slowly, wheels stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 7. Tea ceremony. The wedding car resembled a winding dragon, majestically making its way toward the Song family. At this moment, the members of the Song family had already gathered at the entrance, eagerly anticipating their arrival, their faces etched with anxiety and hope. According to the original plan, the newlyweds were supposed to arrive by 9 o'clock, yet the clock had now quietly crept toward 10. The master of ceremonies, responsible for overseeing the wedding proceedings, hastily approached the wedding car and shouted, "The groom is bringing the bride home." With his exclamation, a multitude of dazzling fireworks shot into the sky, producing a thunderous roar. Colorful petals fluttered down like snowflakes, dancing gracefully in the air. Countless flowers and balloons adorned the scene, transforming it into a dreamlike spectacle. As if one had stepped into a fairy tale, Song Zhelun descended from the car, his gaze warm and gentle like the spring sun, filled with affection as he looked at Li Mi sitting inside. However, at that moment, Li Mi's heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She understood that she was merely a substitute in this marriage. However, inexplicably, when she met Song Zhelun's fervent gaze, her heart began to race uncontrollably, leaving her both bewildered and enchanted. Song Zhelun strode confidently to the car, unhesitatingly extending his arms to lift Li Mi effortlessly into his embrace. Gazing closely at the petite girl in his arms, her rosy cheeks resembled ripe apples, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Leaning against Song Zhelun's broad chest, she felt his heartbeat and warmth, a sensation that brought her an inexplicable sense of security, causing her to yearn for this moment all the more. She felt like a thief, stealing this entire experience from her cousin. Yet, ultimately, it was merely a dream. When the dream ended, she would have to confront reality. The more she cherished this man, the more she wished for time to freeze in that moment, amidst the cheers and encirclement of friends and family. Song Zhelun steadily carried Li Mi through the door. Along the way, all the guests jubilantly toasted the newlyweds, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. Notably, at that moment, among the throngs of attendees, only Song Zhelun's parents, apart from those who had come to escort the bride, were aware that the woman before them was not the originally chosen bride. Standing out in the crowd, his parents were strikingly noticeable. In this new life, apart from Li Mi, his parents were whom he missed the most. They had always been Song Zhelun's staunchest supporters, even when he married Li Jing, a choice they disapproved of. Yet, they never placed excessive blame on her. Regrettably, just 3 years into their marriage, his parents had passed away due to an accident. However, according to Lu Pengfei, their demise was not unrelated to the circumstances at hand. In this lifetime, he was determined to protect them, ensuring that no outsiders could harm them again. The significant moment of tea serving finally arrived. The host, with a warm smile, guided the newlyweds slowly towards Song's father and mother, announcing loudly, "Next, let us invite the bride to serve tea to her parents-in-law." Upon hearing this, Li Mi felt a wave of nervousness wash over her hands trembling slightly as she delicately held the exquisite teacup, cautiously approaching her in-laws. Once she stood before them, she took a deep breath, striving to steady her voice as she softly uttered, "Dad, Mom, please enjoy the tea." Nevertheless, despite her efforts, her voice quivered slightly, her heart overwhelmed with unease. At that moment, she resembled a frightened fawn, evoking a sense of tender affection. Observing her in-laws simultaneously donned warm and gentle smiles, gracefully accepting the teacup and elegantly taking a small sip. Following this, her mother-in-law spoke in a kind and nurturing tone, "Good child, from today onwards, we are truly one family. May you two walk hand in hand in harmony and happiness." These words flowed into Li Mi's heart like a warm current, easing the tension within her and providing a slight sense of relief. Li Mi nodded gratefully, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Song's mother reached out, gently taking hold of Li Mi's hand and motioning for her to sit beside her. With unwavering focus, Song's mother scrutinized the young and beautiful girl before her. Li Mi possessed a captivating visage and an innocent demeanor, particularly her pair of crystal-clear eyes that seemed capable of peering into the depths of one's heart, evoking an involuntary affection. What further endeared her to Song's mother was the girl's remarkable courage to withstand immense pressure and partake in this meticulously orchestrated drama alongside everyone else. With this thought, Song's fondness for Li Mi deepened. Slowly, Song's mother raised her hand, tender yet resolute, and removed a smooth jade bracelet from her wrist. Smiling, she gently clasped Li Mi's hand and, without hesitation, slipped the bracelet onto her slender wrist. Simultaneously, she leaned in slightly, whispering softly into Li Mi's ear. In a tone only they could hear, "My dear child, today you must accept my gratitude. Regardless of what the future holds from this day forth, you shall be regarded as my daughter. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out, even in times of peace. I hope you will visit me often. The doors of the Song family will always be open to you." Upon hearing this, Li Mi's heart momentarily froze. The weight of such kindness was overwhelming, prompting her to instinctively attempt to remove the bracelet and return it to Song's mother. However, Song's grip was like iron, strong yet filled with affection, rendering Li Mi unable to extricate herself. Reluctantly, she lowered her head, her voice barely audible, like a whisper of a fly. "Thank you, Mom." At that moment, Song's mother continued to hold Li Mi's hand, her gaze remaining fixed on the gentle and charming girl before her. For reasons unknown, the more she looked, the more she felt a sense of delight and affinity. In her heart, she silently lamented, "What a well-behaved and understanding girl. How wonderful it would be if she were truly my daughter-in-law, unlike that woman named Li Jing, whose seductive eyes betray her cunning nature, full of the shrewdness of a petty merchant. I cannot fathom what spell my son has fallen under to be enamored with such a woman, especially one who dared to flee on their wedding day. If it weren't for this wonderful girl, Li Mi, willing to step in, the Song family would have become the laughingstock of Sioux City today." With this contemplation, Song's mother firmly resolved that this time, she would not allow her son to indulge in reckless behavior any longer. A woman like Li Jing must never be permitted to cross the threshold of the Song family. The immediate priority was to manage the chaos of this wedding, and as for Li Jing and her family's issues, those could be addressed later. As time passed, the wedding continued to unfold in an orderly manner. Li Mi found herself seated in the room that rightfully belonged to her cousin, observing her surroundings. The room was adorned with warmth, a vibrant red bedspread embroidered with exquisite patterns, auspicious characters gracing the windows, and a table set with a vase and fruits. Limi surveyed her surroundings, her emotions sealing in completely. She was acutely aware that all of this was but an illusion. She was merely standing in for her sister on this day of nuptials. The words of Song's mother echoed in her mind, stirring a ripple of sentiment within her. How wonderful it would be if this were all genuine. Song Zhelun's gaze was so tender. How could her sister bear to cause him pain? Why, in her musings, was she beginning to insert herself into this narrative? She chastised herself for such thoughts. This was her first encounter with Song Zhelun. Yet witnessing his affectionate demeanor today in the bridal chamber, his indulgence of her sister's whims, ignited a flutter in her heart. With a sigh, Limi resolved to momentarily set aside her overthinking. She approached the bed and sat down, gently caressing the soft bedding, absorbing the unfamiliar warmth that enveloped her. Although she fully understood that all of this was merely a performance, today she yearned to embrace her role as Song Zhelun's bride, rendering everything that followed inconsequential. Chapter 8. A heart in turmoil, like a feather drifting softly on the breeze, Song Zhelun approached Li Mi from behind, his footsteps silent. He reached out, cautiously tapping her frail shoulder. However, the instant his hand made contact, she recoiled in alarm, her reaction swift and startling. Observing this, Song Zhelun quickly murmured reassurances. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Trust me, will you?" Li Mi lifted her gaze, her eyes meeting his. His expression remained as gentle and crystalline as ever, devoid of any impurities or malice. She offered a slight nod, indicating her willingness to trust him. With her confidence granted, Song Zhelun settled lightly at the edge of the bed, patting the space beside him and smiling, inviting her to join him. With heartfelt gratitude, he remarked, "I truly appreciate you today. Without you, I would surely become the laughingstock of Sioux City tomorrow. Can you imagine? The heir of the illustrious Song group, on his wedding day, being made a fool with a green hat atop his head. Such a disgrace." Li Mi opened her mouth to offer an explanation on her sister's behalf, but the words caught in her throat. Ultimately, she could only whisper, "Brother-in-law, actually my sister," before she could finish. Song Zhelun interrupted, "Please do not call me brother-in-law anymore. My relationship with your sister has come to an end, so I'm no longer your brother-in-law. From now on, call me Aja, as my friends do." After a moment's hesitation, Li Mi complied and softly uttered the name, Aja. The gentle sound of those two syllables wafted over Song Zhelun like a spring breeze, igniting an inexplicable itch in his heart, as if a delicate hand were playfully scratching at the depths of his being. Noticing the bracelet adorning Li Mi's wrist, he smiled and said, "So, my mother has given you the bracelet." At this, Li Mi felt a rush of panic, hastily attempting to remove the bracelet from her slender wrist in a flurry, eager to return it to Song Zhelun. However, before she could succeed, Song Zhelun's broad and powerful hand descended upon her wrist like a vast net, firmly obstructing all her movements. "Why give you is yours. Do not entertain thoughts of returning it," Song Zhelun declared earnestly. "This is my mother's dowry, and now that it is in your possession, it signifies that it has found a new owner. Furthermore, my mother gifted it to you, indicating her fondness for you, so please do not disappoint her heartfelt intentions. By the way, could you possibly visit her more often? Even if it is just to share conversation, it would mean a lot." Li Mi gazed at Song Zhelun, her eyes brimming with anxiety and unease. She hesitantly parted her lips, uttering, "I was unaware of the bracelet's considerable value. I believe it would be best to return it to Annie. I truly fear that I might damage or lose it." The shy demeanor of the girl before him struck Song Zhelun as irresistibly adorable. The more he looked, the more he wished to keep her at home as a true daughter-in-law. What is there to fear? It is merely a bracelet after all. Besides the bracelet, did my mother say anything else to you? Li Mi gently bit her lower lip, hesitating for a moment before replying softly. "She mentioned that I am to be her daughter from now on, and that she would do her utmost to assist me should I encounter any troubles. She also urged me to visit her frequently." Upon hearing Li Mi's words, a faint smile graced Song Zhelun's face. He reached out to gently pat her shoulder. "Speaking with resolute sincerity, what my mother means is what I mean. I genuinely hope you can visit often." It would be wonderful for our family to be lively and close-knit. Moreover, regardless of the challenges you may face or if anyone wrongs you, be sure to inform me at once, understand? I will not stand idly by. Consider this place your home. At that moment, Li Mi's heart was a tumult of emotions, akin to a bucket in a well, completely bewildered by the situation unfolding before her. The words spun around her mind like a tongue twister, leaving her in a haze, leading her to question whether she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Deep down, she constantly reminded herself that she was merely an imposter bride. Yet, every utterance from the Song family seemed to exude a sense of expectation, as if they genuinely wished for her to become the true bride. Recalling the family gathering, she often heard her aunt's incessant boasting ringing in her ears. Her aunt would vividly recount how considerate and attentive the brother-in-law was towards her sister, detailing the numerous lavish gifts he bestowed upon her. Even the smallest request from her sister would prompt him to act without hesitation. Her uncle and aunt's current jobs had also been arranged by him, offering high salaries and a comfortable, respectable lifestyle. However, after experiencing it firsthand, she felt that the reality diverged significantly from her aunt's narratives. The man referred to as brother-in-law, or rather, did not seem to exhibit such deep affection towards her sister. Yet, when he spoke to her, why did his eyes seem to glimmer, each word resonating with her heartstrings? Could it be that he has also fallen in love at first sight? Why the word also? However, this thought was swiftly suppressed by Li Mi. How could that be possible? Song Zhelun was clearly enamored with his cousin. Perhaps they had merely experienced some minor frictions and misunderstandings, and it was only a matter of time before they reconciled. After all, today marked their very first encounter. Reflecting on this, Li Mi gently nodded and smiled, saying, "I will certainly visit Annie often." Meanwhile, Song Zhelun, standing beside her, raised the corners of his mouth in a subtle smile, gazing at her with tenderness, and slowly remarked, "Please, do not call her Annie anymore. Refer to her as Mother instead." Upon hearing this, Li Mi was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly as she softly replied, "Yes, I will come to see Mother often." At that moment, the door suddenly burst open, and a figure rushed in, instantly shattering the previously serene atmosphere of the room. Song Xingxing exclaimed as she entered, "Brother, it's bad. Li Jing has arrived, and she brought a whole entourage from the Leaf family." Upon receiving this news, Song Zhelun's expression darkened, and he snorted disdainfully, "Think they dare to come?" Song Xingxing, frustrated, began to stomp her feet, her voice trembling, "Brother, what should we do? The brothers are all waiting outside." A glint of coldness flickered in Song Zhelun's eyes as a smirk of contempt graced his lips. "Since they are seeking their own humiliation, let's simply oblige them." With that, he turned to Li Mi and gently reassured her, "Do not worry. Rest here at ease. Consider this your home for the time being. I will step outside for a moment." Li Mi obediently nodded, responding softly, "All right, please be careful." Subsequently, Song Zhelun strode confidently out of the room. At that very moment, at the entrance of the community, a woman clad in a pristine white wedding dress was vociferously berating the security guard. "Who do you think you are to block my way? On what grounds are you preventing me from entering?" The woman glared fiercely, her meticulously crafted makeup appearing somewhat distorted by her anger. The security guard replied, maintaining his composure, "I apologize, madam. We have not received any notice from the homeowner to permit entry, so you will have to wait here for the time being." "Wait for what? Today is a momentous occasion for me. If I am delayed, can you bear the responsibility for that? Do you know who my husband is? He is the heir of the illustrious Song Group," the woman declared, hands on her hips, imperiously confronting the guard. The security guard, with a serious demeanor, responded, "I'm sorry, madam, but regardless of the significance of your day, without explicit permission from the homeowner, I cannot allow you to enter the community. Additionally, the wedding procession from the Song family has just returned, and I was the one who opened the gate. As for you and your sudden appearance, I suggest you find another place to create a scene." "What? What nonsense are you spouting? I am the bride. The one who entered is merely my stand-in. Open the gate and let me in, or I will ensure my husband has you dismissed immediately." The woman widened her eyes and furiously pointed at the security guard, shouting vehemently. The guard remained unmoved, steadfastly holding his ground, stating, "It is futile to argue. I have already contacted the owner, and they have instructed us not to let you pass. They said await here. You wretched creature, merely a lapdog. How dare you obstruct me? Just wait. I shall not let this go. I will call my husband immediately, and when he arrives, you will have a taste of retribution. You will be begging on your knees. At this moment, the woman was nearly unhinged, her face contorted in a frightening manner. The security guard, observing this hysterical and emotionally unstable woman, felt a profound sense of helplessness. With her unreasonable demeanor, she hardly seemed fit to become a daughter-in-law of the Song family. Moreover, he had just witnessed the Song family joyfully welcoming their bride home, and they had generously gifted him a fine cigarette upon departure. How could a family so magnanimous ever consider such a woman? Song Zhelun quietly observed the altercation, and with a flick of his fingers, the stars gathered around him. Have the property management fire this security guard immediately. Then transfer him to our Song group as the head of security. Song Zhelun gazed at the young guard before him. Despite his youth, he found him remarkably appealing. Perhaps anyone opposing Li Jing appeared commendable in his eyes. Yet this guard was indeed impressive. His words revealed not only a steadfast adherence to principles, but also an unwavering courage in the face of authority. He remained composed, unyielding to insults, and maintained emotional stability regardless of the provocations. Such a dedicated individual, if not brought under the auspices of his corporation, would be a grievous loss. With someone like him in charge of security, it was likely that the likes of Li Jing's family would never set foot in the Song building again. While Li Jing continued to hurl invectives at the young guard, she retrieved her phone to make a call. However, a cold, mechanical voice on the other end interrupted her. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. This revelation darkened Li Jing's countenance further, her disbelief evident as she stared at her phone screen, muttering, "Impossible. How dare he block me?" Turning to her father beside her, she urgently exclaimed, "Dad, hand me your phone." Li's father, sensing the urgency, hastily passed his phone to her. Li Jing, adeptly pressing a series of numbers, was met with the same disappointing response. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." At this point, her fury ignited completely. Unable to contain herself, she hurled the phone to the ground with tremendous force. The sound of shattering echoed as the device splintered into countless pieces, its components scattering across the floor. Witnessing the shattered phone, Li's father turned pale, his lips quivering, too fearful to utter a word lest he provoke Li Jing's wrath further. Li Jing's eyes widened with fury and grievance as she continued to shout, "Aunt, hand me your phone." Her aunt hesitated, gazing at Li Jing's furious expression, a sense of worry creeping into her heart. Slowly, she retrieved her phone, her fingers tightly gripping it, as if contemplating something significant. Unfazed, Li Jing snatched the phone from her, her fingers swiftly gliding across the screen as she dialed that familiar number again. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." Li Jing's brows furrowed deeply, her eyes brimming with despair and anger. She raised the phone, preparing to hurl it to the ground, when her aunt quickly intervened. "Yingya, calm down. It might be a problem with his phone. Think about it. He adores you. How could he possibly block you?" Li Jing took her aunt's words to heart, managing to compose herself slightly. Biting her lip, she replied, "You're right, Aunt. It must be someone else using his phone, preventing him from contacting me. It has to be his parents, those old wretches who have always looked down on me." Her aunt discreetly reclaimed her phone and continued to encourage her. "Speak kindly with the security guard. Persuade him to let you in. Once we are inside, everything will be easier to resolve. The priority is to meet Song Zhelun. He always listens to you, doesn't he?" Taking a deep breath, Li Jing endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. She lifted her gaze towards the young security guard, instantly transforming her demeanor into one of gentleness. Her eyes sparkling like stars as she said, "Dear security officer, I apologize for my earlier outburst. It was entirely my husband's fault for leaving without waiting for me. Please allow us to enter. I used to come here often. Don't you remember me?" The guard looked at Li Jing, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he scrutinized her, seemingly trying to recall something. A faint blush crept across Li Jing's face, and she hurriedly clarified, "I truly used to visit frequently. Look, I even dressed up beautifully today just to see my husband. The guard hesitated and gently inquired, "Are you Wang Zuxian?" Li Jing was taken aback, bewildered by his words. "What nonsense! I am not Wang Zuxian." The guard frowned, an air of impatience evident in his eyes. Standing tall, arms crossed defiantly, he said firmly, "If you are not Wang Zuxian, why should I give you any courtesy? Who has a wedding without the bride? If the bride is absent, the celebration cannot go on. I am a security guard, not a fool. You can either wait here for the owner to come out or call him yourself to let you in." A flicker of urgency crossed Li Jingying's face as she attempted to persuade the guard, gesturing animatedly while her voice involuntarily rose an octave. "Why are you being so stubborn? She is indeed the bride of the Song family. The wedding is awaiting her arrival." The guard, observing the two women, muttered to himself, "What a situation. If I let you in and the owner complains, I could lose my job. Who will care for me then? I'm not getting fired. Let whoever wants to take the risk do so." Li Jinying gazed at the unwavering expression of the security guard, realizing that entry through this route was virtually impossible. She let out a resigned sigh and leaned closer to Li Jing, whispering in a hushed tone, "Is there another way?" A flicker of confusion crossed Li Jing's eyes as she shook her head and softly replied, "I don't know either. Usually it's Song Zhelun who drives me in and out. I have no idea if there are other paths." The security guard, wearing an expression of helplessness, slightly curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile, stating, "There are no other routes. Why don't you try whispering a bit quieter?" His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Li Jing and Li Jinying exchanged awkward glances with the guard, wondering if they truly could not even enter the community today. Meanwhile, Song Xingxing and Song Zhelun were hidden behind a pillar at the entrance, huddled closely together, fearful of being discovered. Song Xingxing's eyes were wide with excitement and curiosity, struggling to suppress his laughter, his body trembling slightly from the effort. Song Zhelun looked at Xingxing with a hint of fondness, gently patting his shoulder to signal him to be quieter. "Brother, this security guard is hilarious. We must get him into our song group." Unable to contain his laughter any longer, Song Xingxing let out a small giggle, which, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the quiet surroundings. Frantically, Song Zhelun covered Xingxing's mouth, anxious about being caught by the guard. As he looked at Xingxing, he silently lamented, "This child remains so adorable. He has always listened to me. Who would have thought that such an obedient child would be wrongfully accused of cutting corners? I must protect this brother in this lifetime." Li Jing seemed to hear Xingxing's voice, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily, her steps becoming light and airy, as if she were walking on clouds toward the entrance. Pressing herself against the door, she peered closely, as if she could see everything beyond the heavy barrier. "Song Xingxing, is that you? I heard your voice. Hurry and bring me to see your brother." There was a note of urgency and anticipation in her voice as her eyes fixated on the door, fearing she might miss any subtle movement. "Song Xingxing, hurry up. I am your sister-in-law. If you don't come out soon, I will have your brother send you away." Realizing he had been exposed and wishing to protect Song Zhelun, Song Xingxing had no choice but to reveal himself. He feigned a silly demeanor, scratching his head and grinning. Who are you?" Li Jing's expression shifted slightly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Song Xingxing. "You don't even recognize me? I am your sister-in-law." Song Xingxing blinked innocently, displaying a childlike naivety. "Sister-in-law? Which sister-in-law?" Li Jing's patience began to wear thin as she raised her voice. "How many sister-in-laws do you have?" "Your brother, Song Zhelun's wife." Song Xingxing appeared startled, retracting his neck as he muttered softly, "That can't be. My brother's sister-in-law is at the new house. We brought her back ourselves. How can I not know her?" Li Jing's expression darkened further. Her teeth clenched as she struggled to suppress her rising anger. "Stop pretending. Don't you know who was brought back?" In the heart of Song Xingxing, a sense of secret satisfaction swelled. Yet she maintained an outward appearance of innocence. "This is not my concern. My brother's word is law." At that moment, Song Zhelun, sensing the atmosphere had reached a tipping point, decided to intervene and quell the brewing storm. He emerged slowly from behind the door, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing Song Zhelun's arrival, Li Jing quickly adopted a tone of sweet persuasion. "Darling, I've been here for ages, yet this security guard refuses to let me in. Please, could you have him open the door? Her voice was laced with a playful charm that stirred the hearts of those present. Song Zhelun approached the security guard, his gaze emanating authority and resolve. The guard's complexion turned pale, his lips quivered as if he wished to articulate something. You are dismissed. Song Zhelun's voice was icy and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. The guard appeared stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief at the words he had just heard. His body trembled slightly, as if he sought to explain. Mr. Song Yu. Song Zhelun continued. Report to Song Corporation tomorrow. Arrangements will be made for your employment with a monthly salary of 20,000. His tone carried an undeniable command. The young guard's heart, which had seemingly skipped a beat, resumed its vigorous rhythm. A jubilant expression spread across his face as he exclaimed, Thank you, Mr. Song. He silently rejoiced at his previous restraint, knowing that had he acted impulsively, he would have blurted out something regrettable. Chapter 10. The more you cry, the more I enjoy it. Song Zhelun. What exactly do you mean? Li Jing yelled in fury. Since her arrival, she had faced a multitude of setbacks and challenges. First, she was brusquely reprimanded by the security guard, then subjected to the mockery of Song Xingxing, and now even Song Zhelun seemed to regard her with disdain. In response to Li Jing's accusatory inquiry, Song Zhelun feigned innocence. Me? What issue could I possibly have? You previously requested his dismissal, and I have merely complied. Li Jing, exasperated, stomped her foot and retorted loudly, I asked you to dismiss him, but I did not authorize you to arrange another job for him. Song Zhelun, unfazed, replied with conviction, but why not? He has committed no offense. He has been both responsible and diligent in his duties. The owner clearly stated that outsiders are not permitted, and despite your attempts to persuade or threaten him, he steadfastly upheld the principles and resolutely denied entry. His performance has been nothing short of exemplary. Our Song Corporation is in dire need of such elite talent. At that moment, the young security guard, overhearing Song Zhelun's praise, felt a flush of embarrassment and bashfully replied, Mr. Song, no, I mean General Song, rest assured, I will be even more dedicated and responsible in my duties from now on. Song Zhelun smiled and patted him on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, Keep up the good work and continue to strive. Seeing the scene unfold, Li Jing's anger flared even more. She pointed an accusatory finger at Song Zhelun and demanded, So you have been here all along, and you heard everything I said, didn't you? Song Zhelun crossed his arms and nodded, replying, I suppose so. I have been attentive to every word you uttered since you began your tirade here. Li Jing's face flushed with anger, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze on Song Zhelun, her voice trembling with rage. Since you heard how he has tormented me, why did you not intervene? Am I no longer your wife? Song Zhelun's expression remained cold, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he smirked and retorted, Do you not know in your heart whether you are my wife? Tears brimmed in Li Jing's eyes as she fought to hold them back. Biting her lip as she declared, Let me tell you, today marks our wedding day. You will allow us to enter, apologize to my parents, and secure a job for my cousin. I shall overlook the trouble you caused with the security. Song Zhelun listened, seemingly entranced by her words, staring blankly as if observing a farcical performance. His face bore no expression, save for the occasional slight furrowing of his brow. When Li Jing noticed his lack of reaction, her fury ignited once more. She raised her voice, exclaiming, What are you doing? I'm speaking to you. Finally roused from his reverie, Song Zhelun replied nonchalantly, I was merely waiting for you to express your thoughts. Otherwise? Li Jing's chest heaved with agitation as she inhaled deeply, striving for composure before stating, Otherwise, you shall not have a bride at your wedding today, and the Song family will become a laughingstock in the entire Sioux City. So let us in at once. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Zhelun's face, yet he soon regained his composure, responding coolly, Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. Li Jing exhaled in relief, turning to her parents and cousin behind her, saying, You have some sense, let us enter, Dad, Aunt. Just as they attempted to step forward, the security guard obstructed their path once again. Li Jing's anger flared anew as she shouted at the guard, Are you deaf? Did you not hear him say we could enter? The guard glanced back at Song Zhelun, who, with a blank expression, waved his hand dismissively. You seem to have misunderstood. When I said to proceed as you wish, I meant there will be no bride. You may leave. Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Song Zhelun, as if seeing him for the very first time. Her gaze was filled with shock, confusion, and incredulity, her lips trembling slightly. Song Zhelun, do not come to regret this. If I leave now, even if you beg on your knees, I shall not return. Her voice quivered, her body shaking with indignation. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, as if attempting to suppress her inner fury. Song Zhelun continued to gaze blankly, his eyes vacant, as if he were merely watching a play. Without a bride at the wedding, I shall be most curious to see how you explain this to your relatives and friends. Li Jing's voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain as she surveyed Song Zhelun, as though he were a stranger. Song Zhelun remained unmoved, a glimmer of mockery now apparent in his gaze. You still have time to regret your current stance and plead with me. Li Jing's voice rose an octave, her eyes sparkling with anger. Song Zhelun yawned, stretched lazily, and gently patted Song Xingxing's shoulder, signaling him to leave together. Song Zhelun, you weren't like this before. Whenever I lost my temper, you would come to comfort me. You've changed. Li Jing's tone softened, imbued with sorrow and grievance. Song Zhelun regarded her, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. Can we speak calmly now? His voice was calm, yet indifferent. Li Jing nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with anticipation and hope. Li Jing, we have broken up. From now on, you may pursue whomever you wish. It is no concern of mine. His voice was resolute and unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. Li Jing's complexion drained of color. Her body swayed as if she might collapse. Darling, I was wrong, truly wrong. I merely met a friend yesterday, had a bit too much to drink, and overslept this morning. Her voice trembled with tears, cascading down her cheeks and falling to the ground. Song Xingxing observed her, a flicker of disdain and contempt in his eyes. Brother, she is insulting you, he said with indignation. Li Jing's face grew even more pallid, her lips quivering. What nonsense are you spouting? Why have I ever insulted your brother? Song Xingxing pointed to the nape of her neck, sneering. Did you forget to check the mirror when you woke up this morning? Li Jing hastily borrowed a mirror from behind and gazed into it. A faint red hickey was visible at the base of her neck, something she could not have noticed herself. No, this is from Guasha. My friend did this yesterday, she stammered, a hint of panic and guilt in her voice. Song Xingxing let out a cold laugh. Brother, she continues to insult you. Li Jing's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with rage and shame. Song Xingxing, be quiet. This is a matter between me and your brother. Her voice carried a note of authority and indignation. Song Zhelun looked at both Li Jing and Song Xingxing, his gaze revealing a trace of fatigue and helplessness. Have you finished speaking? If so, I need to return to entertain my guests. It's difficult to hail a cab at this hour, and with so many of you, you'll have to wait a while longer. His tone was tinged with indifference and impatience. Li Jing's father, Li Jianguo, sought to mediate. A hint of awkwardness etched on his face as he said softly, Xiaozhe, see, Li Jing realizes her mistake. Perhaps we can. Song Zhelun's eyes were cold and resolute as he interrupted Li Jianguo without reservation. Oh, by the way, uncle, please remember to return the bride price. 800,000 in cash and a Porsche Cayenne. Li Jianying's face immediately flushed with rage, her voice sharp as she pointed at Song Zhelun. Xiaozhe, don't be unreasonable. If you truly break up, don't expect Li Jing to forgive you again. Song Zhelun's lips curled into a mocking smile. You acknowledge that I am in the right, yet you still prattle on before me. Have you left your brain behind when you stepped out? Or do you only consume garlic at meals? I show you respect by calling you aunt. Without that respect, you are nothing. Li Jianying trembled with rage, her eyes wide open as she glared at Song Zhelun. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your aunt. Song Zhelun's expression remained unchanged as he coldly retorted, You may be her aunt, but I have broken up with her. It has nothing to do with you. We are mere strangers. Li Jianguo's face darkened, his lips quivering as he struggled to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Song Zhelun, Xiao Zhelun. We must remain calm. Do not act impulsively. Xiao Jing loves you. She merely made a mistake that every woman in the world could make. Please forgive her this once. A flicker of hesitation crossed Song Zhelun's eyes, but it quickly faded, replaced by resolve. He looked at Li Jiangguo and said slowly, "Uncle, there is something I have not told you. Li Jing is not your daughter. She is the child of aunt and a colleague. They have concealed this from you all these years." Li Jiangguo's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, leaving it blank in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Jing. Shock registered on her face, her lips trembling as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Song Zhelun's words pierced Li Jiangguo's heart like a sharp blade, filling him with a tumult of anger and anguish. And for a moment, he lost control of his emotions. He raised his hand suddenly, and with a resounding slap, struck Li Jing's face. A vivid red mark appeared on her cheek, her eyes brimming with disbelief and despair. She stared at Li Jiangguo, tears welling in her eyes, fighting to hold them back. Witnessing this scene, Song Zhelun felt a twinge of compassion. He sighed softly and said to Li Jiangguo, "Uncle, I must confess I was just speaking foolishly. Li Jing is indeed your daughter. If you cannot forgive her, how can I?" At that moment, the shame within Li Jiangguo surged like a tidal wave, swiftly extinguishing the flames of anger that had just ignited. He could hardly believe that he had harbored doubts about his own daughter, merely due to the words of a younger generation. Had he, in the depths of his subconscious, always sensed that Li Jing was not truly his? Meanwhile, Li Jing found herself in a state of utter bewilderment, after receiving a sudden slap, only to learn that it had stemmed from a jest. Her feelings of injustice erupted like a volcano. Without a thought to the exquisite Italian wedding dress she wore, she fell to her knees. "Husband, it is all my fault. Please forgive me. I beg you, do not abandon me. I would give up everything for your forgiveness." Li Jing pleaded, her voice choked with sobs, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. Yet, confronted by this tearful and pitiful woman, Song Zhelun's heart remained surprisingly tranquil, as still as a placid lake, devoid of any ripples. In a previous life, had she not maintained her grasp on him for 7 long years by presenting herself in such a heart-wrenching manner? In this lifetime, under no circumstances shall I tread the same path, falling once more into the emotional snare she has meticulously woven. Contemplating this, Song Zhelun felt no inclination towards compassion. Rather, a faint smirk crept upon his lips, a barely perceptible cold laugh escaping him. "Humph, the more you cry, the more I revel in it." Chapter 11. Have you perhaps transcended souls? Get up, the ground is cold. Li Jing gazed at Song Zhelun with tear-filled eyes, her heart brimming with grievance as she implored, "Darling, you still care for me, don't you? You wouldn't abandon me." Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. Feeling somewhat awkward, Song Zhelun scratched his head, stammering an explanation. No, it's not like that. It's just that the wedding dress is quite expensive. I specially ordered it from Italy, and it cost over 200,000. I'm merely concerned that you might soil or damage it, and I wouldn't be able to compensate for it." After uttering these words, he cautiously glanced at Li Jing, seemingly fearful of her potential outburst. Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Song Zhelun. Could this truly be the Song Zhelun she knew? He seemed utterly transformed. In the past, he had indulged her every whim, never daring to utter a harsh word. Yet today, he not only dared to confront her, but also appeared dismissive of her father and aunt. The more she pondered, the more disconcerted she felt, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Song Zhelun, exclaiming, "Who are you? You're not my husband, Song Zhelun." Her voice sharpened with anger. Song Zhelun regarded her with an expressionless countenance, inwardly mocking her. He was certainly no longer the Song Zhelun of old, having been granted the rare opportunity of rebirth. Why would he revert to being the thoughtless romantic he once was, deserving of the tragic fate he had suffered in his past life? In this lifetime, would he once again grovel before this woman? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Nonetheless, outwardly, Song Zhelun maintained an air of nonchalance, responding coolly, "What nonsense are you spouting? If I am not me, then who could I possibly be? Stop overthinking." However, Li Jing was not so easily deceived, stubbornly shaking her head as she insisted, "Impossible. You are definitely not Song Zhelun. He would never treat me this way." As she spoke, she took several steps back, as though the person before her was a stranger. Observing this, Song Zhelun rolled his eyes in exasperation, mocking her Oh, do you think this is some sort of time travel drama? Are you invoking the concept of soul transference? I dare say, have you consumed too many romantic novels, allowing your mind to become muddled? Li Jing's voice trembled with despair and anger. If you don't let me in, how will you face the guests at the wedding? Without a bride, do you not fear their ridicule? Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her lips quivering. Song Zhelun regarded her with a cold gaze, stating flatly, "Didn't your parents inform you? I already have a bride." His tone bore no warmth, as if he were merely stating an unrelated fact. Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she cried out, "I am the true bride. She is the imposter." Her voice reverberated through the air, laden with endless grievance and unwillingness. A glimmer of derision flickered in Song Zhelun's eyes as he offered a gentle smile. Does it truly matter whether it's real or not? They have come for the Song family, not for you, Li Jing. Without my family, who would even know who you are? Even if you were to be replaced by your cousin or a random individual plucked from the streets, I could declare her the bride, and she would be. You are not as significant as you believe. His words struck Li Jing like a sharp blade, mercilessly piercing her heart. Li Jing's body trembled violently, unable to accept this harsh truth. Shaking her head, tears streamed down her face like a breached dam. "No, it can't be true. You promised that I was your only bride." Her voice was laced with anguish and despair. Song Zhelun regarded her, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features, as if he were gazing upon her from a past life. His voice grew somber and melancholic. "Yes, I did say you were my only bride. Yet it appears I am not your soul groom. Lu Pengfei, is it not?" A hint of resignation and pain shimmered in his gaze. Li Jing felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her complexion paling to that of paper. Her lips quivered as she attempted to clarify, "No, he is not. You're my husband." The corners of Song Zhelun's mouth curled into a bittersweet smile. "You two must be each other's first love. As your parents disapproved of him for his inability to provide a dowry, leading to your separation." Tears flowed incessantly from Li Jing's eyes, her voice choked with emotion. "How do you know that?" "We are not." Song Zhelun's gaze sharpened, fixating on Li Jing as if seeking to penetrate the depths of her soul. "You two have never truly severed ties. You have maintained contact all these years." Li Jing's face grew even paler, her body trembling as she attempted to defend herself. "We are merely friends." "I have not." A decisive glimmer flickered in Song Zhelun's eyes. He inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "Perhaps yesterday was merely you indulging in a dream of being with him, donning a wedding gown to meet him." His voice carried a note of self-deprecation and resignation. Li Jing's tears surged forth like a torrent, filled with pain and despair. "No, that is not." Yet her words seemed utterly feeble beneath Song Zhelun's unwavering gaze. Each of his utterances struck her spirit like a hammer, rendering her feeble. She felt as though she had lost her footing, teetering on the brink of collapse. Song Zhelun's expression remained impassive. "You two are truly meant for one another. I shall let you soar while I bear the pain. If you fall, I will catch you." Just then, Song Zhelun's phone rang. "Hello." "Oh, Father, I am at the entrance of the community. It's nothing, just sending a few people off. Once I am done, I will head back. I know it is time to depart. I will be there shortly, so please wait for me." He lifted his gaze to the Li family members, his eyes betraying a hint of cold indifference and disdain. "Uncles and aunts, I am getting married today and will not be entertaining you inside. We are heading to the hotel shortly, so if you have no further business, please return home." He paused deliberately, observing the varied expressions on their faces. Some regained a glimmer of hope. He continued, "Let us all return home and rest early." With that, he took Song Xingxing's hand and departed without looking back. Li Jianguo gazed at Li Jing, who remained slumped on the ground, his heart heavy with helplessness and sorrow. He understood that a promising son-in-law had been irreparably lost. Making other mistakes might have been manageable, but infidelity before marriage was an utter disgrace, tarnishing the entire Song family's reputation. Meanwhile, Li Jining unleashed her fury upon Song Zhelun's retreating figure, hurling insults. "Scoundrel! What kind of man are you? Claiming to care for my dear Jing. Yet you can't even resist the temptation of another woman. You can't endure this? If life is to be bearable, one must carry a touch of green on oneself." Her voice was sharp and piercing, brimming with rage and resentment. If Li Jing were to break up with Song Zhelun, it would jeopardize her son's future. She could not allow Song Zhelun to escape unscathed. Li Jiangguo hurriedly restrained Li Jianying, whispering, "Enough. Is this not humiliating enough? Let us return home and discuss this further. We'll persuade Xiaozhi tonight." A flicker of concern crossed his eyes. After all, with the hefty bride price and the Porsche at stake, he was reluctant to see the couple part ways. Moreover, both he and his wife were employed at the Song Group. A breakup would spell disaster for their livelihoods, wiping out their combined income of over 10,000. Li Jing sat on the ground, her gaze hollow, as if her soul had departed. She murmured to herself, "I want to leave. I'll wait for him right here. I refuse to believe he will show no compassion." Tears streaked her face, evoking a wave of sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Observing her distress, Li Jianying hurried to help her to her feet, offering comfort. "Let us head to the hotel. They must hold their wedding there. If he still refuses to commit, we'll cause a scene, exposing his infidelity and ensuring the Song family can't show their faces in Sioux City." Upon hearing her aunt's words, a flicker of determination ignited in Li Jing's eyes. She nodded resolutely, proclaiming, "Aunt, I will follow your lead. We shall wait at the hotel. I refuse to believe that without me as the bride, he can proceed with the wedding. What is Li Mi, anyway? She thinks she can take my place with Song Zhelun. Not a chance. No one can seize what is rightfully mine. Once I arrive at the wedding venue, no one will discern who is genuine and who is false. Li Mi, prepare to be humiliated." Thus, the Li family hastily departed the community, catching a taxi to the hotel. The security guard, observing this peculiar family, silently shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 12. Song Zhelun, I'm sorry, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. The moment Song Zhelun pushed open the door, a hint of weariness clung to him as he hurried into the house. Li Mi anxiously awaited by the door, her hands nervously twisting a corner of her wedding gown, her brow furrowed as if every second was a torment. Upon seeing Song Zhelun's figure, a complex array of emotions flickered in her bright eyes, a blend of relief and unspoken worry. Song Zhelun's heart tightened as he beheld Li Mi's slightly pale face, her tension evident. An instinctive surge of affection and remorse welled up within him. He stepped forward, yearning to smooth away her furrowed brow, but halted mid-motion, fearing that his sudden gesture might exacerbate her unease. "I apologize for the delay. I had to send them off," he said. Song Zhelun's voice was deep and gentle, attempting to soothe the restless heart with his words. Upon hearing this, Li Mi lightly bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unease and uncertainty as if they could speak. Could it be that her cousin had arrived? Her voice trembled slightly, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth, revealing her profound anxiety. Noticing her distress, Song Zhelun felt a pang in his heart and gently shook his head, asking if he had been a burden to her. Li Mi hurriedly waved her hand, eager to explain, "No, Aja, it's not that. I know my cousin is here. After all, she is your—" Her words abruptly halted, as if there were thoughts too difficult to articulate, her gaze flickering uncertainly. Observing her tense demeanor, Song Zhelun felt compelled to tease her. "Oh, I see. Are you afraid of her, hence unwilling to assist me?" Li Mi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she inhaled deeply as if steeling herself. "No, Afe. I'm willing to help you. It's just, I fear that my cousin might resent you for this." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, floating through the air like a feather brushed by a gentle breeze, yet each word resonated clearly, akin to lustrous pearls, revealing her inner turmoil and conflict. Hearing this, a warm wave surged within Song Zhelun, akin to a clear spring flowing through his heart. Gazing at the young woman before him, he felt as though he could glimpse the kindness and innocence nestled deep within her clear eyes. He gently took Li Mi's hand, which felt as soft and warm as a tender bud. His gaze was steadfast and gentle, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the night sky, illuminating the confusion within Li Mi's heart. "If that is the case, could you continue to play this role with me?" Song Zhelun's voice was deep and magnetic, resembling a vow emanating from his very soul. Just as Li Mi was about to speak, he preempted her with a heartfelt, "Thank you." Her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and her expression bore a hint of grievance, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Sensing her discomfort, Song Zhelun's heart tightened, and he quickly said, I'm sorry. If you are unwilling, I will have them take you home immediately. His voice carried a note of urgency, fearful that his words might hurt her. Li Mi bit her lip, finally mustering the courage to say, Aja, it's not that I am unwilling. I just thought that since my cousin has returned, you would prefer to be with her. Her voice dwindled, almost fading into a whisper. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Zhelun's eyes. He had not anticipated Li Mi would perceive it this way. He took a deep breath and replied slowly, I've already clarified matters with her. So, could you please be my bride for a day? His gaze brimmed with anticipation, as if awaiting Li Mi's response. Li Mi looked at Song Zhelun in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion and incredulity. Her family had always claimed that Song Zhelun was nothing more than a devoted admirer of her cousin, catering to her every whim. Yet now, he was so readily relinquishing his ties to her cousin, leaving her utterly bewildered. A swirl of complex emotions surged within her, surprise, confusion, and a barely perceptible delight. She found herself at a loss on how to confront this sudden turn of events, her gaze lingering silently on Song Zhelun. Li Mi gently nodded, her large, luminous eyes resembling clear lake waters, quietly fixed on Song Zhelun as she softly declared, Very well. I agree to be your bride for a day. At that moment, she realized that her hand was firmly clasped by Song Zhelun, and surprisingly, her body exhibited no resistance. Song Xingxing entered with a light step, murmuring, Brother, it's time for us to go. The hour is drawing near. Without hesitation, Song Zhelun took Li Mi's hand and strode out. Outside, the relatives of the Song family had long been waiting in the spacious living room. Song's father, Song Weiman, wore a serious expression as he remarked, Is the trouble resolved? We can't have any disturbances during the ceremony. Today is crucial for our family's reputation. If anything goes awry, you are to leave the group. Song Xingxing quickly reassured him, Uncle, do not worry. We are here, and those who would cause trouble will not appear. Song Weiman continued, It would be best if nothing happens. I have warned you that someone like this is not worth keeping. You refused to listen. The first time I saw that girl, I sensed she was full of schemes, yet you did not heed my words. A pang of anxiety gripped Song Zhelun's heart as he noticed Li Mi's hand grow increasingly cold, as if a chill had enveloped her. He hastily interrupted his father's words. Fearing they might inflict further harm on Li Mi, Stop. It was my mistake in the past for misjudging people, but shouldn't you consider the person before you? Li Jing is her cousin. At this moment, Song Weiman recognized the inappropriateness of his previous remarks and paused briefly before shifting his tone. However, this girl is quite admirable. I appreciate such simple-hearted individuals. Our Song family holds a modest reputation in Sioux City. We do not require a marriage alliance to solidify our status. We can marry anyone, but the key is to find someone virtuous. Song Zhelun nodded repeatedly, responding, Rest assured, I understand, and next time I will ensure you are informed in advance. Li Mi listened quietly to their conversation, her emotions akin to a roller coaster, oscillating between elation and anxiety. Her heartbeat quickened, each thump echoing her mounting tension. It was only when Song Zhelun's grip on her hand tightened to the point of near impossibility to escape that she felt her complexion pale, her lips trembling slightly as she whispered, Uncle, I'm sorry. If my cousin has done anything wrong, I apologize on her behalf. Her voice carried a note of helplessness and grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she struggled to contain her inner turmoil. Song's mother, Feng Shulan, gently interrupted. Silly child, why apologize? It is not your fault. Today, we, the Song family, remember your kindness. Let us be on our way. We should be late if we linger. Without regard for Li Mi's hesitations, Song Zhelun pulled her into the car. Once inside, Li Mi remained silent, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her wedding gown. The dress was truly exquisite, a pristine white reminiscent of snowflakes, adorned with dazzling diamonds that shimmered with enchanting brilliance. Fingers gently caressed the texture of the wedding gown, feeling its softness and smoothness, yet a bittersweet sensation filled her heart. From childhood, she had longed for the day she would don a wedding dress. envisioning her own beauty on that momentous occasion. However, upon the arrival of this day, she found herself merely a substitute. Song Zhelun sensed the suffocating atmosphere within the car and sought to break the silence with conversation. Stealing a glance at Li Mi, he noticed her vacant gaze, as if her soul had departed. "You look truly beautiful in that wedding dress," he remarked, his voice tinged with an unnatural tone. Li Mi remained silent, her fingers turning pale as she clutched the hem of her gown tightly. "Are you all right?" Song Zhelun inquired, unable to suppress his concern. Li Mi took a deep breath, turning to face him, striving to muster a faint smile. "I'm fine. You need not worry," she replied, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions: sadness, helplessness, and a hint of stubbornness. Observing her trembling hands, Song Zhelun felt a surge of guilt within him. As the vehicle arrived at the wedding venue, Song Zhelun and Li Mi stepped out. The scene was resplendent, adorned with a lavish display of flowers and ribbons, crafting a beautiful dreamlike world. People bustled about, their faces radiant with happiness. Following Song Zhelun into the hall, Li Mi encountered numerous familiar and unfamiliar faces. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. A sense of unease enveloped her, yet Song Zhelun held her hand firmly, offering her strength. Lu Jiaoyang and Cui Xiaoyu had already arrived at the hotel. Upon seeing Song Zhelun, they hurriedly approached him. With light steps, Li Mi followed the makeup artist toward the touch-up room. Lu Jiaoyang leaned in beside Song Zhelun, saying, "Brother, everything is in order. All names on the wedding invitation have been changed to Li Mi." Cui Xiaoyu added, "I've ensured that all your previous wedding photos have been altered to feature Li Mi, so no one will notice." Song Zhelun smiled appreciatively. "Thank you for your hard work. Has the Li family arrived?" Lu Jiaoyang responded, "They have come, but Sun Yang took them back to their previous house. No one will disturb the wedding." Cui Xiaoyu interjected, "I just spoke with him. Everyone is contained. Aside from Li Mi's parents, everyone else is behaving." Lu Jiaoyang assured, "Brother, just focus on your wedding. I guarantee there will be no slip-ups." "But what about afterward?" Song Zhelun scoffed. "Afterward, they return what belongs to me and spit out what they have consumed." Lu Jiaoyang and Cui Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances and stood in unison. "Is the third song back?" Song Zhelun's face flushed with anger. "Do you think this is a game?" Chapter 13. An unforgettable wedding. Li Mi stood gracefully beneath the floral arch, her father, Li Jianmin, by her side. Before them stood the handsome Song Zhelun. At that moment, she undeniably became the center of attention. It must be said that Song Zhelun was exceptionally meticulous in his arrangements. Everything at the venue was transformed to reflect her essence, as if today were truly her wedding. The grand, exquisite wedding photograph at the entrance prominently displayed her enchanting visage. Every sign within the hotel seamlessly showcased her name and image. Even the friends and family attending the ceremony were all familiar faces to her. The meticulous organization of such an elaborate affair in such a brief span of time surely required immense effort from Song Zhelun, who must have approached this wedding with utmost seriousness. As the wedding march began to play, Song Zhelun strode with steady steps toward the floral pavilion. With a smile gracing his lips and his gaze tender yet resolute, he looked at Li Mi. He gently accepted her slightly trembling hand from Li Jianmin, carefully taking hold of it as they slowly traversed the fervent glances of the crowd. The atmosphere of the wedding was both solemn and warm, with everything unfolding smoothly according to the planned sequence. When the couple finally reached the center of the stage, the officiant stood there beaming, his resonant and captivating voice ringing out, "Now please, the groom may kiss the bride." Upon hearing these words, a shy flush instantly crept across Li Mi's cheeks as she lifted her gaze, playfully chiding Song Zhelun with a glance. Although she had impulsively agreed to play the role of the bride, the reality of the kiss felt entirely different. She had never even had a boyfriend. Her precious first kiss remained untouched. Was she truly about to bestow her first kiss upon this man she had only recently met? With this thought, her heart began to race. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and deafening cheers, their voices rising like surging ocean waves, one crest higher than the last. Song Zhelun smiled at her, his expression akin to the warm sun of spring, instilling a profound sense of comfort. He shifted his stance slightly. using his tall frame to shield them from the prying eyes surrounding them, creating the perfect moment for the kiss. Though only 5 centimeters separated them, in that instant, Li Mi beheld the gentle, affectionate man before her, his eyes brimming with love. Her heart melted like snow under the caress of spring breeze. Impulsively, she rose onto her toes, her delicate form leaning forward, her cherry lips softly meeting Zhelun's. The touch of their lips was electric, sending shivers throughout her being. The kiss was light and tender, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. In that moment, it felt as though they were floating on clouds, suspended in bliss. He could distinctly perceive the subtle fragrance enveloping her, a scent intoxicatingly delightful. Without thinking, he deepened the kiss, yearning to explore even more of this exquisite connection. In that instant, he forgot everything else, wishing for time to remain frozen. When they finally parted, both were slightly breathless. Li Mi's gaze was dreamy, her cheeks flushed, rendering her even more enchanting. Zhelun gazed at her, his heart brimming with affection. Surrounding them, the guests offered heartfelt blessings, their cheers and applause intertwining like a beautiful symphony. In this atmosphere brimming with joy and warmth, Zhelun embraced Li Mi tightly, allowing her to genuinely feel the warmth radiating from his chest. Suddenly, a cascade of colorful flower petals began to fall from the sky, each petal dancing gracefully through the air, creating a dreamlike beauty that added a touch of mystery and allure to the romantic wedding. Zhelun gently pulled Li Mi into his embrace, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, "Thank you for granting me such a beautiful and unforgettable wedding." Upon hearing these words, a wave of sweetness washed over Li Mi's heart, mingled with a hint of regret. She began to reflect on her impulsive actions moments ago. Why had she been so reckless? Would he regard her as frivolous and indiscreet? Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking a sense of tenderness. Zhelun gazed intently at the girl before him, savoring the feelings of the moment. In their 2 lifetimes, this was the first time they had truly experienced a wedding, even if it were a mere facade. Yet the tears shed by the girl in her past life lingered in his mind, while she now stood before him, beaming with joy. It was utterly captivating, igniting a desire to take her home. However, there was no rush. First, he needed to resolve matters with Li Jing's family before earnestly pursuing her. This ceremony, after all, had reached a satisfying conclusion, devoid of any upheaval, only sweetness. The melodious strains of music flowed gently through the banquet hall, akin to a babbling brook, enveloping the atmosphere. Guests relaxed, indulging in delectable dishes while joyfully sharing their experiences and feelings. Li Mi, slightly bashful, nestled beside Zhelun, resembling a timid little rabbit. Occasionally, she would lift her gaze, and when her clear, water-like eyes met his fervent stare, both would spontaneously break into smiles of happiness, as if the world around them faded away, leaving only the 2 of them. At that moment, a friend of Zhelun approached, holding a glass and beaming with delight, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Song! Truly a match made in heaven." Zhelun laughed heartily in response, raising his glass, "Thank you." However, his friend seemed intent on continuing, adding, "Song, regarding the collaboration between our 2 companies," but was promptly interrupted by Zhelun, who stated, "Today is a day of great joy. Let us refrain from discussing business. If you wish to converse about work, let us arrange another time to meet at Song Corporation Tower for a detailed discussion." The wedding served as an opportunity for the Song family in various sectors of Sioux City to forge connections, particularly for those eager to collaborate with the Song Group. Naturally, some corporate executives took the chance to offer toasts and express goodwill, but fortunately, they were skillfully deflected by the presence of Xinqing nearby. As the banquet progressed and many guests began to disperse, Zhelun escorted Li Mi back to the lounge. As soon as he entered the room, he hurriedly ushered Li Mi to sit on the sofa. Then he crouched down, delicately cradling her slender, tender feet, gently massaging her slightly reddened ankles, and asked with genuine concern, "They're so red. It must hurt, doesn't it?" Li Mi quickly waved her hand in response, saying, "It's all right. You don't have to do this." Yet, Song Zhelun paid no heed to her protest, remaining focused on the soothing massage, his tender and considerate demeanor utterly irresistible. In unison, Song Zhelun and Li Mi spoke. Today, you go first, Song Zhelun encouraged. Thank you for today, Li Mi replied. Song Zhelun chuckled softly. Why thank me? It is I who should be expressing gratitude to you. I don't know why, but I just wanted to say thank you. Perhaps you have fulfilled a dream of mine. Every girl harbors such a dream of being a bride, clad in a pure wedding gown, surrounded by the blessings of all, pledging eternal love to her beloved. Although today marked only their first meeting, the dream was beautiful and cherished. Speaking of thanks, it should be I who thanks you. If it weren't for you, I might have repeated the mistakes of my past life. Your presence has altered the course of my destiny. He lifted his gaze, earnestly observing the beautiful bride before him, his eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. And thank you for your kiss. Li Mi's cheeks flushed crimson at his candid words, and she shyly lowered her head, her heart racing like a startled fawn. She could not help but recall that unexpected kiss, as if his warmth still lingered on her lips. I also really like that kiss, she mused, but how could she dare to voice it? A gentle smile played at the corners of Song Zhelun's mouth, a captivating expression. His fiery gaze was fixed upon the enchanting figure before him, longing to reach out and caress her smooth visage, yet fearing that such an act might seem too forward, too intrusive. After much hesitation, he carefully retrieved a glimmering business card from his pocket. He extended the card towards Li Mi, softly saying, "This is my personal card. Take it. Whenever you step into my territory, regardless of the challenges or needs you encounter, you may demand anything from them on my behalf." Seeing this, Li Mi quickly reached out to prevent him, saying, "I cannot." However, Song Zhelun interrupted her, gently explaining, "Do not worry. It is merely a card, not money. It symbolizes my regard for you." Upon hearing this, Li Mi's previously anxious heart began to settle. If the card had represented a vast fortune, she might have felt belittled or insulted. But as it stood, it was just a business card, signifying that he did not measure their relationship in monetary terms, but genuinely cared for her. A warm current surged through her heart at this realization. It felt wonderful to be valued by someone. Thus, she ceased to resist, slowly extending her hand to gently accept the golden card. Soon, the wedding officially concluded, and Li Mi was arranged to be sent back to her home. As I gazed at the receding figure, his gentle eyes transformed once more into a piercing glare. It was time to settle the debts of 2 lifetimes. Chapter 14. It feels like being a dog. The decor of the newlywed home was resplendent and striking. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the entire room and enhancing the original festive atmosphere. The wedding photograph, prominently displayed in the center of the living room, was particularly glaring. The 2 individuals in the image wore smiles that remained unchanged, yet the woman, once the happiest bride of the day, now sat quietly on the spacious bed, adorned in a gown as pure as snow. Her gaze was somewhat vacant as she stared ahead, and the exquisite makeup on her face could not conceal the profound sorrow and desolation within her. The magnificent wedding dress draped over her, evoking the image of a forgotten fairy. The members of the Li family sat scattered in the living room, their spirits low, resembling lost souls. The footsteps outside were unusually loud, the family members of the Li clan anxiously fixated on the entrance, as if time had come to a standstill at that moment. Each face displayed a blend of anxiousness and anticipation. "Brother, you finally arrived. How was the wedding? Did everything go smoothly?" Sun Yang could no longer contain his excitement. He had been waiting for far too long, his heart brimming with impatience, and he could only vent his frustrations to those nearby, lamenting that he, as the groom's childhood friend, had missed the ceremony. Song Zhelun nodded with a smile, responding, "Thank you for your patience, my brother. Tonight, let us indulge in a few drinks." "Sound great, brother. They're all here." Sun Yang replied eagerly. The enchanting bride slowly lifted her head, her gaze meeting that of Song Zhelun. Today he was clad in an exquisite tailored suit, the well-fitted lines perfectly accentuating his robust physique, enhancing his tall and handsome appearance. A composed smile graced his face, exuding an aura of maturity. Li Jing couldn't help but be momentarily entranced. So he could be so charming. How had she previously overlooked him? She had always regarded Song Zhelun merely as a wealthy heir who could throw money around. Hold on a moment, Zhelun, Li Jiangguo interjected with a smile. About today, as a fair Song Zhelun responded with a grin. I understand that you wish to create a scene at the wedding. But the reputation of the Song family is paramount. Therefore, Li Jiangguo nodded repeatedly. I understand. But regarding this matter with a grand gesture, Song Zhelun interrupted. Uncle, let us consider today as events closed. Upon hearing this, the Li family members collectively exhaled in relief. Song Zhelun continued. Now, I kindly ask you to gather your belongings. It is time for you to leave today. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Li Mu became agitated. On what grounds do you expel us? Unfazed, Song Zhelun replied. Aunt, have you forgotten that this house belongs to me? Li Mu retorted defiantly. So what? What S yours is my daughter S. I reside in my daughter S home, and that S only natural. Song Zhelun couldn't help but chuckle. This was all thanks to his bewildered mother-in-law. They hadn't even registered their marriage, yet she continued to use the prospect of a marriage certificate to threaten him. Unable to find a way out, he reluctantly offered an extravagant betrothal gift of 800,000 along with a car, which finally persuaded his mother-in-law to consent to the wedding. In his previous life, it wasn't until Li Jing became pregnant that he provided them with 2 apartments before they officially registered their marriage. They genuinely believed they had him at their mercy. Song Zhelun, with a triumphant expression, remarked to his mother-in-law, Auntie, have you remembered? We are not yet legally wed. Upon hearing this, Li's mother hastily replied, Xiaozhe, I approve of your union. You can register today. With a swift motion, Song Zhelun dismissed Li's mother and strode towards Li Jing. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Darling, I was wrong. He regarded her with a stoic demeanor, responding coolly, It's all right. I forgive you. Grasping at the lifeline, Li Jing expressed her gratitude fervently. Really? Thank you so much. I promise to cherish our life together from now on. Song Zhelun nodded slightly. Just be more careful next time. Now, let us pack your things along with your parents. The items from the new house will also be arranged to be sent over. As his words settled, Li Jing's face reflected sheer astonishment, her disbelief palpable as she questioned, Didn't you say you forgave me? With an impassive expression, Song Zhelun affirmed, I did forgive you. However, I harbor resentment. Li Jing's fury reignited. Song Zhelun, don't overstep. I merely missed one wedding. We can hold another, she retorted. Why are you being so pedantic? She believed that every time she expressed anger, he would relent immediately, a tactic she had perfected to ensure he would soon be begging for her forgiveness. Xiao Jing, I truly loved you in the past, he confessed, and his love was genuine, despite the knowledge that Li Jing did not reciprocate those feelings. For years, he continued to treat her as if she were his first love, never contemplating that the events of their previous life were instigated by her. The moment of rebirth marked the death of Li Jing in his heart. Li's family joined in to plead for reconciliation, unwilling to see the couple part ways. After all, an alliance with the Song family would elevate their social standing significantly. Their livelihoods depended on Song Zhelun's benevolence. Observing the insincerity in their faces, Song Zhelun reflected bitterly on how he had failed to see through their facade in his past life. They feigned respect while secretly looking down on him, intent on exploiting him for their benefit. With a derisive laugh, he declared, You need not say any more. I am resolute in ending this relationship. Li Jing shouted back, You said that. Do not regret it. I offer you one last chance, otherwise I shall never forgive you. Song Zhelun assumed an inviting stance, prompting her to retort, Fine, I shall leave, and do not seek me out again. Wait, he called after her. Regretting already? It's too late. I knew you wouldn't genuinely wish to part ways. Watch as I leverage this to my advantage, she replied defiantly. First, return the betrothal gift and the car. He insisted. On what grounds? Those were given to me willingly. Li Jing's eyes widened in surprise. She anticipated him demanding the gifts at this moment. Song Zhelun looked at her with an air of indifference, stating, Those were given in the context of our impending marriage. Now that we are no longer connected, I expect them back. Li Jing gritted her teeth and exclaimed, I have no money. It's all been spent. I even sold my car. Song Zhelun produced his phone, revealing the transaction records and presenting them before Li Jing. This is the record of our previous transactions, totaling 500,000. Today, I am merely requesting 80,000 as a bride price. The purchase invoice for that car is also in my name. If you refuse to repay, I am prepared to take legal action. Li Jing's expression darkened. She had not anticipated Song Zhelun's unwavering resolve. Initially, she intended to exploit this situation for gain, but now it seemed utterly impossible. I genuinely have no money at the moment. Could you not consider our past? Her voice carried a tone of pleading, her eyes reflecting helplessness. Of course, you can write an IOU, Song Zhelun replied coldly. Song Zhelun, do not be so excessive. I acknowledge my mistakes. Can you not give me a break? Tears welled in Li Jing's eyes, her voice laced with grievance and bitterness. Song Zhelun's countenance grew somber. My family's wealth did not come easily. The bride price was to facilitate a wedding. Now that it cannot proceed, you still refuse to return the money. Your family must have risen from the depths of desperation. Li's father attempted to mediate, his voice tinged with helplessness. Xiaozhe, consider the years of their relationship. Without mercy, Song Zhelun interrupted. Uncle, I have forgotten you. You are dismissed. Please collect your belongings from the office tomorrow. Li's mother trembled with rage, her finger pointing at Song Zhelun. You too must pack up tomorrow. She scanned the room, her gaze intimidating. The others fell silent, fearful that a mere word from this young benefactor could jeopardize their livelihoods. Li Jing's complexion turned pale. Are you truly leaving me no leeway? Song Zhelun's expression remained impassive. That vanished the moment you clandestinely met with someone else. She hastily retorted, ultimately, you are merely jealous. A sense of secret satisfaction bloomed within Li Jing. She had always known this devoted admirer could not sever ties with her. She contemplated using a strategy of feigned indifference to manipulate him. Today, she would utter a few sweet words to placate him. Lu Pengfei's plans had yet to materialize. She could not afford to part ways with Song Zhelun just yet. All right, I was wrong. It won't happen again. As she spoke, she moved closer to Song Zhelun, attempting to grasp his hand. Song Zhelun regarded the woman before him, bemused by her effortless transition between two personas. Which version of her was the authentic one? Yet, her obsequious demeanor resembled that of a dog. Chapter 15. A sense of security the following day, after exchanging brief greetings with his parents. Song Zhelun drove to the Song Corporation building with Xingxing. It had been quite a challenge to send Li Jing and her family away. They clung on like an adhesive bandage, difficult to remove. Eventually, he managed to secure her signature on the IOU, though the car remained unclaimed. As Song Zhelun arrived at the Song Corporation building in a hurry, he was astonished to find Li Jing had already arrived. She was currently embroiled in a heated argument with the front desk staff, her emotions running high. After a night of persuasion from her family, she believed that Song Zhelun would not truly abandon her. Yesterday's words were merely expressions of anger. As long as she played the coquette, he would continue to pursue her like a devoted admirer. At present, she stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes wide with indignation, vociferously exclaiming, "How dare you not recognize me? I am the wife of your general manager, a regular visitor here. Quickly allow me to see him. Beware, or I shall ensure your dismissal." In the face of Li Jing's brazen demeanor, the front desk staff, though harboring a sense of dissatisfaction, maintained their professional decorum and responded politely. "I sincerely apologize, Ms. Li. Our general manager has explicitly instructed that no one may pass without his permission." Li Jing retorted, "Oh, you lowly creatures who cannot see beyond your noses. How dare you obstruct me? Do you believe I will have my husband fire you?" At this moment, Li Jing resembled a formidable machine gun. Once unleashed, her tirade could not be halted. An incessant stream of vitriol erupted from her lips, echoing throughout the hall with her piercing voice. "All right, come with me." Song Zhelun gestured helplessly. Li Jing immediately adhered to him like a stubborn plaster. "Darling, you're here. You haven't tea had breakfast yet. I made it myself." Such a stark contrast between her public and private personas. Allowing her to berate others in the lobby would only diminish the stature of the entire Song Corporation. Without uttering a word, Song Zhelun and Xingxing escorted her directly to the general manager's office. With an air of superiority, she pushed open the manager's door as if returning home. Plopping down on the sofa, with a self-satisfied tone, she remarked, Zhelun, you are wise to recognize me. Earlier, I graciously gave you face. Let us consider yesterday's incident as though it never occurred, and we shall both take a step back. Xing could not help but retort, oh, you truly hold yourself in high regard. By what right? By your inflated ego or your escapades with other men? Li Jing's temper flared instantly. Xing, mind your language. I am your sister-in-law. Xing boldly countered. Former sister-in-law. Do you truly believe you still hold that title? Li Jing then turned to Zhelun, feigning innocence. Darling, look at how he treats me. I have already forgiven you, yet he still behaves this way. Zhelun, with an impassive expression, replied, forgive you for what? I see no fault in my actions, thus I require no forgiveness. Li Jing bit her lip, conceding, very well, if you believe you are blameless, let bygones be bygones. Let us live harmoniously moving forward, shall we? Dear husband? Yet Zhelun remained unmoved. Have you brought the 800,000? Li Jing's eyes widened. I know you do not truly desire money. You merely wish to see me submit. I will concede, and we can move past this, all right? Zhelun coldly remarked. Your submission comes at a steep price. 800,000. I have already lowered myself. What more do you desire? Li Jing stood in anger. What more do you want? Zhelun replied coolly. Return the 800,000 and the car. Let bridges be bridges and roads be roads. Pursue whatever affairs you wish. Suddenly, a hint of allure crept into Li Jing's demeanor. I knew it. You were just jealous, sulking over this for so long. I merely met a friend before our marriage. We have known each other for years. If there were anything amiss, it would have happened long ago, and it has nothing to do with you. Zhelun fixed his gaze on Li Jing, quickly inquiring, is the Porsche he drives in good condition? Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. However, upon uttering her thoughts, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and she quickly corrected herself, saying, he mentioned wanting to go on a blind date. I merely lent him my car for a few days. A disdainful expression appeared on Zhelun's face, his lips curling slightly in a hint of mockery. Staying with him, driving him around, he must still have that 800,000 in his possession. Li Jing's complexion darkened considerably, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her lips lost their color. Stammering, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, her body beginning to tremble slightly. Zhelun shook his head in disappointment, stating, Li Jing, I can tolerate your temper, but you cannot insult my intelligence. I didn't. Li Jing's voice rose in pitch, her finger pointing accusingly at Zhelun, her anger rendering her speechless. He calmly replied, if you wish to start anew, it is not out of the question. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Li Jing's eyes as she eagerly inquired, really? Zhelun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but you must grant me a semblance of security. Li Jing promptly agreed. All right, I can first obtain a marriage certificate with you. Zhelun responded. Your actions would lead me to feel that you are only with me for the money, which leaves me feeling rather insecure. Therefore, you must return the money and the car to me first. Only then can we begin anew with a clean slate. Li Jing retorted, this narrative seems a bit skewed. How can you demand repayment for money that has come into my possession? Yet, she pondered the futility of refusing him, realizing she would need to extract more from him in the future. It felt as though she was losing her grip on him. Perhaps it was best to endure for the time being. Fine, I will return the money and the car to you. But this merely demonstrates my sincerity. Not that I am with you solely for financial gain. Zhelun smiled. That is satisfactory. Once you return my belongings, we can start afresh. Although Li Jing felt a twinge of reluctance, she acquiesced, believing that as long as she could keep Zhelun stable, there would be future opportunities for greater gain. Unbeknownst to her, Zhelun had already discerned her intentions. He vowed never to be exploited by her again and to ensure that they both plummeted into the depths of despair. In the meantime, Xing stifled a laugh, thinking that her cousin had turned rather wicked this time. The door swung open once more. General Manager, Miss Li is here to see you, the secretary announced as she ushered Li Mi into the room. Li Jing glared at Li Mi's in trance, her pent-up frustration suddenly finding an outlet. What brings you here? I haven't even addressed yesterday's incident. And yet you dare to show your face today, you shameless one, certainly looking to seduce your brother-in-law. Limisfache hrushit crimson, kausin. Please don't misunderstand. I merely came to deliver some clothing. Misunderstand? How could I not notice your talent for deception? It's clear you're nothing more than a scheming green tea BTCH. Let me make this crystal clear. Song Zhelun is my husband, now and forever. If you wish to entice him, you must first seek my permission. Do take a look in the mirror. Just what makes you think he would be interested in you? You'd be a burden to embrace. Li Mi, overwhelmed by the verbal assault, turned from red to pale, ashen like the dead. Song Zhelun stood like a statue, his gaze seemingly magnetically drawn to Li Mi the moment she entered the room, completely oblivious to anything Li Jing was saying. Noticing his silence, Li Jing grew increasingly arrogant. Taunting, what's wrong? Cat got your tongue? A couple of shameless scoundrels. Unable to bear it any longer, Song Xingxing interjected. Mind your language. She's my sister-in-law. Everyone saw it yesterday. Li Jing shot a fierce glare at Song Xingxing, retorting, who do you think you are? This isn't your place to speak. Yet, Song Zhelun appeared unaffected by their bickering, stepping forward to Li Mi and gently inquiring, did you come specifically to find me? Li Mi nodded, handing him her coat, eager to escape this tumultuous scene. However, Song Zhelun grasped her hand firmly, whispering in her ear, wait a moment. Let me deal with this shrew, and I'll take you out for a stroll. Li Mi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of his words. Shrew? Deal with? Was he referring to his cousin? What was true, and what was mere illusion? Chapter 16. The poisonous scheme. Li Jing stood silently, her eyes fixated on the two before her. It felt as if she were glowing, akin to a human light bulb. The atmosphere between them was distinctly odd. Had they truly only met once? It seemed improbable that a mere pretense of being a couple could lead to such familiarity. Song Zhelun must be doing this intentionally, seeking to provoke jealousy in me. I refuse to fall for it. I must feign magnanimity. Song Zhelun asked, do you have any further business? Li Jing took a deep breath. What about my parents' job arrangements? ISNT it. However, before she could finish, Song Zhelun interrupted. Once you repay all your debts, their jobs will naturally be reinstated. Hearing this, Li Jing resignedly nodded in agreement. Fine, then I'll. But Song Zhelun quickly added, Xingxing, please see her off. Reluctantly, Li Jing shuffled her feet and slowly turned to leave. As she departed, the surrounding air seemed to refresh, becoming particularly pleasant. Finally, that vexing figure vanished at the staircase. In that moment, Song Zhelun exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking, she has finally gone. Now I can enjoy some peace with my little fairy. A blissful smile spread across his face, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of spending quality time with the one he cherished. Meanwhile, having reached the ground floor, Li Jing's anger only intensified. Frowning deeply, she pondered, what on earth is going on with Song Zhelun? It seems like he wants me to leave in haste. Is all of this just an act? No, I must go back and clarify things. Just as she prepared to ascend the stairs again, her phone rang with a bright, melodic tone. Stopping in her tracks, she pulled the phone from her bag, and her previously stormy expression transformed into a radiant smile upon seeing the contact name illuminating the screen, the very person she had been yearning for. She eagerly pressed the answer button and sweetly said, hello, darling, I'm at Song Tiango's place. Oh, then I shall come over to find you right away. So just wait for me. Meanwhile, Song Xingxing, who stood not far away, cast a disdainful glance at Li Jing's retreating figure. Before the tightly closed door of the hotel room, Li Jing resembled a vigilant fawn, cautiously observing her surroundings. After confirming that no one was around, she gently raised her hand and lightly tapped on the door with her fingertip. The moment she knocked, a powerful hand suddenly reached through the crack of the door, swiftly seizing her wrist and yanking her inside. She felt her body lose balance, involuntarily stumbling forward, and in an instant, she was pulled into the room. The door slammed shut behind her with a dull thud. Before she could steady herself, a tall, robust figure lunged at her like a hungry tiger. Without uttering a word, he enveloped Li Jing tightly in his embrace, as if he intended to merge her into his very being. Subsequently, his fervent lips unhesitatingly descended upon her delicate ones, initiating a fervent kiss. At first, Li Jing's eyes widened in astonishment, but soon that familiar sensation surged within her, prompting her to emit a soft moan. Her once rigid hands gradually relaxed, as if drawn by an enchanting force, slowly wrapping around the man's broad back. The distance between them diminished, their body temperatures melding together, causing the air around them to grow increasingly heated. After an intense, passionate entanglement, Li Jing curled up like a docile kitten, quietly resting upon the man's wide and sturdy chest. Her lovely face now bore a charming blush, reminiscent of a ripe apple, exuding an allure that hinted at the satisfaction and languor following their fervent encounter. Lu Pengfei gently stroked Li Jing's silky hair and softly inquired, "Darling, have you dealt with that song, Tingo?" Li Jing lifted her head, gazing at Lu Pengfei with a somewhat dazed expression, and slowly replied, "Not yet. But I can't shake the feeling that something is off about him." Lu Pengfei furrowed his brow and pressed further. "What do you mean? Isn't he usually compliant with your every wish?" Li Jing bit her lip and thoughtfully responded, "Yes, in the past, when I frowned, he would immediately apologize. But this time, he actually dared to set conditions, saying that he would reconcile, but only if I returned the previous 800,000 in that car." Lu Pengfei couldn't help but scoff. His family is the richest in Sioux City. Does he really care about such a trifling sum? Li Jing shook her head helplessly, sighing, "I am baffled too. He used to gift me without a second thought. Could it be that this time the blow has been too great for him, leading him to doubt me?" At this point, Li Jing playfully thumped Lu Pengfei's chest, feigning anger as she complained, "It's all your fault for insisting that I come to see you before my wedding and making me wear a wedding dress to meet you. You naughty rascal. You're simply a pervert." Lu Pengfei chuckled dismissively, pinning Li Jing beneath him, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he said, "Ha! Who could resist loving you so deeply? I simply wish to possess you entirely on the eve of your becoming another's bride, ensuring that that infatuated admirer, Song, will forever be left with only the remnants of my beloved." Li Jing pouted playfully, indignantly retorting, "You insufferable rogue. How could you regard me in such a light? Speaking of being leftovers, it infuriates me." With a slight smirk, Lu Pengfei replied, "Oh dear, but aren't you just a little temptress?" Li Jing furrowed her brow. Concern etched across her features as she inquired, "What should we do now? Should we return the money to him?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Pengfei analyzed seriously. The Song family is the wealthiest in Sioux City, possessing assets worth hundreds of billions. 800,000 is but a mere drop in the ocean. Li Jing bit her lip. "Even the tiniest mosquito is still meat. My parents would not take it lightly." Lu Pengfei quickly soothed her. "You can't catch a wolf without losing a child. If you want to keep your beloved, sacrifices must be made." Li Jing shot him an exasperated glance, chiding, "You make it sound so easy. You may be willing, but have you considered my feelings? I'm the one who has to face him every day." Lu Pengfei promptly wrapped his arms around her shoulders, gently reassuring her, "Darling, how could I ever bear to see you wronged? Thus, we must devise a plan. If I can secure a position as his assistant, I can arrange for frequent business trips, leaving only us to enjoy our time together in that vast house." Li Jing retorted with a frown, "You have quite the imagination. To seize his company and bed his wife. Do you also expect him to raise your children?" Yet Lu Pengfei remained unfazed, a sly smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Having my children would be a privilege for him. He is unworthy of you. Your children must be mine." His words were laced with a disdainful chuckle. Li Jing interjected, "His parents are no pushovers. The old man has always had a disdain for me." Lu Pengfei assured, "Once you are with child, they will naturally fall under our control. We can orchestrate an accident. Once we seize the Song family's power, that infatuated Song Zhelun will no longer hold any value." Li Jing's heart raced, her eyes widening in shock and fear as she stared at Lu Pengfei. "What do you intend to do? Murder is a crime." Lu Pengfei chuckled darkly, a chilling undertone to his laughter. "A crime? Huh. Once we possess unimaginable wealth, who would dare challenge us? Besides, if we execute our plan flawlessly, who would ever trace it back to us?" Li Jing trembled, never having imagined Lu Pengfei could be so ruthless. "No, we cannot do this. We would face dire consequences." Seeing her distress, Lu Pengfei grasped her hand tightly. Li Jing, do not be afraid. If we adhere to our strategy, success is assured. Once we claim everything, we can escape and live the life we desire. Li Jing's heart was engulfed in turmoil. She had long been infatuated with this man, obedient to his every whim. Yet the notion of taking a life was unfathomable. However, in matters of love, women often lose their reason. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Chapter 17. The gown on what grounds? I absolutely refuse to repay this sum. As anticipated, before Li Jing could finish her statement, her family unanimously and resolutely dismissed her. The money he willingly gave you. Why must you return it? Her father interrogated bluntly. Her mother shouted vehemently, want money? Then why not just stab me to death? Once people reach a certain age, they become obstinate, unwilling to heed reason. Retrieving money that has already found its way into their pockets is an almost insurmountable challenge. Taking a deep breath, Li Jing endeavored to maintain her composure. Mother, consider this carefully. Is 800,000 more significant, or is several hundred billion? At last, her mother paused her incessant tirade, perplexed. What's several hundred billion? Li Jing quickly elucidated. Mother, if I can reconcile with Song Zhelun, then his vast fortune, amounting to several hundred billion, would eventually belong to me. Her mother frowned, regarding her daughter with skepticism. He made himself abundantly clear yesterday. How can you expect to mend things? Li Jing, with unwavering determination, nodded affirmatively. He assured me yesterday. His jealousy stemmed from my meeting with another man. It was merely a tactic to make me yield. Li Jing's aunt interjected. You cannot rely solely on words. What if he deceives you? You would lose that 800,000. Li Jing gazed steadfastly at her family. I have contemplated this thoroughly. Recollecting her plan with Lu Pengfei from the previous day, she mentally calculated every step. First, I will return the money and the car to him, demonstrating my sincerity. After all, they will eventually revert to me. Next, I will seize an opportunity to administer a drug, ensuring I conceive his child. Wealthy families like theirs place immense value on heirs. Once I am a child, how could I not have him under my control? At that point, the two elderly patriarchs of the Song family will surely urge him to take me as his wife. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, her family exchanged glances. Their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone uncertain of what to say next. After a lengthy pause, her father finally shattered the suffocating quiet. His voice filled with concern. Xiao Jing, this matter is of great consequence. You must think it through carefully. Do not let it culminate in disaster. Yet, Li Jing appeared resolutely confident, a calm smile gracing her lips. Father, rest assured. Song Zhelun has guaranteed that if I return the money, not only will we reconcile, but your jobs will also be secure. As the saying goes, when a situation does not directly affect one's own interests, people often adopt a pious facade, uttering words that are devoid of genuine empathy, standing unscathed while others bear the burden. However, upon hearing that this matter pertained to the livelihood of the entire family, silence enveloped the room as everyone ceased to voice any dissent. Ultimately, the plan received a rare and unanimous approval. That evening, Li Jing contacted Song Zhelun and arranged to meet him at a restaurant. She intended to return the 800,000 and the car, while executing her own scheme. Yet, to her dismay, the next day, it was not Song Zhelun who arrived, but rather Song Xingxing. Li Jing, taken aback, inquired, Where's your brother? Why are you here? Song Xingxing responded with an air of calm. My brother is on a sudden business trip. He has already arrived in Hangzhou. He instructed me to come collect the items. So were they? Li Jing hastily shook her head, insisting, No, I must hand them over to your brother personally. Song Xingxing frowned, expressing impatience. Well, if you're not in a hurry to give it, then you can wait. However, my brother will be in Hangzhou for several months. Upon hearing the duration of several months, Li Jing's heart sank. This simply would not do. Her family was eagerly anticipating a swift return to work. It is worth noting that employment at the Song Group not only offered a comfortable work environment, but also generous compensation. Most of Li Jing's family members had secured their positions there through her connections. A delay of several months would undoubtedly lead to her relatives and friends incessantly troubling her at home. Li Jing pressed on. Did your brother mention anything else? Song Xingxing seemed to suddenly recall something significant. Oh, right. My brother asked me to convey a message to you. He said that as long as you are willing to hand over the items to me, he will immediately call the HR department to reinstate the previously dismissed employees. Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he really say that? Song Xingxing crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Li Jing, and replied curtly, yes. So will you give it or not? Don't waste my time. There are a plethora of matters awaiting my attention at the company. With that, he made to turn and leave. Grinding her teeth, Li Jing silently cursed Song Zhelun. Why do you have to go on a business trip now? The timing was simply too coincidental. Yet, she forced a smile and handed the items to Song Xingxing, saying, here is the 800,000 and the car keys. Please pass them on to him. Without so much as a glance at Li Jing, Song Xingxing took the items and departed. As Li Jing watched his retreating figure, she felt an unsettling sense that events were spiraling beyond her control. Peng Fei, I returned the money, yet he was away on a trip and I couldn't TC him. What was going on? The money was taken by his cousin. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Trust in your allure. That infatuated admirer could never simply let you go. That may be true, but I still feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. In that case, come to the hotel. I will wait for you here and offer you some comfort. You rogue, she exclaimed, although she protested verbally. Her body betrayed her as she hailed a cab to the location. At this moment, Song Zhelun was exceedingly busy, confronted with a monumental task, accompanying Li Mi to purchase a wedding dress. Following the wedding, Song's father decided to host a banquet under the guise of the wedding celebration. Engage more with the various esteemed families of Hangzhou. The future belongs to the youth. As the current daughter-in-law of the Song family, Li Mi was, of course, invited once again. On one hand, she had been worn down by Song Zhelun's unruly demeanor. On the other, she genuinely wished to accompany him. Song Zhelun took her to a high-end couture shop. Before she could utter a word, for attendants whisked her away to try on dresses. After trying on a dozen gowns, Song Zhelun remained dissatisfied. He shook his head and exclaimed, "Is this it? I am thoroughly disappointed." The store manager hurried over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Please remain patient. There is in fact one more gown, but..." The manager hesitated, his expression revealing his discomfort. Song Zhelun's sharp gaze fixed on him. "But what? Do you not recognize me?" The manager replied, No. How could I not know Mr. Song? It's just that this gown." Before he could finish, Song Zhelun interrupted. "Enough with the chatter. Let my wife try it on first." With that, the manager hurriedly retreated to fetch the dress. A moment later, when Li Mi emerged from the fitting room in the final gown, the entire boutique fell into a hushed silence. Everyone instinctively held their breath. She wore an ice blue off-shoulder gown, its hem cascading like ocean waves, gently swaying with her every step, shimmering with a brilliance akin to the Milky Way. A delicate crystal belt adorned her slender waist, accentuating her graceful figure. The gown's length and fit were impeccably tailored to her height and form, as if it had been custom-made for her. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and all present were captivated by the enchanting beauty before them. Song Zhelun's eyes sparkled with astonishment upon seeing Li Mi, his admiration evident. A faint blush crept onto Li Mi's cheeks as she gazed at her reflection, her heart brimming with joy. "Is it beautiful?" The manager approached with a smile, praising, "This gown is simply a perfect match, Mrs. Song looks as if she has descended from the heavens. Let us choose this one," Song Zhelun declared without hesitation. The manager began, "Mr. Song, this gown actually is..." A thunderous voice interrupted. "Song Zhelun, what are you doing here?" The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Li Jing glared at the two with fury, her anger threatening to erupt. Today was meant to be a leisurely outing with Lu Pengfei, indulging her penchant for shopping. Yet, who could have anticipated such an unfortunate encounter with the pair trying on dresses? Everything was resolved, so I returned early, Song Zhelun replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Li Jing's wrath. Li Jing fixated intently on the exquisite gown, abruptly turning to the store manager and demanding, "This is clearly the dress I ordered. By what right does she wear it?" Her focus remained steadfastly on the gown, rather than on Song Zhelun's business trip. The woman's thought process was indeed perplexing. The store manager, caught in a difficult position, glanced at Song Zhelun, unsure how to navigate this delicate situation. Calmly, Song Zhelun responded, "I instructed her to wear it. I paid for your dress, and I can choose who wears it." Upon hearing this, Li Jing trembled with rage, furiously questioning, "Song Zhelun, what are you trying to accomplish? Haven't I already returned all the money to you?" In the face of Li Jing's accusations, Song Zhelun offered Li Mi a reassuring smile. "Oh, please don't misunderstand. Tomorrow evening, our song group will host a banquet intended to express gratitude to the esteemed guests who supported us on the wedding day. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for me to bring her to try on the dress." Li Jing gazed at Song Zhelun in disbelief. "Why can't I accompany you?" Song Zhelun furrowed his brow, replying, "On the day of the wedding, everyone will see her as the bride standing beside me. If I allow you to appear with me now, wouldn't that deliberately create gossip and tarnish the reputation of the song group? How can you be so inconsiderate? What matters more to you, your status, or the dignity and reputation of the song group?" Song Zhelun had never spoken so harshly to her. Each word struck her heart like a hammer. Her lips trembled, but she could not utter a single word. After a moment of silence, Li Jing regained her composure and choked out, "But you promised me we would start anew." Song Zhelun sighed softly, his tones slightly softening. "Of course I remember. Your family has likely received the call. They can return to work. Tomorrow night is pivotal for our company's future, and your cousin has sacrificed so much for you. Can't you learn from her and not create more chaos?" Li Mi sought to ease the tension, speaking gently, "Cousin, I only agreed to go because I was seen by so many last time. I won't do it again." Song Zhelun's lips curled into a slight smile. "See how understanding your sister is? The most important quality for the future Mrs. Song is composure." Li Jing glared at Li Mi, her eyes aflame with anger and resentment. Her lips quivered as she struggled to articulate a response, yet she found herself at a loss for words. In her past life, Li Jing had wielded such phrases to manipulate him, urging him to be more understanding, tolerant, and magnanimous, striving to belittle and control him. The satisfaction of turning the tables was undeniable. Just then, another figure entered the store, Lu Pengfei. Tall and clad in a finely tailored suit, he strode confidently into the boutique. He was likely still a junior manager at Confronting Technology. In her previous life, due to his investments, Lu Pengfei enjoyed a fleeting moment of prominence within the company. However, the company did not develop properly, and he withdrew immediately after securing the investment, ultimately causing the entire project to go awry. Through the persuasion of Li Jing, he appointed her as his assistant, not realizing that he had unwittingly invited a wolf into his den. "Mr. Song, what a coincidence," came the deep, magnetic voice of Lu Pengfei. Song Zhelun gazed at Lu Pengfei, the images of their previous life resurfacing vividly in his mind. His fist clenched involuntarily, a surge of intense hatred swelling within him, wishing he could strangle him on the spot. Yet, he had to suppress his fury, forcing a stiff smile onto his face as he replied, "Mr. Lu, what a surprise to encounter you here." Lu Pengfei chuckled. "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. This is..." His gaze shifted to Li Jing and Li Mi, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Song Zhelun hastily introduced, "This is my wife, Li Mi, and this is her cousin, Li Jing." Li Jing felt Lu Pengfei's scrutiny upon her, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, but it quickly transformed as he adjusted his demeanor. "Oh, so this is Mrs. Song. I have long heard of the romantic wedding between you and Mr. Song. Indeed, you are a beautiful couple, perfectly matched, and your cousin is undeniably a charming beauty as well. Mr. Lu, you flatter us. What brings Mr. Song here today?" "Tomorrow evening, the Song group is hosting a gala, and we are here to select a dress for my wife." "A gala hosted by the Song group must be extraordinary. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to receive an invitation." "Of course. Mr. Lu's presence would be an immense honor for our song group." Lu Pengfei turned his gaze towards Li Jing, a slight smile playing on his lips as he said playfully, "I wonder if this lovely lady would care to be my partner for the evening?" Li Jing was taken aback by the sudden invitation. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Song Zhelun, then back at Lu Pengfei, momentarily at a loss for words. Song Zhelun urged, "Mr. Lu is speaking to you." Lu Pengfei, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his head and quickly added, "Ah, I apologize for my abruptness." After a moment's hesitation, Li Jing gently nodded and replied, "All right, I suppose." Yet, internally, she was in turmoil, wondering if he truly knew that she had been with Lu Pengfei that night. He seemed oblivious, and his enigmatic nature was increasingly perplexing. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was losing her grasp on him. Suddenly, a new concern crossed her mind, and she hesitated before speaking, "But my dress." Li Mi, noticing her distress, hurriedly intended to offer her dress to Li Jing. But before she could voice it, Song Zhelun swiftly intervened. With a smile, he addressed Lu Pengfei. "I am certain Mr. Lu would not be stingy with a dress." Lu Pengfei laughed heartily, waving his hand generously as he responded, "Of course. Miss Li, choose any dress you desire. I shall cover the expenses." Li Jing nodded slightly in agreement, silently reflecting. "Li Mi, do you really think you can compete with me? At this gathering, I will ensure that you are thoroughly trampled into the mud, allowing everyone to witness who truly deserves to be his wife. Even if I do not love him, he shall remain nothing more than my devoted admirer." Li Mi bore the weight of her cousin's malicious gaze, her throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her speechless. Beside her, Song Zhelun gently grasped her slightly trembling hand, a warm and resolute strength instantly coursing through her, like a beam of light in the darkness. It bestowed upon her boundless courage and solace. With a smile, Song Zhelun addressed Lu. "I won't interrupt your dress selection any further. We shall meet at the gathering." Without allowing his counterpart a moment to respond, he firmly took Li Mi's hand and turned to leave, his movements swift and decisive. Thus Li Mi, akin to a docile lamb, was led by Song Zhelun through the bustling crowd. Her heart raced like a startled deer, as waves of anxious emotions unfurled within her. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, she timidly inquired, "Am I causing you trouble?" Her voice was as soft as a feather falling to the ground. Song Zhelun turned his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "Trouble? What sort of trouble could there be? Li Mi betrayal." Hesitating for a moment before continuing, "It's just my cousin. Might she misunderstand our relationship?" "Oh, misunderstanding? What could she possibly misconstrue?" Song Zhelun inquired with keen interest. Li Mi's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, stammering her response. "Misunderstanding our relationship? What exactly is our relationship?" Song Zhelun leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. On that, Li Mi felt her cheeks grow even warmer, as if she were a ripened apple. She raised her head to meet Song Zhelun's teasing gaze, realizing she had been playfully led on. You're so irritating," she pouted, stamping her foot and turning away from him. However, her flustered heart could not find tranquility. Chapter 19. The Gathering in the Blink of an Eye. The day of the gathering arrived. As night fell and the city was adorned with dazzling lights, it appeared like a dream. At this moment, Li Jing was meticulously preparing herself, donning a gown once gifted to her by Song Zhelun. This dress, crafted from the finest silk, was adorned with countless shimmering diamonds, each sparkling like the brightest star in the night sky. As she and Lu Pengfei gracefully entered the banquet hall, all eyes were instantly drawn to her. She resembled a princess emerging from a fairy tale, enchanting and radiant. In the face of the awestruck gazes from the crowd, Li Jing maintained her elegant smile. The attendant at the entrance, beaming with politeness, addressed the pair, "Sir, madam, may I please see your invitation card?" Lu Pengfei looked at the attendant in confusion. "Invitation card? Song Zhelun did not provide me one. He personally invited me to this event." The waiter maintained a professional smile, yet his tone was resolute. "Sir, under these circumstances, may I kindly request that you wait here briefly while I seek clarification?" Beside him, Li Jing could no longer contain herself. Her brow furrowed in discontent as she exclaimed, "What do you mean? It was clearly Song Zhelun who personally invited us here." However, before she could finish her statement, the attention of the surrounding crowd abruptly shifted toward the entrance of the hotel. There, Song Zhelun, impeccably dressed, gracefully entered the lobby, hand in hand with Li Mi. Today, Li Mi donned the exquisite ice blue off-shoulder gown from the previous day, its meticulous tailoring accentuating her enchanting figure. The gown sparkled with shimmering sequins, reflecting the opulent lights of the hotel, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful and utterly captivating. Song Zhelun was clad in a bespoke, high-fashion suit, its fine cut and delicate fabric perfectly complementing his tall and graceful physique, showcasing his elegant and noble demeanor to perfection. His strikingly handsome features bore the depth and three-dimensional quality of a sculpture. With his prominent brows and bright eyes, straight nose, and slightly upturned lips, he radiated a gentle smile. His remarkable presence instantly captured the attention of everyone present, drawing envious gazes from the crowd, accompanied by a chorus of admiration and whispers. Who is that? How could they be standing next to Mr. Song? Don't you know? That is Mr. Song's new bride. So she is Mr. Song's wife. Truly stunning. They're such a perfect match. Indeed, I absolutely adore this couple. I must thoroughly indulge in this. The waiter approached promptly, respectfully addressing Song Zhelun. Mr. Song, there are 2 guests who did not bring invitation cards, but they have stated. Before the waiter could finish, Song Zhelun graciously waved his hand, interrupting, "It's all right. Let them in." Subsequently, the 4 of them entered the lavishly decorated banquet hall together. However, as soon as they stepped inside, the disparity in status became immediately evident. Liu Pengfei and Li Jing trailed nervously behind Song Zhelun and Li Mi, their faces feigning calmness, yet their eyes betrayed a flicker of resentment. Li Jing whispered to Liu Pengfei, "He seems to completely disregard my presence, not even glancing my way." Liu Pengfei replied, "He is doing it intentionally. It's a tactic to suppress you. You must remain composed and not capitulate." The host, with a warm smile, began her speech in a melodious and engaging tone. She expressed her heartfelt welcome to each guest in attendance, her words imbued with joy. As her speech concluded, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the banquet hall, marking the official commencement of the soiree. Delightful and elegant music flowed like a gentle spring, permeating the air. It seemed as if the enchanting melody beckoned the guests, prompting them to engage in lively conversation. They gathered in groups, sharing laughter and exchanging stories, reveling in each other's experiences. Exquisite delicacies and fragrant wines continuously graced the tables before the guests, inviting them to indulge at their leisure. Liu Pengfei and Li Jing stood in a corner, witnessing the vibrant scene unfolding around them. After exchanging a knowing glance, they seamlessly blended into the bustling crowd, quietly strategizing on how to seize the perfect opportunity to approach Song Zhelun. Song Zhelun's gaze was fixed intently on the throng before him, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions, akin to a jar of mixed flavors spilled open. In his previous life, during the crisis that beset the Song group, some individuals hastily declared their positions, distancing themselves from him, while others sought to take advantage of his downfall for their own gain. Yet, those who steadfastly stood by his side, though well-meaning, lacked the power to effect change. When one is successful, the company is filled with well-wishers. It is only in times of adversity that the true nature of those around becomes apparent. He felt a profound obligation to repay those who had aided him in his past life. At that moment, a familiar figure entered his line of sight, Zhang Hua. In his previous life, when Zhang Hua sought investment, Song Zhelun had extended 5 million out of friendship. When the Song group faced its turmoil, Zhang Hua unwaveringly offered his support, even risking his entire company. Sadly, this had culminated in a tragic outcome for him. In this life, Song Zhelun was determined to ensure a more favorable resolution for Zhang Hua. "Song Zong, it has been quite a while," Zhang Hua exclaimed with a warm smile. Song Zhelun grasped Zhang Hua's hand firmly, responding with heartfelt sentiment. "Indeed, it has been far too long." Zhang Hua then turned his gaze to Li Mi, exclaiming, "Is this Mrs. Song? Truly, she is as beautiful as a celestial being." Li Mi's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and she nodded gently in acknowledgement. Zhang Hua continued, "Song Zong, regarding the project I mentioned last time, what do you think?" Without hesitation, Song Zhelun interjected, "How much investment do you require?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hua stated a figure. "The first round requires 10 million. I can offer 40 of the shares." Once again, Song Zhelun interrupted him, resolutely declaring, "I will provide 15 million for 35 of the shares, and I shall not partake in the management." Zhang Hua's mouth fell agape in astonishment, as if struck by a fortuitous stroke of luck. He gazed at Song Zhelun in disbelief. Why had he been so generous this time? When he had previously expressed skepticism about the project, was there some hidden significance he had yet to uncover? With uncertainty, Zhang Hua inquired, "Song Zong, are you serious?" Song Zhelun smiled faintly, turning to Li Mi and playfully asking, "Madam, do you think I am serious?" Li Mi smiled and nodded, sensing that there was an underlying implication in his words, but she could not discern his true intent, suspecting he was teasing her. With a smile, she replied, "You may decide." Zhang Hua quickly interjected, "The bond between you two is truly remarkable. Song Zong, I shall take your words to heart." Song Zhelun nodded slightly. "Remember to bring the contract to the Song group tomorrow and seek out Song Xingxing. After the legal department reviews it, if all is in order, it will be mailed to you." Zhang Hua hurriedly nodded vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Song, I will exert my utmost efforts and will never betray your trust. With this 15 million, the company can expand its horizons without restraint. This sum is truly a windfall." Suddenly, Lu Pengfei, who had been silently standing to the side, stepped forward with a beaming smile, flattering, "Oh, Mr. Song, you are indeed generous. 15 million, and you part with it so easily." Song Zhelun chuckled lightly, dismissively waving his hand. "Hee, I am a businessman. Every investment is made with the expectation of returns. What is this? Does Mr. Lu have an excellent project to recommend?" Upon hearing this, Lu Pengfei became animated, excitedly exclaiming, "Haha, Mr. Song, you truly have an eye for talent. To be honest, I do have a plan regarding shared vehicles. I wonder if you would be interested?" Song Zhelun cast a glance at Li Mi, signaling her to step aside. She obediently moved to the side, distractedly sampling the cake on the buffet table. Li Jing approached Li Mi with a disdainful expression, sneering, "Humph, you seem quite pleased to be by his side. Don't forget your place. You are merely my substitute." Li Mi timidly replied, "Cousin, I truly did not intend to impersonate you. The situation was urgent, and you were absent." Li Jing interrupted her, coldly laughing, "Spare me your pity. Are you not aware of your own status? How dare you criticize me? Let me make it clear. Song Zhelun is mine, and no one can take him from me." Li Mi bit her lip, summoning her courage to say, "Cousin, Asia is genuinely a wonderful person. You should treat him better." Li Jing's gaze instantly turned fierce, her voice dripping with malice. "What are you, to dare call him Asia?" Li Mi wished to explain further, but was interrupted by Li Jing's furious shout, "Silence." Following that, a crisp and resounding slap echoed through the air, striking Li Mi's face. Chapter 20. Unrestrained, the sharp sound of the slap resonated through the bustling gathering, akin to a thunderclap, shattering the previously vibrant atmosphere. The crowd's attention was magnetically drawn towards the scene. Li Mi covered her face, tears brimming in her eyes, the crystalline droplets shimmering under the lights like shattered pearls. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her lips quivering faintly, as if struggling to utter words. Yet no sound emerged. "You wretched girl, do not presume you can replace me as Mrs. Song. You are nothing." Li Jing's expression was twisted with rage and jealousy, starkly contrasting her meticulously crafted appearance. Her eyes were filled with fury, and the contorted expression sent shivers down one's spine. Her fingers were clenched into fists, as if she were striving to restrain her emotions. Song Zhelun swiftly navigated through the crowd with agility and decisiveness, drawing Li Mi into his embrace as if safeguarding a precious treasure. Li Mi trembled slightly, leaning against Song Zhelun, basking in his warmth and comfort. "What is happening?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. "Two Mrs. Songs?" another questioned in confusion. The voice of a woman pierced through the air, laced with a hint of disdain. "Of course. The one who will bear the brunt of the consequences will undoubtedly be the mistress." Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, otherwise she wouldn't even dare to speak." Yet, these two do bear a striking resemblance. "It seems that Mr. Song has quite the taste," someone murmured softly. A man retorted, "That's impossible. I attended the wedding, and the bride was indeed Mr. Song's companion, not this one who is striking." Song Zheluan's expression darkened ominously, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Li Jing. His voice was low and frigid. Li Jing, do not mistake my silence for weakness. Li Jing's eyes widened, her face aflame with anger. Her voice trembling with barely contained fury. Song Zheluan, what do you mean by this? How long will you continue? Song Zheluan's demeanor shifted, his countenance clouded. As he furrowed his brow and replied in a harsh tone, what do you mean? How have I wronged you? Li Jing confronted him, her voice accusatory. Do you find amusement in humiliating me? Is it because I overslept and missed the wedding? Must you relentlessly belittle me? Her hands clenched into fists, her body quivering slightly. Song Zheluan countered, humiliate you? I am the one being humiliated. What do you consider my family? Am I merely a dog at your beck and call? You could spend the night with another man before our wedding, and that ISNT humiliation? His words hung in the air like a sword, piercing Li Jing's heart. She met his gaze, her voice subdued yet resolute. Do not presume that by finding someone else, you can coerce me. She is merely a substitute. I am, and will always be your Mrs. Song. A sardonic smile played on Song Zheluan's lips. Is that so? Li Jing's brows knitted together, confusion clouding her thoughts. What do you mean? Her voice rose sharply, nearly shattering the atmosphere. Slowly, Song Zheluan lifted a glass in his hand, contemplating it as he murmured, a glass is a glass only while I hold it. If I release it, it becomes nothing but shards. As he spoke, the glass slipped from his fingers, crashing to the floor in a cacophony of fragments. You are no different. When I cherished you, you thrived under my favor. But when I let you go, who do you think you are? Li Jing's complexion paled, her lips trembled, yet words eluded her. Anguish and fury swelled within her as she struggled to accept his words. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her voice. So, you are implying that she is now the Mrs. Song you have chosen? Pointing accusingly at Li Mi, her spittle flew forth as her finger nearly jabbed Li Mi's face. Let me make this clear. Do not think for a moment that he truly cares for you. It is merely because you resemble me, a means to provoke my ire. His heart will forever belong to me, and I alone will occupy his thoughts. The harsh words pierced through Li Mi's heart like a sharp blade. Biting her lip, tears brimmed in her eyes. She could empathize with Li Jing, yet at that moment, what could she do? Even now, she was acutely aware that Song Zheluan had already entered her heart, and she had been striving to restrain herself. She understood that she was merely a substitute. However, there were moments when she had become so enmeshed in this role that she could hardly extricate herself. Yet, Li Jing laid everything bare before others, and henceforth, she could no longer stand beside Song Zheluan in the same way. Song Zheluan's voice was icy, laced with a hint of anger. Are you finished? Li Jing's eyes brimmed with resentment and fury, her voice sharp and piercing. Not yet. Let me tell you, Song Zheluan, a substitute will always remain a substitute. If you apologize to me now, I might still forgive you. Otherwise, don't expect me to acknowledge you again. Song Zheluan retorted. Who says she is a substitute? My mother has given her the family heirloom bracelet. She is the true mistress of the Song family, without a doubt. Li Jing's complexion turned ashen in an instant, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the bracelet on Li Mi's wrist. Her lips quivered slightly as she murmured, What? Impossible. I am your wife. How could your mother give this to her? She stepped forward, attempting to snatch the bracelet from Li Mi's grasp. In a swift motion, Song Zheluan interposed himself, pushing Li Jing aside. Caught off guard, she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she forcefully held them back. Song Zheluan glared at Li Jing. Have you had enough of this? Do you believe this is a place where you can act as you please? Li Jing's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. You deceived me. You promised that as long as I returned the money in the car, we would start anew. Song Zheluan regarded Li Jing, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. Of course, I want to start anew with you. Dying at your hands in the past was insufficient. To be with you in this life would be madness. I had promised to reconsider our relationship. But do you think that after your commotion today, we have any possibility left? What do you think that leaves the dignity of a Song family? It was you who missed the wedding, not me. Before the partners of Song Corporation, I will say this once more. We are finished. Li Jing's body trembled violently. her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Song Zhelun. Impossible. You loved me for so many years. How could you simply cease to love me? Song Zhelun looked at Li Jing with cold detachment, as if she were a stranger. No, even less than a stranger. There was a glimmer of hatred in his gaze. It was a look she had never witnessed from him before. In that moment, she truly began to believe that Song Zhelun had indeed forsaken her. Li Jing's eyes instantly glistened with tears, the moisture swirling within them. How could this be? You said you would love me forever. Her voice quivered. What will I do if you no longer want me? What will you do? Is there even a need to ask? Isn't it Lu Pengfei who accompanied you today? Li Jing's face turned pale, her hands trembling involuntarily. I do not know him. This is our first meeting. Song Zhelun's gaze sharpened. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Do you truly not recognize each other? Tears finally streamed down Li Jing's cheeks, her voice catching in her throat. At that moment, Lu Pengfei stepped forward, his expression tinged with embarrassment and unease. He attempted to clarify, Mr. Song, you must be mistaken. We are merely ordinary friends. Li Jing hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, we're just friends. I hesitated to mention it for fear of misunderstanding. Song Zhelun's countenance darkened, his heart brimming with anguish and disappointment. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Li Jing, throughout these years, it has been I who stood by your side. Perhaps you are unaware that your ears flush red when you lie. You would do better to admit that you have never loved me. It will be easier for me to accept. Your deceit only serves to chill my heart. I confess that I have loved you for a decade, believing you to be my one and only. For you, I would sacrifice everything, even in the face of my parents' disapproval. I would sever ties with my family for your sake. Yet on the eve of our wedding, you rendezvoused with another man and stand here deceiving me with claims of unfamiliarity. From the moment you chose him, our bond was irrevocably severed. His tone, both tender and sorrowful, resonated like a lament from the depths of his soul, articulating all the unfulfilled desires of 2 lifetimes. Each word pierced like a sharp blade, striking the ears of those present. Upon hearing his words, the crowd regarded Li Jing and Lu Pengfei with scornful glances, their faces betraying fury and disdain. Instinctively distancing themselves from the pair, Lu Pengfei's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering as he attempted to explain, Mr. Song, you are truly mistaken. Li Jing genuinely loves you. She was only called that day due to unforeseen circumstances. Li Jing's tears flowed like a torrent, her voice laced with desperation and sorrow. Darling, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I truly love you. I cannot live without you. She clutched at Song Zhelun's garment, as if it were her last lifeline. Song Zhelun's eyes were filled with coldness and resolve as he forcefully wrenched his arm away from her grasp, his voice icy. Li Jing, it is truly over between us. You do not love me. For years, I have tried to deceive myself, but the truth has become undeniable. Do you truly not love me? Yet, as he prepares to depart today, why does my heart ache so? All along, Song Zhelun had been her devoted admirer, offering boundless affection. Had he, perhaps unwittingly, already entered her heart? His gaze burned with intensity, his voice resonating powerfully as if proclaiming to the world. The Song Group hereby formally declares that we will not engage in any collaboration with Lu Pengfei. Any enterprises associated with him shall sever all business ties. These words detonated like a bombshell in the air, effectively sealing Lu Pengfei's fate in Sioux City. Lu Pengfei's face drained of color, his lips trembled, yet he could not articulate a single coherent thought. Song Zhelun added, Mr. Lu, allow me to impart one last piece of wisdom. Wealth does indeed grant one the power to act with impunity. Chapter 21. A dire situation. Lu Pengfei stared blankly at Song Zhelun, disbelief etched across his face. What was happening? Why did the reality differ so drastically from his expectations? He had always regarded Song Zhelun as merely a sycophant to Li Jing, convinced that controlling Li Jing would grant him dominion over Song Zhelun. Yet now, Song Zhelun exhibited an unexpected coldness. Was it not a mere ploy of feigned indifference? Had Song Zhelun genuinely lost interest in Li Jing? Had everything begun to unravel since the day of their wedding? Why had he felt the need to cause turmoil before the marriage? Regret surged like a tidal wave, drowning Lu Pengfei's thoughts in an instant. That singular erroneous decision had obliterated his meticulously crafted schemes. At this moment, notions of face and dignity were cast aside. Lu Pengfei could no longer concern himself with anything else. He dropped to his knees before Song Zhelun, pleading openly. "Mr. Song, I implore you, show mercy and spare me this time. It was all her doing. She seduced me." He pointed a trembling finger at Li Jing, who stood nearby, seemingly frozen in shock. Wide-eyed, Li Jing gazed at the man she once adored. The shock and disappointment struck her like a hammer to the chest. More painful than the rejection she had just endured from Song Zhelun. How could this man so ruthlessly shift all blame onto her, absolving himself completely? She had forsaken the admirable Song Zhelun for such a man. How she regretted her choices. "Lu Pengfei, how dare you accuse me of seducing you?" Li Jing raturta, her voice trembling with rage. "Reflect on yourself for a moment. What do you possess that could ever compare to Song Zhelun?" "Silence. It's your fault. I am utterly without a foothold in Sioux City now. You dare blame me? If it weren't for you, I would be Mrs. Song. You ruined me. It was your greed. You disparaged Song Zhelun's lack of passion while simultaneously enticing me. This is entirely your fault. Fine, even if I am at fault. I have already faced the consequences. You shall not escape unscathed. If you wish to perish, do so alone. Do not drag me down with you." Meanwhile, Song Zhelun stood composed, firmly grasping Li Mi's arm, his demeanor as calm as still waters, observing the two as they viciously tore at one another. "Security, please escort these two individuals out." Li Jing and Lu Pengfei were forcibly removed from the gathering by security. "Apologies for the disturbance, everyone." Song Zhelun addressed the remaining guests. "Now that the uninvited have been dealt with, let us continue without their influence. I, Song Zhelun, would like to announce two important matters at this gathering. First, our company will be venturing into the new energy sector. Those interested in collaboration are welcome to discuss it with us. Second, Lu Pengfei and Li Jing will be thoroughly blacklisted by our firm. We consider those aligned with us as friends. Those who are not should not blame us for severing ties." With that, Song Zhelun cast a sidelong glance at Miss Li, who stands by my side, is the most significant person in my life. I sincerely hope that in the future, anyone who encounters her will show me a modicum of respect. My little girl is prone to tears, yet if someone truly causes her to cry, I cannot allow them to find joy in such an act. He did not openly address her as madam in front of the crowd, but instead referred to her in a subtle manner as an important person, for he did not wish to impose moral constraints upon her. It is simply his heartfelt desire to wholeheartedly protect her from this moment onward, showering her with love and care. At that moment, Li Mi's heart was tumultuous, akin to a raging sea, making it difficult for her to find tranquility. Her heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. For a brief instant, she truly feared he might confess his feelings for her. Thoughts began to swirl in her mind. What if he did? Would she accept his proposal? Perhaps she would. For some inexplicable reason, she found it impossible to utter a word of rejection to him. From the moment she became a bride to this very evening's gathering, she would involuntarily acquiesce to his every word. He must possess some form of enchantment. Suddenly, the entire venue erupted in a thunderous applause, as if attempting to lift the roof from its hinges. The crowd collectively turned their eyes toward Song Zhelun and Li Mi, showering them with blessings and stepping forward to extend their most sincere congratulations. A delicate flush crept on Li Mi's cheeks, rendering her as alluring and charming as a ripe apple. She slightly lowered her head, smiling with a hint of shyness, her beautiful eyes shimmering with the radiance of happiness, much like the twinkling stars in the night sky. As time passed, the banquet continued to unfold in an orderly manner. In that moment, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. People clustered around Song Zhelun, eagerly discussing various possibilities for collaboration and future development plans. In stark contrast, the affair involving Lu Pengfei and Li Jing became the talk of the evening, captivating the attention of all present. It is likely that from this day forward, their standing in Sioux City is irrevocably tarnished. After being escorted out of the hotel, Li Jing and Lu Pengfei continued to grapple with each other at the entrance, their actions fierce and brutal, as if they sought to annihilate one another. Bystanders halted to witness the spectacle, some screaming in terror, while others retrieved their phones to call the authorities. The police arrived promptly, taking both individuals to the station. Within the confines of the police cell, Li Jing and Liu Pengfei glared at each other, incessantly hurling curses. Li Jing's hair was disheveled, her face smeared with tears and dirt, and her clothing was torn, exposing her fair skin. Liu Pengfei bore the marks of bruises and bloody scratches on his face. It was not until the following day that Li's family received notification to retrieve her. Upon her return home, Li Jing was met with a resounding slap from her father, sending her crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Li's mother rushed to her side, her eyes brimming with concern and anger. "Li Jiangwu, why are you striking your child?" she exclaimed. "Why am I striking her? Shouldn't she be punished? Look at what she has done to our family." Li's father's voice was laden with anger and helplessness. It was not the girl's fault. The blame lay squarely with those two scoundrels, one who had bullied Jing since childhood, and the other who had publicly humiliated her. Li's mother wept as she defended her daughter. "You still protect her. What has she done to deserve a defense? If it weren't for you, would she have had the audacity to seek out another man on the eve of her wedding?" Li's father's emotions escalated, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "Why are you shouting? Li Jiangguo, you are nothing but a coward. What kind of life have my daughter and I endured with you?" Li's mother retorted, her voice sharp and piercing. "Her life is just fine. You and your daughter keep creating chaos. Why is that? Just because Song Zhelun has been shielding her. And now, he has cast her aside. Go ahead, make a scene. Let us see what you can accomplish." Li's father's eyes brimmed with despair and anguish. "Song Zhelun can simply walk away? What does he think he is? My daughter has devoted years to him. If they are to part, he should at least offer her compensation." Li's mother spoke with a note of resolve. Li's father gazed at her, feeling a tumult of helplessness and rage within him. The unreasonable attitudes of these two women were intolerable, igniting a fire in his chest that felt as though it might explode. He longed to vent his frustrations, to release the pent-up dissatisfaction and grievances within him. Yesterday, the couple arrived at work only to be informed of their reassignment, one to the cleaning department, the other to security. Not only was the work arduous, but their salaries had plummeted to a mere 1,600, a stark contrast to their previous remuneration. He had intended to discuss the situation with Li Jing that evening, only to discover she had spent the night in the police station. This morning, the internet was awash with videos from the cocktail party, revealing that Song Zhelun and his daughter had indeed broken up. The golden son-in-law lost, 800,000 vanished, their jobs hanging by a thread, and their reputation tarnished beyond redemption. They found themselves the subjects of whispered gossip from neighbors. At that moment, a sudden, frantic ring shattered the room's stillness. Li's father instinctively picked up the phone resting on the table and glanced at the screen, which displayed the name Li Jianyo. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. However, a voice erupted from the other end, fierce and ghostly. "Li Jiangwu, what on earth is happening? Why has my Aqiang been transferred to the engineering department?" The volume was so intense it made Li's father's ears ring. He had spent the entire day yesterday carrying cement, and this morning his shoulders were swollen and sore, rendering him unable to lift his arms. "He's just a child. How can your Song Zhelun treat his brother-in-law this way? Does he look down on our family?" Faced with his sister's furious inquiry, Li's father felt a surge of anger and shouted back, "Don't you ever go online? Did you not see Song Zhelun publicly break up with Li Jing yesterday? They broke up? Really? What about the previous 800,000? Li's father scoffed. "What 800,000? It has long vanished. From now on, do not come looking for me again. If it weren't for you all urging Li Jing to act like this with a zhe, would things have turned out this way? Everyone should mind their own business and take care of themselves." After uttering these words, Li's father did not grant Li Jing any opportunity for a response and abruptly terminated the call. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Li Jing was unwilling to relent. She persistently dialed her brother's number again and again. Regardless of how many times she called, Li's father resolutely refused to answer. As the saying goes, minor troubles evoke amusement, while major troubles can lead to dire consequences. Their family had unequivocally descended into chaos. Chapter 22. 3 Women. 1 Drama. Li Jing lay in a daze upon her bed, the room adorned with red decorations. At this moment, she should have been on her honeymoon with Song Zhelun and Phuket, but everything had changed. A decade ago, Song Zhelun had fervently pursued her from the very first encounter, showering her with unwavering affection that remained steadfast for 10 years. No matter her whims, he would always indulge her, fostering an insatiable sense of entitlement within her. However, the question lingered. When did Song Zhelun's love for her begin to wane? It seemed as though the shift occurred after their wedding. The tenderness in his gaze had vanished, replaced by coldness and even disdain. Her phone rang incessantly on the nightstand, yet she remained oblivious. Finally, Li Jing slowly sat up, grasped her phone, and noticed dozens of missed calls, all from Lu Pengfei. With trembling fingers, she dialed his number. As seconds ticked by, the other end remained silent. Just as despair began to envelop her, and she prepared to end the call, Lu Pengfei's IC, devoid of warmth voice, finally broke through. "Ah, so you finally decided to answer my call?" Li Jing felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if gripped by an unseen force. She coldly replied, "Why are you calling? Haven't we already concluded our matters?" "Concluded? It's not that simple. I was dismissed from the company, and now I have nowhere to go. This is all you're doing. What does that have to do with me? How can it not? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be blacklisted by the Song family. Now, I'm at my wit's end, with no place to stay." Lu Pengfei shouted defiantly. "I'm helpless as well. The place I'm currently residing in is still Song Zhelun's property. Who knows when he might decide to reclaim it? I can barely safeguard myself. Then go plead with Song Zhelun, beg him to spare me, to grant me a chance to survive." Lu Pengfei seemed to grasp at straws, pleading desperately. "Impossible. He would never see me. He loathes me." Li Jing shivered at the recollection of Song Zhelun's indifferent gaze. "Regardless of the approach you take, even if you must kneel and bow, you must plead with him. Otherwise, I won't survive, and neither will you. We shall all perish together." Lu Pengfei frantically threatened. Confronted with Lu Pengfei's desperate and hysterical demeanor, Li Jing remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally gritting her teeth in concession. "Very well, I shall try, but I cannot guarantee success." The man's countenance shifted more rapidly than turning the pages of a book. Just yesterday, he had professed his undying love for her. The sweet nothings still linger at her ears. Yet now, what remains? After losing her value, he was able to turn away so decisively, devoid of any compassion. Was she merely a tool for him to manipulate and discard at will? Li Jing's heart felt as though it had been pierced by needles. In stark contrast to that cold-hearted man, Song Zhelun seemed almost angelic. He always spoke to her in a voice imbued with gentle warmth, each word akin to the soft sunlight of spring, warming her heart. Alas, such a wonderful person as Song Zhelun had slipped through her fingers. Reflecting on the beautiful moments they once shared filled her with endless regret and guilt. How could she have overlooked someone who truly cared for her? After a fierce internal struggle, Li Jing finally summoned the courage to dial Song Zhelun's number. However, the cold, mechanical voice that emanated from the receiver was disheartening. "We're sorry. The number you have dialed is currently busy." Time and again, her attempts yielded the same result. Despair washed over her as she realized she had long been placed on his blacklist. Song Zhelun had truly left her behind. In a fit of anger, she hurled her phone onto the bed. As the device struck the mattress with a dull thud, crystalline tears silently streamed down her cheeks, soaking her pillow. As night fell, Li Jing finally pushed open her door and slowly approached the dining table. A cacophony of footsteps heralded the arrival of the Li family, bursting into the house with the force of a tempest. "Li Jiangguo, how dare you hang up on me?" Before she could see her, Li Jianying's shrill voice seemed capable of piercing the eardrums. "And what if I did? What do you want? If it's nothing, then be gone." Li Jiangguo shot back defiantly, his eyes wide with anger. "You dare to tell me to leave? If you don't provide an explanation regarding my son, I will not budge from here." Li Jianying, fuming, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Jiangguo's nose, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Let me tell you, I cannot resolve this. Aja and Li Jing have broken up." Li Jiangguo responded with equal fury. "I don't believe it. Don't try to fool me. Who doesn't he know that Song Zhelun has been relentlessly pursuing Li Jing, doing everything to please her? If Li Jing says to go east, he wouldn't dare go west." At this point, Li Jing, who had remained silent, could no longer hold back. She lifted her head, her eyes reddened, and gazed at Li Jianying, saying, "He really has broken up with me." Upon hearing this, Li Jianying's previously bold demeanor faltered. They truly broke up? Surely they will reconcile, right? He loves you so much, doesn't he? Li Jing bit her lip. Not this time. He genuinely does not want me anymore. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Li Jianying furrowed her brow, speaking urgently. Men are fickle. Just show him a little charm, and he will surely return. Li Jing wore a sorrowful expression, shaking her head helplessly. This time, it was different. The gaze directed at me was filled with loathing. Li Jianying felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing this, and hastily spoke. What about your cousin's job? He cannot continue carrying cement. If he persists, he will be ruined. Li Jing bit her lip. Aunt, I truly cannot assist you any longer. Suddenly, Li Jianying raised her voice by several degrees. Then, you should visit his home tonight. Throw yourself at him. He surely cannot resist. Whatever you say afterward, he will have to comply. A cold laugh bubbled within her, her eyes revealing a glimmer of despair and self-mockery. What do they take me for? A mere plaything? To sacrifice everything for their ambitions? Even in my degradation, I cannot stoop to this. Li Jing took a deep breath and resolutely declared, Aunt, if Achong truly cannot manage, then he should resign. Do not even consider a position at the song group. Li Jianying's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, her face a portrait of shock and disbelief. Xiao Jing, listen to your aunt. Would I ever wish you harm? Dress a bit more seductively. If you have a child, he will have no choice but to marry you. Li Fu, who had remained silent, could no longer contain himself. He suddenly erupted in rage, his palms striking the table with the force of tempest, producing a deafening crash. He then bellowed, Li Jianying, how much longer will you persist in this? Is this truly how a decent person speaks? For the sake of your precious son's job, you would have my daughter throw herself at him? What do you regard my daughter as? Li Jianying's countenance darkened instantly, resembling the oppressive sky before a storm. Enraged, she pointed an accusatory finger at Li Fu's nose, retorting, What do you expect me to regard her as? They have been in a relationship for so many years. Everything that should and should not have been done has already been done countless times. What difference does it make if they're asked one more time or one less? At this, Li Mu trembled with fury, her previously pale face now flushed with red. She stepped forward in a flash and slapped Li Jianying across the face. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, Li Jianying, you get out of here right now. Li Guixiang, if you dare strike me, I will retaliate. In an instant, the entire room descended into utter chaos. Intense arguments echoed, each wave more tumultuous than the last. Profanities filled the air, saturating every corner of the space, and various items were hurled to the ground in a cacophony of noise, weaving together a disconcerting symphony of disorder. Li Jianying and Li Mu were locked in a fierce confrontation, neither yielding, engaged in a physical and verbal tussle. No one was willing to back down even an inch, and the situation spiraled completely out of control, as if it could explode at any moment. Enough! I know who to turn to. Li Jing shouted hoarsely. Everyone stop. Aunt, you should seek her out. Song Zhelun is currently listening to her. Li Mu and Li Jianying halted their actions, panting heavily as they glared at one another, both simultaneously asking, Huh? Chapter 23, A New Direction, a single phrase struck like thunder, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Who should we seek? Li Jianying's eyes widened in fury. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and his hands gripping tightly onto Li Mu's collar. He trembled slightly from rage, shouting vehemently. Li Jing's gaze revealed a hint of helplessness. Let us approach Li Mi. She is currently held in high regard by Song Zhelun. If she is willing to lend her voice, the matter is bound to succeed. Li Mu interjected, unable to contain herself. How could that be possible? She merely played the role of a bride for you. Does she truly possess such influence? Li Jing hurriedly clarified. Mother, Song Zhelun's mother, gifted her the family heirloom bracelet. Did you not notice? Li Jianying's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. A bracelet? What is its worth? Li Jing shook her head, responding, It is a treasured family relic. It must be worth several million at least. Upon hearing this figure, Limu could no longer remain seated. She sprang up in indignation. No, that was originally meant for you. How can she take it? It must be reclaimed. Li Jing, however, repeatedly gestured in refusal, her expression troubled. You can go, but I won't. This situation is already embarrassing enough. I do not wish to further humiliate myself. Li Jianying retorted, Lu Guilin, do not waste your efforts. They have already given the bracelet away. What right do you have to demand its return? Besides, it rightfully belongs to my niece. Li Jiangguo, witnessing the scene, scoffed derisively. Oh, Li Jianying, how swiftly your attitude has changed. You were not always so. Back then, you berated your second brother daily, nearly severing ties with him. And now, you wish to rekindle that sibling bond and seek his assistance? Faced with her brother's reproach, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Li Jianying's face. But she quickly regained her composure. We are still family, after all. I shall go to the second brother's house and ask him to speak favorably on my behalf to Song Zhelun, at least to secure a job for my Ah Chong. With that, she strode out without looking back. The scene left in disarray. Li Jing lost her appetite and returned to her room to lie down. Meanwhile, Li Mi's family had relocated to the neighborhood adjacent to Song Zhelun. New appliances were being carried into their home one by one, the movers panting from exhaustion. Li Jiamin watched Li Mi anxiously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His hands fidgeting, a look of panic etched across his face. Li Mi tugged at the corner of Song Zhelun's shirt, asking, Why have we moved here? Song Zhelun teased. Because I wish to see you often. A blush crept across Li Mi's cheeks as she playfully pushed him away. You're incorrigible. You're fooling me again. Song Zhelun gazed earnestly at Li Mi and said, I truly want to see you frequently. However, there are other reasons for moving here. Curiosity piqued, Li Mi inquired. Were they? A flicker of concern crossed Song Zhelun's eyes as he lowered his voice. I fear for your safety from harassment. So it is best for your family to reside here. Li Jiamin interjected. As for me, I shall return to my old house. This place is too pristine. I fear I might dirty it. Song Zhelun quickly replied, Uncle, what are you saying? How could it possibly be a bother? Your family is living here quite peacefully. If anything arises, do not hesitate to reach out to me. My parents are particularly fond of Li Mi and would like her to visit often. Being nearby is certainly convenient, don't you think? Upon hearing Song Zhelun's words, Li Jiamin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. I see. Well then, do visit Song Zong's parents whenever you have a chance. Be diligent and help them out more. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Li Jianying. Hello. Third sister, what is happening? Li Jiamin's voice trembled slightly, as he was not one to fabricate tales and found himself at a loss for words. Second brother, why aren't you home? I've knocked for ages and no one has answered. Li Mi hastily took the phone, saying, Hello, Aunt, we've moved. We're no longer living there. Where have you moved to? Hurry and tell me. You made me come all this way for nothing. Li Mi looked to Song Zhelun for assistance, akin to a pitiful little rabbit. Song Zhelun could hardly withstand such innocent eyes. Taking the phone, he said, We've relocated to a place 30 miles away. Guess where? Song Zhelun? It's you. Quickly tell me where you are. Song Zhelun could not wait for her to finish and promptly hung up the phone. See, this is what I meant by harassment. After the video from yesterday's banquet surfaced, many will come looking for you. It might be better to change locations. He gazed at Li Mi, a flicker of compassion in his eyes, and gently remarked. Li Mi nodded, All right, but I will pay the rent. Song Zhelun looked at her and smiled. You are truly, exceptionally adorable. You're actually thinking of paying rent. Li Jing could hardly contain her eagerness to cling to him. The disparity in human nature is indeed remarkable. Song Zhelun then inquired, What is your current salary? I work at Yuan University accounting firm, earning 4,000. Come work at my Song group as a financial officer. The salary is 12,000 a month. Li Mi was taken aback, gazing at Song Zhelun, hesitatingly responding, No, I can't. I've already troubled you enough. I'm doing this for your own good. They know your workplace. If they confront you daily, how will you manage to work? The Song group is different. They certainly won't be able to intrude. Li Mi felt her resolve wavering, biting her lip. In that case, let me think about it. Song Zhelun seemed to discern her thoughts. You have no room to ponder. Resign now and start working at the Song group tomorrow. I want to be in Sioux City for a while. and I need to ensure everything is settled for you before I leave. Li Mi looked at Song Zhelun, a hint of reluctance in her gaze, and asked, "Where are you going?" Song Zhelun smiled and replied, "I must go to Kyoto to discuss factory construction with a partner on a new project. It may take quite some time. Will you miss me?" Li Mi's face flushed instantly, unable to meet his eyes, her heart racing. Seeing her shy demeanor, Song Zhelun felt a stir within. "Trust me, your aunt will not give up on finding you, and you wouldn't want to be harassed by them every day, would you?" Li Mi nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." Song Zhelun chuckled and said, "So you're listening to me, huh? Well then, please tidy up a bit. My parents have invited you all to dinner at my home. Do arrive early." Li Mi, upon hearing this, playfully chided, "You're scheming against me again. How annoying." Her voice carried a hint of playful reproach, stirring a flutter within Song Zhelun's heart. After arranging everything, he returned home. In the ancient, fragrant study, imbued with a subtle scent of ink, Song Zhelun sat across from his father. Their conversation had persisted for quite some time, revolving around the prospects of the company's development, oscillating between moments of gravity and fervor. In his previous life, after his father's passing, he had shouldered the entirety of the Song Group. At that time, he was filled with ambition, zealously reforming the conglomerate. However, the company was plagued by long-standing issues, with factions forming within departments, yielding minimal results from his efforts. Even worse, some of the elders colluded in secret, scheming against him. Alone and unsupported, under the combined machinations of Li Jing and those elders, the Song family suffered greatly, the entire group nearly hollowed out. Having endured such a painful experience in his past life, the reborn Song Zhelun possessed a profound understanding of the path the group should take in this life. When his father posed a question, he nodded without hesitation. "Father, I indeed intend to collaborate with the Wang family from Kyoto to establish a new energy research center in Sioux City. With the rapid advancement of technology, traditional energy sources are gradually depleting. New energy, as a form of clean and renewable power, is destined to become the core driving force for societal development in the future. Therefore, I hold great optimism for this project, which boasts vast potential. If we can seize the initiative and lay the groundwork ahead of time, the Song enterprise will undoubtedly rejuvenate and reach new heights." Song Zhelun's father gazed deeply at him. His analysis of the group was astute, and his strategy exhibited foresight. Following the recent wedding, he seemed to have matured significantly, no longer the frivolous young heir consumed by romance. "My child," he remarked, "I have grown old. The Song group will inevitably pass into your hands. In the past, your infatuation with Li Jing left me hesitant to entrust the company to you. However, in recent days, your transformation has been remarkable. You are now more mature and decisive. Your performance at yesterday's gala was commendable, without any missteps. From now on, pursue your endeavors boldly. Remember, your father will always be your steadfast support. Even if mistakes are made, what of it? The Song family can withstand losses." Such words had never crossed his father's lips in his previous life. This time, he vowed to become his father's pride. "Thank you, Father, for your trust and support. You need not worry. I shall not disappoint you." Song Zhelun's father nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, how is that girl, Li Mi? I have arranged for her to stay in the neighboring community to avoid any disturbances from Li Jing's family. Additionally, I have addressed the employment issues with Li Jing's family, assigning them to the most arduous, least desirable departments within the company, where the wages are the lowest." Father Song furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before stating it would be prudent to find a suitable opportunity to dismiss them sooner rather than later. Their presence ultimately poses a risk. Song Zhelun's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "Father, please do not worry. I believe they will voluntarily depart before long." At that moment, Mother Li knocked and entered, saying, "Are you still chatting? The girl's family has arrived. Let us go out." Chapter 24. Intent to cooperate. The dinner was exceptionally comforting. Mr. and Mrs. Li were both modest and straightforward individuals. They quietly listened to Mr. and Mrs. Song's praises of Li Mi, their faces adorned with sincere smiles. Gradually, perhaps due to the warmth and sincerity of Mr. and Mrs. Song, Mr. and Mrs. Li began to relax, and their conversation flowed more freely. Today, Mr. Song was in particularly high spirits and, rather unusually, indulged in more wine than usual. With a flushed face, he pulled Mr. Lee close, addressing him as brother with a familiarity that suggested a desire to forge a bond akin to brotherhood on the spot. Meanwhile, Mrs. Song enthusiastically praised Li Mi to Mrs. Li, holding her hand. However, the evening was slightly marred by the incessant calls from Li Jiangguo and Li Jianying. Despite this, everyone made an effort to overlook these minor disturbances and continued to relish the delightful dinner. After the meal, Song Zhelun personally drove Li Mi and her family home, ensuring they were comfortably settled. Just before departing, he reluctantly held Li Mi's hand, as if there were 1,000 words he wished to express. Yet ultimately, he could only smile and remind her to rest well. The following morning, before Li Mi could consent, Song Zhelun took the initiative to bring her directly to the Song group. Upon entering the company, Song Xingxing personally escorted Li Mi to the finance office for her onboarding. The entire process was conducted with such discretion that few in the company noticed that the new employee was none other than the beautiful bride from Song Zhelun's wedding. That very afternoon, without the slightest delay, Song Zhelun departed Sioux City with Song Xingxing, heading straight for Kyoto. The Wang family in Kyoto is renowned, having established their dominance over various critical industries for generations. Particularly in the realm of new energy, the Wang family stands as the unequivocal leader. It is said that a branch of the Wang family is involved in politics, though the specifics of their roles remain a mystery. However, it is certain that the Wang family has consistently adeptly navigated the currents of societal evolution, remaining steadfast at the pinnacle of success. In his previous life, Liu Pengfei had the opportunity to align himself with the Wang family. This time around, he intended to seize that chance ahead of others. He was determined to eliminate all obstacles on his path. Upon arriving in Kyoto, they scarcely took a moment to rest before launching into action. Understanding the significance of connections in achieving one's goals, Liu Pengfei unabashedly began to engage with various influential figures in the capital. Simultaneously, Song Xingxing did not remain idle, fully leveraging her remarkable social skills. Within a mere month, she had acquainted herself with half of the affluent second-generation elite in the capital. Meanwhile, Li Mi, having recently joined the Song group, diligently endeavored to adapt to her new role. It is heartening to observe that this young girl not only approaches her work with utmost seriousness and responsibility, but also possesses a gentle disposition and an exceptionally amiable temperament. Coupled with her sweet and endearing visage, she swiftly endeared herself to numerous colleagues, who eagerly sought her favor. Each day, an array of milk teas would be lovingly placed upon her desk, to the point where it teetered on the brink of overflowing. Various male colleagues would shower her with attention, yet all their efforts invariably met with failure. After the conclusion of each workday, she found herself engulfed in thoughts of Song Zhelun. In her heart, he had become akin to a wildflower, flourishing uncontrollably, perpetually stirring her emotions. Although they had only known each other for a few days, she had begun to acclimate to his presence, which brought her an unparalleled sense of tranquility and comfort. As the days passed, she remained oblivious to the progress of his endeavors. Ultimately, her longing overpowered her reticence, and she took the initiative to dial Song Zhelun's number. However, the voice on the other end sent a jolt of concern through her, as it was evidently slurred from intoxication. In that moment, her heart filled with worry. She pondered how he was faring in Kyoto, whether he was eating well, and if he was getting enough rest. Little did she know that Song Zhelun was engaged in establishing connections with various individuals until the early hours of the morning. Almost every day, he returned home inebriated. In the late hours, he often yearned to exchange a few words with Li Mi, but hesitated, fearing the late hour might disturb her peaceful slumber. One quiet night, once again under the influence of alcohol, Song Zhelun instinctively dialed that familiar number. When he heard Li Mi's soft voice on the line, his once cold and solitary heart was instantaneously warmed. "I miss you," he mumbled incoherently. Upon hearing these words, Li Mi felt her heart race like a startled deer. Emboldened by Song Zhelun's intoxication, she set aside all her reservations and concerns, gently replying, "I miss you too. Please take good care of yourself and drink less." As her words lingered in the air, crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. Song Zhelun chuckled, his laughter echoing oddly in the quiet room. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber, his snores resonating like thunder. Li Mi sat quietly at the edge of the bed, listening to his steady breaths. As her anxieties gradually dissipated, over the course of the month, he had successfully befriended the second young master of the Wang family, Wang Yuan, with whom he shared a number of common interests due to their similar ages. What no one could have anticipated was that Wang Yuan's greatest passion lay in toys. In Kyoto, he possessed a room dedicated solely to displaying his collection. Perhaps this was a means of compensating for the voids in his childhood. This room was Wang Yuan's most private sanctuary, a place even his parents were entirely unaware of. The number of visitors who had been granted access was exceedingly limited. Yet, Song Zhelun received an invitation to enter. The room was adorned with an array of transformers, models, and figurines, overwhelming the senses with their dazzling variety. Song Zhelun gently caressed the exquisite toys, his eyes shimmering with excitement. A spontaneous smile graced his lips, reflecting an innocent joy akin to that of a child. He could articulate the intricate details of each item, which resonated deeply with Wang Yuan, leading to an immediate rapport between the two, as if kindred spirits had converged. They delved into discussions about each toy's nuances, exchanging insights on their collections. In that modest room, they seemed to have discovered a sanctuary of delight that belonged solely to them. As time slipped away unnoticed, their friendship deepened significantly. Through the connections of young Master Wang, Song Zhelun successfully met his father. Seated in an opulent office adorned with a wall of bookshelves brimming with various tomes and documents, Wang's father regarded Song Zhelun with a smile and inquired, "Young man, my son mentions you wish to collaborate with us?" Song Zhelun nodded, responding, "Uncle Wang, your esteemed company has consistently been at the forefront of research in the field of new energy. Our group's next objective also lies within this arena, presenting numerous opportunities for collaboration." Wang's father solemnly asked, "Which group do you represent?" Song Zhelun replied, "The Song Group of Sioux City. While we may not compare to the Wang family, we possess a measure of strength locally." Wang's father acknowledged this with a nod, stating, "Collaboration necessitates goodwill from both parties, along with a shared willingness to shoulder risks. Do you have any specific ideas regarding our partnership?" After a moment's contemplation, Song Zhelun articulated, "Uncle Wang, the development of lithium batteries has likely reached a bottleneck. To transcend current technological limitations, new materials must be explored, and graphene presents itself as the most suitable option. Our Song Group possesses substantial raw materials for graphene, a mature production line, and access to the southern sales market." Wang's father was taken aback. The notion of lithium battery development reaching a bottleneck was not a secret within the industry. Nonetheless, graphene indeed represented the next phase of their group's research endeavors. This young man, despite his age, exhibited a remarkably astute vision. Based solely on this insight, his future prospects appeared boundless. Wang's father nodded, affirming, "Your vision is commendable. However, collaboration requires both parties to have clear objectives and plans. Do you possess any specific goals and plans for our partnership?" Song Zhelun produced a detailed cooperation proposal and presented it to Wang's father. After scrutinizing the document, Wang's father remarked, "Your proposal is thorough and quite feasible." Song Zhelun nodded and stated, "The Song Group is prepared to allocate $2 billion to establish a new energy research base in Sioux City, and we hope to collaborate with you." Wang's father replied, "Forgive my curiosity, but is this idea yours or your father's?" Song Zhelun responded, "This is my own initiative. Although my father fully supports it, it also serves as a test of my capability to lead the group. Thus, your concerns will not materialize." Song Zhelun understood Wang's father's apprehension that he might merely be a wealthy heir indulging in a fleeting endeavor to prove his ability before shifting focus back to the family business. Wang's father concluded, "Very well, if that is the case, I am reassured. My younger son shares a strong affinity with you. So let the two of you negotiate the future collaboration." The preliminary intention for cooperation has been roughly established, yet subsequent details require gradual negotiation. After settling matters in Kyoto, Song Zhelun and Xing Xing were eager to return to Sioux City, as he longed for his little white rabbit. The mere thought of the rabbit's flushed eyes upon seeing him sent a delightful shiver through his heart. However, he did not anticipate that before departing Kyoto, Wang Yuan had specially come to bid him farewell, mysteriously presenting him with a box. As Song Zhelun unwrapped the layers of packaging, he discovered a first-generation, limited edition transformer. Although the packaging bore signs of age, the toy itself gleamed as if brand new, clearly well-preserved. This toy held immense significance for him, not only due to its rarity, but also because this gift embodied their profound friendship. With a proud expression, young Master Wang declared, "This is my most treasured collection. Gifted to you." Overjoyed, Song Zhelun repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Next time you visit Sioux City, I shall arrange everything." Wang Yuan replied, "It is settled then. I shall come to see you in a few days, and let me have a glimpse of your limited edition Iron Dragon." Song Zhelun responded, "I will do my best to find another one to gift you." Wang Yuan agreed. A promise is a promise. Carefully storing the box, Song Zhelun set off on the journey home with Xing Xing. Upon arriving in Sioux City, they found it was already time to clock out. The two decided to head directly to the headquarters to pick up Li Mi after work. Upon reaching the group, they noticed a familiar figure waiting at the entrance, evidently having been there for quite some time. The moment the individuals spotted their car, they rushed over to intercept it. "Why is it you again?" Song Zhelun asked, exasperated. As he regarded the visitor, Li Jing had been waiting for him for a full month, and today was the first time they crossed paths since his business trip. "Why are you coming back from outside, just as the workday ends?" he inquired. "I just returned from out of town, and I thought to bring Li Mi home." Song Zhelun replied, "You two are living together now?" Li Jing's eyes widened in surprise. Song Zhelun gazed at her in silence, and she continued, "I have spent the past month reflecting, and I realize that I truly love you. Can we not revisit this topic?" He interrupted her, "Whether you believe it or not, I genuinely love you. Not a moment passes without you on my mind." Her voice carried a hint of desperation. "Fine, I understand. I shall head to the company now," Song Zhelun said, turning to leave. "Can't we have a proper conversation?" Li Jing's tone grew urgent. Xing Xing interjected bluntly, "You've had enough. The entire Sioux City knows you've put a green hat on my brother. Do you still think his head is not green enough?" Li Jing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she silently gazed at Song Zhelun. This tear-streaked visage always tugged at his heartstrings, yet now he remained utterly unmoved. His eyes were filled with indifference, as chilling as the coldest ice, sending shivers down one's spine. She now feared that gaze, a detachment so profound it pierced through to her very soul. "I only wish for a chance to have a sincere conversation with you. Star, you drive to pick up Li Mi. I will wait for you with her at the CAF on the corner." After Song Zhelun spoke, he led Li Jing towards the CAF. Once seated, the two exchanged no words. The atmosphere within the CAF was serene, accompanied only by soft melodies. Yet, this tranquility weighed heavily on Li Jing's heart. Breaking the silence, Song Zhelun inquired, "What would you like to discuss?" Li Jing inhaled deeply, her gaze filled with anguish and remorse. "Darling, I know you still harbor resentment towards me. However, I truly regret my actions and wish to start anew with you." Song Zhelun shook his head. "Some events, once occurred, cannot be undone." Li Jing responded, "It was Liu Pengfei who lured me. He provided a sensation so distinct, akin to an addiction. He constantly brainwashed me into believing you would never leave. But I was mistaken. My heart has always belonged to you, while my feelings for him were merely a fleeting novelty." With calm composure, Song Zhelun replied, "Do you genuinely believe he sought you out for your sake?" "What do you mean?" she asked. Song Zhelun elaborated, "Have you considered that he approached you not because of you, but because of me? You are merely a pawn in his game to control me." Li Jing's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "After the incident, he has not contacted you again, indicating that his feelings for you are rather indifferent," he continued. "Also, you appear unwell. If possible, I suggest you visit a hospital." Upon hearing this, Li Jing trembled involuntarily, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Impossible. How would he treat me this way?" Her voice carried tones of despair and defiance. Song Zhelun sighed and rose to his feet. "I hope you can gather yourself and truly consider visiting the hospital. Following the trajectory of her previous life, she should now be pregnant." After the examination, she would hopefully refrain from troubling him further. Li Jing stood dazed at the roadside, her gaze fixed on Song Zhelun's retreating figure, which was marked by resoluteness and devoid of any sentiment. A cacophony of emotions swirled within her, each vying for attention, rendering her utterly miserable. A tumultuous sensation churned in her stomach, accompanied by a wave of nausea that became unbearable, compelling her to crouch by the roadside and vomit violently. At that moment, a thunderclap resonated in her mind. He actually suggested I go to the hospital? Panic surged within her. For the past month, she had been solely focused on confronting Song Zhelun at work, oblivious to the fact that her period had been absent for over a month. The night she spent with Lu Pengfei had lacked precaution, as she had intended for Song Zhelun to assume the role of the unwitting father. What should she do now? No longer able to hesitate, she hastily retrieved her phone and dialed her close friend, Lu Ruqing, to accompany her to the hospital. As Li Jing and Lu Ruqing exited the hospital, each step felt as though she were wading through a mire, heavy and arduous. Her eyes were vacant, as if her soul had departed, leaving her unable to comprehend the doctor's words. She merely stared blankly at the test results in her hand, feeling as if her entire world had crumbled in an instant. Others may be unaware, but she knew the truth all too well. Lu Pengfei is indeed the father of the child, but with the absence of Song Zhelun, the one who would take over, what is she to do? Lu Ruqing, upon learning of Li Jing's pregnancy, appeared quite elated, as she presumed that Song Zhelun was undoubtedly the biological father. She had not considered any alternative explanations. When Song Zhelun pursued Li Jing as her close friend, Lu Ruqing had reaped numerous benefits from him. Since their breakup, however, she had not indulged in acquiring any new handbags. If she were to convey this news to Song Zhelun, perhaps the latest model she had been eyeing would finally be within reach. "Oh, Jing, this is splendid news." Li Jing responded vacantly, her eyes clouded with confusion, as if she had yet to recover from a shock. "If you tell this news to Song Zhelun, he will surely beg you to reconcile." "Yes. If he doesn't kneel down to plead with you, you must not acquiesce. Let him bully you for a month." "Yes. So, I will inform him first. When he reaches out to you, do not respond immediately. Keep him in suspense." "Yes. All right. I'll make the call now." "Yes." "No." Li Jing's reaction was still a beat too slow, as Lu Ruqing had already dialed the number. On the other end, Song Zhelun's resonant voice came through. "Hello? Who is this?" Lu Ruqing's frustration bubbled over, her voice inadvertently rising an octave. "Song Zhelun, quite the character you are, having forgotten me in just a month." "Oh, it's you. What is the matter?" "I have monumental news that will surely keep you awake with excitement." "I'm busy. Just get to the point." His tone remained icy. "Is this how you treat someone asking for a favor?" "No, gratito. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up." Lu Ruqing was perplexed by his uncharacteristic calmness. Was this truly the same Song Zhelun who had once fervently pursued Li Jing? She had made her intentions clear, yet he remained indifferent. Mustering her courage, she continued, "Li Jing is pregnant. Are you not pleased? You are to become a father." "She is pregnant?" "Indeed, surprise and delight. Right? I thought you should know this splendid news. Surely you have a gift for me?" "Oh, then you should take her home and ensure her family cares for her properly." "So you're going to send me off?" "What do you mean it's not my concern?" "Is it not your concern? The child is merely a month old, and you two only broke up last month. If it's not yours, then whose could it be?" "You're a scoundrel." The line went dead, leaving Lu Ruqing and the still-dazed Li Jing in silence. Lu Ruqing gazed at Li Jing, observing her as if she were a mere shell of her former self. That vacant expression instantly enlightened Lu Ruqing. No wonder Song Zhelun was so composed. Oh no, had her loose tongue landed her in trouble? Anxiously, Lu Ruqing inquired, "Jing, what about this child?" Li Jing's voice was low and devoid of strength. "It's not his." Lu Ruqing gasped in astonishment. "Ah, how could you?" Li Jing interrupted her, a hint of desperation in her tone. "Please take me home. I need some time alone." Lu Ruqing quickly grasped her hand, her urgency palpable. "No, Xiao Jing, you must pull yourself together. Listen to me. Regardless of whether this child is his or not, he must take responsibility. You need to think about the child as well." Li Jing's tears welled in her eyes as she choked out, "Both he and I know the child is not his." Lu Ruqing firmly clasped Li Jing's hand, encouraging her. "It doesn't matter whether he acknowledges it or not. As long as you insist the child is his, that's all that matters. Everyone knows you are to be married. If the child isn't his, your life is ruined. Directly approach his parents, expose him online. If he won't acknowledge it, tarnish his reputation. He may not care about his name, but do his parents not care? A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Jing's eyes. Will this really work? Lu Ruqing confidently patted her shoulder. It will. Just listen to me. The child is his. Li Jing bit her lip, seemingly resolute. All right, I will follow your advice. Song Zhelun, do not blame me. I only wish for your return to my side. In the future, I will bear you another child. This time, please forgive me. Chapter 26. Public opinion overnight. The Song group was thrust into the limelight across various platforms. A deluge of headlines emerged. Song Zhelun, heir of the Song group, exposed for infidelity. His ex-girlfriend forced to break up, now discovered to be pregnant. Videos from the previous wedding and banquet of the Song group went viral online. Netizens flooded the comment section. Who would have thought? He usually presents himself as a paragon of virtue, yet beneath lies a scoundrel. To abandon a pregnant girlfriend. Is he even human? I previously heard that the young master of the Song family was a devoted lover. This doesn't seem to align. What is true? And what is false? Song Zhelun, despicable, disgusting. However, at the center of this media storm, Song Zhelun appeared unfazed, maintaining an air of indifference. As usual, he waited by the roadside to pick up Li Mi for work. Today, she was as enchanting as ever, her graceful figure akin to a breathtaking landscape, seemingly capable of dispelling all surrounding gloom. She sat quietly in the passenger seat, elegant and charming, occasionally stealing glances at him, her hesitant demeanor evoking affection. Song Zhelun had long noticed her subtle actions, but feigned ignorance, relishing the sight of her anxious yet adorable expression. Time ticked by, the car gradually approaching the company building. Just as the car came to a stop, Li Mi could no longer suppress her inner turmoil and broke the silence. Aja, is that true? Song Zhelun slightly turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Casually, he replied, it probably is. She seemed off yesterday. Li Mi instinctively bit her lip. Is that child not mine? Upon hearing this, Li Mi felt as if a heavy stone that had been suspended in her heart finally fell, letting out a long sigh of relief. But everyone online is criticizing you. What should we do? We can't just let it be. Song Zhelun waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. The online trolls will tire of it soon enough. If I respond, it will only attract more negativity. People only wish to believe what they want, regardless of the truth. But we can't just allow them to slander you. Li Mi said, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at Song Zhelun. Do you trust me? He asked with a reassuring smile. Of course, I trust you, Li Mi replied softly, letting out a gentle sigh. Thank you. Your warmth is enough for me. With that, Song Zhelun offered her a confident smile. Damn, he has struck me with his charm once again. My heart races. This man truly exudes a sense of security, as if there is nothing I need to worry about. Meanwhile, the online discourse continued to escalate, and the stock prices of the Song group plummeted. In just 2 days, the company had lost billions in assets. Faced with such a dire situation, the company's elders could no longer remain idle and demanded an emergency board meeting. As all gathered in the conference room, the atmosphere grew heavy, as if the air itself had solidified. The elders wore somber expressions, their faces a mix of anxiety and anger, as they mercilessly accused Song Zhelun, asserting that his irresponsible private life had severely tarnished the company's image, leading to the stock's nosedive. Yet, Song Zhelun remained unerringly calm, silently observing the self-righteous and agitated elders before him. Beneath his seemingly innocent demeanor, he calculated the thoughts of each individual present. In his previous life, most of these people had betrayed him. In this life, he would not spare any of them. Go ahead, make your noise. Enjoy your outbursts now, but eventually, there will be a reckoning. The discussions grew increasingly heated, almost exclusively aimed at casting blame. Some elders even began to openly declare that Song Zhelun's actions had irreparably harmed the company's fundamental interests, insisting that he must bear full responsibility. Some even proposed his immediate expulsion from the Song group to prevent future issues. Song's father, a seasoned veteran of the business world, understood the true nature of these individuals. They relied on their seniority, but today's accusations were particularly outrageous. At that moment, Song Zhelun suddenly stood up, casting a cold, sweeping gaze around the room before speaking slowly. "Everyone, please be quiet." His voice, though not loud, bore an undeniable authority. "You accuse me because the company has suffered losses. But have you considered that there may be someone behind the scenes inciting this chaos?" His words brought an immediate silence to the conference room. Perhaps someone had intentionally orchestrated this incident to bring down the Song group. We must not be deceived by appearances. We must conduct a thorough investigation. Zhou, the company's third-largest shareholder, who held 12 of the shares, interjected, "You little brat, if you hadn't acted so irresponsibly, would the group have been affected? You attempt to gloss over this matter with grandiloquent words, but we, the elder statesmen, shall not acquiesce. Who will be accountable for our losses? Song Zhelun, Uncle Zhou, you have evidently resolved to expel me from the group. Zhou, I do not wish for your departure. I seek an explanation from the chairman. We cannot allow one individual to jeopardize the development of the entire group." Song Zhelun's eyes widened. His face flushed as he yearned to argue. Yet his words were abruptly interrupted by Song Weimin's stern voice. With a furrowed brow and a face flushed with anger, Song Weimin admonished, "Aja, how can you speak to your elder in such a manner? You display no decorum." His severe gaze swept over Song Zhelun. "Each individual here is a venerable contributor to the Song group. Without their toil and sacrifice, the vast Song group would not exist today." Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he continued, "The series of events that transpired today ultimately stem from you. A fly does not land on an uncracked egg. The troubles you have caused must be resolved by you alone. I hereby announce your resignation from the position of general manager of the group. Clean up the mess you have created." Upon hearing this, Song Zhelun stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He opened his mouth to speak, "Father, yet he was met with Song Weimin's icy retort. "There is no father here, only the chairman." A slight tremor coursed through Song Zhelun's body, disbelief flickering in his eyes, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and replied softly, "Very well, chairman. I will provide you with an explanation, but you cannot take my position." Song Weimin ruthlessly interrupted him, "I am not dead yet. It is not for you to decide. Now leave at once." Consumed by fury, Song Zhelun glared at his father. The words he had long suppressed remained unspoken. In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand on the table and turned on his heel, striding towards the door. As he was about to exit the conference room, he forcefully swung the heavy door, causing it to slam shut with a resounding bang. "Ungrateful wretch!" Song Weimin, trembling with rage, pressed his hand to his chest, as if trying to quell the furious heartbeat threatening to burst from his ribcage. He gasped for air, each breath increasingly labored. The sight of him struggling for breath was heart-wrenching. His once rosy complexion contorted, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and his body slumped forward, collapsing heavily to the ground. This unexpected turn of events plunged the room into chaos. Panic ensued. Screams and shouts echoed throughout. Some stood frozen in shock, unsure of what to do. Others rushed forward, attempting to render aid to Song Weimin. Zhou, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, suddenly snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and then decisively shouted, "Everyone, remain calm. Lay him flat." Upon hearing his command, those around him sprang into action, carefully laying the unconscious Song Weimin flat on the ground. Subsequently, Mr. Zhou retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed for emergency assistance. Time passed agonizingly slowly, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity. At last, the blaring siren of an ambulance drew near, its flashing lights illuminating the scene as it sped in. The medical personnel quickly disembarked, lifting Song Weimin onto a stretcher and hastily transporting him to a nearby hospital for urgent care. In the corridor outside the emergency room, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Song's mother covered her face, weeping silently. Limi sat beside her, grasping her hand tightly in a bid to offer comfort. Company members either sat or stood, their anxious gazes fixed on the closed doors of the operating room, each silently praying. Within each heart lay individual calculations and concerns, uncertain of the outcome that awaited them. It was not until the lights of the emergency room dimmed that Song Weimin was wheeled out. The crowd immediately surrounded him. "Doctor, how is the chairman?" they inquired. The doctor surveyed the anxious faces before him and sighed heavily. The condition arose quite suddenly. Fortunately, timely intervention has averted life-threatening danger. However, he paused, surveying the expressions around him, and continued solemnly. "The patient has yet to regain consciousness and will need to be placed in a critical care unit for more comprehensive monitoring and care. Furthermore, in consideration of the patient's recovery, I do not recommend allowing anyone other than immediate family to visit." Unable to contain his anxiety, Mr. Zhou interjected, "Doctor, can you assure us that the chairman will be all right?" At this, the doctor frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his face, and replied curtly, "What do you mean? Do you think I am deceiving you?" Mr. Zhou hastily waved his hands in clarification. No, you misunderstand. We are simply very concerned about the chairman's health and wish to know when he might regain consciousness. The company needs him." The doctor sighed lightly, softening his demeanor as he responded, "It is indeed difficult to provide an exact timeline for the patient's awakening. If all goes well, he may awaken as soon as tonight. However, if the recovery process is slow, it could take several days before any improvement is seen. What is vital now is that the patient has ample rest. A tranquil environment will be beneficial to his recovery. Now, please, everyone should return for now. Family can tend to him." With that, the doctor turned and departed. Song's mother and Li Mi closely followed as they entered the patient's room, while the remaining individuals clustered around Mr. Zhou, each voicing their concerns. "Mr. Zhou, now that the chairman lies incapacitated, how shall our company proceed?" "Indeed, the chairman has previously suspended the eldest son. At present, Mr. Zhou, you are the largest shareholder of the company. Please take the lead." Mr. Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, paused for contemplation, then turned around, wearing a reassuring smile to comfort everyone present. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be overly concerned. The chairman will surely recover swiftly. As long as we unite our efforts and each fulfill our responsibilities, the company will undoubtedly navigate through this challenging period." He then raised his voice. "Now that the eldest son has been suspended, we must act promptly. Let us immediately contact the media to issue a press release, retract any unfavorable trending news, and ensure the stability of the Song Group's stock price." After delivering these remarks, Mr. Zhou surveyed the room, noting the nods of agreement from the crowd. With a decisive wave of his hand, he led everyone out of the hospital. Just as Mr. Zhou was about to step out of the hospital doors, he suddenly halted, casting a chilling glare back at the hospital building. That gaze was as frigid as a winter's night breeze, sending shivers down the spine. Within the hospital room, an eerie silence enveloped the space, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only the rhythmic beeping of the medical monitors echoed through the air. Li Mi stood quietly by, observing as Mother Song gently dabbed a towel on Father Song's pallid face. Mother Song's movements were tender, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, fearful of awakening her slumbering beloved. Li Mi softly reassured, "Annie, please do not worry too much. Uncle is destined to overcome this. He will be all right." Mother Song raised her head, her eyes filled with gratitude as she nodded. "Thank you for your concern, dear child. I can manage here. Please help me find that rascal. They all say it was he who angered his father into illness, and I have no idea where he has run off to. Tell him to return quickly and see his father." Li Mi promptly replied, "All right, Annie, I will go find him." With that, she turned and hurried out of the hospital room. Upon exiting the hospital, she immediately dialed Song Zhelun's phone. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, Mir, what's wrong?" Li Mi spoke urgently. "Aja, your father is hospitalized. You must come see him." "It's nothing. The old man is just pulling your leg. He is fine." "No, really, he is seriously hospitalized. I want to go. He showed me no respect then, so I won't visit him." Li Mi fell on the verge of tears. "Mia, where are you? I will come to pick you up. I am right at the hospital entrance. Please come and see your father." Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, a silver Mercedes sports car came to a halt before her. Song Zhelun emerged, flashing a playful grin. "Hey there, are you alone? Let me take you for a spin. Stop joking around. We need to see your father immediately. Song Zhelun got out of the car, swiftly ushering her inside, and with a press of the accelerator, they sped away. Aze, Song Zhelun. The playful expression on Song Zhelun's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. We're going somewhere. It was rare for him to speak in such a mature tone, leaving Li Mi momentarily at a loss for words, unable to utter the reprimand she had in mind, and she sat quietly in the car, silently following. They awaited Song Zhelun's arrival at their destination. The vehicle halted before a construction site, where Song Zhelun alighted and surveyed the surroundings in silence. Li Mi, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Aja, where is this? Taking a deep breath, Song Zhelun replied, This is the future of the Song family. Future? Li Mi echoed, as Song Zhelun took her hand and led her into the expansive and luminous factory. At the center stood a pristine automobile model, resembling a magnificent piece of art that captivated all who beheld it. The car's contours flowed with the grace of a gentle stream, as if sculpted by the deft hands of nature herself, each curve perfectly showcasing its elegance and dynamism. The surface of the vehicle radiated a futuristic brilliance that was utterly enchanting. Song Zhelun brought Li Mi before the automobile, his excitement palpable as he pointed to the model and passionately articulated his vision. This is a new energy vehicle, destined to completely supplant traditional fuel cars and become the mainstream choice for families. He elaborated on the vehicle's cutting-edge battery technology, which boasts an exceptionally high energy density, enabling it to achieve an extraordinary range. Imagine driving such a car, effortlessly traversing the city or embarking on long journeys without the hassle of frequent charging. Moreover, its charging speed is astonishing. It can be fully charged in mere minutes, liberating travel from the constraints of time. As Song Zhelun spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his hands animatedly illustrated his points. More importantly, this vehicle is not merely a convenient mode of transport for daily life. It embodies our commitment to the sustainable development of our planet. By harnessing clean energy, it significantly reduces exhaust emissions and mitigates environmental pollution. Yet he acknowledged, it remains in its nascent stage. I've already signed a letter of intent with the Wang family in Kyoto. I believe that soon, the new energy vehicles produced by the Song Group will become the preferred choice for every household. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Li Mi felt ignited by his words, her heart racing with an indescribable excitement. A hint of confusion and astonishment flickered in her gaze as she surveyed the bustling workers around them. But this site began construction a month ago. When I departed for Kyoto, Song Zhelun's voice carried a note of pride and anticipation, his gaze fixed on the evolving structure, as if envisioning a future of prosperity. The Wang family will send representatives here the day after tomorrow to discuss our next steps in collaboration. This will be the future of the Song Group, the foundation of my endeavors. A look of realization dawned on Li Mi's face. She seemed to understand the recent puzzling behavior of Song Zhelun, and his choice to forego a visit with Song's father became clear. Any lingering discomfort in her heart dissipated entirely. Song Zhelun smiled at her, his eyes shimmering with warmth. I always knew you were a clever girl. What should be done next? You're aware, right? Li Mi nodded, her eyes filled with resolve and trust. I know. Just believe in me. Song Zhelun gently clasped Li Mi's hand, his fingers warm and strong. His voice was low and soothing, and his gaze revealed a profound trust and reliance on Li Mi. This is a matter known only to family. It must remain confidential. A ripple of emotion stirred within Li Mi, and a blush crept across her cheeks. How annoying. Who are you calling family? Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach, yet her eyes sparkled with sweetness. Song Zhelun smiled, taking Li Mi's hand as they walked into the under-construction building. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating their figures. Their steps were light yet resolute, as if they were walking towards a future brimming with hope. Chapter 28. The Wang family's visit. A shocking announcement was officially released by the renowned Song Group. Song Zhelun has been suspended due to personal issues. This news instantly shifted public attention from the corporation to the individual. However, just as one storm subsided, another arose. News of the chairman of the Song Group falling gravely ill spread like wildfire, accompanied by rumors of discord between father and son. suggesting that Song Zhelun had never visited his ailing father in the hospital. These negative reports surged like a powerful tempest, causing the stock price of the Song Group to plummet, with its market value evaporating by nearly half in a short span of time. The media, akin to sharks sensing blood, flocked to the vicinity of the Song residence, desperately trying to catch any glimpse of Song Zhelun's whereabouts. Unfortunately, despite their relentless stakeout, Song Zhelun seemed to have vanished from the mortal realm. However, the media frequently captured Li Mi entering and exiting Song Weigu's hospital room, undoubtedly adding further layers of mystery and speculation to the already convoluted situation. One of the central figures in this media frenzy, Li Jing, had not made a public appearance throughout. Consequently, various rumors began to circulate, with some audaciously speculating that Song Zhelun may have once again betrayed his feelings, eloping with his pregnant ex-girlfriend, leaving Li Mi to shoulder the responsibility of caring for her father alone. In the face of such overwhelming public gossip, the Song family maintained a stoic silence, offering no response. The Li family, on the other hand, appeared somewhat flustered and disoriented. They had initially hoped to leverage the pressure of public opinion to compel Song Zhelun to marry Li Jing swiftly or, at the very least, to secure a substantial compensation. However, contrary to their expectations, Song Zhelun had left no trace behind. Meanwhile, a convoy had arrived in Sioux City from Kyoto, consisting of dozens of luxury cars, each gleaming with opulence. The convoy moved majestically through the streets, drawing the attention of passers-by. When the convoy reached the construction site, Song Zhelun and Song Xingxing had already been waiting there for quite some time. They were clad in exquisite suits, standing tall with serious expressions. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Song Zhelun's eyes, while Song Xingxing appeared somewhat anxious. "Brother Zhe, I've arrived." The newcomer was none other than Wang Yuan, the second young master of the Wang family from Kyoto. He stepped out of a luxury vehicle, his gait steady and his face radiating confidence. The two embraced tightly like old friends, patting each other on the back, reveling in the warmth and strength they shared. "I'm glad to have waited for you," Song Zhelun said with a smile. "Come on," Wang Yuan replied. "All right, brother, show us your territory." Following Song Zhelun, Wang Yuan entered the factory. Inside, a flurry of activity ensued as workers diligently carried out their tasks. Wang Yuan keenly observed the surroundings, a glimmer of admiration crossing his gaze. Their group moved closely behind, with Song Zhelun leading the way through the factory area, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned guide as he meticulously detailed the functions and purposes of each section. Wang Yuan listened intently to Song Zhelun's explanations, nodding gently in understanding, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had discovered a hidden treasure amidst the mundane world. Clearly, he was filled with dreams and expectations for the upcoming project, deeply impressed by Song Zhelun's capabilities. After the tour, Wang Yuan could no longer contain his admiration. "Brother, this factory is quite impressive, and the scale is substantial. My father specifically instructed me to heed your words and learn from you." A modest smile graced Song Zhelun's lips as he replied, "We are brothers, and we shall be partners in the future. This is our starting point. Our achievements will surely surpass Uncle Wang's." With that, they exchanged knowing smiles and proceeded to the nearby conference room. Upon entering, both teams quickly engaged in discussions concerning their collaboration. "Let them speak first. We can finalize things later." "Allow me to take you somewhere," Song Zhelun suggested. "Brother, are you taking me to your secret base?" Wang Yuan inquired. "Indeed, and I have a gift for you," Song Zhelun confirmed. Thus, Wang Yuan, Song Zhelun, and Song Xingxing departed first, leaving behind a scene of busy yet orderly activity. Wang Yuan followed Song Zhelun with eager anticipation to a quaint old neighborhood, which was the site of the earliest residence of the Song family. After their rise to success, they had moved to a villa. Yet this place held too many cherished family memories to part with, so Song Zhelun transformed it into a collection room. Upon opening the door, a bounty of toy collectibles greeted them, ranging from vintage tin trains to the latest limited edition models. Wang Yuan dashed into the room, his eyes gleaming. "Wow, Brother Zhe, are all these your collectibles? They're absolutely amazing. Indeed, these are the fruits of my years of passion. Every time I see them, I am reminded of the joyful moments of my childhood, Song Zhelun replied. Wang Yuan, filled with excitement, picked up a transformer and examined it closely. Is this the first edition of the Optimus Prime? He inquired. Indeed, it is the very first gift my father bestowed upon me, responded Song Zhelun with enthusiasm. Wang Yuan joyfully began to play, while Song Zhelun watched affectionately, a smile of indulgence gracing his face. At that moment, Wang Yuan noticed a red gift box nestled in a corner. Brother, what might be contained within that box? He asked. Gently, Song Zhelun lifted it and handed it to Wang Yuan. This is a gift from me to you. Unable to contain his eagerness, Wang Yuan swiftly opened the box. What is this? Do you like it? Song Zhelun inquired. Brother, I absolutely adore it. This is a complete set of limited edition Justice Warrior models. The Justice Warriors, an animated series introduced to the mainland in the 1990s, frequently aired on the 6th Princess channel, captivating the imaginations of many boys. However, only a scant few toys were imported, making them exceedingly rare. The set Song Zhelun gifted him was entirely intact, comprising 5 characters and nearly 20 different combination outfits. A look of hesitation crossed Wang Yuan's face, and he finally gathered the courage to ask, Brother, this must be a treasured possession you've kept for many years? At that moment, Song Xingxing interjected, Indeed. This entire set is my brother's prize collection. I couldn't even touch it. He cherishes these items as if they were his heart and soul. Wang Yuan gasped in astonishment. Wow, this is incredibly precious. With a smile, Song Zhelun replied, Toys, after all, are meant to be shared with those who truly appreciate them. If I were to give them to someone else, it would surely break my heart. But you are different, brother. You comprehend the significance and emotions they embody. Thus, I entrust them to you, knowing you will cherish them. Won't you? Filled with excitement, Wang Yuan nodded vigorously in agreement. Brother, from this day forth, you are my true brother. I promise to take good care of them. Thus, the 3 of them joyfully spent an entire afternoon in that old house brimming with memories. Wang Yuan was utterly captivated by Song Zhelun's collectibles, each item sparkling like a dazzling gem, leaving him enraptured and reluctant to depart. Meanwhile, Song Zhelun eagerly shared the intriguing stories behind each toy, vividly resurrecting their long-buried childhood memories. Just as their conversation reached a fervent pitch, a melodious ringtone abruptly shattered the tranquility. It was Wang Yuan's phone ringing. Hello, I'm out with Brother Zhelun. How did the meeting go? Oh, it's already concluded? All right, just follow the arrangement from the local side. Wang Yuan hurriedly ended the call and turned to Song Zhelun. Brother, their meeting is wrapped up, but they will continue discussions tomorrow. Song Zhelun nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation before promptly instructing, quickly call Old Shun and have him arrange for the Wang family team to head to the Sidon Hotel. We hastily set off towards our destination, eager to share a dinner together. However, Wang Yuan expressed his reluctance with a grumble, saying, Brother, let us not dine with them. It will be much more comfortable for just the 3 of us. I truly detest mingling with those people. Their rules are utterly suffocating and quite vexing. Upon hearing this, Song Zhelun chuckled and patted Wang Yuan on the shoulder, saying, Xing, let Old Shun take care of the Wang family team. We must ensure they are satisfied with their meal and comfortable in their stay. Inform Old Shun to put on my tab. Wang Yuan, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, Oh no, brother, that's simply one do. They are my guests, and I must take responsibility for them. Song Zhelun feigned anger. Adopting a stern expression, What nonsense are you spouting? Since you are here with me, how can it be acceptable for you to bear the costs? Do you not regard me as your elder brother? Faced with this, Wang Yuan could only nod in resignation, replying, All right, brother, I shall defer to your wishes. You have the final say. Song Zhelun inquired, What would you like to eat? Wang Yuan blurted out, Barbecue. It was rather down to earth for a young master to desire something as simple as barbecue. Wang Yuan added, My parents do not permit me to eat such street food. They think it's unsanitary. However, my friends adore it, and I wish to try it as well. His humble request was easily accommodated. With a press of the accelerator, Song Xingxing drove them to the finest barbecue establishment in Sioux City. Wang Yuan took the menu in hand, marveling at the array of unfamiliar dishes. and promptly ordered an extravagant selection. Song Zhelun asked, "Would you like to drink?" Wang Yuan replied, "Yes, what shall it be? Matai or Wuliangya? Lafite or Condi?" Song Zhelun quipped, "I bet you've never had beer before." Wang Yuan responded innocently, "What is beer? I've never heard of it." Song Zhelun declared, "Today, I shall introduce you to its wonders." Before long, the server brought forth a generous platter of skewers along with 3 large glasses of draft beer. Wang Yuan cautiously sampled a sip of the beer, only to find the bitter taste spreading across his palate. He couldn't help but frown, but he steeled himself and swallowed it down. "How is it?" Song Zhelun asked expectantly. Wang Yuan shook his head. "Not to my liking. It's quite bitter." Song Zhelun chuckled. "It's like that at first. Give it a few more sips." Wang Yuan took a few more gulps, and gradually, he detected a faint sweetness, and the flavor became more refreshing. It seems a bit different now," he remarked, his expression one of surprise. "Ha ha, that is the allure of draft beer. The more you drink, the more addictive it becomes," Song Zhelun proclaimed, raising his glass and downing it in one go. Wang Yuan followed suit, drinking heartily. The 3 of them savored the skewers while drinking the draft beer, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered the establishment, his strides appearing somewhat hurried, as if he had a clear purpose. His gaze fixated directly on the table occupied by Song Zhelun and his companions, disregarding the server's inquiries entirely. He strode over with an enigmatic smile, gracing his lips. "Ah, is that not the young Master Song Zhelun of the song group? What a coincidence to encounter you here." The corners of Song Zhelun's mouth lifted slightly, a cold sneer escaping his lips, his voice laced with a hint of frost. Coincidence, indeed, so remarkable it verges on incredulity. Lu Pengfei's aura was strikingly different from their previous encounter. This time, he exuded an inexplicable confidence. His eyes sparkled with a cunning glint, as if plotting something. "Mr. Song." "Oh no, I can't refer to you as Mr. Song anymore. Young Master Song, do not be so aloof. I merely came to extend a greeting." Song Zhelun regarded him with a chilling stare, his disdain evident as he replied, "The greeting has been exchanged. You may leave now." Lu Pengfei seemed utterly oblivious to Song Zhelun's contempt, audaciously seating himself nearby, his gaze fixated on the plethora of skewers and beer before him. With an air of derision, he remarked, "Have you fallen so low as to dine on this? Why would you put yourself through such humiliation? You once had a fine marriage with Li Jing. Are you not still the esteemed young master of the Song family? Look at how many are disparaging you online. The company has let you go. Li Jing and I have lost our jobs as well. What benefit does mutual ruin bring you?" His tone dripped with feigned sympathy. A look of pity plastered across his face, which, to Song Zhelun, appeared utterly hypocritical. Unable to contain herself any longer, Song Xingxing sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Pengfei, exclaiming, "A toad on the ground. You don't bite, but you disgust." Wang Yuan smirked, a hint of mockery in his smile. A toad squatting by the roadside, pretending to be a mini jeep. Lu Pengfei's expression darkened instantly. Who are you insulting? While he could tolerate Song Zhelun's insults, as he was a member of the Song family, this little brat had no right to speak so freely, disregarding his dignity. Yet Wang Yuan remained unfazed, continuing, "Look at your lemon-shaped head, rodent-like eyes, hawk-like nose, unkempt eyebrows, protruding ears, gaping mouth, aged teeth, and chicken neck. You are ugly enough without needing to frighten others. Even the flowers and grass deserve better." Lu Pengfei's fists clenched tightly, his arms trembling with rage. "You little brat, insolent wretch. Cursing at grown-ups without a father or mother to teach you some manners. Where do you get off interrupting adults?" Wang Yuan, with his cherubic face, fair skin, and large eyes, appeared utterly adorable. Yet, he loathed being referred to as a child. At that moment, his countenance darkened, overshadowed by a storm. His eyes blazed with fury, fists clenched, ready to rise and retaliate, only to be firmly restrained in his seat by Song Zhelun. With a grave expression, Song Zhelun gripped Wang Yuan's shoulders tightly, pinning him down, denying him any chance of resistance. "What is it that you want? Speak quickly, and then be off." Lu Pengfei's face bore a sly smile, his eyes darting about as though he was contemplating some devious scheme. "It's nothing significant. You've been expelled from the Song family as well." Why don't we settle our differences? His voice carried a note of triumph and mockery. Song Zhelun's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze flickering with confusion. Settle? How do you propose we do that? His voice was deep and authoritative, imbued with a sense of gravitas. Lu Pengfei's smile widened with cunning, his tone lowering to a more mysterious pitch. I have a plan for a car-sharing venture. If you invest in me, we could. His voice grew animated, gesturing in the air as he attempted to illustrate the promising future of this venture. Song Zhelun's voice dripped with indifference. What makes you think I would invest in you? Lu Pengfei replied, simply because I can resolve your current predicament. If we collaborate, I can eliminate all your negative repercussions and help you regain your position within the Song group. Li Jing will return to you, along with your child. A hint of disdain crept into Song Zhelun's voice as he smirked derisively. Li Jing, that promiscuous woman? I want nothing to do with her. Take her and the child if you desire. After all, the child is yours. Lu Pengfei's countenance faltered, as if someone had suddenly grasped his throat, the smile vanishing instantly. Song Zhelun regarded him with an impassive expression, his eyes conveying a chill. Is there anything else? Continue. Lu Pengfei forced a conciliatory smile, urgency creeping into his tone. I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Just 100 million, and we can split the profits evenly. Song Xingxing's lips curled into a disdainful smile. We invest 100 million and must wait for profits? You might as well seize it outright. Song Zhelun's demeanor darkened, his voice laced with anger. If you have finished speaking, then leave. I will not partner with you. Lu Pengfei's voice turned grave and menacing, a fierce glint in his eyes. As long as you provide the funds, I can ensure Li Jing disappears entirely, eradicating your troubles. Song Zhelun's fist clenched instinctively, his voice tinged with fury. How ruthless you are! She carries your child, and you would make her vanish? A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Pengfei's face, quickly overshadowed by his greed. She is merely a woman. Once I have wealth, I can find any number of replacements. Song Xingxing's expression bore a mocking smile. Your shamelessness is reminiscent of my own youthful arrogance. Lu Pengfei's complexion darkened further, his gaze shimmering with menace. Enough, Song Zhelun. You have two choices, invest, or I will ruin you. Song Zhelun rose abruptly. Lu Pengfei, I refuse to invest. We are not allies. We are destined to be enemies. Wang Yuan stood by, observing the unfolding scene, his heart filled with confusion. Brother, who exactly is he? Song Zhelun took a deep breath, calming his emotions before replying, a deranged individual, lost in impractical dreams. Wang Yuan nodded, as if coming to an understanding. A madman, then. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Song Xingxing's eyes as he lowered his voice and confided in Wang Yuan, discussing Lu Pengfei's disgraceful state. The entire room cast scornful glances at Lu Pengfei. In a fit of rage, he overturned the table, scattering skewers and beer across the floor like a chaotic explosion. The sound of the table crashing resonated through the air, reminiscent of a battle trumpet. Song Xingxing and Wang Yuan, having endured enough, saw no reason for restraint now that Lu had struck first. Wang Yuan swiftly delivered a kick that sent Lu Pengfei crashing to the ground, his movements as swift and powerful as a fierce leopard. They encircled him and began to unleash a flurry of kicks. The trio showed no mercy, their fists and feet connecting with ferocious strength and pent-up fury. Lu Pengfei, unable to retaliate, could only passively endure the onslaught. After several strikes, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of pain and despair as he helplessly cradled his head. That's enough, shouted Song Zhelun. Wang Yuan and Song Xingxing halted, breathing heavily as they gazed at Lu Pengfei, who lay defeated on the ground, their faces illuminated with the joy of victory. Keep your distance from now on. Don't let me see you again, Wang Yuan warned. Lu Pengfei struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and shot them a resentful glance, his eyes brimming with hatred and unwillingness. This isn't over. You wait, I will return. Brother, we should have shown him any mercy, Wang Yuan exclaimed indignantly. Song Zhelun gently patted his shoulder in consolation. All right, the matter is resolved. Waiter, clean this up and bring us a fresh round. I'll cover the losses. The three continued to drink into the early hours of the morning. The following day, Song Zhelun once again topped the trending charts. Fallen young master caught drinking on the streets, allegedly unstable, involved in assaulting innocent bystanders. The stock price of the song group plummeted once more. Mr. Zhou, upon seeing the news, felt his anger surge. He slammed his fist heavily onto the table, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Song Zhelun, you scoundrel." Chapter 30. A father's love. The topic that had been suppressed by the Song group suddenly reignited with fervor. Song Zhelun once again became the focal point of online discussions. His public image shifted from that of a sycophant to a violent scoundrel. A flurry of negative revelations poured forth, leaving the audience astounded. Allegations range from trespassing into female dormitories during university, early romantic entanglements in high school, to bullying classmates as far back as kindergarten. Even a photograph surfaced depicting a 6-year-old Song Zhelun forcefully kissing a little girl in preschool. Naturally, Li Jing and Liu Pengfei played significant roles in fanning the flames. Li Jing, willing to sell off the numerous designer bags gifted by Song Zhelun, sought to boost her own notoriety. Liu Pengfei, on the other hand, liquidated his last remaining BMW. Their methods mirrored one another, yet their intentions diverged dramatically. Li Jing aimed to leverage the entirety of the Song family's influence to pressure him into returning to her side, while Liu Pengfei was solely motivated by greed. The outcome unfolded precisely as they had anticipated. The stock price of the Song group experienced another significant decline. Zhou Ming, in a fit of rage, nearly shattered the marble tabletop in his office. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Song Zhelun. Following his suspension, Song Zhelun had ceased to set foot in the company, save for the occasional pickup of Li Mi after work. Meanwhile, Song Weimin remained in the hospital for recuperation, with no visitors permitted. It felt as though the entire weight of the group had been thrust upon Zhou Ming's shoulders. Numerous senior members had already begun to liquidate their shares to mitigate losses, leaving him mired in indecision. After all, amidst the tempest of public opinion, his assets were dwindling by the day. Gazing at the screen filled with green stock prices and red trending topics, anxiety surged within him, akin to a frog in a boiling pot, frantically leaping about. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed the familiar number he had called countless times before. Yet, the same cold mechanical voice responded, "Sorry." Zhou Ming was utterly despondent. Both calls to the old and the young were unreachable. Truly like father, like son, both seemingly out of reach. Ultimately, he had no choice but to call out to the corridor, Xiao Wang. His secretary, Xiao Wang, entered the office promptly. "What is it, General Zhou?" Zhou Ming replied calmly. "Please find Li Mi from the finance department and bring her here. Be sure to treat her with utmost courtesy." While the staff might not grasp Li Mi's significance, he was all too aware. Song Zhelun had made it abundantly clear. Moreover, he was notorious for being a sycophant to the Song family. If he were to offend this esteemed lady, his future days would certainly be fraught with difficulties. Xiao Wang soon returned, albeit alone, with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, General Zhou, but Li Mi is not here. President Shun informed me that she has already completed her suspension procedures." Zhou Ming abruptly rose to his feet. Suspended? Another suspension? One by one, the Song family members were either suspended, absent, or unwell. The entirety of the Song group seemed devoid of any Song family presence. Even a fool could discern that something was amiss. Yet, he was still grappling with whether this turmoil was directed internally or externally. Meanwhile, the collaboration proposal between Song Zhelun and Wang Yuan was nearly finalized. As the head of the Wang group, Wang Yuan would now be stationed in Sioux City. Upon receiving this news, a broad smile spread across his face, liberated from his father's constraints. Furthermore, he would enjoy the company of his good friends, Song Zhelun and Song Xingxing. It felt like soaring, a sensation of freedom. In fact, prior to making this decision, Wang's father had engaged in a nearly 2-hour conversation with Song Zhelun. During this dialogue, he had humbled himself, speaking with particular sincerity. Song Zhelun could sense Wang's father's expectations, reminiscent of the earnest counsel he had received from Song Weimin before his own marriage. It was the profound anticipation and care of a father. In that moment, he was not merely a chairman. but a father hoping that Song Zhelun would look after and guide Wang Yuan, helping him to mature swiftly enough to inherit the Wang group. Song Zhelun earnestly conveyed to Wang Yuan, "Your father truly holds you in high regard." Wang Yuan nodded. "I am aware, yet leaves me somewhat unsettled, as they perpetually perceive me as a child." Song Zhelun responded, "This time, let us as brothers diligently accomplish this task and return home to surprise your father." Wang Yuan replied, "Brother, whatever you suggest, I shall follow. My father has advised me to heed your counsel." Gently patting Wang Yuan's shoulder, Song Zhelun spoke soothingly, "Let's tidy up. I have arranged accommodation for you nearby my home." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan excitedly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "At last, I can escape my father's incessant nagging." With that, the two began to busily organize their documents and pack their belongings with meticulous care. However, just then, Wang Yuan's phone rang abruptly. Glancing at the screen, he realized it was a call from his father, and his smile faded instantly. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call, speaking softly, "Hello, Dad." On the other end, Wang's father spoke with a serious and steady tone. "Yuan, remember to eat on time after arriving in Sioux City. Do not stay up late. Discuss matters with Zhe when necessary." Wang Yuan sighed with resignation, responding, "I understand. Dad, I'm not a child anymore." Suddenly, his father's tone softened considerably, imbued with an infinite sense of weariness and solitude. He gently advised, "Call your mother often. Do not let her worry about you. Come home whenever you can, all right?" In that moment, Wang Yuan realized that the father on the other end was no longer the formidable Mr. Wang in the business realm, but rather an ordinary father, imparting heartfelt reminders to his child who was about to embark on a journey. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his cheeks, even after the call ended. He clutched his phone tightly, unable to let go. Wang Yuan silently wiped away his tears and turned to look at the busy Song Zhelun. Sensing Wang Yuan's gaze, Song Zhelun lifted his head and smiled. "What is the matter? What did your father say?" Wang Yuan shook his head and forced a smile. "It's nothing. I just feel a bit homesick." Song Zhelun approached and gently patted Wang Yuan's shoulder. "Silly, we will soon achieve success, and then we can return triumphantly. Hurry and pack your things, it's getting late." Wang Yuan nodded and immersed himself back into the task of packing. Wang Yuan's residence was in the same community as Li Mi, which provided Song Zhelun with even more reason to visit frequently. No matter how late it got, he need not worry. He could simply stay over with Wang Yuan. Upon their return, they discovered Li Mi was busy tidying up her home. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow within as dust danced in the rays. Li Mi, with her hair tied in a ponytail and dressed in loose-fitting attire, efficiently organized the room. Humming a tune, she meticulously arranged the clutter and dusted the furniture, rejuvenating the entire space. Her focus and attention to detail resembled the craftsmanship of an artist. Though sweat beaded on her forehead, her smile radiated like the warm sun of spring. Every corner of the room was graced by her diligent efforts, emanating a comforting atmosphere. The melodious chirping of birds outside seemed to accompany her in a sweet serenade. Li Mi paused her tasks, standing by the window, savoring the picturesque scene beyond. This simple gesture imbued the entire tableau with a poetic essence of life. Upon hearing the creak of the door, she glanced back. The sight of the beautiful woman turning her gaze was a moment of sheer perfection, indelibly etched in Song Zhelun's mind. Even after years of marriage, he recalled each detail with remarkable clarity. Li Mi joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "You're here? How do you think I've arranged everything?" Wang Yuan, with curiosity sparkling in his eyes, observed the lovely girl before him and said, "Brother, this must be your sister-in-law." Instantly, Li Mi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Song Zhelun delighted in her bashful demeanor, unable to resist the urge to tease her. "No, no." Li Mi's blushing face suddenly stiffened with embarrassment. Noticing her discomposure, Song Zhelun quickly amended, Someday, someday." Realizing she had been playfully mocked yet again, Li Mi could not help but lightly thump her small fist against his chest. Wang Yuan gazed at the pair with envy, exclaiming, "Brother, you two are truly well-matched." Song Zhelun replied, "Your sister-in-law lives in the building next door. If you need anything, just ask her directly." Wang Yuan respectfully responded, Hello, sister-in-law. Li Mi, still blushing, dared not meet his gaze, murmuring, hello. Suddenly, Li Mi seemed to recall something. Oh, I think I spotted uncle and aunt. They are at the entrance of your community. Instantly, Song Zhelun's expression darkened, reminiscent of a looming storm. It appeared that this family, realizing the public sentiment could not suppress Song Zhelun, had decided to confront him head-on. If they wish to wait, let them wait. I shall accompany you this evening. Shall I? He proposed. You? No. Li Mi replied emphatically. Chapter 31. The fire reignites. Li Jiangguo and Li Jianying had been stationed at the entrance of the Song family villa for a full week. Ever since Li Jing announced her pregnancy, they had taken to the internet to portray Song Zhelun as a heartless scoundrel, hoping to exert pressure on the Song family through public opinion. However, their expectations proved misguided. A week had passed, and not only had the Song family remained unyielding, but they had also expelled Song Zhelun from the Song clan without uttering a word regarding the pregnancy. Their efforts had landed like a heavy blow on cotton, utterly ineffective. In desperation, they found themselves loitering daily at the community entrance, yearning for a glimpse of the Song family. Unfortunately, Song Zhelun had been residing at the factory and had not returned home at all. Li Jianying and Li Jiangguo huddled together, their heads close as they whispered conspiratorially. Furrowing her brow in skepticism, Li Jianying inquired, Brother, can we truly trust what Lu Pengfei said? We've been waiting here for an entire week and haven't seen a single soul. Li Jiangguo hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded with resolve. Sister, do not fret. Did Lu Pengfei not assure us that we would surely encounter Song Zhelun here? Once we see him, we need not worry about him refusing our terms. Li Jianying let out a gentle sigh and then complained, Alas, the issue is that Song Zhelun seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. He has not shown his face for quite some time. Moreover, I have inquired, and even from their group, it is said that he hasn't been to work for ages. If this continues, Li Jing's belly will only grow larger. At that moment, Li Jiangguo also wore a sorrowful expression, anxiously sighing, Sister, with Li Jing's pregnancy, we will be spending money left and right. We have both resigned from our positions at the Song Corporation, and that meager pension is utterly insufficient. If Song Zhelun refuses to acknowledge them as mother and child, life will become unbearable. Hearing her brother's words, Li Jianying could not help but express her grievances. Humph. I had advised Li Jing to get pregnant sooner to firmly ensnare the Song family, but she refused to heed my counsel, only realizing she was pregnant after the breakup. Now it's all for naught. They won't easily take responsibility. Just then, a black sedan slowly drove into the neighborhood. Li Jianying excitedly grasped Li Jiangguo's arm. Brother, look, isn't that Song Zhelun's car? Li Jiangguo, equally thrilled, replied, Yes, it is his car. Quickly, let us stop it. A crowd gathered directly in front of the black sedan. The vehicle came to a gradual halt, and the window rolled down. Contrary to their expectations, it was not Song Zhelun who appeared, but rather Song Xingxing. Li Jiangguo's face, once beaming with smiles, instantly froze. Song Xingxing? Why are you here? With an indifferent gaze, Song Xingxing glanced at them and coldly inquired, What do you want? Li Jianying hastily responded, Song Xingxing, has your brother been informed that Li Jing is pregnant? Song Xingxing retorted icily, What does it matter if my brother knows or not? Li Jianying insisted, It matters greatly. The child is your brother's. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Song Xingxing signaled the driver to proceed. As the car entered the neighborhood, she shouted at the top of her lungs, Security, close the gates and unleash the dogs, leaving the Li family frozen in disbelief. Li Jianying pulled Li Jiangguo aside. Brother, what should we do? Song Zhelun is nowhere to be seen. Li Jiangguo suggested, Should we try our luck at the Song Corporation? The following day, the family made a grand effort to arrive at the gates of the Song Corporation. The security guard coldly blocked their way. Flushed with urgency, Li Jiangguo shouted at the guard, Xiao Lu, I, Old Li, need to see President Song about an important matter. The guard remained unmoved. The corporation strictly prohibits unauthorized entry. You should know this from your time as a guard. Li Jiangguo protested. I'm the father-in-law of President Song. I have come to discuss the marriage of our children. The guard replied, No, I cannot let you in. If you don't enter, I have nothing to worry about. If you do, I will bear the responsibility. Li Jianguo asked, then who has the authority to grant entry? The guard said, fine, wait here, I will fetch the team leader. Before long, the security team leader appeared before them. The group focused their gaze and realized, oh, I see this an old acquaintance? It's the guard who once prevented them from entering the Song family compound on the day of the wedding. He has now risen to the position of security team leader at the Song Corporation. The leader inquired. Les génies sont hurriedly réponded. The leader continued. I'm asking why it is you. Chang's expression darkened instantly. Although his grades were poor, he understood this much. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Jianying endeavored to persuade the security guard, asserting that they had pressing matters to discuss with General Song, pleading for a moment of leniency. However, the guard remained resolute. The captain was unwilling to indulge them, still haunted by the events of the past. His current livelihood was bestowed by Song Zhelun, and he was determined to safeguard it. General Song is not present. You must depart. Li Jianying countered, we can also seek out young Master Song. The captain's expression remained icy. Young Master Song is not here either. At this, Li Jianying's ire erupted, and he vociferously berated the guard, exclaiming, who are you trying to deceive? You mere sentinel. You claim they are absent, yet have the audacity to bar us from entering. I refuse to believe that this family is not returning home or to the company. Let me inform you, my niece is carrying young Master Song's child. Li Jianying pointed an accusatory finger at the captain, demanding entrance, or else he would ensure General Song dismissed him. The captain, brimming with disdain, retorted, who do you think you are? If you have the audacity, go find General Song yourself. Li Jianying was rendered speechless by his own fury. The captain, with pride, raised his chin. Born in a small mountain village, I ventured into the city, clad in a security uniform, dedicating my youth to this post. I am proud. The captain stood as an indomitable fortress, impervious to both pleas and threats. Despite the Li family's desperate entreaties, he remained unmoved, steadfast in his refusal to yield even an inch. Thus, the standoff persisted throughout the entire afternoon. Liu Pengfei observed the unfolding drama from a distance, inwardly cursing the incompetence of those involved. How can they be so foolish? They cannot even enter through a gate. If they can't create a scene, how can I profit from this? Their ignorance was truly beyond redemption. It seemed he would have to intervene personally to assist them. Swiftly, he seized his phone and dialed a series of numbers. After whispering a few instructions, he hung up, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Song Zhelun, just wait. Before long, a throng of reporters surged toward the entrance of the Song group, armed with cameras, capturing the Li family in a flurry of flashes. Several journalists unceremoniously thrust microphones before Li Jianguo and Li Jianying. Initially bewildered, the two soon regained their composure, transforming into shrewd participants in the unfolding drama. They began to wail and lament, vociferously accusing Song Zhelun of infidelity prior to marriage. They claimed he had callously abandoned his bride at the wedding to elope with his mistress, neglecting his pregnant ex-girlfriend in the process. Such a riveting narrative compelled onlookers to whip out their phones, initiating live broadcasts. In this age of information overload, the speed of online dissemination was nothing short of astonishing. As anticipated, it wasn't long before discussions surrounding Song Zhelun surged in popularity, rocketing to the forefront of trending topics. In the blink of an eye, Song Zhelun's name reclaimed its spot at the pinnacle of the trending charts, becoming the center of public attention. Song Xingxing stood nearby, clutching his phone tightly, the screen aglow with news and commentary regarding Song Zhelun. He lifted his gaze to the composed figure of Song Zhelun beside him and remarked, "Brother, you are once again in the limelight." A crowd had inexplicably gathered at the entrance of the Song group. However, Song Zhelun merely cast a casual glance and nonchalantly replied, "Let them make a fuss. The louder the commotion, the more they will lament in the end, and their cries will be all the more genuine." Song Xingxing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Brother, how much longer must we wait? This matter is escalating before our very eyes." Yet, Song Zhelun remained composed, turning to her and retorting, "What progress has been made on the tasks I entrusted to you?" Song Xingxing promptly responded, "It's nearly complete. Aside from Zhou Ming, The other shareholders have begun to offload their stocks, all of which I have acquired. So far, we hold 65 of the shares, granting us absolute power within the company. Song Zhelun nodded slightly, although a hint of regret flickered across his face as he murmured, "Zhou truly is a cunning fox. Even such a meticulously crafted ruse could not ensnare him. Let us observe for another day. If he remains inactive tomorrow, we shall begin to tighten the net. I am certain tomorrow's news will be quite the spectacle." Chapter 32. The reversal in the hospital room, shrouded by nightfall. The lighting was soft and tranquil. Song Weimin reclined comfortably on the hospital bed, accompanied by his benevolent mother, as they leisurely watched television together. The room was imbued with a warm and harmonious ambience, and Song Weimin exhibited no signs of illness. At that moment, the drama on television reached a gripping climax, captivating both of them as they became wholly engrossed, unable to tear their attention away. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed, followed by the door being flung open as Song Zhelun burst in with fervor. His arrival was akin to a stone cast into a serene pond, instantly shattering the previously amicable atmosphere. Song Weimin frowned, expressing mild discontent. "You rascal. You certainly know how to choose your moments." Unfazed, Song Zhelun beamed as he replied, "Ah, Dad, I simply missed you and Mom. How have you been?" Upon hearing his son's caring inquiry, Song Weimin relaxed his brow slightly, letting out a resigned sigh. "Aside from being a bit bored confined in this room all day, everything else is rather satisfactory. I feel utterly stifled, unable to step outside even once." Song's mother then interjected, "What brings you here today? Where's me? Didn't she come with you?" With a smile, Song Zhelun explained, "I just dropped me off at home. By the way, Dad, I have some good news. The plan we devised is nearing fruition." Upon hearing this, Song Weimin's expression grew serious as he scrutinized his son, earnestly asking, "Zhelun, have you truly thought this through? Are you certain you wish to proceed with this course of action?" Without hesitation, Song Zhelun nodded firmly, his gaze resolute as he responded, "Indeed, Father. For the long-term development of the Song Group, we have no choice but to act accordingly. The so-called elders, relying on their extensive experience, have become a persistent affliction within the organization, using their seniority to assert dominance. As long as they continue to monopolize the board, our new projects will struggle to progress smoothly. Only by removing them entirely can the Song family break free from these constraints, allowing us to embark on a new journey and reach greater heights." Song Weimin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Regardless, we must leave them a way out. After all, they're old comrades who have walked this path with me." Song Zhelun nodded slightly in agreement and responded, "Father, you often say that one should leave room for others. I understand this principle well, as long as their actions do not exceed acceptable bounds. I assure you that I will not resort to extreme measures or pursue a complete eradication." Song Weimin then inquired, "Is everything prepared? When do we plan to act?" Song Zhelun replied with unwavering determination, "Tomorrow. I will keep an eye on Zhou to see if he makes any further moves. I must say, Zhou is indeed formidable. Despite the plummeting stock prices, he still holds his shares tightly." Song Weimin sighed. Zhou has always been an exceptionally astute individual. When the Song family was just starting out, without his contributions, our current achievements would have been difficult to attain. Song Zhelun added, "Tonight, you and Mother can return home to rest." Song's mother nodded in agreement. "Yes, that sounds good. By the way, remember to invite me and the others over for dinner tomorrow. It has been far too long since our family sat together to enjoy a meal." Song Weimin smiled. "Let us also invite that young man from the Wong family. It must be tough for him alone. Gathering everyone together will bring some liveliness." Song Zhelun chuckled. "All right, Father. I shall take my leave now. I have some final tasks to wrap up." He then turned and departed, leaving Song Weimin and his wife to continue discussing the arrangements for the family gathering. After a prolonged silence, Song Zhelun, who had been biding his time, finally sprang into action. Like a cheetah poised to pounce, he concealed himself in the underbrush, waiting for the opportune moment. He swiftly grabbed his phone, dialing 7 or 8 numbers in quick succession, the urgent cadence of his keystrokes resembling the prelude to an intense battle. Each conversation was brief and urgent, seemingly conveying crucial information or issuing imperative commands. Once he completed the calls, he paused momentarily, exhaling deeply as if he had accomplished a daunting task. At that moment, the meticulously crafted stage was set, awaiting the grand performance to commence the following day. However, on the morrow, the storm of public opinion raged on, showing no signs of abating. The Lee family showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, they escalated their vehement accusations against Song Zhelun online. On the television screen, Li Jianying and Li Jiangguo were in tears, vociferously denouncing Song Zhelun. They recounted every minute detail from the past, magnifying each incident to an extraordinary degree, turning the events of the wedding eve upside down for sensational effect. Through the embellished narration, Song Zhelun is harshly portrayed as a morally corrupt and utterly despicable man. They claim that upon learning of his girlfriend's pregnancy, he callously abandoned her, leaving her to fend for herself. In the face of such vivid accusations and insults, Song Zhelun merely sat quietly, observing the unfolding drama. Were it not for his role as the protagonist in this farce, he might have almost believed their words. As time ticked away, reaching 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the stock market's closing, it was surprisingly noted that Zhou Ming remained inactive. Song Zhelun could not help but admire this Uncle Zhou, proving that experience is indeed invaluable, as his father had said, steady as a rock. Clearly, the plan had been uncovered. Nevertheless, the results achieved thus far had met the expected objectives. While everyone remained engrossed in discussions about recent hot topics, a Weibo post detonated like a bomb, swiftly skyrocketing to the top of the trending list, overshadowing all previous discussions. In an instant, public opinion was stirred, shifting focus to this astonishing post. This time, the spotlight fell on the long controversial Lee family. The events they described appeared to have encountered an astonishing reversal, leaving everyone astounded. Particularly shocking was the hidden truth behind the grand wedding, which was unveiled in its entirety, with the complete recording of the wedding released without reservation. Everything that transpired that day was vividly laid before the public eye. The footage showed Song Zhelun joyfully arriving to fetch the bride, only to discover the venue deserted, with the bride conspicuously absent. Faced with such an awkward situation, Song Zhelun, out of sheer desperation, had to ask Li Mi to temporarily play the role of the bride, thus barely completing what seemed to be a perfect yet tumultuous wedding. Even more surprising, footage of Li Jing meeting Liu Pengfei in a hotel the night before the wedding was also exposed. This video undoubtedly became the final straw, plunging the Li family into an unprecedented predicament. Numerous solid pieces of evidence pierced through the Li family's facade, nailing them firmly to the pillar of shame, rendering them incapable of uttering a single word of defense in the face of undeniable facts. Furious netizens, upon witnessing these revelations, erupted in outrage, launching fierce verbal assaults against the Li family. They expressed their dissatisfaction and indignation with sharp words and vehement condemnation. As if determined to drown the Li family in an avalanche of criticism, the entire online realm was flooded with accusations and critiques directed at the Li family. And this turmoil seemed to have escalated beyond control. Li Jianying and Li Jiangguo were currently being interviewed on television, utterly unaware that public sentiment had completely reversed outside, as they continued to vocally denounce Song Zhelun's alleged misdeeds in front of the cameras. At that moment, Song Zhelun and Li Mi appeared side by side at the entrance of the television station. Clad in exquisite attire, they resembled a pair of ethereal beings, gracefully stepping into the spacious and luminous broadcasting hall. Upon their first glimpse, the staff members were irresistibly drawn to their remarkable presence, their eyes betraying a sense of astonishment that was hard to conceal. Nevertheless, these seasoned professionals quickly composed themselves, restoring their demeanor to one of calm professionalism, and warmly guided the couple towards the lounge. Once inside the lounge, Song Zhelun and Li Mi sat facing each other. Song Zhelun gazed at Li Mi with tender eyes, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Eventually, a familiar voice resonated through the crack of the door. The host's booming voice echoed throughout the studio. "Dear friends, it seems that today's events have taken an unexpected turn. We are fortunate to have with us the pivotal figures of this incident, Mr. Song Zhelun and Ms. Li Mi. Now, please join me in giving them the warmest applause as they take the stage. Upon hearing this, Song Zhelun and Li Mi exchanged a glance, inhaled deeply, clasped each other's hands tightly, and with resolute steps, exited the lounge, making their way towards the center of the stage. The moment they set foot on the stage, the once boisterous audience fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated upon the pair. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, each face alight with curiosity and anticipation. After they settled, the host, with a welcoming smile and a friendly tone, posed a question. "Mr. Song, Ms. Li, it is a pleasure to see you here. We have heard that the situation online has taken a dramatic turn, with everything previously stated by the Li family being proven false. What is the truth behind this matter?" Song Zhelun slightly tilted his head, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips, as he cast a steady gaze towards Li Jianying and Li Jiangguo, who sat nearby, their faces as pale as paper. He then, in a tone that was nonchalant yet tinged with an icy undertone, retorted, "Do you two still require me to elaborate further?" Chapter 33. The child is not as faced with the actual presence of Song Zhelun. The Li family found themselves at a loss for words. The carefully prepared remarks they had rehearsed now seemed to choke in their throats, utterly unspoken. They had been certain that Song Zhelun would remain absent, allowing them to cast aspersions upon him without restraint. Yet, his unexpected appearance at the scene, coupled with his unabashed release of all pertinent videos online, left them with no room to maneuver. The atmosphere was palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. Song Zhelun, with an impassive expression, regarded the Li siblings coldly, articulating once more, "Do you two still require me to say anything further?" Li Jiangguo's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and spoke. "I acknowledge that it is Li Jing who has failed to cherish what she has. However, I wish to express on behalf of my entire family that we recognize you as our sole son-in-law. Li Jing has indeed erred, acting selfishly and capriciously, missing her wedding. Yet, she is still young. Who among the youth does not commit a few mistakes? If she learns and changes, what harm is there? I speak for my family when I say we only acknowledge you as our son-in-law. Moreover, she is now carrying your child. May you both lead a good life together." Song Zhelun let out a cold laugh, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he retorted, "Uncle, as for whose child Li Jing is expecting, she knows best. Before our marriage, I hadn't even touched her finger. How could I possibly be the father of her child? Instead of clinging to this matter, perhaps you should seek out the actual father. If we delay any longer, your daughter's condition will become more pronounced." Beside them, Li Jianying stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "How could this be possible? You pursued Li Jing for a decade. How could there have been no intimacy?" In response to Li Jianying's skepticism, Song Zhelun remained unfazed, crossing his arms and calmly replying, "Believe it or not, it is your choice. If you deem it necessary, you may arrange for a paternity test. I will fully cooperate with any requests. However, I must make it clear, should the results reveal that I am not the child's father, I ask that you refrain from bringing this matter to my doorstep in the future." Upon hearing Song Zhelun's words, the Li father and son exchanged glances and fell into contemplative silence. Finally, Li Jiangguo lifted his head and said to Song Zhelun, "Very well, since you were so insistent. Let us proceed with the paternity test. I will contact the hospital promptly to arrange the necessary details." Song Zhelun regarded Li Jiangguo with a mocking smile, his tone laced with sarcasm as he said, "Uncle, I advise you not to harbor too much hope. I fear that when the paternity test results are revealed, you may find yourselves even more embarrassed. How about this? First, consult Li Jing to ascertain her thoughts on the matter." At that moment, the host interjected at the perfect moment, saying, "Mr. Li, given the current circumstances, our production team can offer an off-site connection service to allow Li Jing to participate directly in this discussion. After all, she is one of the parties involved, and everyone is eager to hear her perspective." Song Zhelun crossed his arms defiantly, raising his chin towards Li Jiangguo with a mocking laugh, continuing, "Uncle, what do you say? Hurry and make that call. I am eager to witness the moment of your humiliation." At this juncture, Li Jiangguo found himself in a tumult of conflicting emotions. caught in hesitation. Deep down, he fervently desired for the child to be Song Zhelun's. Yet, observing the reactions of Li Jing and Song Zhelun, he could not help but concede that Song Zhelun's words held a significant probability of being true. This implied that the child was most likely Lu Pengfei's. Faced with this predicament, Li Jiangguo felt truly trapped, unable to move forward or retreat. If one does not adhere to what Song Zhelun has suggested, it may appear as though one is harboring doubts. However, should one choose to comply and it ultimately be revealed that the child is not Song Zhelun's, what then? Li Jiangguo gritted his teeth and ultimately picked up his phone to call his daughter. The call was swiftly answered, and Li Jing's voice, tinged with fatigue, came through. "Dad, what's the matter?" Li Jiangguo took a deep breath and briefly relayed the events that had transpired, inquiring whether she would be willing to participate in the program via a remote connection. After a moment of silence, Li Jing stammered, "Dad, that's not necessary. The child is Song Zhelun's." The host, with a smile yet a serious tone, inquired, "Miss Li, can you confirm that the father of this child is indeed Mr. Song Zhelun?" After a brief hesitation, Li Jing responded, "Yes, I can be about 90 certain." As soon as the words left her lips, the audience erupted in laughter, whispering amongst themselves about this absurd scene. How could one not be entirely certain of the child's father, yet dare to speak of a vague 90? Is not such a matter absolute? From whence does this so-called 90 originate? It truly baffles the mind. At that moment, the host pressed on, "So, Miss Li, since Mr. Song is present here with us today, do you have anything you would like to say to him in person?" Upon hearing this, Li Jing stammered, "S. Song Zhelun is here? Has he not made a public appearance in ages? How could he possibly be here?" Clearly, Li Jing was unprepared for Song Zhelun's appearance, her words betraying her inner anxiety. The host patiently explained, "Indeed, Miss Li. This afternoon, after the Song group issued a statement via their official Weibo account, they reached out to our television station, expressing a desire to use our platform to clarify the various falsehoods circulating online." Li Jing's eyes widened in confusion as she queried, "Weibo? What Weibo? I'm completely unaware." Li Jiangguo, furrowing his brow, replied helplessly, "Daughter, we don't understand Weibo either. It must be that Song Zhelun is just concocting stories online to deceive us." However, Song Zhelun, unfazed, retorted loudly, "Whether it's a deception, you can see for yourself." Yet, amidst their dispute, Li Jing maintained a prolonged silence. At this juncture, the host's voice grew increasingly urgent. "Miss Li, are you still on the line? Miss Li?" Yet, the silence from Tenghua was deafening, with no response whatsoever. The host's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Miss Li? Miss Li, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, a dull thud echoed from the other end of the line, as if a heavy object had fallen. Following this, a sharp, piercing female voice sliced through the air. Jing, what is the matter with you? Wake up." Suddenly, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. Witnessing this, Li Jiangguo and Li Jining sprang to their feet in a state of panic, their faces ashen, seemingly eager to flee the scene. Observing their distress, the director hastily rushed onto the stage, grasping both individuals and softly reassuring them, "Please, remain calm." Simultaneously, he redialed the phone, attempting to reach other relevant personnel. The host took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and spoke into the microphone. "It appears that Miss Li is experiencing an unforeseen emergency. Let us patiently await the director's final communication." An invisible weight seemed to envelop the entire venue, the atmosphere so tense that it was nearly suffocating. Time dragged on. Each passing second felt interminable. After what seemed like an eternity, the host finally received a shocking update. Miss Li had collapsed due to significant emotional fluctuations during her pregnancy and had been urgently transported to the hospital for rescue. Fortunately, she had since regained consciousness. This news struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the silence of the gathering, allowing the audience's anxieties to ease slightly, their taut nerves loosening just a fraction. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the host announced, following our urgent discussions with the production team, we have decided to establish an off-site connection with the hospital. Now, let us turn our attention to the live coverage provided by our on-site reporters. As the large screen flickered to life, the scene shifted to a hospital room, revealing Li Jing lying quietly on the bed, her already pale complexion now devoid of color, exhibiting a sickly pallor. Her hands clutched the bed covers tightly, her body trembling slightly, her gaze wandering aimlessly, brimming with fear and unease, unable to meet the camera's eye. The host gently called out to the screen, "Hello, Miss Li. I'm your host, Achio." Hearing his voice, Li Jing slowly turned her head, silently nodding in acknowledgement. The host then inquired, "Miss Li, both parties are present at the scene. Regarding the recent Weibo post from the song group, what are your thoughts or responses?" However, the only reply was a seemingly motionless image. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves, some even speculating whether a network malfunction had caused the image to freeze. Noticing the situation, the host pressed on, "Miss Li, what is your stance on Mr. Song's request for a paternity test?" After another lengthy and agonizing silence, Li Jing's tightly sealed lips finally parted. "There is no need. The child is not Song Zhelun's." This statement struck like a thunderous clap, reverberating through the air and igniting a frenzy online. Following the song group's Weibo post, public opinion, which had initially leaned toward supporting Li Jing, began to shift dramatically. However, immediately following Li Jing's utterance, the sentiments of netizens swiftly devolved into an overwhelming torrent of vitriol. Numerous individuals flocked to the Weibo account of the song group, leaving scathing remarks. "My heavens, am I losing my hearing? She audaciously claims that the child is not Song Zhelun's. With her woeful demeanor, who could have imagined that she is such a wanton woman, engaging in an affair with another man on her wedding day, carrying an illegitimate child while expecting Song Zhelun to assume the role of a surrogate father. Her cunning is truly profound. I had previously foolishly defended her against General Song online, and now I rue the day, wishing I could chastise myself." Li Jing and Liu Pengfei's Weibo accounts were inundated with scorn to the point of paralysis. Concurrently, the audience present turned their ire towards the siblings Li Jianguo and his sister, mercilessly pointing fingers and hurling insults at them. Had it not been for the intervention of staff members, the impetuous and fiery youth would have undoubtedly succumbed to their impulses and rushed forward to physically confront them. Amidst this chaotic scene, only Li Mi remained composed, seated quietly beside Song Zhelun, akin to a flower blossoming in tranquility. Her exquisite eyes resembled deep lakes, shimmering yet steadfast, unwaveringly fixed upon Song Zhelun, never once diverting her gaze. The tumult surrounding her appeared to be completely insular, failing to capture her attention in the slightest. From the very beginning, she had unwavering faith in Song Zhelun. The current turn of events was entirely within her expectations. Her presence here was solely at Song Zhelun's behest, albeit with a tinge of personal desire. She yearned to stand alongside him in front of the crowd. Gently, Song Zhelun grasped her delicate hand, rising slowly with a perfectly measured smile, courteously nodding to the host as he spoke. "Since Miss Li has clarified that this matter does not concern me, we shall take our leave." The host promptly responded, "We are immensely grateful for your presence amidst your busy schedule, Mr. Song, and we also thank you for clarifying the truth." With that, Song Zhelun continued to hold Li Mi's slender hand as they gracefully navigated through the bustling crowd. Making their way towards the exit, together, their figures were striking, appearing as a perfect pair. Anyone who beheld them could not help but sincerely admire their compatibility. The onlookers could not resist comparing them, ultimately concluding that the two were indeed a remarkable match. From that point forward, the unfolding events held little significance for Song Zhelun. Today, his paramount objective was to extricate himself from the clutches of public opinion and cleanse the Song group of any tarnish. As for the fate of Li Jing and her family, he remained indifferent. The outcome aligned with his expectations. With the dramatic reversal of online sentiment, public attention shifted, and no one lingered on the Song group any longer. At this very moment, the parents at home are eagerly anticipating the return of their children for a delightful dinner together. Within the confines of the Song household, Father Song and Mother Song have long since returned, creating a welcoming atmosphere. The onlookers, who had initially gathered at the community entrance to witness the spectacle, have dispersed due to the shift in public sentiment. At last, tranquility and serenity have returned to this place, allowing the couple to relish this rare moment of peace. In high spirits, Father and Mother Song have instructed Aunt Wang to prepare a sumptuous feast. As Song Zhelun and Li Mi stepped through the door, they were pleasantly surprised to find Li Mi's parents had already arrived. The four elders gathered around the dining table, engaging in lively conversation, the ambience warm and harmonious, devoid of the initial awkwardness they had experienced upon their first meeting. After a considerable time, Wang Yuan and Song Xingxing sauntered in at a leisurely pace. Upon their arrival, joyous laughter erupted from the group, marking the commencement of a heartwarming family gathering. Wang Yuan, with his cherubic visage, appeared even younger than his actual age. Now just past 20, he radiated the youthful exuberance of a teenager. Father and Mother Song dote on Wang Yuan, treating him with the same care as their own second son, which even stirred a twinge of jealousy in Song Zhelun, the biological child. This was evident when Mother Song warmly offered Wang Yuan another helping of food, prompting Song Zhelun to voice his discontent. "Mom, in my opinion, it seems like little Yuan is your real son." Mother Song, upon hearing this, playfully chided him. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Song Zhelun was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning rigid. The others erupted in laughter at this exchange. Wang Yuan quickly interjected, chuckling as he reassured Song Zhelun. "Zhelun, we are good brothers. Your parents are naturally my parents too, but my parents remain my parents." Initially nodding in agreement, Song Zhelun soon realized the absurdity of the situation and pointed at Wang Yuan, exclaiming, "Hey, are you also in on this joke?" This remark only heightened the laughter around the table. At that moment, Father Song, who had been silently smiling, finally spoke. "Zhelun, your mother has been quite anxious about you these past few days." It was only upon seeing the news on Weibo today that her heart finally found peace. Song Zhelun quickly reassured his mother. "Mom, I've told you not to worry. Everything is under control and going according to our plans." Mother Song responded as a mother. "How can I not worry? However, Zhelun, you have indeed matured and are handling matters with increasing composure." Reflecting on the past, it seemed like another lifetime when Song Zhelun was willing to sever ties with his family to marry Li Jing. Now, those memories felt like remnants of a distant past. Yet for Song Zhelun, they were indeed remnants of a former life. Looking at him now, he is decisively practical and astutely experienced. In the realm of his profession, he has exhibited extraordinary capabilities, possessing both profound cunning and depth, while simultaneously maintaining a rare authenticity. At present, he undeniably instills an immense sense of reassurance. The transformation observed in Song Zhelun seems to have commenced since he and Li Mi began their pretense as a married couple. It is undeniable that Li Mi is indeed a blessing for the Song family. Not only has she cured her son of his infatuated folly, but she has also rendered him increasingly composed and dependable. At this moment, Song's mother, with a face full of maternal affection, is serving dishes to Li Mi while kindly saying, "Mimi, you have truly endured much this time, accompanying that boy in his whimsical endeavors." As she spoke, Song's mother smiled warmly, her gaze tenderly directed at Li Mi. Upon hearing these words, Li Mi shyly lowered her head, responding softly, "Auntie, please don't say that. In truth, I haven't been of much help. Rather, it has been Aja who has taken great care of me." Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, imbued with a hint of youthful bashfulness. At that moment, Song's father chimed in, agreeing, "In my opinion, since everyone is gathered here today, why not seize this opportunity to finalize their marriage?" Upon hearing this, Li Mi's parents exchanged smiles, expressing their agreement. It is worth noting that Song Zhelun, the prospective son-in-law, has often been lauded by Li Mi's older brother. Initially perceived as a typical affluent heir, aloof and unapproachable, they discovered upon acquaintance that Song Zhelun was entirely different from their assumptions. He treated them with utmost politeness, devoid of any airs of arrogance. Moreover, he showed exceptional care and affection towards Li Mi, his sincerity unmistakable. At this moment, Zhelun gazed deeply at Li Mi, his eyes brimming with tender affection and profound love, softly stating, "Whatever you decide is fine." Observing this, Song's father turned to Li Mi's father, Li Jianmin, with a smile and said, "Brotherly, since the children are mutually enamored, I shall boldly take the lead today and confirm their marriage. What are your thoughts on this?" Li Jianmin, who has always cherished his daughter like a precious gem, felt immense joy upon witnessing her find such a commendable suitor, securing a beautiful future. He nodded repeatedly, responding, "Very well. Young Song is a person of good character and kindness. I am completely at ease in trusting Mir to him." Upon hearing this, Song's mother radiated joy and quickly interjected, "Then we must hasten to select an auspicious date for a grand engagement banquet, so that the entire Sioux City knows that Li Mi is recognized as my Song family's daughter-in-law." At this moment, Li Mi was already blushing profusely, resembling a ripe apple, radiantly charming. She lowered her head, unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her garment, allowing the others to deliberate her lifelong commitment, yet unable to utter a single word of dissent. Meanwhile, a warm and harmonious family gathering was unfolding, filled with laughter and the comforting warmth of familial bonds. However, the home of Li Jing stands in stark contrast to this place. At this moment, her doorstep is a scene of utter chaos. Various items are strewn haphazardly across the ground, while a multitude of unidentified individuals angrily hurl eggs and vegetable scraps, rendering the entrance filthy and foul-smelling. As she reminisces about the glee she felt while spreading rumors, she now finds herself in a state of disarray in the face of this turmoil, her heart brimming with regret and helplessness. She can no longer afford to consider anything else. It suddenly dawns on her that there is only one person left to rely on. With trembling hands, she swiftly grasps her phone and dials that familiar number. Once the call connects, her voice quivers with urgency as she pleads, "Hello, shall we get married? I am truly at my wit's end." Chapter 35. Who else? Peng Fei. Marry me. Our child cannot grow up without a father. With tear-filled eyes, Li Jing yearns for the man who once professed his love for her, hoping he can provide her and their child with a warm home. However, the other end falls into a prolonged silence, the atmosphere heavy as if frozen in time. Finally, Peng Fei speaks slowly. "Jinger, your reputation is irreparably tarnished. Marrying you now would offer me no advantage. I cannot undertake such a losing venture." His words pierce her heart like a sharp blade, cold and unforgiving. Li Jing cannot accept such a response. Tears cascade down her face like a torrent, and she sobs. "Can you truly bear to let our child be born without a father? It is so unfair to the child." Yet Peng Fei remains unmoved, responding with indifference. "Everyone knows you are carrying an illegitimate child. Marrying you would mean acknowledging myself as the father of that illegitimate child. How can I hold my head high in society thereafter? Do not be naive." In despair, Li Jing cries out, "We can leave this place. Start anew, somewhere no one knows us. As long as we are together as a family, we will surely find happiness." Peng Fei sneers. "You speak so lightly of starting over. After years of hard work in Sioux City, I have achieved what I have today. You expect me to abandon everything and start from scratch on a whim? Not a chance." Desperately gripping her clothing, Li Jing pleads, "But you once said you loved me. Now, I have nothing but you. I beg you, think of the love we once shared." Before she can finish, Peng Fei rudely interrupts. "You were valuable to me when you were with Zhelun. By being with you, I could draw closer to him and gradually take over the Song family. But now that he has cast you aside, what worth do you hold for me?" With that, he abruptly hangs up the phone. Li Jing stares blankly at her phone, her heart steeped in despair and helplessness. She had believed that Peng Fei truly loved her, only to realize he had merely exploited her. She collapses to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Had she truly erred? How could she have sacrificed a priceless pearl for a mere rotten fisheye? Just then, the doorbell suddenly rings. Li Jing wiped away her tears and slowly rose to open the door. Standing at the threshold was an unfamiliar man. "Hello, you must be Li Jing. I have a business proposal that I wonder if you might find intriguing." The following day, the reputation of Zhelun once regarded as a scoundrel, experienced a remarkable transformation. Previously condemned by the masses, he had now become an object of sympathy among netizens. In this virtual realm, opinions surged like a tidal wave. People began to reassess Song Zhelun's past, unearthing overlooked details. Some discovered that he had quietly contributed to charitable endeavors, aiding numerous individuals in need. Others reminisced about his strength and courage in the face of adversity, a resilience known only to a few. Yet others lamented his helplessness in love. Perhaps he too had been the one to suffer. As these details emerged, the attitude of netizens shifted dramatically. They took to social media to express their understanding and support for Song Zhelun, and in an instant, he became the center of attention. Simultaneously, the stock price of the Song family business finally experienced a revival. At the moment the market opened, the stock exchange's large screens flickered with vibrant red, reminiscent of a flourishing garden in bloom. Investors cheered with excitement, seeing hope and a bright future for the Song family enterprise. It had been over a week since the Song father and son had set foot in the Song group. Upon their return, it felt as though they had traversed through time. Employees saw Song Zhelun behind his father, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm and anticipation. "Welcome back, Chairman Song. Welcome back, young Master Song," someone in the crowd shouted, quickly followed by a chorus of voices from all the employees. Song Zhelun smiled and waved to everyone, his eyes radiating confidence and determination. Upon entering the office, the Song father and son immediately ordered a board meeting. The spacious and bright conference room was permeated with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. As the board members sat in their respective seats, their expressions grave. Their gazes were collectively fixed on an empty chair at the front, as if it bore the weight of the world. As time ticked by, each second felt as if it could shatter the silence, yet everyone remained silently waiting, unwilling to break the stillness. At last, the long-closed door slowly opened, and Song Wayman, accompanied by Song Zhelun, strode in with a steady gait. The moment he appeared, the previously silent conference room stirred with a slight commotion. However, calm soon returned, for all understood that the real spectacle was only just beginning. As the initiator of the meeting, Song Wayman was the first to shatter the suffocating silence. He straightened his posture slightly, cleared his throat, and began, "Ladies and gentlemen, we convene today to announce the future direction of the company." As he spoke, he cast a sharp gaze around the room, his eyes seeming to penetrate the souls of those present, making it difficult for anyone to maintain eye contact for long. After a brief pause, Father Song continued, "After careful consideration, I have resolutely decided to dismantle our Song group. Naturally, this would entail corresponding changes in the positions of all present." Song Zhelun and Father Song had spent an entire night deliberating on the economic trends of the future. As someone reborn into this life, Song Zhelun was acutely aware of where the focal points of economic development lay in the coming years, as well as the long-standing issues plaguing the group. The father and son took a considerable amount of time to finalize the current plan. However, such reforms were destined to be anything but smooth. Upon hearing this declaration, it was as if a stone had been cast into water, creating ripples that stirred the entire conference room into chaos. At this moment, Zhou Ming could no longer contain himself, rising with an anxious expression to exclaim, "Chairman, this seems ill-advised. The group is currently thriving. Is it not too conservative to hastily divest part of our business at this juncture?" Father Song furrowed his brow and responded deliberately. "The group is presently facing a crucial period of transformation and upgrading, with the most pressing issue being our financial predicament. Weimin Real Estate and Mingzhe Freight have severely burdened the group's liquidity in recent years." Song Zhelun and Song Weimin had analyzed the future economic trends. The real estate market was on the verge of a turning point, and the public's willingness to purchase homes would only decline year by year. Furthermore, the escalating tensions in the international landscape would significantly impact the freight industry. Both sectors were bound to decline in the coming years. New energy, however, will be the new path forward. Upon hearing this, many present grew increasingly grim. After all, real estate and freight had always been the pillars of the Song Group, the most convenient avenues for generating profit. To truly extricate these companies from the group would deal a substantial blow to them. In an instant, Various voices of dissent and opposition surged forth, plunging the conference room into further chaos. Father Song bellowed, and the room fell silent. He straightened his posture, casting a commanding gaze over those assembled, and spoke with steady determination. Ladies and gentlemen, what I just stated is a notification, not a matter for discussion. Seated nearby, Zhou Ming, with an expression as cold as ice, replied unwaveringly, Chairman, while you hold decision-making authority over the group's future direction, the Song Group is not a dictatorship. We must adhere to the board's decision-making process and conduct a vote. Father Song narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly laughed. In that case, let us proceed with the vote. As the secretary distributed the ballots, the atmosphere became palpably tense. The board members whispered among themselves and, after a brief deliberation, cast their votes. Before long, the results were tallied. Unsurprisingly, the majority of the board members opposed Father Song, achieving victory with an overwhelming majority. Zhou Ming, wearing a triumphant expression, turned to Father Song and said, Chairman, regrettably, the board's vote did not pass your proposed plan. However, Father Song merely smiled gently, betraying no signs of surprise or dismay. He spoke slowly. Since the board does not agree, I shall resort to exercising my rights as the major shareholder to force this resolution through. Zhou Ming's countenance changed abruptly as he hastily rose to his feet, exclaiming, Chairman, you cannot proceed in this manner. Your shares are insufficient. Song's father, with arms crossed and a demeanor of serene confidence, leaned back in his chair, a self-assured smile gracing his lips. I possess 65 of the company's shares, granting me ample authority to dictate its developmental strategies. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured to himself, 65? How is that even possible? It was well known that Song's father initially held merely 33 of the company's shares, and even when accounting for Song Zhelun's holdings, the total barely reached 47, insufficient for absolute control. This slight advantage had enabled Zhou Ming to rally other board members, consistently vetoing Song's father's proposals, a persistent source of frustration for him. To counter this predicament, the cunning Song Zhelun deftly wielded the formidable influence of public opinion. He allowed the media to criticize him openly, even subtly fueling the fire, leading to a significant decline in the reputation of the Song enterprise. Confidence in Song's stock plummeted, and the share prices fell precipitously, akin to floodwaters breaching a dam. The hospitalization of Song Weimin and the resignation of Song Zhelun only exacerbated the situation. Observing the troubling trend, certain company veterans hastily divested their holdings in Song stocks for self-preservation. Meanwhile, Song Zhelun and his accomplices had already laid the groundwork, preparing numerous alternative accounts to acquire the dumped shares. Thus, a silent yet fierce battle for control over the equity unfolded in the shadows. As time progressed, Song Zhelun's faction adeptly amassed shares of the Song Company through these tactics. In the ebb and flow of power, they ultimately succeeded in securing 65 ownership. With such a decisive advantage, they could now disregard any dissent from shareholders, freely steering the company's fate as they pleased. Song's father rose to address the assembly. So, who among you still opposes my directives? Who? Chapter 36. Is this it? Under the suffocating and formidable presence of Song Weimin, the atmosphere felt as though it had frozen. Everyone fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Song Weimin's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, slowly scanned the room, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the very souls of those before him. Very well, I shall announce the appointments and dismissals regarding personnel. His voice resonated low and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. This latest personnel list detonated like a bombshell, relegating the erstwhile company stalwarts to obscure firms in honorary leadership roles. These veterans resembled exiled sheep, receiving a mere nominal salary each month while effectively marginalized, living in a state of neglect. In their stead, individuals prearranged with Song Zhelun took their places. Those who had steadfastly supported Song Weimin in the previous life yet had been overlooked due to their lesser influence. In this lifetime, Song Weimin resolved to elevate these individuals, granting them an opportunity to showcase their talents. This encapsulates the recent personnel changes. Is there any dissent? Song Weiman's gaze swept across the assembly once more, his eyes betraying an air of authority and dominance. The most vociferous opponent was Zhou Ming, who had formerly held the position of vice chairman of the group, but had now been relegated to the newly partitioned real estate company, stripped of the group's financial backing. The real estate firm found itself adrift, its cash flow nearly depleted, burdened by substantial bank loans. Zhou Ming's countenance darkened, and suppressing his inner fury, he inquired, "Chairman, is this appointment truly?" However, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Song Weiman. "Indeed, you may retire early. You all hold shares, and the dividends alone suffice." Zhou Ming's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Song Weiman, his voice trembling as he protested. "Chairman, I meant relocating us seniors to an obscure company. Do you not fear the whispers of outsiders accusing you of discarding us once we have outlived our usefulness?" A flicker of complex emotion passed through Song Weiman's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. He sighed softly. "Old friend, times have changed. The era that belonged to us has concluded, and it is time for the younger generation to ascend." Zhou Ming's lips quivered, as if he wished to voice further thoughts. Yet ultimately, he remained silent. His gaze was filled with resignation and despondency, as though he had aged significantly in an instant. Song Weiman placed a reassuring hand on Zhou Ming's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Old Zhou, I comprehend your sentiments. We are no longer young, and it is time to let go. One should not exhaust every possibility. Words should not be spoken to their full extent, and rules should not be adhered to excessively. When one pushes too far, connections inevitably wane. It is time to step back, old friend." Zhou Ming trembled slightly, lifting his head to meet Song Weiman's gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He understood that this reality was immutable, and he could only silently accept it. Turning his attention to Song Zhelun, Song Weiman smiled and proclaimed, "I hereby announce that Song Zhelun will henceforth serve as the chairman of the group. I plan to step back and relish my retirement." Song Zhelun's face registered astonishment as he regarded Song Weiman, his eyes brimming with gratitude and respect. "Your growth is evident, and it brings me great solace to entrust the group to you. Henceforth, it shall be the domain of the younger generation." Zhou Ming furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he remarked, "Chairman, this decision seems rather hasty. Perhaps it warrants further contemplation." His eyes reflected a hint of concern and skepticism. Song Weiman turned to Song Zhelun, calmly inquiring, "What say you, Song Zhelun? Are you able to manage this?" With a straightened posture and resolute gaze, Song Zhelun responded, "I am capable. You need not worry." Zhou Ming scoffed dismissively, retorting, "Youngsters should temper their exuberance." With a slight smile, Song Zhelun replied, "Isn't youthful vigor what defines us?" Zhou Ming's expression darkened as he continued, "Do you believe that the reversal of public opinion online absolves you of all consequences? The Song Group has suffered a considerable loss of face because of you." A flicker of displeasure crossed Song Zhelun's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and retorted, "What does this have to do with my succession as chairman?" Zhou Ming scoffed, "It is indeed relevant. It illustrates that your virtues do not match your position." Song Zhelun furrowed his brow and pressed, "What constitutes a match of virtue and position?" Zhou Ming crossed his arms and replied, "You must at least achieve some results that command the respect of U.S. veterans." Song Zhelun nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Is that all?" Zhou Ming shot him a glare, responding, "That is indeed all." Turning to the door, Song Zhelun called, "Xing Xing, please bring them in." Song Xing Xing quickly made her way to the adjoining room, returning shortly with Wang Yuan in tow. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly shifted to one of tension upon Wang Yuan's arrival. With a youthful, cherubic face, Wang Yuan exuded an air of maturity and confidence that belied his age. He approached the conference table with light, buoyant steps, surveying the attendees before fixing his gaze on Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming looked at Wang Yuan, a sense of disdain swelling within him, and derisively remarked, "Is this your achievement? What is this, some child from a family?" Wang Yuan offered a slight smile, responding leisurely, "Uncle, have you heard the saying?" Zhou Ming, perplexed, asked what. Wang Yuan's voice rang clear and bright. "To grow old but not die is to be a thief." Zhou Ming's face flushed crimson, and he angrily pointed at Wang Yuan, bellowing, "Hey, you little brat, who are you cursing?" Wang Yuan met Zhou Ming's glare without fear, declaring, "Who do you think you are to call me a child? Do you know who my grandfather is?" Zhou Ming mockingly retorted, "Your grandfather is Li Gang." A look of disdain crossed Wang Yuan's face as he boldly proclaimed, "Your father is Li Gang. Your whole family is Li Gang. I'll inform you that my grandfather is Wang Baichuan." Wang Baichuan. The room fell into stunned silence, and Zhou Ming's complexion turned pale, leaving him speechless. In the business world, the name Wang Baichuan resonates powerfully. He is a legendary figure, having built the Wang family business empire from humble beginnings with a bowl of cold tea in the 1960s. Within merely 20 years, he had established a commercial dynasty, consistently holding the top spot on the national rich list for decades. Zhou Ming broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "Are you the young master of the Wang family?" Wang Yuan offered a slight smile, responding, "I am indeed." There was a hint of pride and confidence in his tone. Zhou Ming managed a faint smile. "What brings young Master Wang heir to our humble gathering?" Wang Yuan crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips as he jested. "Uncle, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Why not revert to that?" His voice carried a note of provocation, seemingly challenging Zhou Ming's limits. Zhou Ming's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his calm, replying, "I dare not. I was indeed rude earlier. What brings young master here?" Song Zhelun stepped forward, his gaze resolute and self-assured. "We have reached an agreement with the Kyoto Wang family to establish a new energy research and development base in Sioux City. This is the core of the group's development for the next decade." His voice was clear and powerful, as if proclaiming this significant decision to all present. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Ming's face. He furrowed his brow and inquired with uncertainty, "New energy vehicles? What will happen to our current production line?" Song Zhelun smiled faintly, his demeanor exuding confidence and composure. "The group will establish a new production line. With the technical support from the Wang family, we can launch our first new energy vehicle within a year. Within 3 years, I aim to dominate the national market for new energy vehicles." His voice brimmed with anticipation, as if he could already envision the success of the future. Zhou Ming's expression darkened slightly. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "When did this come about? Why were we completely unaware?" His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, seemingly troubled by the abruptness of this decision. A glimmer of regret appeared in Song Zhelun's eyes as he gently patted Zhou Ming's shoulder, saying, "Uncle Zhou, the group requires new development, but it will never forget your contributions." Song Weimin then addressed the assembly. "Does anyone have any objections?" His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, as if the entire conference room was enveloped by his commanding presence. The palpable tension pressed down upon everyone, making it difficult to breathe. The attendees exchanged glances, none daring to speak further. Their eyes were fixed on Song Weimin, reflecting a mixture of awe and submission. His gaze was resolute and piercing, surveying the room as if probing into the souls of each individual. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his lips, as though he possessed a profound understanding of all that transpired. "Very well. Song Zhelun is hereby officially appointed as the chairman of the Song Group." Song Weimin's voice rang out again, this time more resounding, filled with vigor. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone rose to congratulate Song Zhelun. He stood and bowed deeply to the crowd, then delivered a brief yet impactful speech. His words were met with enthusiastic applause, igniting a sense of hope for the future of the Song Group. It seemed that all was settled. Chapter 37. Sold Again Bar. Liu Pengfei had been feeling quite despondent lately, facing numerous obstacles in his job search. He aspired to earn money, to succeed, to gain the respect of others, and even dreamed of one day overshadowing the Song family. Yet, all these aspirations had vanished. Song Zhelun had completely freed himself from Li Jing's grasp, rendering years of planning futile. He was fed up with the contemptuous glances from Song Zhelun and the condescension in their conversations, which gnawed at him with frustration. He had tried to lower his head, to seek peace, but this time Song Zhelun was resolute in denying him any reprieve. He consumed one drink after another, losing count of how many he had. Upon exiting the bar, a gust of wind hit him, and in his dazed state, he felt slightly intoxicated. He noticed two individuals stealthily leaving a hotel, making their way toward a nearby parking lot. As the distance closed in, an inexplicable familiarity enveloped a figure ahead. Could it be? Indeed, it was Li Jing. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Lu Pengfei, emboldened by intoxication, called out, "Li Jing." The figure ahead jolted, turning upon hearing his voice, only to swiftly grab the arm of the person beside her and hastily flee. Lu Pengfei, now sobering in shock, chased after them. "Li Jing, halt!" he shouted, sprinting in pursuit. Yet, Li Jing and her companion only quickened their pace, leaving him bewildered. Their encounter should have prompted a reunion. Yet her flight suggested otherwise. He quickened his stride and managed to intercept them just before they reached their vehicle. "What is the matter, Li Jing? Why are you ignoring me?" he asked breathlessly. Li Jing appeared flustered, stammering, "What are you doing here?" Her demeanor was anxious, her gaze evasive, her hair disheveled, and remnants of an indistinct liquid lingered at the corners of her mouth. An observant adult could easily deduce what had just transpired. Lu Pengfei fixed his eyes on the older man beside her, demanding, "Who is he?" The older man, seemingly irked, retorted, "And who might you be?" Lu Pengfei interrupted, "Who am I? I'm the father of her child. What? Are you unaware that she is pregnant?" Desperately stepping in as her savior. "Are we?" Li Jing's complexion darkened. Her teeth clenched as she replied, "Lu Pengfei, mind your own business. We have nothing to do with each other." With that, she tugged the man toward the car. Lu Pengfei seized her hand, refusing to let her depart. "Don't rush off. What? I am no longer sufficient for you." Now seeking out older men. He could relinquish Li Jing, but she could not covertly pursue another man, even if it was Song Zhelun. The mere thought of her with another man gnawed at him, filling him with irritation. In a sudden burst of defiance, Li Jing struck him across the face, the sharp sound reverberating through the air. Lu Pengfei was taken aback, his mind spinning in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the once compliant Li Jing would dare to hit him. "Lu Pengfei, I warn you, shut your mouth." Her voice was laced with fury and resolution. "I have severed all ties with you, and the child has no connection to you." Her eyes sparkled with determination, conveying to Lu Pengfei her resolve to delineate their boundaries. Lu Pengfei's face flushed crimson, his lips quivered, yet no coherent words escaped his mouth. "Am I striking a nerve with the truth? You truly are a wretched creature, requiring a man by your side to survive. At your age, you would choose such a companion. Are you seeking a father for your child or a grandfather?" His words dripped with scorn and derision. Li Jing's fury ignited further, her voice rising an octave. "Lu Pengfei, have you consumed too much excrement lately? Why is your tongue so foul? Who I choose to associate with is none of your concern." Lu Pengfei sarcastically remarked, "Of course it matters. Without the connection, where would your child come from? Have you truly mistaken your child for that worthless Song Zhelun?" A sharp pang pierced through Li Jing's heart as she realized she had forsaken Song Zhelun for such a despicable creature. "How dare you even mention Song Zhelun? The greatest regret of my life is having met you. I sacrificed a remarkable person like Song Zhelun for someone as vile as you. My heart feels utterly devoured, and by a shameless cur like you. I know that if you were to kneel and beg for Song Zhelun's forgiveness, he would never grant it, and you would likely receive a sound beating for your troubles." Her voice was laden with regret and anguish. At that moment, an older man approached. His face bore the marks of time, yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness and worldly wisdom. "You're Lu Pengfei, are you not? I have heard of you and your affairs." Lu Pengfei's countenance darkened, suspicion clouding his gaze as he scrutinized the older man. "Who are you exactly?" The older man offered a subtle smile. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you wish to trample Song Zhelun beneath your feet." His words dripped with temptation and provocation. Lu Pengfei's eyes widened, fixating intently on the older man, his voice trembling slightly. "Can you help me achieve that?" The older man's lips curled into a sly grin. "Perhaps, but I gather you find yourself at a dead end. The Song Group has united with the entirety of Sioux City to blacklist you. No company would dare accept you, would they?" Lu Pengfei's face drained of color, as if struck at a vulnerable point. His fingers clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Over the past month, he had submitted countless resumes, each meticulously crafted, yet all had vanished without a trace, like stones cast into the sea. He had pleaded with nearly everyone he knew in hopes of securing a job, even the most mundane one, but reality was merciless, leaving him with no respectable options beyond washing dishes in a restaurant. Once, he had been a figure of considerable influence in Sioux City, respected wherever he went. Now, he lived like a rat scurrying across the street, hunted by all. His heart brimmed with resentment and fury, yet he found himself powerless. The older man seemed to perceive Lu Pengfei's turmoil, his tone laced with disdain. I have devised a plan, and you can assist me in its execution. Should it succeed, you will not leave empty-handed. He gestured toward Li Jing, adding, including her, everything will belong to you after the deed is done, and you three can live together harmoniously. Li Jing gazed at the two with a face ashen as death, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. This was yet another instance of being treated like a commodity, traded without regard. She felt as if she were a soulless puppet, manipulated at will. It seemed that apart from Song Zhelun, no, the Song Zhelun of the past, everyone regarded her merely as a toy, an object for their whims. Her heart brimmed with regret, lamenting her own foolishness for being so easily swayed by Lu Pengfei's mere words. She reminisced about the days spent with Song Zhelun, a time when she was enveloped in bliss and joy. Now, everything had transformed into a distorted reality. Lu Pengfei fixed his gaze intently upon the older man, his eyes rife with suspicion and vigilance, his voice quivering slightly as he questioned, "Why should I trust you?" A cold smirk crept across the older man's face, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, seemingly capable of penetrating Lu Pengfei's very soul. In a low, threatening tone, he replied, "Do you have any other options? Either you comply, or leave Sioux City and never show your face again." Lu Pengfei's brow furrowed slightly. He hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "Fine. It's a deal. What must I do?" The older man chuckled with satisfaction, a hint of cunning in his smile. "I knew you were an astute individual. First, you must go to—" Li Jing stood there, as though bereft of her soul, her expression vacant and bewildered, as if the entire world had become irrelevant to her. All she knew was that yet again she had been treated as a mere commodity, cast aside after just having left the hotel with him. Her heart ached with pain and despair. Were it not for the child she carried within her, she would long to find a secluded place to quietly end her life. "Do you understand?" The older man reiterated, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Lu Pengfei's face registered astonishment, unable to suppress his curiosity. "How did you acquire this information?" "It's classified." The older man's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of mystery flashing in his eyes. "That is of no concern to you. Just follow my instructions, and once the task is accomplished, I shall grant you what you desire. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can return your woman to you for one night." Li Jing's complexion instantly turned pale, her lips quivering as she attempted to voice a protest, yet no sound emerged. Fear and humiliation filled her heart, making her feel less than a mere object. Suddenly, the older man struck, his palm crashing against Li Jing's face. Her body jolted, and 5 vivid red marks blossomed on her cheek. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she fought to keep them at bay. "Do you even dare to refuse? You are but a dog in my service. I command you to lick whoever I choose." The older man spat vehemently before departing without a backward glance, leaving Lu Pengfei and the crumpled Li Jing behind. A wicked smile appeared on Lu Pengfei's face as he approached Li Jing, extending his hand to gently lift her. Her body felt limp, devoid of any strength. Lu Pengfei held her hand firmly, leading her back towards the hotel they had just exited. His heart surged with desire and impulse. It had indeed been a long time since he had last touched a woman. Chapter 38. Outside the hotel, a gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Inside the hotel, the atmosphere bore the scars of a fierce battle, presenting a scene of utter chaos. Li Jing lay disheveled and grimy on the expansive, opulent bed, resembling a wounded little rabbit curled up in despair. Her once vibrant and expressive eyes now appeared hollow and vacant, staring blankly at the pristine white ceiling above. Tears streamed silently from the corners of her eyes, cascading down like a torrent unleashed, soaking the pillow beneath her and leaving a damp trail in their wake. Lu Pengfei had long since vacated the room. At that moment, she was so consumed by her emotional turmoil that she could scarcely feel the physical pain. The psychological blow had far surpassed the torment of her body. In the depths of her mind, only one figure emerged. Zhelun, the man who had once loved her deeply, only to be heartlessly wounded by her actions. She found herself reminiscing about the past, her heart brimming with regret and self-reproach. How had circumstances spiraled into such disarray? If only she had never crossed paths with Lu Pengfei. If only she had not missed that fateful wedding. If she had truly become Zhelun's bride. Would she still be the cherished woman, cradled tenderly in his heart? Gradually, Li Jing's consciousness began to blur, as if she had slipped into a dream. In this reverie, there were no traces of Lu Pengfei, nor the loathsome older man. Only she and Zhelun, hand in hand, gracefully entering a breathtaking wedding venue. Zhelun wore a smile, passionately declaring his love for Li Jing before a gathering of family and friends. They embraced tightly and kissed fervently, eliciting waves of cheers and applause from the audience. Following this, they approached the well-wishers, raising their glasses in a toast of goodwill. Everything unfolded according to the most exquisite script. Yet, just as she stepped into the lounge, an inexplicable chill swept over her. Instinctively, she glanced at the mirror, only to be struck by the sight of a face so familiar yet wholly out of place. It was none other than her cousin, Li Mi, the girl she had always regarded as a thorn in her side. No! With a terrified scream, Li Jing jolted awake from her nightmare. She gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her heart racing as if it were about to leap from her throat. No, it cannot be her. How could it possibly be her? She murmured, her voice trembling with despair. Reflecting on the memories of yesteryear, Li Jing was engulfed by regret and self-recrimination. She realized that when she stood beside Zhelun, her heart felt a profound sense of peace and happiness. Yet, at that time, she had failed to appreciate the preciousness of these emotions, instead finding fault with him. She had always perceived Zhelun as overly clingy, trailing behind her like a nagging old woman, which had only served to irritate her. Reflecting on the past, those once perceived as trivial annoyances were, in truth, nothing but manifestations of Zhelun's affection, expressed in his unique manner. Regrettably, her own ignorance prevented her from recognizing this at the time. It was only when everything became irretrievable that she awakened from her stupor, realizing the depth and sincerity of that love. Regret consumed her, a profound remorse that rendered her heart heavy, yet it was futile now. Zhelun would no longer belong to her. Tears cascaded down Li Jing's cheeks, soaking her pillow. An overwhelming tide of regret surged within her, threatening to drown her entirely. Trembling, she reached for her phone, as if it were the last lifeline connecting her to the outside world. Her fingers glided over the contacts list, each name piercing her like a dagger. Despair and helplessness filled her gaze, tears welling in her eyes. Following the pregnancy incident, she felt abandoned by the world. As if she were a pariah, those around her kept their distance, treating her as if she carried a curse. Her heart was laden with pain and guilt, leaving her at a loss on how to confront it all. As she opened her phone, her gaze fell upon the glaring red exclamation mark on the WeChat interface, where she had once conversed with Zhelun. It felt as though an invisible hand gripped her heart, causing a pain so intense it nearly stole her breath away. The memory of her previous indifference lingered, a sharp blade that mercilessly pierced his heart. With trembling fingers, she sent a message. "I wish to have a proper conversation with you." Each word felt like a monumental effort. As seconds ticked by, she anxiously awaited a response, feeling as though she had traversed a lengthy century. Finally, her friend request was accepted. Eagerly, she dialed the number, and soon a familiar voice resonated through the line, electrifying her entire being. "Hello." That single word made her heart race. "It's me." She endeavored to keep her voice steady, though it quivered slightly. "I know." The coldness in his tone pierced her heart even more. Li Jing took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Her fingers clutched the phone tightly, as if it were her sole anchor. I'm sorry, I didn't think of you. Is there anything else? I thought I had made myself clear. His tone remained unyielding. A tumult of emotions surged within Li Jing. She was uncertain of what to say. Her lips trembled as she struggled to find the right words, unsure where to begin. Us. I'm sorry. I believe I'd conveyed my feelings clearly enough. It's over between us. His voice struck her heart like a hammer. Li Jing's complexion paled, her lips losing their color as they quivered. Do you hate me? Is everything you've done a result of my betrayal? Shouldn't I hate you? I believe anyone in my position would. A sharp pang of pain shot through Li Jing. Is it not worth discussing your faults? Setting aside the facts? What else is there to talk about? Are you really trying to put the blame on me and engage in a debate over right and wrong? The taunt in his voice pierced through Li Jing's heart, leaving her in anguish. She could not fathom why she had become so estranged. All she desired was a heartfelt conversation, a rekindling of their once cherished affection. Yet now, everything felt distant, almost unattainable. But what have I gained? Tears cascaded from Li Jing's eyes like scattered pearls, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. I merely believed that no matter my actions, you would never abandon me. Thus you took my affection for granted, believing that marrying me was a grand favor? Zhelun's tone brimmed with fury and disappointment. Am I to be eternally grateful, forgiving your every transgression, accepting you, and catering to your whims? Li Jing's body quivered slightly as she attempted to wipe away the unrelenting tears, but found it impossible to cleanse the sorrow. I regret it. I have lost everything, and you are all I have left. You cannot cast me aside. Child, yes. If you so desire, we can terminate the pregnancy. We can have our own children. I can bear you many. Zhelun replied coldly. You do not truly regret it. You simply cannot accept what lies ahead. What about Lu Pengfei? Has he abandoned you? Li Jing's tears flowed freely once more, her voice choked with emotion. He is a scoundrel. He doesn't want me, nor the child. He is a worthless, shameless wretch. With a mocking laugh, Zhelun retorted, If others do not cherish you, neither shall I take you back. I will not reclaim refuse. Li Jing's body jolted at the chilling words, an expression of disbelief and despair clouding her gaze, as if the world had plunged into darkness in that instant. She lowered her head, murmuring softly, I apologize. I could not withstand temptation. You have always treated me well, yet I was insatiable. I yearned for everything you offered, yet could not part with Lu Pengfei's sweet nothings. Had I appeared at the wedding on time, would you have still married me? After a moment of silence, Zhelun's voice emerged slowly. If this were indeed a paradox, we could never predict the outcomes that did not transpire. In a past life, I did marry her, and it ruined my existence. Truly, I am grateful for this, if only. Li Jing's tears continued to flow, her heart overwhelmed with endless remorse and sorrow. She understood she had lost Zhelun irretrievably. Her eyes reddened, tears glistening. She bit her lip tightly, striving to hold back the flood. Her voice trembled as she yearned. I wish I could return to that day. Then I would be your bride. I truly long to be your bride now. Zhelun replied, In truth, you do not wish to be my bride. If I possessed nothing, would you still choose me? To put it plainly, I am merely a choice you made after weighing the pros and cons. Were I not the heir to the Song Corporation, you would not even spare me a glance. Lu Pengfei merely sought to exploit my leniency towards you to draw closer. When you lose your value, he will unceremoniously discard you. Thus, when I no longer serve a purpose for you, you will not hesitate to cast me aside. You are that kind of person. Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, How could that be? I would never do that. Zhelun scoffed. How could you not? You did so in your past life. Li Jing furrowed her brow, murmuring thoughtfully, You and Li Mi, the two of you are quite well together. I didn't inform you about the engagement to spare you the discomfort. Li Jing could not help but lament if someone were scheming against you and I could assist you. Would you abandon Li Mi and return to my side? What do you mean? What do you know? Chapter 39. New Energy Vehicles. Li Jing took a deep breath. I know that someone is secretly plotting against you. If you agree to leave Li Mi and return to me, I will divulge everything I know. Zhelun replied. I do not know where you heard this, but I, Zhelun, am not afraid. whether the threat is overt or covert. Whoever dares to confront me will face my double retaliation. Let the one who informed you come forth, but they must not regret it." He paused, then resolutely continued, "Moreover, Limi has never been a negotiable condition for me. As long as she is present, she will always be my first choice." Li Jing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she questioned, tinged with grievance and reluctance. "Why? Why do you not treat me with the same regard?" Song Zhelun coldly retorted. "The reason is simple. She is deserving. Furthermore, she is not like you. She is not a parasite dependent on men. What she is capable of achieving is beyond your imagination and far surpasses what you presume." Li Jing, eager to defend herself, retorted, "I too can accomplish many things." However, Song Zhelun silently mocked her, thinking, "Indeed, you can do a number of things, but the issue lies in your utter lack of understanding of how to create wealth. You only excel at transferring the wealth of others." Li Jing, filled with rage, shouted, "Song Zhelun, one day you will regret this." Song Zhelun replied, "Perhaps. But what of it?" Li Jing clenched her teeth and declared, "Fine, we shall see. I will wait to witness you beg for mercy in your wretchedness. It will surely be a spectacle." With that, the two hastily ended the call. Song Zhelun slowly set down his phone, his gaze fixed on the dimming screen as he began to contemplate. Undoubtedly, Li Jing must have learned something. Thus far, apart from Li Jing and Lu Pengfei, if one were to enumerate his adversaries, it would likely be the very elders he had ousted. A fortress is most vulnerable from within. Could it be that Lu Pengfei has conspired with certain elders, preparing to stab him in the back? But where would this trap lead? And who could this enigmatic figure be? Could it be Zhou Ming? He has already experienced Zhou Ming's cunning firsthand. If it were Zhou Ming, from what angle would he approach the situation? The large-scale purging operation within the group, though progressing at a sluggish pace, is nonetheless advancing in an orderly manner. Throughout this process, the elders have clung tightly to their positions, refusing to relinquish their hold, even resorting to desperate measures. Faced with this group of seasoned individuals relying on their long-standing tenure, a compassionate approach is evidently futile. Fortunately, the astute duo of Song Zhelun and Song Xingxing are well-versed in this arena. One adopts the role of the good cop, while the other plays the bad cop. Their collaboration seamless. By leveraging the various incriminating evidence they have collected, they deftly compel the elders to make concessions. Thus, these once arrogant elders, filled with reluctance yet left with no choice, are dispatched to the neglected subsidiaries to enjoy their twilight years. However, one individual stands as an exception, Zhou Ming. A truly clever man, he lives up to the title of the strategist frequently mentioned by Zhou's father. His methods are impeccably executed, leaving no room for error. So much so that Song Zhelun, after much searching, has been unable to find any incriminating evidence against him. Reluctantly, he must temporarily allow Zhou Ming to continue serving as the deputy general manager of the group. Yet, Song Zhelun is not one to remain idle. He arranges for a plethora of talented young individuals, gradually delegating the tasks that originally belonged to Zhou Ming to these newcomers. Consequently, although Zhou Ming's official title remains unchanged, the actual authority he wields has been significantly diminished, rendering him effectively powerless. In the spacious and brightly lit office of Zhou Ming, the atmosphere is particularly tense. Elder Fong Yuan paces anxiously, occasionally stopping to glance at Zhou Ming, who sits behind his desk and urgently inquires, "Old Zhou, are we really going to stand idly by while he wreaks havoc?" Zhou Ming furrows his brow, responding helplessly, "What can I do? Each of you is eager to sell off your shares, and now this young man dominates the company. Even if I oppose him, what difference does it make?" Hearing this, Fong Yuan lets out a heavy sigh, filled with regret. "Ah, if only we had known, but now that it has come to this, what use is regret?" Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, a new energy research center is being constructed fervently. An advanced automotive assembly line is also being established alongside it. Everything is progressing according to the planned schedule, with the leading lithium battery technology owned by the Wang family and integrating it with the already mature fuel vehicle systems. The research team is diligently crafting a groundbreaking new energy electric vehicle. All work is advancing smoothly, and it is foreseeable that the first new energy Electra vehicle will soon make a stunning debut. At the same time, Limi has not returned to the finance department. The reason is simple. Song Zhelun believes she is too popular. Each time he witnesses numerous male colleagues surrounding her, vying for her attention. A wave of jealousy stirs within him. Nevertheless, Limi does not cease her care for Song Zhelun despite this. Every day, Limi rises early, meticulously preparing delectable meals, which she personally delivers to Song Zhelun and his team. Faced with this lovingly crafted bento, Song Zhelun invariably savors every bite with immense satisfaction. However, under the indulgence of daily culinary delights, his once trim waistline has inexplicably expanded by 2 inches. Beyond her routine of delivering meals, Limi spends a majority of her time collaborating with Wang Yuan on the tasks assigned by Song Zhelun. These matters appear to be of utmost importance and confidentiality, as Song Zhelun prefers that no one else is privy to them. Consequently, they proceed with utmost caution, ensuring that every step is executed in secrecy, terrified of any leaks. Within the spacious confines of an opulent hotel room, the ambience is shrouded in dim, gentle lighting, creating an air of mystery and tranquility. A large, comfortable bed occupies the center of the room, upon which 3 individuals recline. On one side lies an elderly man, while on the other rests Lu Pengfei. Between them lies Li Jing, her pallid complexion and frail body suggesting a deep, untroubled slumber. The elderly man slightly shifts, casting a piercing gaze at Lu Pengfei, and in a low voice inquires, "What is the progress on the matter I previously entrusted to you?" A smirk of pride graces Lu Pengfei's lips as he confidently replies, "Rest assured, boss, everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. I have secured all suppliers of lithium battery materials in the Jiangnan region. We now hold complete control over the raw materials. As long as Song Zhelun wishes to produce new energy vehicles, he cannot circumvent these battery materials. Without these crucial components, I am eager to see how he continues with his automotive ventures." The elderly man nods in satisfaction, yet promptly adopts a serious demeanor, admonishing, "This matter is of great significance. It must be foolproof, with no room for error." Lu Pengfei quickly responds, "Understood, boss. However, I did encounter a minor complication. During negotiations with these suppliers, another company expressed interest in acquiring this batch of lithium battery materials, resulting in a final price that is 60% higher than anticipated." Upon hearing this, the elderly man's brow furrows in an instant, and he exclaims in anger, "What? 60%? Do you realize how much that amounts to?" Lu Pengfei, however, appears unfazed, casually retorting, "Boss, no need to be overly concerned. It's merely a slight increase beyond our initial target. Besides, even if the price escalates by 100%, we still have Song Zhelun, our unwitting benefactor, to back us up. Even if we sell at exorbitant prices, he will have no choice but to endure it. Otherwise, the penalties for breaching the contract would be enough to bankrupt him." After concluding, he raises his chin slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips, his demeanor radiating an air of assured control. The elderly man, still frowning, fixes a sharp gaze on Lu Pengfei and questions, "What company is this?" Lu Pengfei responds without hesitation, "It's called Yari. They seem to be involved in electric bicycles." The elderly man, after a moment of silence, lets out a soft sigh, murmuring, "Alas, enough is enough. Since it has come to this, let it be a 60% achievement. For now, we shall await the unveiling of Song Zhelun's automobile." A glint of cunning flickered in Lu Pengfei's eyes as he concurred, saying, "Indeed." The moment they secure a substantial number of orders for their vehicle, yet realize the inadequacy of materials, will present us with the perfect opportunity for our revenge. At this juncture, a cruel smile crept upon his face. The old man gritted his teeth and added, "Humph. When that time comes, I shall ensure this young rascal pays dearly for his actions." Lu Pengfei, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists and declared menacingly, I can hardly wait to witness Song Zhelun's desperate visage when he comes to plead with me." As soon as the words left his lips, both men erupted into hearty laughter, their mirth laced with the satisfaction of anticipated vengeance. However, at that moment, the old man's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he cautioned, "Yet, we must not let our guard down. That little brat Zhelun is far more cunning than his father. He could easily cast us old fellows aside without a fight. But no matter how formidable he may be, she is not the same." Lu Pengfei replied, "Indeed, he is merely a young lad. How could he possibly rival you? Everything he possesses, including women, will ultimately belong to you." Haha. A flattering smile adorned his face, and his eyes sparkled with greed. "Boss, it is still early. Why don't we haha? You truly are a beast." Before long, the room was once again filled with the sounds of anguished cries. The wails seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, suffused with pain and despair. Chapter 40. Dream's 3 months slipped by like a fleeting shadow. Through a series of bold reforms, the song group successfully established numerous subsidiaries, achieving a remarkable leap in both financial flow and operational volume. The young talents vigorously promoted by Zhelun did not disappoint, showcasing their prowess in their respective roles and attaining remarkable accomplishments. Such splendid results silenced those who once harbored doubts about Zhelun. Even the notoriously self-important Zhou Ming could not help but commend him at this moment. This young man is indeed extraordinary. His cunning and depth of character are remarkably mature for his age. Simultaneously, the new energy vehicle project entered a critical phase, with the final round of testing diligently underway. Fortunately, all technical specifications aligned with the initial design. If all goes according to plan, this innovative vehicle, embodying the collective efforts and intellect of many, is poised to debut at the National Day Auto Show in a month's time. It will shine as the nation's first new energy vehicle, undoubtedly becoming the focal point of the entire exhibition. However, to ensure the smooth execution of this auto show, Zhelun, as the project leader, has exerted himself to the utmost, dedicating himself entirely to this impending grand event. For 2 solid months, he scarcely found leisure to accompany Li Mi on dates, pouring all his energy and thoughts into the upcoming spectacle. On that day, when Zhelun finally completed all his pressing tasks, he let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he settled down for a moment of respite, a familiar knock gently echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Li Mi, her face aglow with a radiant smile, holding a meticulously prepared dinner in her hands. Zhelun's gaze instantly softened, like the warm rays of the spring sun illuminating Li Mi, as he softly inquired, "Mir, what delightful dish do we have today?" Li Mi playfully chuckled, teasingly responding, "Today, we have your favorite sweet and sour ribs." Zhelun replied, "I'm not in the mood for ribs today. I crave lap chong." Li Mi responded, "Lap keong? We don't have that." Zhelun countered, "Who says we don't? ISNT it right here." With that, he scooped Li Mi into his arms, enveloping her tightly, and passionately pressed his lips against hers. Startled by Zhelun's sudden advance, Li Mi's body quivered momentarily. Yet, she soon reciprocated his fervor, her hands gradually encircling his neck. The atmosphere in the room began to heat up, their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. At that moment, the office door was abruptly flung open with a resounding bang. "Brother." Wang Yuan's words were abruptly cut off, as if someone had grasped his throat. Immediately following was the sound of the door slamming shut, a brief yet forceful noise that seemed to herald something significant. The interrupted couple quickly detached, hurriedly adjusting their attire. A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed Zhelun's face as he cleared his throat, feigning composure and calling out, "Come in." Wang Yuan entered, wearing a look of slight apology, his gaze evasive. "Brother, I'm sorry. I seem to have disturbed you." His voice was barely above a whisper. Zhelun raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Please omit the word seem." Wang Yuan's face flushed crimson, and he scratched his head, stammering, "Brother, actually, I'm here to share some good news." Zhelun nodded, encouraging him to continue. Wang Yuan took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. "Our new energy vehicle has successfully passed its final road test, and the data aligns with our predictions." Zhelun's eyes sparkled with excitement, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. "Is that all?" His tone carried an imperceptible hint of menace. Wang Yuan appeared oblivious to the underlying tension. That it? Song Zhelun subtly prompted. That it? Wang Yuan paused, momentarily confused, before quickly realizing his oversight. That it? He exclaimed, hastily turning to exit, closing the door behind him in a rush. Watching Wang Yuan's retreating figure, Song Zhelun shook his head in resignation. He turned back to Li Mi. The desire in his eyes rekindled. He's gone. We shall continue, his voice deep and resonant. Li Mi's face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes reflecting a blend of shyness and unease. No, this is the office, she murmured, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. Song Zhelun's lips curled into a subtle smile as he reached out, gently caressing Li Mi's cheek. With tenderness, he uttered, opposition is futile. As he spoke, his lips slowly gravitated towards Li Mi's crimson ones, as if venturing into an uncharted realm. Just as their lips were on the brink of contact, the office door was abruptly thrust open. President Song, there is an urgent document requiring your signature. The secretary's words were abruptly silenced as she beheld the scene before her, her eyes widening in shock and embarrassment. Both Song Zhelun and Li Mi were startled, hastily parting from one another. I am so sorry for the interruption. I will leave immediately. The secretary, flustered, swiftly closed the door, inwardly relieved at her quick escape. Song Zhelun gazed at the door with a look of frustration, silently lamenting the disruption. Li Mi's face flushed crimson as she adjusted her attire, softly murmuring, let's discuss this later tonight. Taking a deep breath, Song Zhelun endeavored to compose himself. He looked at Li Mi, noticing the lingering blush on her face, which only enhanced her allure. Then we shall speak of it tonight, he replied, his voice laced with anticipation. The two sat together, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. As Song Zhelun elegantly picked up his food, he smiled and inquired, would you like to see the new car? Li Mi gently nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, I would love to see it. In truth, she yearned for more time in Song Zhelun's company. Apart from their mealtime, it had been far too long since they had enjoyed such solitude together. Today presented an excellent opportunity for her to spend more time with him. Once they finished their meal, they eagerly made their way to the new factory area. A frosty blue vehicle stood proudly in the center of the lot, resembling a brilliant sapphire, radiating an enchanting glow. Surrounding it were various technicians, some engrossed in calculating parameters, while others diligently performed final verifications, their expressions serious and focused. Upon seeing Song Zhelun escorting Li Mi inside, they paused their tasks and gathered around. Director Han Bin of the R&D department welcomed them with a smile, enthusiastically introducing President Song. This is our first vehicle. It is constructed from the most advanced alloy materials, combining lightweight durability with effective energy conservation. Furthermore, the design harmoniously blends modern technology with aesthetic elements, featuring sleek lines and dynamic appeal. His introduction lasted a full 5 minutes, detailed and vivid, instilling anticipation for the vehicle. All performance parameters align with our design. I am confident this car will shine at the upcoming auto show, Song Zhelun remarked. This is the first appearance of our new energy vehicle. Gaining public acceptance will take some time, yet I firmly believe our car will become the preferred choice for families in the future. Han Bin replied, you're absolutely right. President Song, I share your confidence in our vehicle. Song Zhelun encouragingly patted Han Bin on the shoulder, saying, this is merely our first product. We must all continue to strive for excellence. Han Bin quickly nodded, rest assured, President Song, we will persist in our efforts. By the way, what do you think we should name our car? Song Zhelun surveyed the expectant faces surrounding him and proposed, since this vehicle embodies our collective hopes. How about we call it Dream? Song Zhelun turned to Li Mi and gently inquired, Mir, what do you think? Li Mi's gaze was captivated by the icy blue vehicle, and she softly replied, I adore this name, and I truly love this color. A group of development team members, witnessing the moment, could not help but stifle their laughter. Li Mi, puzzled, looked at them and asked, what are they laughing at? Han Bin smiled and explained, Miss Li, do you truly not know? Li Mi shook her head, her face displaying curiosity. Han Bin continued, this color was specifically chosen by President Song. Song Zhelun gazed at Li Mi, his eyes filled with affection. "This is the color of the gown you wore for the first time." Upon hearing this, Li Mi's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. A surge of sweet emotion welled up within her, realizing that Song Zhelun had always remembered that special moment. Shyly, she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze any longer. With a warm smile, Song Zhelun looked at Li Mi and gently asked, "By the way, has Zhanghua been in touch with you recently?" Li Mi nodded and responded, "Yes, we just communicated yesterday. Their team has completed everything and is ready to officially launch." After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, Zhanghua specifically mentioned his gratitude towards you. Thanks to your funding, they've not only improved the system, but also have a generous budget for promotion." Song Zhelun's smile grew ever more radiant. Their project is bound to be a great success. Li Mi tilted her head slightly, her gaze inquisitively fixed on Song Zhelun, and she inquired, "Seeing you so happy, do you have some new plans?" Song Zhelun raised an eyebrow, confidently replying, "Indeed. For our company's new car model to make a successful debut in the market, we must rely on their assistance to create momentum." Intrigued by Song Zhelun's assurance, Li Mi eagerly pressed, "Oh, what exactly do you plan to do? Do tell me." With a mysterious smile, Song Zhelun took Li Mi's hand. "Mir, can you stay out a little later tonight?" Chapter 41. The enigmatic blue shadow in the dead of night. Silence enveloped the city of Su, as if it were wrapped in a blanket of tranquility. Yet, on this deserted street, a dazzling blue lightning bolt suddenly streaked across. Akin to a swift sword's gleam, Song Zhelun, exhilarated, drove his brand-new vehicle, with Li Mi seated beside him. The two of them reveled in the freedom of the night streets, unleashing the powerful potential of the new car. The speed was breathtaking, like the wind itself, leaving behind a fleeting blue apparition on the road. Strangely, not a sound of the engine could be heard. A group of street youths chanced upon this remarkable scene, left utterly astonished. "Did you see that?" one boy exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I saw it. Did you see it?" Another boy echoed, his face equally astonished, unable to trust his own eyes. "Thank goodness you saw it too. Otherwise, I would have thought I was seeing ghosts." The third youth, still feeling a lingering dread, patted his chest. Was it a vehicle? It made not a sound, and yet moved with such swiftness. The fourth youth rubbed his eyes, convinced that the events unfolding before him resembled a vivid illusion. It seemed that way indeed. The fifth youth stammered in response. On the following morning, as the eastern horizon barely revealed a hint of dawn, the golden sunlight eagerly pierced through the clouds, gently cascading upon the earth. In this moment brimming with hope and vitality, a short video app named Douyin made its grand entrance into the public eye, akin to the rising sun. Unexpectedly, the inaugural viral video of this newly launched platform featured the ethereal blue shadow that had astonished the streets the previous night. Upon its release, the video ignited a wave of curiosity among netizens, and an avalanche of comments surged forth, with speculations rising in a cacophony. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that all eyes were fixated on this trending video. Major social media and news platforms, like sharks sensing blood, unleashed a torrent of coverage. However, within a mere half-day, this news spread with lightning speed akin to a ferocious storm, mercilessly sweeping through the entire city of Su. Whether in the bustling commercial streets, the tranquil residential neighborhoods, or the crowded office buildings, fervent discussions regarding this event echoed everywhere. It had undeniably become a hot topic of conversation, sparking waves of intense debate. As the news continued to gain traction, the user base of Douyin skyrocketed exponentially, amassing millions of new users within just one day. At that moment, Song Xingxing was reclining comfortably on a plush sofa, gently cradling a tablet in his hands, leisurely refreshing Douyin. A striking headline caught his eye: last night's ethereal blue shadow on the streets. What could it be? Upon clicking, he saw a blue lightning-like figure swiftly vanish from the frame on the midnight streets. Just then, Song Zhelun entered from outside. Song Xingxing looked up, beaming as he said, "Brother, you've gone viral again. The online buzz is incredible. Some speculate your vehicle is a ghost car. It seems many sanitation workers were quite frightened last night." The corners of Song Zhelun's mouth curved slightly, forming a faint smile. What do you think about that? At this moment, Song Xingxing couldn't help but give a thumbs up, his face alight with admiration. Brother, I must say, you are truly a genius. Utilizing the video of your new vehicle to generate buzz, and then leveraging that to further promote it. What a brilliant strategy. How did you conceive of it? Song Zhelun's mind was as clear as crystal. In his previous life, due to insufficient funds for promotion and marketing, Zhonghua had allowed Douyin, which launched later, to seize the initial wave of user traffic. Despite being the pioneer in this arena, he found himself perpetually lingering at a mediocre level. Fortunately, in this lifetime, with the substantial financial backing from the Song family, he finally achieved fame. Song Zhelun confidently proclaimed, with Douyin generating considerable buzz for our new vehicle, on the day of its official launch, we shall undoubtedly dazzle the audience. Beside him, Song Xingxing eagerly chimed in, indeed, the trending topics online are practically dominated by us. A glint of cunning flickered in Song Zhelun's eyes as he continued. Given the favorable circumstances, why not stoke the flames further and give Zhonghua an additional push? Upon hearing this, Song Xingxing immediately perked up, her excitement palpable as she implored, Brother, may I please take it for a test drive tonight? Song Zhelun furrowed his brow, responding with a serious expression. This vehicle is still in the tuning phase. If you're to drive it, you must exercise utmost caution. Song Xingxing promptly patted her chest in assurance. Brother, rest assured, I will treat it as if it were my own child. With a smile, Song Zhelun gracefully seated himself beside her and inquired with genuine concern, by the way, Xiaoxing, how is the preparation work at the company progressing? Upon hearing this, Song Xingxing's spirits soared, and she excitedly replied, Fear not, brother. Everything is arranged perfectly. All is in readiness. We just await the favorable winds to commence the product launch. Well, that is splendid. Song Zhelun nodded in satisfaction. Then, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, he asked, and what about that side? Meanwhile, in Zhou Ming's office, he sat at his desk, engrossed in browsing the latest news updates on the web. Upon first citing the trending topic, an instant realization dawned upon him. Undoubtedly, this was yet another well-orchestrated spectacle by Song Zhelun. One must admit, the audacity with which he manufactured such topics and garnered public attention prior to the official release of the new vehicle was indeed masterful. Zhou Ming pondered silently. If this momentum continued, by the time the new car truly hit the market, it could very well become a sensational hit due to the substantial buzz it had generated. Song Zhelun was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps under his stewardship, the Song family would carve out a new frontier. Zhou Ming picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Gather some online influencers and amplify the trending topics even further. After hanging up, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Song Zhelun, let's wait and see. At this upcoming new car launch, I will ensure you become the center of attention. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Douyin and Yulan Meiying had almost monopolized the top of the trending topics. The user base for Douyin continued to grow steadily, undoubtedly aided by Song Zhelun's meticulous orchestration behind the scenes. Both Song Zhelun and Xingxing often took advantage of the quiet, late-night hours when the streets were devoid of vehicles. Speeding through the city in their new dream car, many onlookers would linger by the roadside late into the night, simply to catch a glimpse of its beauty. Thus, a plethora of photographs and a series of videos emerged on Douyin, akin to mushrooms sprouting after a spring rain. As these images and clips proliferated, an increasing number of individuals scrutinized and analyzed them, ultimately concluding that the enigmatic Blue Phantom was merely a novel automobile still in the testing phase. Despite the revelation of the truth, the public's curiosity regarding this vehicle not only failed to wane, but intensified significantly. Numerous netizens inundated the comment sections with inquiries about which automotive company was poised to unveil this new model. However, it was perplexing that, in the face of such fervent public interest, not a single automobile enterprise stepped forward to acknowledge any connection to the vehicle. Amidst the swirling discussions, several esteemed figures from the automotive review community shared their perspectives, suggesting that the Blue Phantom was undoubtedly a new product crafted by a foreign car manufacturer specifically for the auto show. They advised patience, assuring that the day of the exhibition would unveil all mysteries. Consequently, the discourse surrounding the Blue Phantom continued to escalate, with everyone eagerly anticipating a glimpse of this elusive new car. Lu Pengfei reclined languidly on the soft, plush bed, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. His expression radiated a sense of triumph, as if he had the entire world beneath his feet. At that moment, Li Jing knelt submissively before him, her head bowed, low like a humble servant. Lu Pengfei, while gently toying with his hair, picked up his phone and dialed a number. When a voice answered on the other end, his tone was imbued with an air of superiority and self-satisfaction. Everything had been set in motion. On that day, for companies would place orders. He chuckled to himself, contemplating that as long as Song Zhelun could not deliver the goods within the stipulated time frame, the penalties alone would be enough to ruin him. Even if he managed to deliver on time, the costs of lithium batteries would leave him financially devastated. Regardless, this time he would not escape unscathed. Lu Pengfei could not help but erupt into a hearty laugh. On the other end, an older man's voice responded, "Well, splendid work on this matter." Upon hearing the praise, Lu Pengfei's smile broadened even further. "Ha ha, it was merely a trifling task. Before long, the entire Song family will be yours. Once the objective is achieved, do not forget my contributions. Rest assured, as long as we can bring Song Zhelun to his knees, leaving him with no chance of recovery, everything you desire shall be yours." Lu Pengfei nodded in satisfaction, his eyes glinting with greed and ambition. "Excellent. Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration and the swift realization of our goals." With that, he ended the call. Chapter 42. The day of the auto show as public interest continued to soar without any sign of decline. The highly anticipated National Day Auto Show finally commenced with a grand opening ceremony. The first day of the exhibition was designated as Media Day, and renowned domestic media outlets, along with professional automotive reviewers, seized this exceptional opportunity without hesitation. It is noteworthy that the remarkable attention garnered by this year's auto show can be attributed primarily to the much-discussed entity known as the enigmatic Blue Phantom. This mysterious vehicle has successfully ascended the trending lists across major social platforms, propelled by a myriad of rumors and speculations, and has maintained a prominent position in the realm of popular discourse. Consequently, the majority of attendees arrived with the eager anticipation of acquiring exclusive first-hand news. On the inaugural day of the exhibition, scheduled to commence at 9 o'clock in the morning, an unexpected scene unfolded. Even before the appointed hour, throngs of impatient individuals had already gathered outside the exhibition hall, eagerly awaiting entry. Countless media representatives and content creators wielded an array of high-definition cameras and smartphones, tirelessly capturing every moment, fearful of missing any thrilling spectacle. As the clock struck 9, the pent-up excitement of the crowd surged forth like a tidal wave into the spacious and brightly lit venue. They scurried about, fervently seeking the legendary enigmatic Blue Phantom. Alas, despite their exhaustive exploration of the entire exhibition space, the elusive vehicle remained hidden from view. Just as disappointment began to settle in and many were resigning themselves to abandon their quest, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the hall. Numerous staff members, visibly flustered, rushed towards the entrance, stirring up clouds of dust in their hurried wake. Amidst their anxious exchanges, bystanders could barely glean fragmented snippets of conversation. "Clear the runway in front of the exhibition hall. I've heard a new car is set to perform today." This news spread like wildfire throughout the venue, igniting a collective curiosity and anticipation as people flocked towards the entrance. In the distance, a dazzling blue light flickered at the end of the road, hurtling towards them with astonishing speed akin to a bolt of lightning. All eyes turned to the live broadcast, fixated on the approaching brilliance that drew nearer, resembling a fierce cheetah dashing at full throttle, yet devoid of any engine's roar. As the supercar neared the end of the runway, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. It executed an extraordinarily graceful drift, with tires screeching against the asphalt, producing clouds of white smoke and piercing sounds, before coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the exhibition hall. At that moment, Song Zhelun, seated within the vehicle, pressed the accelerator with fervor propelling the car forth like an arrow released from a bow, the tires spinning rapidly and leaving two black marks on the ground. Navigating the curves with deft precision, he manipulated the steering wheel with fluidity, as if performing a stirring symphony. The inclination of the car was perfectly balanced, ensuring both speed and stability, while the outer wheels seemed poised to lift off the ground, yet those inside remained firmly grounded. Following this, a sudden brake and tailslide maneuver traced a graceful arc, bringing the rear of the car back to precisely where it had initially halted. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, a harmonious amalgamation of speed and skill, eliciting fervent cheers and thunderous applause from the captivated audience. In that fleeting moment, accompanied by a subtle mechanical hum, the car door began to slowly swing open. The first sight to capture the attention of the crowd was Zhelun, clad in an exquisitely tailored black, bespoke suit. This suit seemed as if it had been crafted specifically for him, fitting his tall and robust physique perfectly, accentuating his already striking and elegant form, rendering him even more imposing and remarkable. With an exceptionally graceful demeanor, Zhelun descended from the vehicle, his footsteps steady and resolute. Each stride exuded an invisible force, radiating an undeniable aura of confidence and composure. This distinctive charm acted like a magnet, drawing the gazes of those around him, leaving them utterly captivated. Swiftly, Zhelun moved to the side of the passenger seat. With a gentle motion, he extended his right hand and slowly opened the car door. At that very moment, a delicate arm, as pale and tender as a snow lotus, emerged from within the car, gently resting upon the broad palm of Zhelun, who had been waiting patiently. Then, a beautiful young lady, adorned in an ice-blue floor-length gown, descended from the vehicle as if she were a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Her graceful figure swayed with elegance, her alluring curves embodying the quintessential beauty of femininity. The ice-blue gown seemed to be a gossamer veil, softly draping over her delicate form, fluttering gently in the breeze, evoking a dreamlike sensation that was simply breathtaking. Suddenly, a stir arose within the crowd. An observant individual pointed towards Zhelun and exclaimed, "Oh my, I recognize him. Isn't he the newly appointed chairman of the song group, the renowned Zhelun?" This exclamation was akin to a stone cast into a lake, instantly creating ripples of excitement. Zhelun? Could he be the one who was almost to become a father a few months ago? Another person inquired, astonished. "Yes, that's him." Someone else concurred. In an instant, the crowd's attention converged upon Zhelun, and animated discussions ensued. Who would have thought that such an exceptional man could be jilted? What kind of woman does she seek? One individual remarked, unable to suppress their astonishment. If Zhelun were willing to be my husband, I would ensure to exhaust him every single day." A flamboyantly dressed woman giggled, prompting sideways glances from those around her. "Please, with your looks, do you dare dream?" Another retorted, unrelenting in their criticism. "Just look at the stunning beauty standing next to him. Her grace and beauty make them an undeniably perfect pair." At that moment, it seemed that everyone's attention was fixated on the duo, completely oblivious to the car that had recently sparked heated discussions online, the deep blue phantom. It wasn't until some time had passed that a bespectacled man, appearing quite professional, slowly spoke up. Why does this car appear so familiar? It seems to resemble that enigmatic blue shadow we saw online, doesn't it?" "Oh, really? Now that you mention it, it does look quite similar. I was so engrossed in admiring the handsome and beautiful individuals that I completely overlooked the vehicle." Someone nearby chimed in, as if struck by a sudden realization. "But it's not just a resemblance. Look closely, the color of this car is nearly identical to the dress worn by that lovely lady." Another person added. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention shifted once more to the car and the enchanting woman, eliciting expressions of wonder. It seems that our esteemed Mr. Song is quite enamored with his companion, even ensuring that the color of his vehicle matches her attire. Such affection is truly remarkable. Someone remarked with a hint of envy. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of resentful eyes were fixed intently on Zhelun and his companion amidst the crowd, with a smile gracing his face. Zhelun elegantly waved to the bustling crowd and, with deft movements, grasped the microphone before projecting his voice with clarity. Dear friends, greetings to you all. I am Zhelun, the chairman of the Song Group. It is an immense honor to stand here today and meet each of you. He gestured toward the car beside him. This vehicle is none other than the enigmatic blue shadow that recently sparked discussions online. It is, in fact, the first electric vehicle designed by our company, a dream come to fruition. Pausing briefly, pride radiated from his expression as he continued to smile while elaborating for the audience. Firstly, let us admire the exterior design of this dream vehicle, which can only be described as cutting-edge fashion. Its sleek lines carve out a dynamic silhouette, while the unique blue finish dazzles like stars twinkling in the night sky. As for performance, it is equally impressive. The powerful engine can unleash astonishing speed in an instant, reaching 100 kilometers in merely 10 seconds, and the precise handling offers an unparalleled driving experience. Most importantly, this car is our nation's first new energy electric vehicle, relying entirely on electricity as its power source, significantly reducing the cost of our daily commutes. With a range of 300 kilometers costing only 30 yuan. This is an advantage that fuel vehicles simply cannot match. I dare say that new energy will undoubtedly become the mainstream choice for family vehicles in the future. Now, who among you would like to take a test drive? No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhelun enthusiastically invited a member of the audience to come up and experience the vehicle firsthand. The chosen individual, beaming with surprise and excitement akin to that of a child, eagerly ascended the stage and could hardly wait to settle into the car. During the subsequent test ride, this spectator was wholly absorbed in experiencing every facet of the vehicle's performance. Whether it was acceleration, braking, or turning, he was full of praise. When the test drive concluded, he exited the car brimming with exhilaration, his enthusiasm spilling over as he extolled the remarkable qualities of the enigmatic blue shadow to those around him. At that moment, Zhelun once again captivated the attention of everyone present. He proclaimed loudly, in gratitude for the unwavering support from our esteemed friends towards the Song Group, we have prepared a delightful surprise. We will randomly select a few fortunate individuals from the audience to receive our meticulously crafted limited edition dream models. May this gift bring you joy and good fortune. With this announcement, the atmosphere in the venue surged to a fervent peak as the audience erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating the chance to be among the lucky recipients. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd, with many hoping to be the chosen ones. Chapter 43. Insufficient production capacity on the first day of the auto show. Amidst a myriad of showcased vehicles, Dream Automobile shone like a brilliant star, instantly drawing the public's gaze and becoming the most dazzling presence at the exhibition. The throngs eager to test drive the Dream Automobile formed a serpentine queue, arriving at the exhibition area well before the opening hour. By 9 a.m., shortly after the event commenced, all test drive slots for the day had been swiftly claimed. Such a bustling scene even attracted scalpers, who quickly introduced a queue-holding service. Zhelun and Li Mi decided not to return after just one day, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. Zhelun, known for his love of tranquility, was not one for crowds. However, just as Zhelun was savoring a moment of peace, Zhang Hua burst into his office like a gust of wind. Zhang Hua's face was flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on Zhelun, exclaiming, Aja, or should I say, General Song, we have truly hit the jackpot this time. Look at our download numbers. They're on the brink of surpassing 100 million. Zhelun offered a slight smile, appearing quite composed, and gently waved his hand, saying, Zhang Hua, please take a moment to calm down. This is merely the beginning. Besides, you can continue to call me Aja as you always have. Zhang Hua managed to compose himself, though his inner joy remained evident as he continued. Aja, I must say, your idea is absolutely brilliant. Leveraging the buzz generated by the new car launch has successfully driven a surge in user engagement. Do you realize how much we have saved in promotional expenses? With a chuckle, Zhelun replied, Zhang Hua, my actions were primarily for my own benefit as well. After all, through your efforts, I have also saved a substantial amount. Zhang Hua, beaming, exclaimed, regardless, the success of this endeavor is thanks to you, my brother. Let us celebrate tonight at the Seton Hotel. We must drink heartily and not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Song Zhelun smiled in response. Haha, then I shall graciously accept your invitation. After work, Zhang Hua and Song Zhelun walked side by side, engaging in laughter and conversation as they made their way to the Seton Hotel. Upon entering the private room, the table was already laid out with an array of food and drinks. At the dining table, Zhang Hua frequently raised his glass, lavishing praise on Song Zhelun. In the face of Zhang Hua's accolades, Song Zhelun remained humble. Thus, the two of them enjoyed their drinks while sharing tales of their myriad experiences in the workplace. Gradually, the conversation shifted from work to life. Zhang Hua sighed, reminiscing about their university days, declaring those times were truly carefree. Song Zhelun nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, we attended classes together, played basketball, and stayed up late gaming. I find myself quite nostalgic about it. Zhang Hua remarked, back then, I couldn't fathom what you saw in Li Jing. It was as if you were utterly consumed by infatuation. Song Zhelun replied, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and relief, his gaze briefly betraying a subtle pain. All that is behind us now. Zhang Hua continued, it's remarkable. Ever since you parted ways with her, fortune has favored you. Success seems to follow you in every endeavor. That woman truly held you back. As he spoke, he raised his glass, gently swirling the golden liquid within, which sparkled enticingly under the light. All right, let's not dwell on her any longer. Let's continue to drink, Song Zhelun said, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he wished to mask his true feelings with cheerfulness. The two then began to share amusing anecdotes and grievances from their lives, sometimes erupting into hearty laughter that echoed in the air. Other times, they fell into contemplative silence, their eyes reflecting deep thoughts about life. Time slipped away unnoticed as the night deepened. Although they had indulged in drink, their spirits were remarkably buoyant. However, as they stepped out of the hotel, the previously joyful atmosphere vanished in an instant. Not far ahead, Lu Pengfei was animatedly bantering with a woman beside him, his face alight with a triumphant grin, his voice brimming with arrogance and abandon. He was a stark contrast to the man who had once knelt in supplication. Observing this scene, Zhang Hua and Song Zhelun exchanged a glance, stealthily drawing closer to eavesdrop on the conversation. Lu Pengfei smirked disdainfully. Just a mere Song Zhelun. In the past, he was like a lapdog, trailing behind women, utterly servile. As he spoke, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes before he continued. Though he puts on a brave front now, it won't be long before he's groveling at my feet, begging for mercy. I shall repay every humiliation he inflicted upon me, with interest. The woman beside him, upon hearing this, playfully laughed, lightly patting Lu Pengfei's chest. Oh dear, once you become the general manager of the song group, make sure I also share in your glory as your wife. Lu Pengfei swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, confidently assuring her, of course, darling. Why have I ever deceived a woman? Rest assured, as long as I have enough to eat, you shall lack for nothing. Changing the subject, a mischievous smile spread across Lu Pengfei's face as he whispered, but tonight, ha. The woman seemed to grasp his meaning, her face flushing a deep crimson as she playfully rebuked him. You despicable rogue, how utterly annoying. Subsequently, the two shared laughter and linked arms, making their way towards the opulent hotel not far away, entirely oblivious to the two figures stationed at the entrance. They stood silently, their eyes fixated on Lu Pengfei and the woman as they gradually faded from view, their expressions darkened by an ominous shadow. Zhang Hua clenched his fists tightly, the intensity of his grip causing his nails to dig painfully into his palms, blood seeping from the wounds. Observing this, Song Zhelun quickly sought to calm Zhang Hua's tumultuous emotions, urging him to relax his grip. Zhang Hua, voice laced with anger, demanded, what did his words mean? Did he actually suggest that you would seek his favor? Song Zhelun gritted his teeth, responding gravely, it appears someone within the organization has colluded with him, attempting to set a trap for me. Zhang Hua furrowed his brow, pressing for details. Who is it? Do you have any leads? Song Zhelun shook his head, replying, at present, it is merely conjecture. We lack concrete evidence. Nevertheless, they are but a band of defeated subordinates, mere jesters. Zhang Hua frowned slightly, remarking, yet his tone seemed imbued with considerable confidence. With a hint of disdain curling his lips, Song Zhelun retorted, a frog at the bottom of a well can only leap so high. Zhang Hua patted his chest, assuring, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Though our venture has only just begun and is yet to yield profits, rest assured, I will unreservedly offer any resources at my disposal to assist you. Touched, Song Zhelun placed a hand on Zhang Hua's shoulder, expressing, my good brother, your words alone are enough. Zhang Hua rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. If you plan to teach him a lesson, do let me know in advance. I have long found that fellow insufferable and would relish the opportunity to give him a proper thrashing. Song Zhelun nodded confidently, assuring, rest assured, that day will inevitably come. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed amidst their conversation. Before long, the 7-day auto show hastily drew to a close. Undoubtedly, Dream Automobile emerged as the star product of the exhibition, thanks to its remarkable performance, stylish design, and reasonable pricing. Throughout the event, it garnered the admiration and enthusiasm of numerous attendees. Such success, of course, was greatly bolstered by the substantial support from the Wang family. The Wang family adeptly leveraged their extensive connections, successfully securing generous government subsidies for this new energy vehicle. As a result, Dream Automobile not only boasted exceptional quality, but also maintained an accessible price point, swiftly earning a reputation for being both excellent and affordable, thus standing out in the competitive market. At the exhibition site, the scene was nothing short of explosive. The throngs of people eager to place orders resembled surging waves, one after another. Additionally, over a dozen automotive dealers presented collaboration contracts, while 4 formidable automobile enterprises each placed substantial orders for hundreds of vehicles. The realm of new energy vehicles has truly made its mark, akin to a brilliant new star. At this moment, Song Zhelun finds himself ensconced in his office, diligently attending to his work. Abruptly, a series of urgent knocks resound at the door, followed by it being flung open. In rush Song Xingxing and Wang Yuan, their expressions brimming with urgency. Brother, he exclaims, the orders from these companies are absolutely staggering. Not only is the quantity immense, but their timeline is exceedingly tight. We are mandated to complete all deliveries within 6 months. Yet, given our current production line capacity, even at full throttle, we can only produce a maximum of 300 vehicles. At this juncture, Song Xingxing pauses, his countenance growing increasingly grave as he adds, if we delay the delivery, the penalties for breach of contract would amount to an astronomical figure. Song Zhelun furrows his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he raises his head, his gaze resolute, as he inquires, what if I immediately convert the production line originally designated for fuel vehicles into one for new energy vehicles? How much could that augment our output? Song Xingxing, upon hearing this, quickly calculates in his mind and responds, if we can transform all the production lines to accommodate new energy vehicles, our capacity should increase to around 800 units. Upon hearing this, Song Zhelun turns his attention to Wang Yuan, eagerly pressing, what is the situation with your family as production line? Specifically, how much capacity can you provide and support? Wang Yuan, frowning, replies, our family is not originally in the automotive manufacturing sector, but after several months of modifications to the production line, we can currently achieve a capacity of approximately 200 units. Song Xingxing, upon hearing this, anxiously responds, that still leaves us 200 short. Brother, what shall we do? After a moment's reflection, Song Zhelun confidently asserts, in such matters, we must seek assistance from your brother Liu and brother Cui. While having their factories directly manufacture the components may be unrealistic, they are undoubtedly experts in assembly. Upon hearing this, Song Xingxing's eyes light up with excitement. Exactly, brother. I will contact them immediately. He turns to make a call, but just then, Wang Yuan interjects, wait, brother, don't rush. We actually have another pressing issue. Chapter 44. A visit. Wang Yuan's brow is furrowed. Currently, there is the matter of the batteries, which have only recently been developed. Their stability remains uncertain. Song Zhelun speaks with conviction. No worries, We still have time for final adjustments. The battery is merely the last step in the installation. Wang Yuan's tone drops slightly. Moreover, it appears that the lithium batteries from Jiangnan have been acquired by a new company. Suddenly, the secretary knocks gently at the door, as if wary of disturbing those within. She softly announces, "Mr. Song, there is someone named Lu Pengfei downstairs who wishes to see you." A flicker of surprise crosses Song Zhelun's eyes, but he quickly regains his composure. He muses internally, "Why is Lu Pengfei so eager to find me? Could it be that he has something significant to discuss? Or has he finally decided to take action?" Song Zhelun replies, "Let him come up." His voice was calm and resolute, as if he had foreseen all that was to unfold. Lu Pengfei swaggered into Song Zhelun's office with exaggerated strides, each step radiating an air of arrogance. He plopped down onto the sofa with a flourish, crossing his legs and shaking them rapidly, seemingly eager to display his confidence and haughtiness to Song Zhelun. Song Zhelun inquired, "What brings you here?" A smirk of triumph graced Lu Pengfei's face as he replied, "I am here, of course, to discuss business with you, Mr. Song." Song Zhelun responded, "It appears there is nothing to discuss between us. As I stated previously, we are destined to be adversaries." Lu Pengfei's voice took on a sly tone. "Do not be hasty, Chairman Song. I assure you, I have my reasons for being here. I attended the auto show as well, and your new vehicle is truly remarkable. It has even stirred my interest," Lu Pengfei continued. "However, this car has a significant drawback." He paused deliberately before continuing. "Unlike gasoline vehicles that utilize readily available fuel, your electric car relies on batteries. Without batteries, it is merely a shell." A glint of pride flashed in Lu Pengfei's eyes, for he recognized this as Song Zhelun's vulnerability. "So, you're implying that the batteries I require are in your possession?" Song Zhelun queried. Lu Pengfei's smile widened with arrogance. "Indeed, I have acquired all the lithium batteries in Jiangnan. Now, you cannot procure even a single unit." Song Zhelun's brow furrowed deeply, his expression revealing a mix of astonishment and anger. He glared at Lu Pengfei, his voice low and tense. "That must have cost you a pretty penny. Surely, you cannot afford such an expense." A cunning smile spread across Lu Pengfei's face, and he replied slowly, "There are many who wish to contend with you. Finding an ally is not a difficult task." Song Zhelun's gaze sharpened. "So, what do you desire?" Lu Pengfei laughed unabashedly, extending two fingers as he stated, "Two conditions. Either you pay 5 times the price for the lithium materials I possess," his voice tinged with greed, "or I demand 20 of Song's shares." Instantly, Song Zhelun's countenance darkened, and he scoffed, "Is it inappropriate to dream so brazenly in broad daylight?" His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening under the strain. Yet, Lu Pengfei remained unfazed. "Perhaps we might source batteries elsewhere, but time is of the essence. I can guarantee that no one possesses more resources than I do." Song Zhelun's fists tightened further, his mind awash with conflict and turmoil. He recognized the truth in Lu Pengfei's words, which served as his greatest leverage. However, whether to pay exorbitantly for the materials or relinquish company shares was an untenable proposition for him. He felt ensnared in a dire predicament, as if every avenue had been sealed shut. At that moment, the secretary hurried in, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat and her breath coming in quick gasps. She handed a document to Song Zhelun, her voice trembling as she announced, "Boss, this is the news we just received." Song Zhelun took the document and swiftly perused its contents. His expression soured dramatically, veins standing out on his forehead in a manifestation of rage. His eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, as if the entire world had crumbled at that very moment. Lu Pengfei, witnessing this, smirked slightly, revealing a cunning smile. His laughter resonated with triumph and mockery, as though he were flaunting his victory to Song Zhelun. Taking a deep breath, Song Zhelun's chest heaved slightly as he endeavored to regain his composure. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, a physical manifestation of his effort to suppress the fury within. He understood that at such a pivotal juncture, anger and impulsiveness would only exacerbate the situation. If he were to purchase the raw materials at 5 times the price, the entire group's cash flow would be depleted, halting all projects. Moreover, according to the agreed contractual price, for every vehicle sold, they would incur a loss of 100,000. 1,000 vehicles would amount to a staggering 100 million. The value of the shares was self-evident, with a market capitalization nearing 1 billion. However, the penalties for breach of contract could soar into the tens of billions. His brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Liu Pengfei, reveling in his own arrogance, gazed at Song Zhelun with an avaricious glimmer in his eyes. He provocatively remarked, "So, what do you think, Chairman Song? The calculations are not too difficult, are they?" Suppressing his inner wrath, Song Zhelun coldly replied, "You may leave for now. I will consider it." Liu Pengfei's smile broadened with audacity as he taunted, "Chairman Song, do give it careful thought. However, when I return, the price will be 6 times higher, and it will increase by another factor each time. Your time is running short, huh?" With that, he turned and departed, leaving Song Zhelun ensnared in contemplation. After leaving Song Zhelun's office, Liu Pengfei could hardly conceal his elation. For a long time, he had been subservient in front of Song Zhelun, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet today, he could finally stand tall, exuding confidence, filled with joy and pride. Liu Pengfei strode briskly out of the office building. Eagerly, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, exclaiming excitedly, "Hello? It's me. I have the most fantastic news. It's done." An urgent voice on the other end inquired, "Really? Did Song Zhelun agree?" Liu Pengfei flashed a sly smile and replied, "He didn't directly agree, but he said he would think about it. In my view, he has no alternative options. All the critical raw materials are firmly in our grasp. No matter how capable he is, he cannot procure them from elsewhere." That's splendid. You did exceptionally well. The other party praised without reservation. I wish I could see Song Zhelun in his current state of distress. He is so capable, yet I want to see how he dares to contend with me now. Liu Pengfei nodded with satisfaction, declaring, "Rest assured, no matter how he struggles, he will ultimately remain within my grasp." With that, he ended the call. Subsequently, Liu Pengfei reached into his pocket and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. With practiced ease, he extracted one, placing it between his lips, and with a gentle flick of his lighter, a flame sprang forth, igniting the tip. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Enveloped in a haze, his already shrewd eyes gleamed with an air of triumphant arrogance. "Song Zhelun, oh Song Zhelun, you have always been so imperious. At last, you have fallen into my grasp." Liu Pengfei mused to himself, envisioning Song Zhelun's despair as he grappled with the loss of his material supply, a sight that brought a wider smile to his face as he took several more puffs. He was indifferent. He would stop at nothing to achieve his desires. The shrill ring of his mobile phone broke the moment. Instinctively, Liu Pengfei glanced at the screen and was greeted by the name Li Jing. A slight smirk crept onto his lips as he pondered, what brings her to call at this hour? Upon pressing the answer button before he could utter a word, Li Jing's excited and urgent voice resonated from the other end. "You've met Song Zhelun?" Liu Pengfei replied nonchalantly. The news travels swiftly, indeed. "Yes, I just had an encounter with him." Li Jing shukla desenli raturting. "I'm not well informed. I simply know you too well. I knew you couldn't resist boasting to Song Zhelun." Liu Pengfei chuckled, playfully teasing, "Since you understand me so well, why not take a guess at what I'm thinking right now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jing firmly responded, "I couldn't care less about your sordid thoughts. However, when Song Zhelun begs for mercy, I must be present." Liu Pengfei couldn't help but burst into laughter, half mocking, "How can you be so certain that all my thoughts revolve around you?" Li Jing playfully scolded, "How annoying! Can you be serious for once?" Liu Pengfei, feigning seriousness, replied, all right, as you wish. I promise to bring you along." Li Jing affirmed, "Fine, it's settled then." Liu Pengfei echoed, "Indeed, it's settled." He lingered on the last word, his tone imbued with a hint of flirtation. Li Jing seemed to anticipate his forthcoming words and quickly interjected, flustered, "Do rein it in. Don't forget, I'm carrying your child." Liu Pengfei shrugged in resignation, conceding, "All right, I understand. Let us keep it like last time." Li Jing, both exasperated and amused, retorted, "You devil." Chapter 45. The inability to conceal. 3 days passed. Yet Liu Pengfei still had not received a response from Song Zhelun. A sense of urgency stirred within him, akin to the gentle scratching of a cat's paw, gradually unsettling his composure. On the fourth day, unable to suppress his impatience any longer, he took the initiative to contact Song Zhelun. Liu Pengfei clutched his phone tightly, his fingers trembling slightly. His voice tinged with urgency. "Director Song, have you made any considerations?" On the other end of the line, Song Zhelun's voice bore a heavy tone. "Alas, this matter has truly troubled me. A sum of such magnitude has been spent, and I must provide an explanation to the board. I have been convening board meetings these past few days." Liu Pengfei's brow furrowed, his voice involuntarily rising. "Chairman Song, you must decide swiftly. Otherwise, I may sell this batch of goods to someone else. Do not blame me for lacking loyalty then." Song Zhelun remained unhurried in his response. "Rest assured, I will keep you informed." As he hung up the phone, a childlike, mischievous grin spread across Song Zhelun's face, his eyes twinkling with a cunning light. He gazed intently at Li Mi, a slight smile playing upon his lips, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, wholly devoid of the earlier embarrassment. Li Mi's gaze was firmly fixed on Song Zhelun, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity. She playfully chided, "What are you scheming this time?" At her words, Song Zhelun merely chuckled softly. "Of course, if someone intends to deceive me, how could I let them off the hook? Besides, it is not I who should be anxious." Upon hearing this, Li Mi's delicate brows knitted together, her exquisite face revealing deeper concern. Her voice tinged with a hint of urgency. "Shouldn't we be the ones feeling anxious right now?" In response to Li Mi's skepticism, Song Zhelun's smile blossomed even more radiantly, akin to the warm sun in winter, evoking a sense of warmth coupled with inscrutability. He slowly began to elucidate. "Due to your interference, they have ended up spending an extra 100 million for this batch of batteries. This is no trifling sum, and even for me, it would not be easily obtainable. Consequently, they will have to resort to bank loans to cover the raw material costs. However, the standard bank loan approval process is cumbersome and convoluted, often taking 6 months, which is far too late. Thus, they can only seek out high-interest commercial loans. This means that each day incurs exorbitant interest fees. The longer we delay, the more their repayment interest escalates. We may withstand the delay, but they cannot." Li Mi's delicate brows furrowed again, her beautiful eyes locked on his Song Zhelun. She softly inquired, "Are you hoping to use this opportunity to unmask the traitor?" With a slight upward curve of his lips, Song Zhelun responded with an appreciative smile, "You understand me best, Mier. I mentioned convening a board meeting, yet the date remains uncertain. The traitor will undoubtedly grow impatient, urging me to hold the meeting." Li Mi nodded thoughtfully and then remarked, "So, the one who is most anxious is the traitor." Song Zhelun's expression turned grave, and with a cold snort, he declared, "These old foxes, I have been too lenient with them. They are unwilling to enjoy their retirement in peace. It seems I must make an example of one to deter the others." Li Mi then shifted her concern to another matter and asked, "How is the situation on the production line?" Song Zhelun answered with calm assurance, "Do not worry. Xingxing and Wang Yuan are overseeing things there. Given the current progress, fulfilling the order will pose no issue." Upon hearing this, Li Mi let out a sigh of relief and smiled brightly. "That is wonderful." At this moment, Song Zhelun suddenly gazed affectionately at Li Mi and earnestly suggested, "Once we complete this order, let us host an engagement banquet, shall we? This would formally make you the intended daughter-in-law of the Song family." Upon hearing this, Li Mi's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, radiating an enchanting allure. She hastily lowered her head, her heart racing like a startled deer, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Song Zhelun found her blushing demeanor utterly delightful, relishing the way she became flustered. He feigned understanding and gently remarked, "Oh, if you're unwilling, we can wait a little longer." Li Mi, upon hearing his words, felt an acute pang of anxiety, fearing that Song Zhelun might misconstrue her feelings. She quickly reached out to stop him, playfully scolding, "No, that's not it. I am willing. Of course I am." As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her indiscretion and felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She stamped her foot in playful reproach, exclaiming, "Oh, you're just teasing me on purpose. How annoying. I shall ignore you from now on." With that, she turned to leave, feigning anger. Although her graceful silhouette could not conceal the joy and sweetness blooming within her heart. No sooner had Li Mi departed than Song Zhelun's expression shifted to one of gloom. He called out towards the door, "Xiao Li, please come in for a moment." Shortly, the door creaked open, and a young, beautiful woman hurried into the room. She was Xiao Li, Song Zhelun's secretary. With a smile gracing her face, she softly inquired, "Mr. Song, how may I assist you?" Song Zhelun lifted his gaze to glance at Xiao Li before slowly articulating, "Is Director Zhou in the office these days?" Xiao Li promptly replied, "Director Zhou has been in the office consistently." Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression flickered in Song Zhelun's eyes, and he continued probing. Has he exhibited any unusual behavior? Perhaps different from his usual conduct or decision-making? Xiao Li shook her head, responding earnestly, "No, Director Zhou has been as he always is, arriving punctually each day to manage matters concerning Song investments. Most of the time, he engages in casual conversations with the senior members." Song Zhelun nodded thoughtfully and pressed on, "Have those senior members shown any signs of activity?" After a moment's reflection, Xiao Li answered, "Most have been quite compliant, though some feel there is little work to be done and have opted not to come to the office." However, she paused slightly, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation. Song Zhelun inquired, "But what?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Li continued, "However, Director Fong has been seeking out Director Zhou particularly frequently of late." Song Zhelun furrowed his brow. Perplexed, "Do they meet often? What do they discuss?" Xiao Li shrugged helplessly, her tone tinged with regret. "Well, I'm not entirely sure about that." Song Zhelun nodded slightly. His tone calm as he said, "All right, I understand. You may return to your work now." Xiao Li did not dare to linger and promptly exited the office. Seated in his office chair, Song Zhelun fell into deep contemplation, replaying the recently acquired information in his mind. He remained steadfast in his belief that Zhou Ming was indeed the figure behind Lu Pengfei. Yet, Zhou Ming's demeanor in light of the situation had been strikingly composed. He appeared to be far from someone who should be anxious or agitated. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? After much contemplation, Song Zhelun resolved to personally seek out Zhou Ming for clarification. In Zhou Ming's office, Fang Yuan made yet another appearance. Zhou Ming had begun to grow weary of his old friend's frequent visits. Listening to complaints day after day had become quite burdensome for him. With a weary expression, Zhou Ming glanced at Fang Yuan and impatiently remarked, "What brings you here again? Haven't we just finished our discussion?" Fang Yuan, with a look of distress, eagerly replied, "I'm anxious, as I am currently responsible for managing logistics. Young Master Song has suddenly signed so many orders. The issue is that I have a limited supply of raw materials. If I cannot replenish the stock in time, I want to know how to respond when young Master Song comes asking for the goods." Zhou Ming furrowed his brow and, with sincere concern, advised, "Do not underestimate young Master Song. Since he assumed office, our group's market value has doubled. Besides, he has yet to pressure you. Why are you in such a rush?" At that moment, Song Zhelun arrived just as Zhou Ming had finished sending Fang Yuan on his way. With a warm smile, Zhou Ming approached and said, "Ah, young Master Song, what a pleasant surprise to see you here today. Do you have something important to discuss?" Song Zhelun smiled gently, waving his hand as he replied, "Uncle Zhou, please, I will always be a child in your presence. Calling me young Master Song feels too distant. I heard that you have some exceptional tea here, so I came specifically to sample it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming perked up, chuckling with pride. "Ha, indeed. Who in the company doesn't tea know that I, Zhou Ming, am an avid tea lover? Moreover, I have only the finest teas in my collection, which I am reluctant to share with just anyone." Song Zhelun laughed in return, teasingly saying, "In that case, I must shamelessly impose on you for a cup of your exquisite brew." Zhou Ming quickly responded, "Oh, you needn't be so polite with me. Come in and sit down. I will brew you a fine pot of tea, showcasing my skills." With that, he ushered Song Zhelun into the room and began to prepare for the tea ceremony with great care. He first retrieved a beautiful set of tea utensils, meticulously rinsing each piece with hot water while explaining, "The first step is to warm the tea set so that the aroma of the leaves can be fully released. Next, he took a small handful of tea leaves, inhaled their fragrance, and placed them into the teapot. The amount must be just right. Today I have chosen this year's freshly harvested Longjing. Subsequently, Zhou allowed the boiled water to cool slightly, pouring it into the teapot only when it reached approximately 80 degrees Celsius. The flow gentle and steady. The temperature of the water is crucial. Longjing requires water at 80 degrees. If the water is too hot, the leaves will be ruined. He merely covered the teapot and let it steep for approximately a minute before lifting it to swiftly discard the first infusion. This initial brew served as a cleansing ritual, eliminating impurities and dust. Following this, he added fresh water and, after allowing it to steep for another 2 minutes, Zhou poured the crystal-clear tea into a delicate cup. The fragrant aroma immediately wafting through the air. Zhelun received the exquisite teacup with a smile, gently lifting the lid, and was greeted by a refreshing scent that enveloped him. He cautiously brought the cup to his lips, taking a small sip. The warm tea glided down his throat, leaving a rich, lingering sweetness. Unable to contain his admiration, Zhelun gave a thumbs up, sincerely exclaiming, "Uncle Zhou, your tea brewing skills are unparalleled." Zhou smiled faintly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes, and replied slowly, "Ah, Xiaosong, brewing tea is not merely a matter of skill. The essence lies in patience. One must savor it with a tranquil heart to genuinely appreciate the subtle nuances of the tea's fragrance. Life, too, requires a calm demeanor to fully experience its flavors." Zhelun nodded thoughtfully, reflecting, "You speak the truth, Uncle Zhou. It is indeed humbling to see you maintain such inner peace in your position." Zhou waved his hand dismissively, sighing, "In reality, your father is correct. Us old-timers can hardly keep pace with the times. The rapid advancements in technology and the constant emergence of new phenomena leave us feeling somewhat overwhelmed, even if we yearn to learn." He shook his head in resignation. After a brief pause, he continued earnestly, "Therefore, the future ultimately belongs to you young people. We must clear the stage for you, allowing you to showcase your talents and forge a brighter tomorrow. Once you are securely seated in this important position, I will be able to retire in peace and enjoy some well-deserved tranquility." Zhelun quickly interjected, "Uncle Zhou, your words reflect our youth. We often overlook many details and lack experience. Thus, we still rely on venerable figures like you to guide us." He looked at Zhou earnestly. Zhou waved his hand and responded with a chuckle, "Ah, Xiaosong, you have a way with words. Whenever you find a need for this old fellow, don't hesitate to ask." Zhelun nodded slightly and then inquired, "Uncle Zhou, has Uncle Fong been visiting you frequently lately?" Zhou frowned slightly and sighed in exasperation. "Indeed. I don't know what has gotten into that old chap. He has been coming here almost every day, sometimes multiple times in a single day. Each visit, he inundates me with complaints, robbing me of my desire to enjoy tea. Just recently, I managed to send him off, finally securing a moment of peace." "Curious." Zhelun pressed further, "What has Uncle Fong been complaining about?" Zhou took a sip of tea and replied slowly, "As he manages the logistics warehouse, and given that you recently signed numerous large orders for new energy vehicles, he is worried that our inventory won't meet your demands. Hence his incessant complaints." With a grave expression, Zhelun nodded and said, "Uncle Zhou, the reason I came to see you today is indeed related to this matter. After meticulous calculations, we have discovered that the lithium battery materials in our warehouse are woefully insufficient for fulfilling this new order. To make matters worse, the entire lithium battery market in the Jiangnan region has been completely monopolized by a single company, which shockingly demands to sell to us at 5 times the market price." Zhou furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern as he replied, 5 times? That is indeed alarming. At that rate, it would amount to 500 million. Based on this price, we would incur a loss of at least 200 million on this order." As he spoke, he shook his head, appearing to be in a very difficult predicament. He then inquired further, "Moreover, can our company currently generate such a substantial cash flow?" Sitting opposite him, Zhelun wore a worried expression and nodded helplessly, explaining, "We truly cannot raise that amount, which is precisely why I am in such a quandary. Furthermore, They suggested that we could pay with equity, but they audaciously demanded 20%. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, 20%? That represents a value of over $1 billion. How could we possibly agree to that? Absolutely not. He emphatically struck the table, expressing his resolute opposition. Seeing this, Song Zhelun quickly cast a pleading glance at Zhou Ming and urgently asked, Uncle Zhou, with your vast experience and insight, could you please help me devise a viable solution? Zhou Ming took a moment to calm himself and ponder before asking, is there any possibility to delay the delivery of this batch? If we could secure a grace period, perhaps we could source materials from elsewhere. However, Song Zhelun shook his head with a pained expression and sighed, unfortunately, we cannot afford any delays, Uncle Zhou. The contract stipulates a particularly high penalty for breach. If we fail to deliver on time, we would owe over $1 billion. Zhou Ming gasped in shock, contemplating other potential avenues. After a while, he asked again, are there any alternative materials that could replace the current ones? Even if they are slightly more expensive, it would not be an issue. Song Zhelun reflected for a moment and replied, there are indeed some previously discarded battery materials that are relatively low in cost. However, the products made from those materials would have a shorter lifespan. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming waved his hand in denial, asserting, that is absolutely unacceptable. Our Song Group has always adhered to the principle of integrity. Engaging in such practices of substituting inferior products and deceiving consumers is entirely out of the question. No matter how challenging the situation, we cannot tarnish our reputation. Song Zhelun furrowed his brow and stated, currently, there remains only one new material available for selection, known as graphene. However, while this material boasts superior performance compared to lithium batteries, it is still in the testing phase. Additionally, its price is considerably higher than that of lithium batteries. Zhou Ming, with a serious demeanor, pressed further, how much longer will the testing take? After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Zhelun responded, it will likely take another 2 to 3 months. Zhou Ming, unwavering in his decision, declared in that case, I would prefer to opt for graphene. Those individuals are clearly intent on seizing this opportunity to extort us. Should they achieve their aims, the repercussions could be boundless. As he spoke with increasing fervor, he emphasized that every penny we spend would ultimately become a weapon for their assault against us. Song Zhelun listened quietly to Zhou Ming's impassioned words, deep in contemplation. After careful analysis, he was nearly certain that Zhou Ming could not possibly be the mastermind behind Lu Pengfei. If Zhou were indeed the hidden antagonist, logically he would be vigorously persuading Song to invest in the exorbitantly priced lithium batteries. However, the reality was that Zhou Ming had made his stance unmistakably clear, even opting for the more costly graphene over lithium batteries. Thus, the suspicion surrounding Zhou Ming was effectively dispelled, leaving Fang Yuan as the most likely suspect. With sincerity etched on his face and conviction in his voice, Song Zhelun addressed Zhou. Uncle Zhou, to be candid, I do have a matter to discuss today. 3 days later, Song Zhelun finally convened a shareholders meeting. The veterans had not attended such an important assembly at the group headquarters for quite some time. Presently, each of them, filled with curiosity and anticipation, appeared particularly animated. The most exuberant among them was undoubtedly Fang Yuan, who animatedly engaged in light-hearted banter with Zhou Ming. Exuding the joy as if he had received monumental news, his spirits nearly overflowing. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming maintained a smile, seemingly attentive, yet his demeanor revealed a hint of indifference, punctuating the conversation with occasional nods of agreement. At that moment, Song Zhelun and Song Xingxing entered the meeting room and took their seats in succession. Observing this, the others hastily returned to their respective places, and an immediate silence enveloped the scene, marking the commencement of the board meeting. Standing firmly at the head of the table, Song Zhelun's deep-set eyes, akin to 2 piercing bolts of lightning, slowly scanned each individual present. When his gaze finally rested upon Fang Yuan, the latter momentarily appeared taken aback. However, within an instant, he quickly regained his composure, even returning a glance that bore a hint of provocation. Not perturbed, Song Zhelun cleared his throat and began, Ladies and gentlemen, The purpose of gathering you all here today is to deliberate on a significant decision regarding our company's new energy project materials. This topic is crucial to the future trajectory of our company and our market competitiveness, and I hope everyone will speak freely and collaborate on strategies. We are faced with two choices. First, to procure lithium battery raw materials at a price 5 times above a market rate. Second, to opt for the even more expensive graphene materials. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "This should be an easy decision. We are in business. Naturally, lower costs are preferable, and the cheaper lithium batteries should be our first choice." As soon as he finished speaking, those who concurred with Fang Yuan's perspective echoed their support, rallying behind his opinion. Nevertheless, Zhou Ming shook his head, his expression grave as he countered, "I do not share that sentiment. Consider this, since they are using raw materials to tighten their grip on us. In the future, the price of lithium batteries is bound to rise indefinitely. If we concede this time, they will only inch forward, continuously testing our limits. Thus, in my opinion, it would be wiser to opt for graphene. Although its current cost is relatively high, this is merely a transient phenomenon. As the relevant technologies mature and improve, prices are certain to fall within a reasonable range." Upon hearing this, an increasing number of individuals nodded in agreement. At that moment, Fang Yuan raised a question. "However, let's not forget that our delivery timeline is exceedingly tight. To my knowledge, graphene batteries are still in the testing phase. Can they truly meet the demands of our current order on time? Therefore, I believe that rather than risking the selection of such an uncertain option, it would be more prudent to rely on existing, stable, and reliable traditional materials. Otherwise, the penalties for breach of contract could potentially lead to our group's downfall." The crowd murmured amongst themselves, with varying opinions on the matter. Song Zhelun scanned the room and spoke up. "What are everyone's thoughts?" Individuals began to voice their opinions, some supporting this proposal while others favored the alternative, leading to an impassioned debate. Each person was fervently attempting to persuade the others, and the atmosphere in the conference room was charged with tension. Observing the unfolding scene, Song Zhelun furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that this approach was unsustainable. He raised his hand, signaling for silence, and stated, "Since we cannot reach a unified opinion, let us resort to a vote." Everyone promptly produced their papers and diligently wrote down their preferred opinions. Their expressions were serious, as if they were making a momentous decision. As the votes were counted, it turned out to be a tie. Fang Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at Song Zhelun and remarked, "A tie? That means one person has yet to cast their vote." Song Zhelun nodded and replied, "I still have my vote." Fang Yuan looked at him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, and inquired, "Chairman Song, what is your opinion?" Song Zhelun smiled gently, exuding an air of confidence and composure. He stated, "I align with General Manager Zhou's viewpoint. I choose graphene." Just as Fang Yuan was about to respond, Song Zhelun continued, "However, Fang's concerns are also valid. Therefore, I have decided to pursue a dual-faceted approach." His voice resonated with decisiveness and determination. "First, I would like to request that General Manager Fang represent Song's firm and negotiate with Sadeo Trading to try to lower their prices." He looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation. "Second, General Manager Zhou and I will urge the Graphene Research Company to expedite their testing timeline and negotiate a price reduction as well." Song Zhelun's gaze shifted to General Manager Zhou, who nodded in agreement. "What does everyone think?" Once again, Song Zhelun surveyed the room. Although his suggestion may not have been groundbreaking, it was indeed the most suitable course of action given the circumstances, allowing for some time and room for trial and error. Ultimately, the group unanimously expressed their approval of Song Zhelun's plan. They exited the conference room, and Fang Yuan's expression remained somber as he directly picked up his phone to make a call. Chapter 47. The subtle scheme Liu Pengfei had been experiencing a tumultuous time recently, fraught with anxiety and restlessness. The reasons for this were twofold. On one hand, Song Zhelun had yet to reach out to him. On the other hand, the older man had expressly forbidden any further communication with Song Zhelun. Under normal circumstances, one would expect the current situation to be firmly under their control. If they were to press Song Zhelun too eagerly, it would only reveal their own impatience. It is well known that Song Zhelun is a notably astute character. Such trivial maneuvers would hardly escape his keen perception. Thus, Lu Pengfei found himself forced to suppress his inner turmoil, patiently awaiting further instructions from the older man. However, this period of waiting was not entirely devoid of amusement. In the meantime, Lu Pengfei indulged himself like a wild stallion, reveling in the pleasures of life. He flitted about various entertainment venues like a tireless little bee, finding joy in both fine wines and alluring beauties, each providing fleeting moments of pleasure and satisfaction. Yet, this reckless lifestyle gradually began to gnaw at his health unbeknownst to him. Little by little, his body grew increasingly frail, as if all his vitality had been completely drained. Every night, as the city lights flickered to life, Lu Pengfei would invariably make his appearance at the bustling bars. This evening was no exception. He found himself once again entranced by the raucous atmosphere. At that moment, a familiar figure caught his eye. Li Jing had arrived. She approached with a light, graceful gait. Her already slender frame now appearing even more petite and charming due to a slight swell in her abdomen. Her eyes conveyed a mix of weariness and resignation as she looked at Lu Pengfei, who was thoroughly inebriated, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. Lu Pengfei lay nestled in the arms of a woman, mumbling, "Keep drinking, I can handle more." His face was flushed, and his gaze was dazed, as though he had lost all sense of self. Li Jing shook her head in exasperation, silently sighing. She stepped forward, attempting to extricate Lu Pengfei from the embrace of the other woman. Fortunately, the nearby beauty was perceptive enough to gracefully step aside, granting Li Jing the room she needed. After considerable effort, Li Jing managed to help Lu Pengfei to his feet, and together they slowly exited the bar. They returned to the modest accommodation rented by the older man. Although the room was simple, it was equipped with all the necessary appliances. Li Jing assisted Lu Pengfei onto the bed, gazing at his inebriated state with a heavy heart. She turned to the kitchen to prepare a sobering soup, and upon returning, she carefully propped him up, gently saying, "Drink this soup. Otherwise, you'll be the one suffering tomorrow." Lu Pengfei, groggy and barely opening his eyes, recognized Li Jing, and a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He muttered a few indistinct sounds and complied, drinking the sobering soup she offered. After finishing her drink, Li Jing was about to wipe his face when Lu Pengfei suddenly grasped her hand tightly, his gaze hazy as he murmured, "You're still the best." A flicker of emotion stirred within Li Jing as she felt the warmth emanating from Lu Pengfei's hand, a warmth she had longed for. She quietly observed him, her eyes revealing a complex array of feelings. With a slight tug, she freed her hand from his grip and retorted, "Do you even know who I am?" As she spoke, she carefully wiped Lu Pengfei's face and hands with a warm towel. Lu Pengfei replied, "I know, you're Jing." His voice dwindled until it faded into silence, and he succumbed to sleep. Li Jing furrowed her brow as she regarded Lu Pengfei's inebriated state, a wave of disdain washing over her. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, feeling the life within her pulse. Her gaze reflected a sense of helplessness and resolve. She had seen through the man before her, yet he remained her sole support. Without him, her child would forever be an illegitimate offspring, subjected to the scorn of society, unable to hold their head high. She had relinquished all illusions about love. Her only wish now was to raise her child safely to adulthood. At that moment, Lu Pengfei's phone rang abruptly, the piercing tone shattering the silence of the room. He jolted awake, as if shocked, and quickly answered the call, his voice tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. "Hello," a commanding voice echoed from the other end, imbued with undeniable authority. "Come to the Song Corporation tomorrow morning. Song Zhelun wants to discuss the pricing with you." Lu Pengfei hurriedly responded, "Yes." The man seemed to sense Lu Pengfei's intoxication and barked in dissatisfaction. "Have you been drinking again?" Lu Pengfei's body trembled slightly as he quickly defended himself. No, I haven't." The man snorted, "Mark my words, you must come tomorrow morning." "Oomph, you're hopeless." With that, he hung up the phone before Lu Pengfei could respond. Leaving him to listen to the busy signal, a wave of panic surging within him. The next day, Liu Pengfei appeared punctually at the entrance of the Song Corporation building. Guided by a secretary, he made his way directly to the conference room. Inside, Fang Yuan had been waiting for quite some time, his expression betraying a hint of displeasure. Furrowing his brow, Fang Yuan coldly inquired, "Are you sober now?" Liu Pengfei offered an awkward smile and quickly replied, "Mr. Fang, I sincerely apologize. I've been exceedingly bored lately. Would you like me to drink?" Fang Yuan's face darkened further, glaring at Liu Pengfei, warning him, "Is it your intention to neglect your responsibilities just because I told you not to contact Song Zhelun? Do you want me to suspend your card immediately?" Fear washed over Liu Pengfei, causing his complexion to blanch as he pleaded, "Please, Mr. Fang, I was wrong. I assure you I won't drink again. What's going on today?" Fang Yuan took a deep breath to steady his emotions and explained, "Song Zhelun held a board meeting yesterday. Today, he summoned me to discuss pricing, to see if we can negotiate a reduction." Liu Pengfei's heart tightened as he inwardly muttered, "He certainly knows how to choose his associates." Fang Yuan seemed to perceive Liu Pengfei's thoughts and remarked, "I often feel that when he looks at me, there's an underlying implication. His gaze unsettles me." Liu Pengfei, filled with concern, inquired, "He cannot possibly discern anything, can he?" Fang Yuan shook his head, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I hope not. I've made every effort to avoid contact with him. However, a new predicament has arisen." He paused before continuing. "A new material known as graphene has emerged in the market, and batteries crafted from it vastly outperform lithium batteries." Liu Pengfei's expression grew grave as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Fang Yuan added, "Song Zhelun has already engaged in discussions with Zhou Ming regarding pricing. Should they negotiate a rate lower than ours, our lithium batteries would become obsolete." Liu Pengfei, anxious, asked, "Mr. Fang, what should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and replied, "Since he has instructed me to speak with you, I must demonstrate some capability. Let's concede him a slight advantage." Liu Pengfei hesitated, voicing his concerns. What if this is his scheme? Fang Yuan sighed in resignation. "If it is a scheme, we are left with no options. If we refuse to lower our prices, they will undoubtedly opt for graphene. We must reduce our prices slightly and accept a diminished profit. Consider it a one-time concession." Liu Pengfei nodded, silently hoping this would not prove to be a misguided decision. Fang Yuan instructed, "This evening, you may take the initiative to call him. I trust you know what to say. Offer him a price of 4.5 times." Liu Pengfei responded, "Understood, Mr. Fang. I shall follow your lead." That evening, at the Sidon Hotel, Song Zhelun was dining with Li Mi, Wang Yuan, Song Xingxing, Lu Jiaoyang, and Chui Xiaoyu. The restaurant radiated opulence, the dazzling decor and exquisite tableware creating an atmosphere of luxury. As Song Zhelun engaged in lively conversation with his companions, his phone unexpectedly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a subtle smile crept onto his lips as he thought to himself, "As I anticipated." He answered the call, his tone casual. "Hello, General Liu. What a pleasure to receive your call." Liu Pengfei's voice came through the receiver. "It is so, Mr. Fang arranged a meeting with me today. He mentioned that you felt hesitant to meet me due to previous matters. I assured him that our positions merely differ, devoid of any animosity. In light of our past camaraderie, I am willing to concede a price reduction. We can finalize the agreement at 4.5 times." Song Zhelun smiled faintly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "Ah, General Liu, how unfortunate. I have just returned from the Research Institute. You cannot fathom the rapid pace of technological advancement. Lithium batteries have only gained popularity in the last 2 years. Yet who could have predicted the development of a new product this year? Its performance surpasses lithium batteries by over double, with immense developmental potential. They have assured me that if I sign a long-term contract and provide research funding, the graphene batteries will be priced 30% lower than your 4.5 times. So, you see, if you were my position, you would surely know how to choose." As he spoke, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly to underscore his argument. Li Mi and the others ceased their activities, focusing intently on Song Zhelun's words, suppressing their laughter. Song Zhelun continued, "Mr. Liu, you are well aware that our company has consistently dedicated itself to technological innovation. The graphene battery project not only boasts exceptional performance, but also comes at a lower cost than yours. The future development prospects are boundless. If we can reach a cooperation with the counterpart, it would not only yield immense profits for the company, but also elevate our standing within the industry. Lu Pengfei remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Song Zhelun's remarks. After a while, he slowly replied, "Mr. Song, I understand your position. However, we have had dealings in the past. Can't we negotiate the price further?" Song Zhelun smiled, his tone resolute as he replied, "Mr. Lu, business is business. We must consider our own interests. Initially, we intended to collaborate with you, but your price is simply unacceptable. Thus, I must apologize." With that, Song Zhelun ended the call, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, Lu Pengfei appeared ashen, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 48. The Fundamental Qualities of a Supporting Role, Mr. Fong. What should we do now? It seems that Song Zhelun has managed to negotiate a price with a research institute that is even lower than ours. Lu Pengfei's urgency was palpable, his voice trembling involuntarily. He had initially been confident that he had a firm grasp on Song Zhelun's vulnerabilities, believing he could manipulate the situation. However, he did not anticipate that the other party would so effortlessly reverse the dynamics. The situation had suddenly turned, leaving them in a position of disadvantage. After a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, Fong Yuan's deep voice finally emerged. "He wouldn't be intentionally deceiving you, would he?" Lu Pengfei was momentarily taken aback. Then enlightenment dawned upon him. "Deceiving me? Indeed, he might be using the graphene issue to test my limits, pushing us to lower our prices in disarray." Fong Yuan continued, "Exactly. Therefore, our first priority is to maintain our composure. We must not succumb to panic ourselves. Tomorrow, I will personally meet with Zhou Ming to discuss the matter thoroughly and ascertain the specifics and outcomes of their negotiations today." Lu Pengfei urged anxiously, "Mr. Fong, you must act swiftly. We have staked nearly all our funds on this project. If this batch of materials cannot be sold, then we—" Fong Yuan internally lamented. Feeling equally distressed, the intense sense of dissonance lingered within him. Yet he understood that remaining calm was paramount in such moments. "Do I need you to remind me of that? Just remain patient and await further news." With that, he hastily ended the call, taking a deep breath to steady his frayed nerves. The dinner was a joyous occasion, with Song Zhelun and his companions radiating satisfaction and delight. Laughter echoing throughout the restaurant, particularly when they learned that Lu Jiaoyong and Chui Xiaoyu's factory had unhesitatingly accepted the task of assembling the new vehicles. The heavy weight in Song Zhelun's heart was finally lifted. It is worth noting that prior to this, the timely delivery of vehicles had posed a significant dilemma for them. However, with the robust support of these two formidable factories, the issue of production capacity has been effectively resolved. What excites Song Zhelun even more is the fact that the mole lurking in the shadows can now be definitively identified. In the days to come, Song Zhelun resolved to relish this game of cat and mouse, taking pleasure in teasing the traitors, watching them flounder like ants on a hot skillet, helpless and agitated. The sensation of having everything under control was simply exquisite, filling him with a quiet sense of triumph. As dawn broke, the golden sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, illuminating the earth. Fong Yuan, bursting with anticipation, hurried to the entrance of Zhou Ming's office, his eagerness palpable as if he might ignite with fervor. He paced restlessly before the door, glancing frequently towards the end of the corridor, hoping Zhou Ming would appear soon. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming appeared unperturbed, leisurely enjoying his breakfast, and meandering at home for quite some time. It was not until nearly noon that he strolled toward the office at a languid pace. By that time, Fong Yuan was already in the office, fidgeting with impatience, akin to an ant on a hot stove. At last, when he spotted Zhou Ming's figure at the doorway, Fong Yuan's anxious heart found a measure of calm. He rushed forward, excitement barely concealed on his face, exclaiming, "Old Zhou, I met with General Liu from Sadeo trading yesterday. After much persuasion, I finally convinced him to lower the price by 1 point. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Ming frowned slightly and sighed. "Ah, just 1 point?" Fong Yuan's eyes widened in bewilderment as he replied, 1 point is no small matter. That amounts to several million. Zhou shook his head and began to explain slowly. You are unaware, but the research institute we visited yesterday was truly eye-opening. The research achievements inside exceeded all expectations. He then launched into an enthusiastic description of the institute, embellishing his observations for Fang Yuan. Especially noteworthy was their newly developed graphene battery, boasting performance that surpassed traditional lithium batteries by more than double. And this was merely in the initial development phase. If further research were to continue for another year or two, performance might increase 4- or 5-fold. At this point, Zhou eyes sparkled with excitement. Fang Yuan gasped in astonishment. Oh, that's incredible. Zhou smiled with satisfaction and continued, indeed. They are keen to collaborate with us on the next phase of research. Excitement glimmered in his gaze. As long as we agree to sponsor their research project, the price of the finished product could be half that of Sadeo Trading's lithium batteries. There was a barely perceptible thrill in Zhou voice. Fang Yuan's demeanor darkened in an instant, his brow furrowed tightly. At this price, no matter how much support he received from the elders, they would not be inclined to compromise on financial matters. Once they signed a contract, how could he sell the high-priced lithium batteries in his possession? His heart grew heavier, as if a colossal weight were pressing upon him, rendering him breathless. If only Zhelun had expressed such sentiments, he might have doubted the authenticity of his claims. However, what of Zhou? He was the very person who harbored the deepest animosity towards Zhelun. If even Zhou spoke thus, the matter must indeed be true. Various possible scenarios flashed through Fang Yuan's mind, filling him with anxiety and helplessness. Now, he had no choice but to sell this batch of lithium batteries to the Song family. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. The price is indeed quite reasonable, yet it still exceeds the original amount by a considerable margin. How about this? I will discuss it further with General Manager Liu and see if he can lower the price a bit. After all, harmony brings prosperity. As he spoke, Fang Yuan quickly rose to his feet, as if fearing that Zhou would prevent him from leaving. Without waiting for Zhou to respond, he fled the office as if escaping for his life. Zhou watched Fang Yuan's hasty departure, his gaze turning suddenly dark and cold. With your capabilities, you dare to deceive Zhelun? If Zhelun were to pursue you, you might not even comprehend how your demise unfolded. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, like a startled bird, hurried back to his office and impatiently dialed Liu Pengfei's number. As soon as the call connected, he spoke urgently. What Zhelun told you yesterday, I fear is true. Liu Pengfei's shock was palpable, his voice trembling as he asked, What? It's true? What shall we do? Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Fang Yuan replied swiftly, the price they offered is merely half of ours. At this juncture, we have no alternative but to suffer a loss. Liu Pengfei was left speechless, stammering, half? How much can we sell it for then? We paid double that price when we procured it. Gritting his teeth, Fang Yuan resolutely responded, forget about making a profit for now. Our immediate priority is to offload all the lithium batteries. Once Zhelun begins promoting graphene batteries, the lithium we hold will be worthless, even if given away for free. Liu Pengfei hesitated momentarily before asking, are we to sell to them at the original price? After a brief contemplation, Fang Yuan decisively answered, indeed, let us sell at the original price. At the very least, it will safeguard our principal. However, Liu Pengfei still seemed troubled, anxiously stating, but what about the bank? Fang Yuan quickly interrupted, reassuring him, we need not overly concern ourselves with the bank for now. Let us first focus on navigating this immediate crisis. After ending the call, cold sweat trickled down Liu Pengfei's forehead, his hands trembling slightly, as if all strength had left him. His eyes were filled with panic and despair, as though the entire world had crumbled in an instant. He hastily dialed Zhelun's number, gripping his phone tightly, fearful it might vanish unexpectedly. The voice on the other end sent his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Zhelun's tone was as frigid as ice, capable of inflicting frostbite upon those who dare to engage with him. Liu Pengfei's voice quivered slightly, as he endeavored to salvage the situation with a dwindling flicker of hope. Hello, it's me, Liu Pengfei, he stammered, a tremor evident in his voice. Came Song Zhelun's curt and detached reply. Taking a deep breath, Lu Pengfei pressed on. After our conversation yesterday, I decided to concede a bit on the price. However, when General Manager Fong called me today, he felt that this concession was rather petty. We are aiming for a long-term partnership, and we cannot be short-sighted for the sake of momentary gains. We must consider the broader picture. Song Zhelun responded succinctly, A surge of anger welled up within Lu Pengfei, yet he suppressed it, continuing, so here's the deal. I will sell to you at a flat price, which is simply double my cost for lithium batteries. This is my utmost sincerity. I am not profiting from you at this price. It is solely out of regard for our relationship. Song Zhelun quipped, is that so? Lu Pengfei's heart sank at the implication. I genuinely wish to turn adversaries into allies. This price is undoubtedly more favorable than your graphene. Song Zhelun sighed. Lu Pengfei's anxiety intensified. What do you think of this price, Mr. Song? Hey! Lu Pengfei could no longer contain himself. Mr. Song, could you at least say something? Zhou. A blaze of fury ignited within Lu Pengfei as he raised his voice. What do you mean, Song Zhelun? Song Zhelun's cold laughter echoed. Hee. Lu Pengfei, exasperated, retorted sharply, what do you mean by hee? Song Zhelun replied nonchalantly. It means I am your superior. Song Zhelun, you do not address me as Song Zhelun. Please call me Song Qian. If there were a title, it might as well be the fundamental qualities of a good accompanist. Chapter 49. You are tough at this moment. Lu Pengfei felt as if he were on the verge of explosion. His inner fury raging uncontrollably. He was nearly unable to restrain himself from hurling his phone to the ground. Beside him, Li Jing keenly sensed Lu Pengfei's unusual agitation and inquired with concern, what is the matter? Why are you so furious? Through gritted teeth, Lu Pengfei replied, it's that despicable Song Zhelun. That wretched man has humiliated me publicly once again. Upon hearing this, Li Jing frowned in confusion. That shouldn't be. Aren't we the ones holding his fate in our hands? Lu Pengfei, in a fit of rage, shouted, who knows where that scoundrel acquired a battery called graphene? This battery not only completely surpasses lithium, but is also offered at a lower price. Li Jing, astonished and incredulous, exclaimed, how is that possible? I have never heard of it. Lu Pengfei, seething with anger, retorted, you foolish woman. Song Zhelun used to revolve around you every day. How could you not learn anything? Aside from lying down and serving others, what else can you do? Truly worthless. Li Jing, who had always possessed a fiery temper, had previously viewed Lu Pengfei through a lens of admiration, believing him to be flawless regardless of his actions. However, at this moment, the illusion had shattered. Upon gazing at him anew, she perceived him merely as a sweet-talking, utterly incompetent coward, despite possessing such a golden opportunity to seize control of the situation. He ultimately allowed Song Zhelun to turn the tables. Li Jing's eyes widened in fury as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Pengfei, exclaiming loudly, what are you? Compared to Song Zhelun, you're even less than a dog. At these words, Lu Pengfei was instantly consumed by rage, and in one swift motion, he lunged forward, forcefully pushing Li Jing onto the bed. He loomed over her, his body pressing down, while his mouth spewed curses. Humph! You dare to insult me? I'll let you shout. 3 minutes later, the room fell into silence. Lu Pengfei lay on the other side of the bed, panting heavily. His eyes were tightly shut, his chest rising and falling violently, clearly still not fully recovered from the fury that had just engulfed him. Li Ving clutched her abdomen tightly, beads of sweat rolling down her face, her complexion pale as a blank sheet of paper. A streak of crimson trickled down her thigh to the floor. Her lips quivered as she emitted a faint groan. My stomach hurts. Call an ambulance. Each word seemed to drain her of the last remnants of her strength. Lu Pengfei's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the horrific scene before him. He had never witnessed anything so terrifying, and his heart brimmed with fear and regret. His hands trembled as he frantically dialed the emergency number, his voice quaking to the point of being nearly inaudible. Soon, the wail of the ambulance siren sliced through the night sky, a beacon of hope. Medical personnel arrived swiftly, lifting Li Jing onto a stretcher. Lu Pengfei followed closely behind, his steps unsteady, as if he had lost his balance. Inside the ambulance, his emotions surged like tumultuous waves. Refusing to settle, his gaze remained fixed on Li Jing, filled with boundless guilt and remorse. He recalled his earlier impulsiveness, realizing that fleeting moment of rashness could cost him everything. Upon reaching the hospital, the doctors approached with the urgency of a battlefield, swiftly ushering Li Jing into the operating room. Lu Pengfei paced anxiously outside, his steps akin to an ant on a hot skillet, as he fervently prayed for her safety. Time ticked by, each second stretching out like an eternity. His heart grew heavier, his eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. Finally, after several hours, a doctor emerged from the operating room. The physician's expression was grave, and as he looked at Lu Pengfei, a flicker of reproach passed through his eyes. How could you be so reckless? Do you not understand that one should not engage in intimacy during the first 3 months of pregnancy? Lu Pengfei's complexion turned ashen in an instant. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. The patient has been stabilized. The child is safe, the doctor continued. His words struck Lu Pengfei's heart like a hammer, reverberating with the weight of his actions. Thank you, doctor. It's all my fault. How is my wife? Lu Pengfei's voice trembled with emotion. The doctor sighed, his tones softening slightly. She is still very weak and needs ample rest. As her husband, you must be more vigilant in the future to prevent such incidents from occurring again. Lu Pengfei nodded eagerly, inwardly relieved. How wonderful it was. As long as she was unharmed, everything could still be resolved. However, the thought of her suffering an accident sent a chill of dread through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he cautiously inquired of the doctor, "May I go in to see her?" The doctor, observing Lu Pengfei's anxious and worried expression, nodded slightly in response. "Yes, you may, but do take good care of her. Carrying a child for 10 months is exceedingly arduous for a woman." With the permission granted, Lu Pengfei felt as though he had been liberated from a heavy burden. He gently pushed open the door and tiptoed inside. Upon entering the hospital room, he was struck by the sight of Li Jing lying on the bed, her complexion alarmingly pale. Lu Pengfei hesitated for a moment, yet summoned the courage to speak. "Jingjing, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. Please forgive me." However, at his words, Li Jing merely opened her eyes slowly, offering him a weak glance before turning her head away without a trace of longing. Witnessing such a scene, Lu Pengfei felt as though a sharp dagger had pierced through his heart, inflicting unbearable pain. Nevertheless, he did not relent, continuing to plead. After a long silence, Li Jing finally turned her face back to Lu Pengfei, yet the warmth and affection that once resided in her beautiful eyes had vanished, replaced by an icy indifference. Parting her lips ever so slightly, she coldly uttered, "Leave. From now on, we shall never meet again." Lu Pengfei, his face flushed with embarrassment, looked at Li Jing and stammered, "But what about the child?" Li Jing, however, responded with an emotionless demeanor, "I will raise the child on my own. There is no need for you to concern yourself. From this moment forth, you have no relationship with this child. I never wish to see you again in my lifetime." Stunned, Lu Pengfei's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Are you serious?" Li Jing sneered, raising her voice, "Of course I am serious. To you, I am merely an object for your amusement. When you grow tired of me and find me of no use, you will discard me like refuse. You and that old man are no different." With a slight effort to compose herself, she continued, "But Song Zhelun is different. He is the only one who truly cares for me. Unlike you beasts in human attire, who appear respectable yet engage in sordid acts behind closed doors. Get out of my sight immediately. I never want to see your loathsome face again." Lu Pengfei stood there, dazed, muttering to himself, all right. After repeating the word thrice, he suddenly felt a heavy weight in his chest, as if a fierce flame were scorching his heart. Yet, he found himself at a loss for suitable words to counter Li Jing's harsh declarations. Constrained to harbor that surge of anger within, unable to find an outlet, Fang Yuan's phone suddenly rang, its tone slicing through the tranquility like a sharp blade. A hint of urgency colored Fang Yuan's voice. "What is the update? Has he agreed?" Lu Pengfei's tone was somewhat subdued. "No," he turned it down. Fang Yuan's brow furrowed tightly, pressing for more information. Have you lowered the price to the bottom? Lu Pengfei sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. I've already reduced it to the cost price. What shall we do? Fang Yuan's tone escalated in desperation. Negotiate further. We must persuade him to take this batch of batteries. Lu Pengfei's expression darkened, hesitating as he replied, but this price. Fang Yuan's voice suddenly rose an octave. What does price matter now? If we don't sell, we'll be left with nothing. Just the interest from the bank could crush us. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Lu Pengfei's forehead, his heart a turmoil of conflict and struggle. He recognized the validity of Fang Yuan's words, yet he was reluctant to relinquish his own interests so readily. Li Jing scoffed, her laughter tinged with mockery. Zhelun won't acquiesce to you. I can see that anyone who opposes him faces unrelenting consequences. Lu Pengfei's expression became even more grim, shouting, Then what am I supposed to do? A glint of cunning flickered in Li Jing's eyes as she softly replied, Give me 1 million, and I shall tell you what to do. Lu Pengfei stared at her in disbelief, exclaiming, That is out of the question. You must tell me first. Li Jing's smile brightened. Fine, consider it the last time I trust you. You can approach Li Mi. Currently, Zhelun listens to her most. A glimmer of hope surged within Lu Pengfei as he queried, Li Mi, are you certain? Li Jing nodded emphatically. I'm certain. Now hand over the money. Lu Pengfei declared with confidence. Once I sell the goods, I will naturally pay you. However, Li Jing retorted unapologetically. I don't believe you. Lu Pengfei flashed a sly smile, tauntingly stating, Well, you've already confided in me. Even if I refuse to pay, what can you do about it? At this, Li Jing let out a cold snort. I knew you were untrustworthy. But don't get too smug. Do you think you can reach Li Mi on your own? Lu Pengfei was caught off guard by her sudden inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words, stammering out a single syllable. You. Before he could gather himself, Li Jing continued. Li Mi is my cousin. Who do you think has more influence? You or me? At that moment, Lu Pengfei finally recognized the precariousness of his situation. His countenance darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, he stubbornly muttered, You've outmaneuvered me this time. Chapter 50. Complete defeat in the dead of night. Silence enveloped the city, shrouding it in a blanket of tranquility. Suddenly, the phone resting on Li Mi's bedside emitted a brief notification sound. Groggily, she reached for it. The screen illuminated, revealing a message that caught her eye. Sister, I'm hospitalized, and I have no one to accompany me. I can only turn to you now. Could you come and take care of me? As Li Mi gazed at the text message, her drowsiness evaporated in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of confusion and concern. She simply could not comprehend how her typically healthy sister, Li Jing, could suddenly find herself hospitalized. After a sleepless night, Li Mi hurried to the hospital at dawn. Upon pushing open the door to the ward, she immediately spotted Li Jing lying on the hospital bed. The once rosy complexion of Li Jing now appeared somewhat pale, exuding an air of fragility. Cousin, what has happened to you? Li Mi hurried to the bedside and inquired anxiously. Hearing her sister's worried tone, Li Jing mustered the strength to suppress her discomfort and managed a faint smile as she softly replied, It's nothing serious. I just overexerted myself while cleaning and accidentally triggered some complications. The doctor advised me to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Upon hearing this, Li Mi's heart tightened, and she grasped Li Jing's hand, frowning as she admonished, Sister, you must take good care of yourself. This is not a trivial matter. At that moment, Li Jing's gaze suddenly became evasive, as if she harbored some unspoken burden. Li Mi keenly sensed this shift and pressed further, Sister, is there something else troubling you? After a moment of hesitation, Li Jing finally spoke, Sister, there is something I need to ask of you. Li Mi was taken aback, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, as she replied softly, Cousin, please go ahead. Li Jing's eyes shimmered with hope and pleading as she tightly clasped Li Mi's hand. Sister, I am counting on you. You must promise me. Li Mi hesitated for a moment before responding, Cousin, you can share it with me, but I cannot guarantee that I can help. Li Jing took a deep breath, seemingly striving to contain her emotions, and slowly articulated, This matter is something only you can resolve. The father of my child has stockpiled a batch of lithium battery raw materials. Originally, we had agreed to sell them to Zhelun. However, he suddenly backed out, and now this shipment is stuck with him. Could you persuade Zhelun to take this batch off our hands, no matter what? A troubled expression crossed Li Mi's face as she furrowed her brow, gazing at Li Jing with a sense of helplessness. Cousin, it's not that I do not wish to assist you, but I am unable to intervene in this matter. Tears welled up in Li Jing's eyes as she choked out, We are family, after all. Please, I implore you. You wouldn't want your little nephew to be born into destitution, would you? Besides, it was I who introduced you to him. Upon hearing this, Li Mi's eyes widened in disbelief. Cousin, what are you saying? You publicly called off your wedding. That hardly counts as a favor. Li Jing, however, began to weep more earnestly. Regardless, you are now with him, and your words would carry weight. Li Mi gritted her teeth and replied, Cousin, I cannot involve myself in the matters of the corporation. Moreover, we are merely in a romantic relationship. Li Jing wiped her tears and said, I understand this is difficult. But sister, if this batch of lithium battery raw materials falls through, our family will truly be in peril. For the sake of our past sisterhood, I beg you to help me. Li Mi let out a sigh, her heart entangled in a web of conflicting emotions. Cousin, I can only convey your message. I shall not interfere with his decision. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's face brightened with a glimmer of hope, and she quickly replied, That's fine. Just a phone call will suffice. Reluctantly, Li Mi picked up her phone, her fingers trembling slightly as she dialed Zhelun's number. Once the call connected, Zhelun's urgent voice came through me. Where have you been? Uncle said you left early this morning. Li Mi responded, I am at the hospital. Instantly, Zhelun's tone shifted to one of concern. The hospital? Are you unwell? Why didn't you inform me? Where are you? I'll come right away. Taking a deep breath, Li Mi reassured him, It's nothing serious. I'm merely here to see someone. Then, as if resolutely committing to her words, she continued, It's my cousin who asked for me. She wants me to persuade you to accept the materials from Lu Pengfei. Zhelun's brow furrowed at this revelation. So it has come to you. Li Mi hastily clarified, I am merely relaying her request. I will not oppose whatever decision you make. After a brief silence, Zhelun instructed, Put her on the line. With a moment's hesitation, Li Mi transferred the call to Li Jing. Taking the phone, Li Jing's tone was somewhat brusque as she announced, It's me. Zhelun's voice turned icy. Tell Lu Pengfei that I will only offer 30% of the price for the lithium batteries he possesses, and that is at the original price. If he wishes to sell, he should come and sign a contract. If not, he should refrain from further bothering me. Li Jing's expression darkened, and she raised her voice in disbelief. 30%? Zhelun's tone remained unyielding. Just 30%. Not a penny more. And do you truly believe I cannot see through your intentions? After a moment of silence, Li Jing suddenly shouted, Lu Pengfei, come in. It turned out that Lu Pengfei had been hiding in the shadows, and upon hearing her call, he reluctantly stepped forward. He took the phone, saying, Mr. Song, are you trying to ruin me with this price? This amount wouldn't even cover the interest from the bank. Without a hint of mercy, Zhelun replied, Of course, I wish for your demise. Do you expect me to thrive? The reason you are acquiring lithium batteries cannot possibly be for mere amusement. You know I intend to develop new energy vehicles, and you seek to strangle me at the source of materials. You aim to coerce me into relinquishing shares of the Song family business. If I were to comply with your wishes, would you truly spare me? I suspect you would relish seeing me kneel before you in supplication. I reiterate, 30%. If you agree, come to Song S and sign with Manager Fong. If not, do not appear before me again. I'm quite busy. Return the phone to me. The phone found its way back to Li Mi, her eyes revealing a blend of resignation and fatigue. Zhelun's voice was filled with concern and gentleness. Wait for me at the hospital. I shall come to fetch you. Li Mi set the phone down and quietly departed the hospital. Lu Pengfei gazed at Li Jing with a despondent expression, his eyes brimming with disappointment and despair. 30%. He murmured to himself, a note of hopelessness lacing his voice. Li Jing insisted, I care not for the percentage. I want my 1 million. Lu Pengfei sighed heavily, his face etched with worry as he slumped weakly against the chair. After a brief pause, Lu Pengfei seemed to have made a resolute decision. He reached for the phone resting on the table, swiftly locating Fang Yuan's number and dialing it. The call was quickly connected. Lu Pengfei, unable to contain his urgency, exclaimed, "Manager Fang, the situation is dire. Song Zhelun is only willing to offer 30% of the price, and that is based on the original price." Upon hearing this news, Fang Yuan was taken aback. "What? 30%? This is highway robbery." Lu Pengfei continued, "I believe he is clearly aware that we are deliberately stalling his raw material supply, and this is his way of retaliating against us." At this moment, Fang Yuan's tone turned serious as he inquired, "What else did he say?" Lu Pengfei paused for a moment before responding slowly. He said that if we agree to this price, he will sign the contract directly with you. Fang Yuan did not immediately respond. The only sounds on the line were faint breaths. After a considerable silence, he murmured, "Song Zhelun, this is truly a heartless act. Does he even realize who stands behind Lu Pengfei? Is this not overly deliberate?" Yet, it appeared that he had no path of retreat remaining. Graphene could announce its market entry at any moment, and the price of lithium batteries would only continue to plummet. The bank was accumulating exorbitant interest daily. They truly could not afford to wait any longer. With a resigned sigh, Fang Yuan uttered, "Very well, we have lost this round. Let us go to the Song family to sign the contract." Meanwhile, Lu Pengfei understood all too well that their situation was beyond redemption. Song Zhelun had firmly seized the initiative, forcing them into a corner. This defeat was undoubtedly a devastating blow for them. He had lost all his remaining savings. He was now utterly destitute, with nothing to his name. Li Jing fixed her icy gaze on Lu Pengfei, her voice cold as she stated, "Am I 1 million? If you don't give it to me, I can have Song Zhelun hand it over directly." Lu Pengfei's expression darkened, his lips trembling slightly. "Xiao Jing, we've shared a bond through a night of marriage. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Yet, Li Jing remained unmoved. Her gaze as frigid as ice as she coldly replied, "Get out of here, and don't let me see you again." Lu Pengfei sighed in resignation, slowly rising to his feet and stumbling out of the hospital. His silhouette appeared so solitary and helpless, as if the entire world had forsaken him. The moment he signed his name, he could distinctly feel his hand trembling uncontrollably. The pen felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, laboriously gliding across the paper, ultimately leaving behind a faint mark that was almost imperceptible. Yet, this delicate stroke struck his heart like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly proclaiming the utter failure of this plan. Meanwhile, Song Zhelun sat leisurely in his spacious, well-lit office, his gaze fixed upon the contract that Fang Yuan had just handed over. His lips gradually curled upward, sketching a smile of utmost satisfaction. He rose exuberantly, his voice resonant as a bell, lavishly bestowing praises upon Fang Yuan. Those words cascaded down like a torrential rain, scattering throughout every corner of the room. However, for Fang Yuan, these accolades brought no joy. Instead, they pierced his heart like a multitude of razor-sharp knives. With each compliment that escaped Song Zhelun's lips, Fang Yuan's complexion grew increasingly pale as parchment. He clenched his jaw tightly. His fists balled up so fiercely that his nails dug deep into his palms, delivering a wave of excruciating pain. Nevertheless, he resolutely suppressed any signs of anguish. At that moment, Song Zhelun suddenly raised an eyebrow, turning to gaze at the silent Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming's eyes, too, betrayed a flicker of undisguised sympathy. He gently shook his head and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Alas, old Fang is utterly doomed this time. With his current assets, even if he returned everything to the bank, it would still fall woefully short." Song Zhelun sneered, declaring, "You reap what you sow. A serpent saved will still bite you." Chapter 51. You run. Lu Pengfei paced anxiously in Fang Yuan's office like an ant on a hot stove, hesitating to leave. At that moment, he truly had nowhere else to go. Just then, Fang Yuan, looking utterly worn, pushed open the office door. Upon seeing Lu Pengfei, a flash of anger crossed her eyes, and without a word, she raised her hand and struck him soundly across the face. Lu Pengfei, momentarily stunned by the sudden slap, covered his face and incredulously shouted, "Have you lost your mind?" Fang Yuan glared at him, her emotions aflame as she retorted, "Of course, I've lost my mind. Do you have any idea how severely we suffered this time? That despicable Song Zhelun managed to acquire the materials I purchased for 2 billion with a mere 30 million. As she spoke, her voice quivered with a hint of tears. Continuing, moreover, the interest on this loan alone amounts to 30 million. I am utterly finished. Liu Pengfei's eyes widened in horror as he stammered. Is there truly no glimmer of hope? Fang Yuan shook her head in despair. It's too late. The contract has been signed, and the funds have already been transferred. We are left with nothing but a mountain of debt. Liu Pengfei's complexion turned ashen, and he trembled as he asked, "What about the bank?" Fang Yuan took a deep breath, mustering her resolve. "I will find a way to deal with the bank. But listen closely, you must leave Su City immediately. Do not delay for even a moment. Song Zhelun is ruthless and will not let you off easily. Fortunately, I have not yet been exposed. I will handle this mess. Remember, do not ever return." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Liu Pengfei was moved to tears, choking out, "Director Fang, you are truly remarkable. This favor I, Liu Pengfei, shall forever remember." Having uttered these words, he bowed deeply to Fang Yuan before turning on his heel and departing the office without a glance back. Fang Yuan observed Liu Pengfei's receding figure, her expression transforming entirely. "Oomph! Fool! How dare you oppose Song Zhelun in such a manner? The company operates under your name, and thus the debts are undeniably yours. Run away as far as you can and never return. Otherwise, regrettably, events did not unfold as Fang Yuan had anticipated. Just as Liu Pengfei was packing his belongings in the rental apartment, a group of individuals burst into the room and forcibly removed him. Meanwhile, in Song Zhelun's office, a passionate scene was unfolding. Song Zhelun and Li Mi were entwined in a fervent embrace, their lips pressed together in a heated and lingering kiss. They seemed to forget the world around them, lost in this exquisite moment, kissing with fervor and reluctance to part. Today, Song Zhelun felt particularly elated. The sight of Fang Yuan's displeased countenance, akin to one who had consumed something distasteful, only intensified the unspoken thrill of vengeance within him. Yet, nothing delighted him more than the lunch personally delivered by Li Mi. However, what he truly craved were Li Mi's warm, crimson lips. After several interruptions in the past, today, at last, they were undisturbed. Li Mi felt her lips tingling, yet she hesitated to push him away. Song Zhelun held her tightly, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. His grip was firm enough to leave her breathless, yet she showed no intention of resisting. Instead, she reciprocated his embrace with equal fervor, as if afraid this moment might vanish. As time passed, they remained wrapped in each other's arms, unwilling to release their hold. Even for the briefest instant, after what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly separated. However, in the very moment their lips parted, a long, translucent thread connected them, reminiscent of the bond that tethered their hearts. At that moment, Li Mi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Song Zhelun's eyes. For someone as reserved as she, such intimacy was exceedingly bold. This was already the second audacious act of her life. The first being her agreement to become Song Zhelun's proxy bride. Every time she contemplated this, her heart raced and her cheeks burned. Faced with this captivating man, she could never bring herself to utter the word no. Gazing at the shy and enchanting Li Mi, Song Zhelun couldn't help but exclaim, "You are truly beautiful, like a little fairy." Hearing this, Li Mi playfully rolled her eyes at him and, with slightly parted lips, retorted, "Humph. You only know how to sweet-talk." Though she said this, her heart swelled with delight. Continuing with a serious expression, Song Zhelun added, "What I say comes from the heart. You are not only beautiful, but also gentle and virtuous. I truly admire you." As he spoke, he deliberately paused, casting a flirtatious gaze over Li Mi. Uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Li Mi playfully chided, "Oh, you are insufferable." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Song Zhelun burst into laughter, leaning closer to whisper into her ear, "Especially your sweet kisses. I can never get enough of them." At these words, Li Mi's cheeks flushed even deeper, resembling a ripe apple, alluring and tempting. She playfully punched his chest and pouted. How can you be so inappropriate? Just as the two were engaged in their playful banter, a sudden, rapid knock on the door shattered the sweet tranquility. Song Zhelun frowned, irritatedly shouting towards the door. Who is it? Do you not know what time it is? A cautious voice responded from outside. Mr. Song, I apologize for the interruption, but Mr. Zhou has arrived. It was his secretary, Xiaoli. Upon hearing Mr. Zhou's name, the displeasure on Song Zhelun's face softened slightly, though he still appeared somewhat impatient. He sighed resignedly and said to Li Mi, This Uncle Zhou certainly knows how to choose his moments. After placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, he rose to tidy his clothing. Li Mi sat on the sofa, her heart racing like a startled deer. Recalling the intimate scene they had just shared, her face burned with embarrassment. When Zhou Ming entered the office, her cheeks still bore the flush of a ripe apple, the rosy hue unblemished. Song Zhelun greeted him with a warm smile. Uncle Zhou, have you eaten? Zhou Ming paused. Taken aback, have I eaten or not? He looked at Song Zhelun, seemingly trying to decipher the underlying meaning of the inquiry. Was it an inappropriate time for this? Noticing Zhou Ming's confusion, Song Zhelun smirked, saying with a hint of amusement, Do you not know whether you have eaten? Only then did Zhou Ming regain his composure. Nodding quickly, Oh yes, I have eaten. His gaze shifted between Li Mi and Song Zhelun, realizing it truly was an inopportune moment. Steeling himself, Zhou Ming inquired, I'm here to ask you how we should handle this batch of lithium batteries. Song Zhelun replied with confidence, I've already thought this through. The first batch of cars we signed contracts for was always intended to use lithium batteries. Zhou Ming pressed further, lithium batteries? What about the graphene side? Song Zhelun furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before responding. The graphene is still in development. It will take another 6 months to fully replace lithium batteries. By that time, graphene batteries can serve as our upgraded configuration, bringing greater profits to the group. Zhou Ming, hearing this, expressed concern. You are quite daring. The graphene isn't even in production yet, and you dare to make promises to Fong Yuan. Are you not worried they may not align with your expectations? What if they remain steadfast? The smile on Song Zhelun's face grew increasingly confident as he reassured, Uncle Zhou, I understand Uncle Fong all too well. While he is calculating in his dealings, he lacks the necessary audacity. All it takes is to provide him with a few smokescreens. He will soon waver. He believes that he can intimidate me with lithium battery materials. I have indeed exhibited a sense of urgency, allowing them to misinterpret my demeanor. However, it is unfortunate that he and Liu Pengfei are too hasty. As soon as I encountered a problem, he rushed over, brandishing his authority, as if he were about to engrave my predicament upon his forehead. Yet, one can understand this urgency. After all, their funds are commercial loans with exorbitant interest rates. We feigned a scenario to convince him of the existence of graphene as a superior alternative. Therefore, his doubts began to fester. Once his resolve falters, he is destined to lose. The remaining price will then be dictated by our terms. Moreover, to be candid, the company collaborating with Liu Pengfei to inflate prices is none other than Mieres. Had the lithium battery prices not been driven so high, Uncle Fong might have dared to stand firm. Zhou Ming listened quietly, his expression largely inscrutable, though a flicker of subtle admiration glimmered in his eyes. Was all of this within your calculations? Song Zhelun shook his head. Not quite. I genuinely did not anticipate that individual would turn out to be Uncle Fong. If it had been someone with more audacity, I would have indeed accelerated the research on graphene, even under the tightest of schedules. We would need at least 3 months to produce it, which could be achieved with some effort. Furthermore, I still possess a final trump card. The Wang family in Kyoto has ample lithium battery materials at their disposal. However, this card must not be played lightly. Should I rely on the Wang family to resolve the issue, they would inevitably underestimate me. Therefore, Uncle Zhou, you are the greatest contributor to this endeavor. Zhou Ming smiled faintly, his expression tinged with humility. This was all your strategy. I cannot take credit as a hero. Song Zhelun's tone carried a hint of pride. Uncle Zhou, I speak truthfully. Even Uncle Fong would never have imagined that you and I are allies. Your words convinced him of the veracity of graphene, shattering his last vestige of resistance. Ultimately, it stems from a narrow-mindedness, believing you could not let go of past grievances. Zhou Ming sighed. For this reason alone, Old Fang's defeat is hardly unjust. The prior matters are not to be blamed on you. You acted in the interest of the company's development. We old-timers have indeed been too conservative, requiring the vigor of your generation to invigorate the organization. My father and I built everything from the ground up, striving for decades to achieve what we have now. For us, this is already a commendable accomplishment. Yet, your era is only just beginning. Zhou Ming's gaze brimmed with anticipation. Song Zhelun nodded earnestly. Uncle Zhou, I will certainly not disappoint your expectations. Zhou Ming regarded Song Zhelun with a hesitant demeanor. And what of Old Fang? Chapter 52. Buying flowers? Song Zhelun slowly shook his head, a grave expression settling on his face. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Fang can no longer remain in the company. I intend to transfer him to another location. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming furrowed his brow, urgently inquiring, Little Song, where precisely do you plan to send him? Without hesitation, Song Zhelun replied, I plan to send him to Lanchi. Zhou Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Lanchi? That is a desolate region. Song Zhelun's lips curled into a subtle, mischievous smile as he remarked, Indeed, that's south the place. The land there is remarkably affordable, making it quite suitable for establishing a factory. However, Zhou Ming expressed skepticism towards this notion. He scrutinized Song Zhelun and inquired seriously, Xiao Song, are you serious? At that moment, Song Zhelun erupted into hearty laughter, waving his hand dismissively as he chuckled. Haha, Uncle Zhou, do you truly believe I would be so foolish? Constructing a factory in such a desolate location would pose a significant challenge for transporting my raw materials. While some rent expenses could be saved, the transportation costs would skyrocket. It would be a losing proposition. In reality, I merely arranged for him to select a site in the Lancy area, deliberately prolonging the process to keep him occupied for half a year to a year. Eventually, he would become unable to tolerate it and resign. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming paused in contemplation before responding. Alas, I was initially considering interceding on his behalf. After all, he has devoted his entire life to the group. As he nears retirement, wouldn't it be better for him to enjoy a peaceful life within the company? Song Zhelun regarded Zhou Ming with a serious expression and solemnly replied, Uncle Zhou, I genuinely understand your sentiments towards Uncle Fang. However, to speak candidly, I cannot bear the thought of retaining him within the group any longer. Fortunately, we identified the issue early this time. What if there's a next time? If he succeeds even once, the entire group could face upheaval. Zhou Ming sighed helplessly, conceding, You make a valid point, Xiao Song. Old Fang has indeed gone too far this time. Song Zhelun patted Zhou Ming on the shoulder, saying, Uncle Zhou, the business world is akin to a battlefield, allowing no room for compassion. You should address this matter with him. He might be more receptive coming from you. Zhou Ming hesitated before replying, All right, I shall give a try. After uttering this, he quietly regarded Song Zhelun. In silence, Song Zhelun fixed his piercing gaze upon him, his eyes sharp as two blades. Zhou Ming suddenly felt as if the air around them had thickened, enveloped by an indescribable, peculiar atmosphere. The intensity in Song Zhelun's eyes seemed to burn with an insatiable fire, his eagerness palpable. Zhou Ming pondered inwardly, What is so peculiar about this fellow? Just then, he instinctively turned to glance at Li Mi, who was seated on the sofa. In that instant, as if struck by a revelation, he realized that these two were subtly urging him to leave promptly. Oh dear, I must be getting old. My reflexes have dulled, and I failed to catch such a simple hint. It seems these years have weighed heavily upon me. Zhou Ming hastily chuckled. I just remembered that I haven't eaten yet. I must head back. You two remember to drink some water after your meal. Huh? What was I just saying? Never mind. It's of no consequence. I should leave quickly. He cast a somewhat apologetic smile towards Li Mi, who, at that moment, was already blushing profusely, resembling a ripe apple. Flustered, she hurriedly stood up and swiftly made her way to the door, opening it for Zhou Ming. Seeing this, he quickly stepped outside. Just as his foot crossed the threshold, a loud bang suddenly reverberated from behind him. Without needing to guess, it is evident that Song Zhelun impatiently collided forcefully with the closed door. Upon hearing the muffled sound, Zhou couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, muttering to himself, "Ah, youth is indeed a wonderful thing." Days later, no one knew how Zhou managed to communicate with Fang Yuan. Yet, Fang Yuan, brimming with excitement, readily accepted the task of selecting a site in Lanqi and even made a special trip to greet Song Zhelun. At present, all difficulties had been resolved. The factory was well stocked with raw materials, and production proceeded methodically. The assembly work unfolded in an orderly manner across several factory assembly lines. With Song Xingxing and Wang Yuan overseeing the operations, Song Zhelun found his days considerably lighter. That day, after work, he left with Li Mi as usual. Sitting in the car, Li Mi's gaze rested on Song Zhelun as she teasingly asked, "Where are you taking me today?" With a slight smile, Song Zhelun softly replied, "Today, I am taking you to a new restaurant." Li Mi scrunched her nose and pouted. "Another meal? You've been feeding me too well lately." Song Zhelun chuckled, gently pinching Li Mi's cheek, and remarked, "Even if you've gained a bit of weight, you still look lovely. Wouldn't it invite too much attention if you were too slender?" Li Mi swatted his hand away, playfully scolding, "You're the one who's getting chubby." Song Zhelun laughed. "Didn't you just say you've gained weight?" Li Mi shot him an exasperated glance, continuing, "I can say that about myself, but you can't." With an innocent expression, Song Zhelun replied, "I never said it. You did." Li Mi questioned, "If I get fat in the future, will you despise me?" Song Zhelun assured her, "In my eyes, you will always be the most beautiful." Li Mi huffed. Men's words are often deceitful. With a resigned smile, Song Zhelun grasped Li Mi's hand and tenderly stated, "I have only ever said these words to you." Truly, looking into his eyes, Li Mi felt a flicker of emotion, yet her teasing nature persisted. "Humph, how do I know you aren't deceiving me?" With a sigh, Song Zhelun earnestly gazed into her eyes, declaring, "I would never lie to you. No matter how you change, my love for you remains constant." Li Mi's heart warmed, knowing that Song Zhelun was sincere, silently reciprocating with, "I love you too." They arrived at Wuyue Plaza, where a new Italian restaurant had opened. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely through the mall. Song Zhelun was dressed in a well-tailored casual suit, the collar of his white shirt slightly unbuttoned, perfectly showcasing his alluring collarbone while exuding an air of nonchalance. His sleeves were neatly rolled up, revealing his strong, well-defined forearms, with muscles subtly shifting with each step, radiating masculine charm. His polished black leather shoes gleamed brilliantly, reflecting light like a mirror. Beside him, Li Mi resembled a blossoming flower, exuding captivating fragrance and radiant beauty. Clad in a light blue long dress, the hem swayed gently in the breeze, akin to rippling water, light and graceful. A slender waist was adorned with a delicate ribbon tied in a bow, artfully accentuating her graceful curves while imbuing the overall appearance with a touch of sweetness and elegance. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down like a waterfall, casually draping over her shoulders, with a few playful strands occasionally brushing against her porcelain complexion, adding a hint of charming whimsy to her allure. The white stiletto sandals she wore sparkled in the sunlight, embellished with glimmering rhinestones, reminiscent of twinkling stars that had descended to earth. Hand in hand, they strolled through the bustling streets, oblivious to the world around them. Passers-by could not help but steal glances at this stunning couple, captivated by their beauty, secretly marveling at their seemingly fated union. Some cast envious looks, as if witnessing the epitome of love, while a few young girls whispered excitedly among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration for Li Mi's dress. Immersed in their shared happiness, Song Zhelun and Li Mi remained blissfully unaware of the attention they garnered, their hearts and minds entirely focused on each other. Song Zhelun pointed ahead with a smile, saying to Li Mi, "Look, just over there, the newly opened Italian restaurant. I've heard the food is quite delightful." He then gently patted her shoulder and added, "I'll make a quick trip to the restroom. You go ahead. I've already reserved our table." Li Mi nodded gently, understanding, and replied, "All right, hurry back." She made her way to the restaurant alone. This newly opened establishment was exceptionally popular. By 6:30, a long queue had formed outside. In such a bustling venue, securing a table was a challenge for others, but for Song Zhelun, it posed no difficulty. After all, this mall was part of their family's enterprise. To secure an ideal reservation here was as effortless as a mere formality for him. Li Mi followed the waiter through the lively dining area. Navigating past intricately decorated partition walls, she discovered a circular stage at the heart of the restaurant. A black piano rested upon the stage, silent yet exuding a unique artistic aura. Her seat was positioned directly in front of the stage, an excellent vantage point from which to behold the entire performance. The table was elegantly set with a pristine white tablecloth, neatly arranged cutlery, and adorned with a radiant red rose, its petals glistening in the flickering candlelight, enhancing the romantic ambience. Li Mi gently took her seat, her curious gaze sweeping the surroundings. Diners engaged in hushed conversations, punctuated by occasional bursts of joyful laughter. The walls were adorned with picturesque scenes of Italy, enveloping her in a rich tapestry of exotic charm. She mused to herself, Zhelun certainly knows how to choose a place. A figure gradually approached her, and as it drew nearer, Li Mi noticed it was a little girl. The child possessed a pair of sparkling, expressive eyes that shimmered like stars in the night sky, enchanting and bright. She gently tilted her head, her sweet voice softly inquiring, "Sister, would you like to buy some flowers?" Chapter 53, The Proposal. The little girl's eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, clear and enchanting like the pristine waters of a lake, utterly adorable enough to melt one's heart in an instant. Li Mi, possessing an inherently tender heart, found it impossible to refuse such an endearing little sister. She smiled and gently asked, "Little sister, how much is each flower?" The girl blinked her big, watery eyes and replied in a sweet, childlike voice, "10 yuan each, beautiful sister." Li Mi nodded and tenderly said, "Then, would you kindly help your sister by getting 10 for me?" However, to her surprise, the little girl shook her head. In a crisp voice, she responded, "I'm afraid not, sister. I can only sell you one." A flicker of confusion stirred within Li Mi as she pondered, "How strange. I wish to buy more. Yet this little girl seems reluctant." Nonetheless, respecting the child's rules, she acquiesced. "All right then, I shall take one." Upon hearing this, the little girl joyfully turned, carefully selecting a budding rose from her basket and cautiously handing it to Li Mi. With a sweet smile, she said, "Sister, this one is for you." Li Mi, filled with delight, reached out to accept the rose, and just as she was about to pay, she caught a glimpse of something glimmering within the flower bud. Curiously, she peeled back the petals and was astonished to discover a delicate ring hidden inside. Her face filled with disbelief, she instinctively raised her gaze to the little girl, ready to inquire about the mystery, when suddenly a melodious piano tune and a deep, resonant voice filled the air. "I want to see you smile, to play with you, to embrace you." The rich, magnetic voice flowed like a soothing stream into the hearts of all present. The previously noisy patrons of the restaurant were captivated by the man on stage, collectively directing their attention towards him. Zhelun seemed to have materialized at the piano, now donned in a formal tuxedo, elegantly playing while his gaze remained fixed on Li Mi. Li Mi stood there, mesmerized, clutching the rose that held the ring, her heart racing uncontrollably. "My heart beats only for you." As the final note lingered in the air, Zhelun rose slowly, his intense gaze still locked onto Li Mi. The surrounding guests sensed the impending romance, instinctively quieting down. A bouquet of vibrant red roses, comprising 99 blooms, was presented from the side of the stage. Zhelun accepted the roses and approached Li Mi, looking deeply into her eyes. Suddenly, a large screen on the stage illuminated, showcasing photographs of their wedding. Zhelun knelt on one knee, holding the bouquet aloft. He softly professed, "Mir, though it feels as if we have been together for ages, each time I see you, my heart races anew, and every day spent with you is as delightful as the very first day of our romance. You illuminate my life like the sun, warm and indispensable." Our encounter began at a wedding that was not ours. Subsequently, I found myself irresistibly drawn to you, enchanted by your tenderness, your kindness, and you, only you. Everything seemed to be a guiding hand of fate. You are like a beam of light, illuminating my entire existence. Although you have never uttered the words, I have always owed you a ceremony. Today, In the presence of so many witnesses, I solemnly ask you, Mir, will you be my wife, Zhelun? Allow me to safeguard you for a lifetime, to accompany you through every dawn and dusk, sharing every joy and sorrow. Regardless of whether our path is smooth or rugged, I shall hold your hand tightly. This ring symbolizes my endless love for you. I hope it adorns your hand forever, never to be removed. Will you marry me? The restaurant seemed to be muted, enveloped in profound silence. Each individual stood as if under a spell, frozen in place, afraid to even breathe. They gazed intently at Li Mi, eagerly awaiting her response. At that moment, Li Mi felt an overwhelming wave of happiness crashing against her mind, rendering her momentarily speechless and devoid of thought. She could hardly fathom that Zhelun had brought her to this restaurant to propose. Even though he had never explicitly confessed his feelings, she had long accepted their relationship, and both families had expressed their strong support and blessings. Yet, which girl does not yearn for a romantic proposal? Just as Li Mi was still enveloped in this sudden surprise, two crisp, resounding shouts erupted from the crowd. It was Song Xingxing and Wang Yuan, unable to contain their excitement, loudly urging, "Marry him! Marry him!" Their outburst was akin to a spark igniting a haystack, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of those around them. In an instant, the once silent restaurant erupted into a cacophony, with everyone joining in to chant, "Marry him!" The deafening chorus surged like a tide, each wave louder than the last. Li Mi's eyes grew moist, shimmering tears reflecting the light in her beautiful gaze. Her lips involuntarily curled into a radiant smile, brimming with happiness. Finally, she nodded slightly, her voice trembling and choked with emotion as she softly replied, "I do." As her words lingered in the air, she slowly extended her delicate, fair left hand. Upon witnessing this, Zhelun's face blossomed with euphoric delight. He swiftly retrieved the dazzling ring from the bouquet of roses, gently taking hold of Li Mi's left hand, and tenderly placed the symbol of eternal love upon her ring finger. In that instant, the restaurant erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, celebrating the union of this loving couple. Li Mi's face instantly flushed crimson, taken aback by Zhelun's unexpectedly romantic gesture. Rising to his feet, Zhelun enveloped Li Mi in a tight embrace. The two of them lost in each other amidst the cheers of the crowd. At that moment, the restaurant manager approached with a smile, presenting a bottle of exquisite champagne to congratulate the newlyweds. Zhelun accepted the champagne, uncorking it with a resounding pop, the effervescent foam erupting like their overflowing joy. He poured a glass for Li Mi, then filled one for himself, and they clinked their glasses gently before downing the contents in one go. At this juncture, Song Xingxing dashed over, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, choosing my brother is undoubtedly the right decision." Wang Yuan chimed in, teasingly advising, "Big brother, you must cherish your sister-in-law." Laughter erupted around them. Shortly thereafter, a server wheeled out an intricately crafted cake, adorned with the words Zhelun and Li Mi. "May you have a harmonious union for 100 years." They jointly sliced the cake, distributing pieces to everyone present. At that moment, the atmosphere was electrifying. Among the crowd, Song Xingxing was blushing fiercely, his excitement palpable as he shouted, "Today, all expenses are on young Master Song. Enjoy your meals and drinks." His impassioned proclamation was like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples through the already vibrant scene, cheers and applause rising in a crescendo. However, in a corner of this sea of joy, a pair of seething eyes fixated on the proposal ceremony, filled with resentment. The owner of those eyes seemed profoundly out of place in this romantic tableau, consumed by unending jealousy and discontent. Lu Pengfei had seemingly vanished without a trace, while Feng Yuan silently departed from Hangzhou. As for Li Jing, her life had reverted to its original state. After leaving the hospital, she returned to the home that belonged to her, a home that felt perpetually precarious. This residence still belonged to Zhelun, and since their last tumultuous encounter, he had not acknowledged them. Although he had not forcibly evicted them, the constant apprehension of being cast out loomed over their lives. They lived in trepidation, fearing that one day they would awaken to find someone demanding their departure. Particularly for Li Jing, the trauma inflicted by Liu Pengfei weighed heavily upon her. Even after her discharge, she occasionally felt a dull ache in her abdomen. On this particular day, feeling utterly bored, Li Jing lay on her bed, idly swiping through her phone to pass the time. Suddenly, she received a video from her best friend, Lu Ruqing. Upon opening the video, she was met with the sight of Song Zhelun's proposal, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. She recalled her own past fantasies of such moments, now rendered bittersweet by the passage of time. In the video, Song Zhelun radiated happiness, while Li Mi appeared adorably bashful, the surrounding well-wishes seemingly transcending the screen. Lu Ruqing then sent a voice message. I went out for dinner with my blind date today, and coincidentally, I ran into them as well. To this, Li Jing replied, from a distance, they do appear quite well matched. However, Lu Ruqing responded with a hint of dissatisfaction, asking, are you truly so indifferent, with no reaction at all? After a brief moment of silence, Li Jing replied slowly, what response can I possibly have? He ended our relationship long ago. Lu Ruqing seemed unsatisfied with this answer and pressed on, you were with him for such a long time. Now, he simply decides to part ways. And shouldn't he offer you some form of compensation? Li Jing sighed lightly, her tone tinged with resignation. Let be. I genuinely do not wish to stir the waters any further. Lu Ruqing quickly encouraged her. I believe that Song Zhelun may not genuinely care for Li Mi. Perhaps he only finds her appealing because she bears a resemblance to you. Unable to have you, he settled for the next best option. Li Jing wished to avoid this topic. Every time she attempted to confront Song Zhelun, it ended unfavorably. She tried to divert the conversation, inquiring about Lu Ruqing's recent blind date. Speaking of which, how did you end up with him? He must not have come cheap. Lu Ruqing scoffed dismissively, then began to complain. Don't even mention it. He is a complete miser. When I suggested coming here, he stammered for ages, appearing thoroughly reluctant. Once we arrived, and it was time to order, he was exceedingly stingy. But the moment Song Zhelun offered to treat, he instantly transformed, adopting an extraordinarily generous demeanor and ordering an excessive amount of dishes without a shred of modesty. He is nothing but a hopelessly poor wretch. Li Jing Kidat. How did you end up meeting him then? Lu Ruqing replied cunningly, this restaurant just opened, and all my friends praised it. I wanted to try it out, but didn't want to spend my own money, so I conveniently found a willing fool. Her voice carried a hint of pride, as if she reveled in her cleverness. If you truly still have feelings for Song Zhelun, I can devise a plan for you. Chapter 54. The resurgence of public sentiment. Li Jing gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, as if she could feel the little life within joyfully dancing. She pondered silently, wishing for a chance to start anew. How she longed for the child growing inside her to belong to Song Zhelun. Yet, fate always seems to play cruel tricks. Whenever she resolved to utterly relinquish her feelings for him, there would always be someone who appeared like a specter, whispering incessantly in her ear, inciting her emotions. This person was akin to a match, effortlessly igniting the embers of her heart that she had thought were nearly extinguished, rekindling the once buried feelings into a blazing inferno. Was this what they referred to as a villainous script? Li Jing felt her mind in disarray, unable to comprehend how events had spiraled to this point. The narrative seemed wholly unjust. At that moment, Lu Ruqing asked, do you have any photos of Li Mi? Taken aback, Li Jing replied, I do have a few, mostly childhood pictures. A glint of cunning flashed in Lu Ruqing's eyes as she continued, hand them over to me and prepare for a spectacle. You shall witness a delightful surprise tomorrow. The following day, a video of the chairman of the Song group publicly proposing has rapidly circulated on the Douyin platform, igniting widespread discussion and fervor across the internet. Numerous netizens have eagerly commented, flooding the official Weibo account of the Song group with heartfelt congratulations, nearly overwhelming the platform with their enthusiasm. My goodness, the chairman is quite the romantic. I genuinely envy the woman being proposed to. Am I the only one curious about her identity? She appears to be the same woman who accompanied Song Zhelun to the television station for clarification last time. The proposal scene was incredibly romantic. One can only wonder how much thought went into it. Wealthy people's love truly stands apart, so ostentatious and luxurious. However, wait a minute. Does anyone else find this a bit peculiar? There was no hint of this prior, and suddenly a proposal occurs. Could there be some hidden circumstances? Perhaps they are rushing into marriage due to an unexpected pregnancy. Just a jest. Nevertheless, I sincerely wish them happiness and hope they remain blissful together. Conversely, there are many dissenting voices. Romantic? This appears to be merely a publicity stunt. Observing the proposal video, what is purported to be a surprise engagement seems more like a tactic to attract attention and enhance the image of the song group. Those offering congratulations seem rather naive, unable to discern such blatant commercial manipulation. Envying the woman being proposed to? Who knows if her intentions are purely financial? With no prior indication, the sudden uproar may well suggest that some mutual agreement of interests prompted this farcical proposal. The meticulous planning is likely just a marketing strategy concocted by a team of strategists. In this era where popularity reigns supreme, these affluent individuals seem fond of using romantic theatrics to deceive the masses. Meanwhile, those blindly following the trend of congratulating are akin to sheep being led by the nose, easily captivated by this duplicitous facade, which is utterly laughable. However, the most discussed comment among netizens reads, "I know this girl. We have been classmates since childhood. She has always had a penchant for stealing other people's boyfriends. This man, Zhelun, was originally her cousin's fiancé, but she managed to intervene somehow, employing unknown means. Her sister is still at home, heavily pregnant and unwell." Accompanying this comment were numerous childhood photos of Li Mi, showcasing her in overly intimate poses with various boys. The comments intensified, with netizens remarking, "She has always had the demeanor of a homewrecker. No wonder she grew up to steal her brother-in-law." Such a vixen-like countenance would naturally attract someone like Zhelun, who is infatuated. You may not know, but I am an alumnus of the same school as Zhelun. When he pursued Li Jing, he was no different from a lovesick puppy, waiting outside the girl's dormitory daily to deliver meals to her. However, I heard that he eventually broke up with her after she was seen frolicking with another man on the day of their wedding. Who knows if that man was brought in by Li Mi, perhaps a cunning scheme to undermine her sister's marriage and elevate her own status. Yet, during a previous live stream, Li Jing herself admitted that the child was not Zhelun's. What do you understand? Surely, it must be the song group that has provided hush money. Otherwise, their stock would be on the verge of suspension. Internet users have engaged in fervent discussions regarding this matter, with a multitude of opinions emerging, leading to a cacophony of voices. In an instant, the name Zhelun has once again become the focal point of trending searches. Alongside him, two other pivotal figures in the incident, Li Jing and Li Mi, have also ascended the ranks of public attention. Despite Li Mi's friends and classmates rallying online in her defense, the majority tend to sympathize with the more vulnerable party. Currently, Li Jing, who is pregnant and abandoned, is perceived as the greatest victim. Thus, the public sentiment overwhelmingly condemns Li Mi. At this very moment, Zhelun finds himself seated in the office of the song group. Originally, according to the agenda, he was supposed to initiate the establishment of a new department today. However, this sudden upheaval has disrupted all his arrangements. When the head of the public relations department rushed into his office to report the situation, his mood instantly turned somber and oppressive. Frowning deeply, Zhelun commanded in a grave tone, "Immediately submit these photographs to the technical department for professional evaluation." He then added, "Also inform the legal department to send out cease and desist letters to those maliciously spreading false rumors." Finally, he turned his gaze towards the public relations manager and asserted sternly, "Public relations, I demand that you suppress the negative sentiment surrounding Li Mi by any means necessary." Faced with Zhelun's resolute demands, the public relations manager could not help but display a look of concern. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously replied, "Mr. Song, the public sentiment is still on a rise. It will be exceedingly challenging to quell it completely. Moreover, if we hastily employ overly aggressive tactics now, it may provoke an even stronger backlash from netizens." Zhelun abruptly interrupted him. "I do not wish for your opinions. I want my own. I cannot bear the thought of my girl suffering even the slightest harm. If you cannot accomplish this, then replace yourself with someone who can. Understood?" The public relations manager immediately straightened his posture, his voice resolute. Understood, understood. I will attend to it at once. With that, he turned and departed. The remaining personnel swiftly returned to their posts, as if propelled by an invisible force. Their movements were agile and efficient, each individual focused on their tasks, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. Zhelun was disinclined to remain at the company. He did not want Li Mi to bear any burden of gossip. He directly took her away from the office, driving toward the outskirts. Throughout the journey, Li Mi remained silent, her eyes betraying a hint of worry and unease. She had learned early on about the events unfolding online. Although she had defended herself against the malicious comments, she was soon drowned out by the vitriol. She had even shed tears in secret at home. Yet, she wished to spare Zhelun from concern, so she feigned a nonchalant demeanor. As Zhelun gazed at Li Mi, his heart swelled with affection and empathy. He understood that she was a kind and resilient girl, undoubtedly enduring a great deal of pain. He gently grasped Li Mi's hand and suggested, "Shall we go for a hike?" Li Mi looked up, her eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. She was puzzled by Zhelun's sudden proposal. Hiking? With a smile, Zhelun explained, "Yes, when I was a child, whenever I felt down, my father would take me hiking. From a mountaintop, the entire city appeared so insignificant, making my worries seem trivial." As Li Mi listened quietly to his words, a warm feeling began to blossom within her. She realized that Zhelun was comforting her in a unique way, urging her to forget her troubles. He continued, "That is why I wish to hike with you." Tears shimmered in Li Mi's eyes as she replied, "Actually, those photos weren't me." Zhelun interrupted her, saying, "I know, you need not explain." Li Mi gazed at him in astonishment, asking, "You don't doubt me?" He chuckled softly, responding, "My dear girl, why would I doubt? To doubt such a wonderful girl would be madness." They chose to disregard the petty matters online, focusing solely on each other. As they trekked along the mountain path, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Upon reaching the summit, a gentle breeze tousled Li Mi's hair. Zhelun stood behind her, wrapping his arms around her lightly and whispering, "Look, how beautiful this world is." Li Mi gazed down at the bustling yet diminutive city below. Compared to the person beside her, the rumor seemed utterly inconsequential. No matter how fierce the gossip, his heart remained unwavering. With him by her side, she felt a profound sense of security. Turning to face Zhelun's earnest eyes, she said, "Thank you. As long as I have you, I fear nothing." He smiled, gently wiping away the remnants of her tears, assuring her, "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." At that moment, the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. They stood embraced, as if time had frozen in that instant. Occasionally, the sound of birds chirping echoed from the mountain, as if blessing their union. Their hearts drew ever closer. However, upon returning to the Song Corporation building, a scruffy man lunged forward, delivering a harsh slap to Li Mi. The sound resonated like a heavy object crashing to the ground. A figure burst forth from the gates of the Song Corporation, moving at an impressive speed of 5 kilometers per hour, leaping with remarkable agility. Upon closer inspection, it was a man. Initially, he had charged in with the intent to confront Li Mi, but unexpectedly, Zhelun intervened. He delivered a powerful kick to the man, causing him to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. Shortly thereafter, a group of burly security guards swiftly surrounded the fallen man. Without mercy, they seized him as if he were a mere chicken, then forcefully hurled him out of the Song Corporation's entrance. The one in charge of the command was none other than the young security guard recruited by Zhelun. Today, he had transformed remarkably, ascending to the position of security captain due to his exceptional capabilities. He harbored a profound gratitude towards Zhelun for recognizing his potential, as this job not only bestowed him with dignity and respect, but also provided a lucrative income that brought prestige to his parents back in their hometown. However, the man who had been beaten was evidently unwilling to accept defeat. He lay sprawled at the entrance of the Song family estate, weeping bitterly as he recounted his misfortunes to the influencers streaming live at the entrance. He had met Li Mi in college, where she had fallen head over heels for him and pursued him fervently for 3 years. Ultimately, after much persistence from Li Mi, he reluctantly agreed to be with her. Their relationship naturally progressed to cohabitation. Yet, everything changed on the day Li Mi attended her cousin's wedding. It was on that fateful day that she encountered Song Zhelun, and sparks flew between them, leading to a passionate romance. From that moment on, Li Mi unhesitatingly cast him aside, failing to utter even a proper farewell. As he grew increasingly agitated, this pitiable man produced his phone, displaying intimate photos and exceedingly private chat records between himself and Li Mi to the influencers. Upon witnessing these images and conversations, the influencers erupted in frenzy, causing the live stream's popularity to surge. Many netizens condemned Li Mi as a fickle woman. At that moment, Song Zhelun and Li Mi emerged hand in hand from the company building. The man immediately clutched her calf, trembling with emotion as tears streamed down his haggard face like a flood breaking through a dam. Li Mi was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, her face flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She attempted to break free from his grasp, but his hold was surprisingly strong. Fortunately, Song Zhelun was by her side, swiftly reacting to pull Li Mi back into his embrace. His eyes were filled with anger and protectiveness. Li Mi's voice trembled as she desperately protested. "Who are you? I don't know you, let me go." The man, however, lamented even more pitifully. "We were about to get married. You can't just discard me like this. You were the one who pursued me, and for this man, you even terminated our child." Li Mi's complexion paled further, her lips quivering, yet she could not articulate a single coherent word. Song Zhelun shielded her closely behind him, blocking all live camera angles with his own body. He stood firm, as if declaring to the man that he was Li Mi's protector, and that no one could harm her. With a serious expression and a low voice, Song Zhelun inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The man's body trembled slightly as he raised his gaze to meet Song Zhelun's, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He muttered, "I am her boyfriend, Lu Bufan." "What do you want here?" El Bufan bowed his head, revealing, "This woman is my girlfriend. She disappeared without a trace a few months ago, along with her family. I believed she had left the city, only to discover through social media that she had accepted another man's proposal. I must inquire why she felt entitled to end our relationship so abruptly. After all this time, what about my sacrifices? What about my losses?" Song Zhelun, unruffled, smiled knowingly. "Ah, I see you're after money." El Bufan scrutinized Song Zhelun's seemingly innocuous yet cunning smile, a wave of inexplicable wariness washing over him. "No, it is absolutely not about the money. My sole intention is to expose the true nature of that despicable woman." El Bufan's voice quivered with agitation. Song Zhelun's lips curled into a slight smirk as he remarked, "Oh, so you claim she admired you and pursued you?" Without hesitation, El Bufan nodded affirmatively. "Yes. She said she greatly appreciated the articles I published in the school magazine, which is why she pursued me." Raising an eyebrow in mockery, Song Zhelun chuckled. "Ah, I see. You must possess quite the literary talent." El Bufan puffed out his chest like a proud peacock. "Indeed, I am the pride of the Chinese department. The number of girls who admire and pursue me is beyond counting. If it weren't for her relentless persistence, I would never have agreed to be with her. Oof. Who knew she would betray love for money and run off with another man? A true gold digger." Song Zhelun, deep in thought, stroked his chin. "Since you are a literary prodigy, I happen to have some questions I would like to pose to you." He then leisurely pulled out his phone, tapping the screen a few times before presenting it to El Bufan. "Tell me, where do these lines originate?" Like a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon, they appear as light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like the returning snow of a flowing wind. With a towering cloud bun and delicate brows, her crimson lips are radiant, and her pearly teeth glisten, bright eyes that sparkle, dimples that hold power. The subtle fragrance of orchids lingers as she hesitates at the mountain's edge. El Bufan stared at the words on the screen, his brow furrowing in concentration. His fingers glided gently over the screen, each character unfamiliar, and even less so when strung together. "Ah, I know where these are from. Just let me use the restroom first, and I shall tell you." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced around, seemingly searching for an escape. Song Zhelun raised his chin slightly, and the security guard understood immediately. Swiftly, they encircled El Bouffon, trapping him. Beads of sweat began to form on El Bouffon's forehead, his heart racing. Realizing there was no way out, he steeled himself for the confrontation. Like a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon, El Bouffon's voice trembled as he recited the lines, lowering his tone when he reached the word, attempting to muddle through with a vague pronunciation. Laughter erupted from the crowd. His face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over him. He wished fervently for superpowers, perhaps the ability to teleport away. Song Zhelun, speak up. I can't hear you clearly. El Bouffon, Fongfu. Song Zhelun. It seems like these two characters should be pronounced as Fongru. El Bouffon. Yes, indeed it is Fongru. I just mispronounced it earlier. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter even more. Song Zhelun's expression turned grim. You do not even recognize the characters for Fongfu. Yet you dare claim to be from the Chinese department. Even a high school student knows that these lines are from the ode to the goddess of Luo. Not recognizing the words, yet you have the audacity to say she appreciates your literary talent. I shall give you 3 sentences to answer my questions. First, who are you? Second, why are you here? Third, who sent you? El Bouffon looked at Song Zhelun with a face ashen with despair. Mr. Song, may we speak privately for a moment? Song Zhelun, 1 sentence only. El Bouffon, we can resolve this matter discreetly. There is no need to escalate it to such a standoff. However, Song Zhelun's gaze remained as cold as ice. You have 1 sentence left. El Bouffon noticed the security personnel surrounding them had drawn their batons, preparing to advance. At that moment, maintaining face was no longer important. With a sudden thud, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in desperation, Mr. Song, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. I was merely babbling before. I do not know that lady at all. These photographs were given to me by someone else. They paid me 3,000 yuan to come here and cause trouble. I truly know nothing else. I beg you, have mercy and spare me. Song Zhelun gazed coldly at the wretched figure before him, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. He cleared his throat and, with righteous indignation, declared loudly, Friends present, I trust you each have your own judgment. Clearly, this is an instance of malicious slander. Therefore, I, in my capacity as the chairman of the Song Group, solemnly issue this statement. Our company will dispatch the most formidable legal team to conduct a comprehensive investigation and prosecution regarding this egregious defamation incident. Whoever has disseminated any false statements will receive a letter from our lawyers, holding them accountable under the law. Those who forge photographs in an attempt to tarnish my wife's reputation will be pursued relentlessly and will face appropriate consequences. This is the stance of the Song Group. Upon hearing Song Zhelun's words, the crowd erupted in applause, expressing their support. El Bouffon remained kneeling, gazing imploringly at Song Zhelun. Song Zhelun coldly stated, I offer you a chance. Go immediately to the police station to confess, or else. You know what that means. Before he had even finished speaking, he unhesitatingly grasped Li Mi's arm and headed towards the Song building, not looking back even once. Left behind, El Bouffon trembled, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He remained on his knees, muttering with a quavering voice, I know. Thank you, Mr. Song, for your magnanimity. Li Mi, being pulled along by Song Zhelun, could not help but ask, Brother, who orchestrated this? Song Zhelun furrowed his brow slightly. Initially, I suspected Li Jing, but it appears that it is not her. Li Mi, why not? Song Zhelun, this matter has only just begun. Soon, a second move will follow. As Song Zhelun had anticipated, the second move arrived swiftly. Chapter 56. Pretending to be ill? Song Zhelun, with a grave expression, remarked that unless unforeseen circumstances arose, their second move would likely come quickly. Indeed, his prediction proved accurate. A video concerning Dream Automobile once again surfaced among trending topics. This video was released by someone claiming to be an insider. Not only did he expose the inner workings of Dream Automobile in a devastating manner, but he also ruthlessly dismantled its previously exalted image. The insider revealed a plethora of photographs and videos, clearly showcasing the interior of Dream automobile in a state that was astonishingly simplistic. Beneath the seats, a chaotic web of wires was visible, resembling an entangled mess devoid of coherence. This insider boldly asserted that this was irrefutable evidence of the lengths to which new energy vehicles would go to cut costs. While they appeared glamorous on the surface, the reality was merely a basic shell akin to an antiquated vehicle. Subsequently, even more shocking revelations followed in quick succession. Another individual disclosed that the high-tech autonomous driving features, heavily promoted by Dream Automobile, posed significant safety hazards. During the product testing phase, various malfunctions occurred repeatedly, including sudden failures of emergency braking and the vehicle frequently deviating from its intended path. However, in the face of these grave quality defects, the manufacturer chose to remain oblivious, continuing to fervently promote this immature technology in a bid to attract unsuspecting consumers. Even more astonishingly, there were allegations that the battery's endurance capabilities had been grossly exaggerated. Initially, it was confidently claimed that the vehicle could easily travel 300 kilometers on a full charge. Yet, during test drives, even under normal road conditions, it could barely manage around 200 kilometers. Moreover, the battery consumption proved to be exceedingly unstable, often presenting a situation where the dashboard displayed a clear half-charge one moment, only to plunge into a low battery warning the next. Thus, this barrage of revelations struck like a powerful bomb, instantly igniting fervent discussions across the digital realm. Since taking over the Song Group, Zhelun had indeed faced relentless troubles and tumultuous challenges. As Li Mi's situation began to reverse, the automotive scandal erupted. It would be hard to believe this was mere coincidence. However, the authenticity of these videos remained unverified, yet the online commentary erupted in uproar, accusing the Song Group of deceiving consumers. Critics claimed that Zhelun was preoccupied with romance and utterly incapable of managing the conglomerate. This wave of controversy had a significant impact on the stock price of the Song Group. Many customers who had reserved vehicles now clamored to cancel their orders and reclaim their deposits. Worse still, the four companies that initially signed contracts for over 1,000 vehicles with the Song Group expressed their intention to cancel the orders and demanded compensation for breach of contract. The office of Zhelun was bustling with people. On a nearby television screen, a loop of various negative news reports about dream cars played incessantly. The forthright Song Xingxing was the first to slam the table in indignation. This is utter nonsense. The vehicle in that photograph is not ours at all. Wang Yuan echoed an agreement. Indeed, brother, these people are simply being unreasonable. It's utterly outrageous. Lu Jiaoyang, appearing more composed, turned to Zhelun, who sat behind the desk. Aja, what do you propose we do now? Zhelun remained calm. This situation is actually quite simple. It's merely those four companies concocting excuses to return the vehicles. Their initial intent was never to purchase cars in the first place. They only placed orders because Lu Pengfei gave them assurances, knowing that our materials were insufficient for production. They aimed to extract a penalty from us, but unexpectedly, we managed to fulfill the orders. Now they're panicking. Their original plan likely involved waiting until Mir faced more criticism, and I was preoccupied with clearing our name before revealing their scheme. However, Lu Bufon's failure disrupted their rhythm. The videos and photos they produced are exceedingly crude and easily discernible as false. They intended to exploit the chaos to cancel their orders and simultaneously claim we were responsible for the breach of contract. With a worried expression, Song Xingxing gazed at Zhelun. Brother, what shall we do now? Zhelun furrowed his brow. I've always felt that this matter is far from over. I have a premonition that this is not the end. Li Mi interjected. Indeed, you mentioned before that they would soon have a second move. What might that be? Zhelun replied. If I'm not mistaken, someone will soon come to acquire our dream cars. If I resolve this second move swiftly, the puppet master may remain hidden. Wang Yuan chimed in. Humph, these people have quite the appetite. Do they not realize this is a project between the Wang family and the Song Group? Zhelun slightly shook his head. They do not underestimate your Wang family. They simply look down upon my youth. Song Xingxing inquired, Brother, what should we do? Song Zhelun did not immediately respond to Xingxing's question, but instead turned to Li Mi, softly asking, Mir, what is your perspective? Li Mi playfully rolled her eyes at him. Oh, with all your clever schemes, how could I possibly guess? Song Zhelun chuckled helplessly, then shifted his gaze to Lu Jiaoyang, who, with a slight smile, slowly remarked, I suspect you might be falling ill. Upon hearing this, Song Zhelun burst in a hearty laughter, nodding in agreement. Ha, you know me the best, Lu Jiaoyang continued. Originally, I wanted to suggest that the two of you might part ways, but I feared you would retaliate. So it's best you simply fall ill. Song Zhelun responded, Good thing you didn't say that. Otherwise, I would indeed have to retaliate. Li Mi teased, feigning illness again? Last time, you had uncle pretend to be unwell. Song Zhelun replied, This time, I will feign illness. They must see me in a state of urgency before I can act. Mir, would you be willing to accompany me at the hospital? Li Mi blushed and nodded, conceding to the numerous cunning ideas you always possess. The following day, a shocking video rapidly circulated across the internet. Song Zhelun, the chairman of the Song Group, was rushed to the hospital by an emergency ambulance. This news instantly ignited a frenzy on social media platforms. Countless netizens engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on the reasons behind Song Zhelun's sudden collapse. A prevailing theory suggested that his ailment stemmed from a series of scandals involving dream cars. As public discourse intensified, nearly all comments exhibited an overwhelming consensus. Everyone firmly believed that the leaked videos and photographs were undoubtedly authentic. Otherwise, the Song Group would have remained silent. Now, even Song Zhelun had been hospitalized directly. As a result of this incident, the stock price of the Song Group plummeted once again, severely undermining market confidence. Concurrently, a sense of unrest began to emerge within the company, with employees feeling anxious and unsettled. However, the Song Group was anchored by two stabilizing forces that maintained the overall equilibrium of the organization. The first was Vice President Zhou Ming, who had always been a pivotal figure within the Song Group. The second was the return of the elder chairman, Song Zhelun's father, who personally took charge. As for Song Zhelun, he was indeed relishing a rare moment of leisure. In the hospital, he was enjoying intimate moments with Li Mi. The spacious ward contained only the two of them. Song Zhelun tightly embraced Li Mi's slender waist, pulling her close as his lips pressed eagerly against hers. Initially taken aback, Li Mi soon closed her eyes, her hands gently climbing on his Song Zhelun's shoulders. Their breaths quickened, as if they existed solely for one another. Song Zhelun slightly turned his head, deepening the kiss, his tongue gently prying open Li Mi's lips to explore the sweetness within. Li Mi's heart raced, her body instinctively drawing nearer to Song Zhelun. Their hair intertwined, and the air around them grew increasingly fervent. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, a tantalizing silver thread lingering between them. Song Zhelun gazed at Li Mi with a dazed expression, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Mir, what did you eat today? Your mouth tastes delightful, he remarked. Li Mi's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully chided, You're incorrigible, always saying things that make me shy. Yet, her eyes sparkled with happiness. Li Mi nestled delicately in Song Zhelun's warm and broad embrace, resembling a docile little kitten. Brother, how much longer will you stay here? She inquired. Not much longer. I suspect some people are becoming restless. Song Zhelun replied with a knowing nod. Li Mi bilinkit herbirite e presiveyes. Filled with skepticism as she pressed. Really? Are you so certain? Song Zhelun tightened his hold on her, confidently affirming, Of course. In my previous life, the Song Group faced countless crises. Each time, I was the one to steer us through the storm. This minor situation is merely child's play. I've clawed my way back from the depths of hell. By the way, are Xingxing and Zhanghua prepared? Song Zhelun asked. Li Mi nodded obediently, her voice soft as she reassured, Rest assured, everything is arranged as you instructed. Everyone is gathered and ready to commence at any moment. Song Zhelun smiled with satisfaction, saying, Let them handle this matter. As for us, let's relish our time together, just the two of us. As he spoke, he leaned down, deliberately blowing softly into Li Mi's ear. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She squirmed in an attempt to escape Song Zhelun's embrace, playfully scolding, "Oh, you naughty boy. You always do this," scheming to be mischievous again. However, Zhelun was unwilling to release her easily, his arms tightening around her, rendering her struggles futile. With a mischievous grin, he declared, "My dear Mir is simply too enchanting for me to let go." After saying this, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, just as he leaned in to capture her rosy lips. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the ward. Zhelun's ears perked up, and his expression sharpened. Li Mi grew tense, but he gently patted her back, signaling that all was well, and whispered, "They have arrived." Chapter 57. The overlord of North City, a middle-aged man with a few strands of white hair, strode into Zhelun's hospital room. As soon as he entered, he boisterously exclaimed, "Brother Song, I heard you are unwell." He spoke while unceremoniously pulling a chair to sit down, crossing his legs with an air of arrogance. Clad in a flamboyant shirt and adorned with a heavy gold chain around his neck, he exuded an ostentatious demeanor. This man was Huang Bei, the underground overlord of Su City, known as the Overlord. Yet behind closed doors, those who despised him referred to him as Old Tortoise. He was notorious for his usurious activities that drove people to despair. Though Zhelun had never engaged in business with Huang Bei, their path had crossed several times within the circles of Su City. It was rather insulting for someone of his age to still refer to himself as brother. Lying on the hospital bed, Zhelun feigned weakness, his voice feeble as he replied, "Uncle, I assure you, I'm not pretending. I truly am unwell." Huang Bei, however, seemed unfazed by Zhelun's address, maintaining an air of superiority. "In my opinion, you are simply overburdened. Your father is the same. How could you bear such a heavy burden at your age?" After saying this, he pulled out a cigarette, ready to light it. The nurse hurried over to intervene, saying, "Sir, smoking is prohibited in the hospital." He rolled his eyes, but reluctantly stowed the cigarette away, muttering, "So many rules." At that moment, he seemed to notice another presence in the room, Li Mi. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a plump lamb. Li Mi, already beautiful, had a faint flush on her fair skin that accentuated her allure. Her large eyes seemed to harbor the cosmos, shimmering with light. Her figure was graceful and enchanting, even in casual attire. Huang Bei leered at her, his gaze roaming from head to toe, a lewd smile creeping onto his lips. Witnessing this, Zhelun felt a surge of revulsion well up within him. As Li Mi sensed the unusual gaze upon her, her brows furrowed slightly, prompting her to lean closer to the hospital bed. Huang Bei, however, remained unrestrained, rising to his feet and striding towards Li Mi. He extended his hand, intending to place it on her shoulder, while exclaiming, "So this is my sister-in-law. What a stunning beauty!" Li Mi sidestepped, her face betraying a hint of anger. Huang Bei, feeling rebuffed, remained undeterred, his eyes still fixed intently on Li Mi. Just as he was about to utter another lewd remark, Zhelun cleared his throat forcefully several times, diverting Huang's attention and momentarily halting his lascivious advances. Zhelun remarked, "Bei, your esteemed presence is not merely to visit me, is it?" Upon hearing this, Huang Bei was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Ah, of course. I came to see you. What else would I be looking at? This lovely nurse." Zhelun replied, "Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Bei. However, I require rest to recuperate from my illness, so I shan't see you off." Huang Bei's smile instantly froze. How dare this young brat issue him a dismissal? No one in Su City had ever spoken to him that way. But for now, he decided to endure it. Quickly regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and stated, "Young people are indeed quite straightforward. Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly as well. I have a business proposition for you." Zhelun inquired, "Oh, has Bei taken to legitimate business? Can the Song family truly engage in commerce with you?" Huang Bei crossed his arms, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. "Of course. I, Huang Bei, am a respectable businessman. I wish to acquire your dream automobile. Name your price." Without hesitation, Zhelun replied, 2 billion. Huang Bei's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Have you lost your mind? 2 billion? Are you dreaming?" Yet, Zhelun merely smiled faintly, calmly retorting, Was it not you who began the dreaming, Bei? Huang Bei exclaimed. Song Zhelun, you've become rather bold lately. It is a blessing for you that I desire your assets. If I were you, I would graciously relinquish them and accept a fair price. 3 million will suffice. Your automobile brand will be mine. Turning to Li Mi, Song Zhelun asked, Darling, what would you like to eat? Li Mi replied, Me? I'm on a diet and wish to avoid meat. Song Zhelun countered, But you've lost weight recently. Why diet? Li Mi insisted, No, I must maintain my figure. Otherwise, the wedding dress won't look good. Song Zhelun assured her, That's not true. You looked stunning in the wedding dress last time. Huang Bei stared at the two, incredulous that they treated him as if he were invisible. It was unheard of for anyone in Sioux City to disregard him. At that moment, the fiery rage within him surged, threatening to burst forth. He bellowed, Song Zhelun, I'm speaking to you. However, Song Zhelun merely replied nonchalantly, Oh, what about? Huang Bei trembled with fury, gritting his teeth as he declared, Do you dare treat me as if I were heir? Let me make it clear. I am offering 3 million to acquire your automobile company. Yet, to his astonishment, Song Zhelun remained unaffected, not even bothering to turn his head. Engaged in light-hearted banter with Li Mi, he paid no heed to the furious Huang Bei, whose ire had reached its zenith. Infuriated, Huang Bei menacingly threatened, If you refuse to drink the toast, you shall face the penalty. Don't blame me for turning hostile. Come in. No sooner had he spoken than 2 disreputable ruffians swaggered into the hospital room. One, sporting dyed yellow hair, bellowed, Song, Our boss deems you worthy of a business discussion, so don't be ungrateful. The other, bearing a scarred visage, chimed in, Indeed, today you must comply, whether you agree or not. Yet, Song Zhelun seemed impervious to their taunts, continuing to speak tenderly to Li Mi, My dear, once you recover, we shall try on wedding dresses again, and this time we shall choose the most magnificent one. Li Mi nodded sweetly. The ruffians, witnessing this exchange, grew even more incensed. The yellow-haired thug stepped forward, jabbing his finger at Song Zhelun, and shouted, Are you deaf? Our boss is addressing you. Finally, Song Zhelun turned slowly, his gaze icy as it fell upon the 2 intruders. This is a hospital. You would do well to keep your voices down, or I shall summon security. The scarred thug scoffed, Security? In Sioux City, who would dare touch our boss's people? Just as the tension escalated, the door swung open once more. A group of impeccably dressed individuals entered, and the leader respectfully addressed Song Zhelun, Brother, I heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you. Huang Bei and the 2 ruffians were rendered speechless. The newcomer was Sun Yang, the heir of the Sutton Hotel. His father, Sun Tianxua, had once reigned as the underground emperor of Sioux City before retiring to legitimate business. Though he had distanced himself from the underworld, his name still echoed throughout. Song Zhelun introduced, Brother, allow me to present to you the overlord of Beichin. Sun Yang scrutinized Huang Bei from head to toe. Wow, to Huang? It is you. The shadow of Sun Tianxua loomed large in Huang Bei's mind, causing him to tremble at the mere mention of his name. In the past, Sun Tianxua had wielded his knives with lethal precision, dispatching foes without a flicker of hesitation. Huang Bei had once been among the many who fell victim to his wrath, forever marking Sun Tianxua as a figure of terror in his memory. Huang Bei's smile instantly morphed into a sycophantic grin. Young Master Sun, your presence honors us. How is your father faring? Sun Yang, his expression unreadable, replied, My father is managing, though his health is a bit frail. The last martial artist I found for him from Nanyang, he could only last 10 minutes. He is truly aging, losing his edge. Nowadays, no one seems to regard him, allowing even the most insignificant to brazenly roam Sioux City. Huang Bei quickly interjected, I wouldn't dare. Master Shuo will forever be our elder brother. Sun Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, I was under the impression that my father had faded into obscurity. Huang Bei hastily waved his hands. Who would dare disrespect Master Shuo? I, Huang Bei, would be the first to eliminate such a person. Sun Yang coldly retorted, Then why are you here? Song Zhelun promptly began to explain, The esteemed Ba is here to discuss business with me, seeking to acquire my dream automobile. Sun Yang looked at Song Zhelun with astonishment. Brother, isn't that the car you just developed? Song Zhelun smiled wryly. Thus, it is only natural for Ba to come sniffing around. A flicker of anger crossed Sun Yang's eyes. Ba, his reach is rather extensive, isn't it? Speak up, who sent you? Huang Bei began to sweat, hesitating to respond. Observing this, Sun Yang's voice grew more severe. Is Ba looking down on me? Huang Bei hurriedly shook his head. No, it's not that. Sun Yang pressed further. So, do you wish to summon my father? Huang Bei's expression soured considerably. No, actually it was the Feng family that sent me. Song Zhelun's demeanor also turned grave as he looked at Huang Bei. The Feng family? Feng Yuqing? Sun Yang seemed to recall something, directing his gaze at Song Zhelun. Brother, wasn't Feng Yuqing infatuated with you? Song Zhelun's expression became somewhat uncomfortable, and he quickly halted Sun Yang, casting a glance at Li Mi, who stood nearby. No, we are merely classmates. Li Mi's piercing gaze fixed on him. Just classmates? Sun Yang interjected. Sister-in-law, rest assured, they are merely classmates. Back then, my brother was entirely enamored with your sister, Li Jing. Suddenly, the ward was filled with a cacophony of wails. Chapter 58. Feng Yuqing in Sioux City. The Song family undoubtedly holds the foremost position, followed closely by the Feng family. Feng Yuqing is the sole heiress of the Feng family. The old man Feng fathered 4 sons, who in turn produced 6 grandsons. The patriarch once decreed that whoever bore a daughter would inherit the lion's share of the family fortune. Fortunately, the 3rd son, Feng San, was blessed with the family's only daughter. The entire clan dotes on her, as if she were a precious gem. As a child, Song Zhelun often accompanied his father to various business exchanges, inevitably mingling with the 2nd and 3rd generations of these prominent families. In his youth, he was imbued with a strong sense of justice, fiercely protective of these children, who regarded him as an older brother. However, Feng Yuqing was different. She clung to him from a young age, chasing after him in her later years, proclaiming her desire to marry him. Yet during that time, Song Zhelun's heart was wholly devoted to Li Jing, and he scarcely acknowledged her affections. In frustration, Feng Yuqing chose to study abroad, vowing never to return. Over the years, little was known of her life overseas. In his previous life, there seemed to be no news of her at all. No longer feigning illness in front of Huang Bei, Song Zhelun forcefully pinned Sun Yang to the bed, mercilessly rubbing against him. Sun Yang, startled by the sudden onslaught, turned pale, his body trembling involuntarily. Huang Bei stood awkwardly to the side, at a loss, silently lamenting the scene before him. The entrance was tightly blocked by a group of well-dressed individuals, rendering escape impossible. Huang Bei attempted to alleviate the awkwardness, stammering, young master son, if there's nothing else, I shall. However, before he could finish, Song Zhelun interrupted him. Master Ba, you are leaving just like that. How will you account for the Feng family? Huang Bei, young master Song, rest assured I, Huang, will take full responsibility for this matter. Sun Yang, observing the situation, waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to clear a path for their departure. Song Zhelun also released his hold on Sun Yang, allowing him to catch his breath. Rubbing the sore spot from being restrained, Sun Yang expressed indignation. Brother, this is the doing of the Feng family. What will you do? Song Zhelun replied. What else can we do? We shall proceed according to plan. With that, he picked up the phone and dialed Song Xingxing's number, instructing him to continue with the next step as previously arranged. Sun Yang furrowed his brow, expressing concern. I believe Feng Yuqing is trying to coerce you into a relationship with her. Song Zhelun's expression shifted slightly, a pang of heartache coursing through him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to keep his voice steady. You, young man, are relentless. I regard her and you all as mere younger siblings. Li Mi, younger sister. You say? Which kind of younger sister? Sun Yang, sister-in-law. Don't overthink it. She is just an ordinary younger sister. Li Mi tightened her grip, so there are extraordinary younger sisters as well. Song Zhelun, no, I only have one good younger sister, and that is you. Li Mi gradually loosened her hold. Li Mi, so what do you intend to do? Song Zhelun, first, let us cleanse our negative press. At the new energy vehicle factory, today, Song Xingxing and Zhang Hua hosted a tour for over 20 internet celebrities, introducing the assembly lines through a live broadcast. Standing beside the assembly line, Song Xingxing pointed at the industriously operating robotic arms, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look here. This is the first step in our new energy vehicle production process, where high-precision robotic arms perform the welding of the chassis' foundational structure. The accuracy of each weld can reach millimeter precision. The materials used here are National Aerospace aluminum, which is lightweight yet highly durable. Previously, this material was solely utilized in aviation. Now, for the first time, it is applied in household automobiles. So there is no need to worry about safety issues." The camera followed the two as they moved to the battery assembly area. Song Xingxing lifted a brand new battery for the camera. This battery is one of our factory's core technological achievements, featuring high energy density, rapid charging capabilities, and an exceptionally long lifespan. The testing video circulating online shows the battery depleting from half to empty in mere minutes. I want to clarify that the video is genuine. It merely depicts our initial system debugging recordings. This is our internal experimental documentation. Subsequently, Song Xingxing interspersed the original experimental video for everyone to see. The video displayed a precise timestamp, confirming that the debugging footage matched that released online, albeit the timestamp had been intentionally omitted from the online version. As time progressed, the overall system debugging concluded, and the battery readings returned to normal. In its optimal state, the maximum range can reach 400 kilometers, far exceeding the advertised 300 kilometers. The internet celebrities displayed expressions of awe, accurately broadcasting the footage to their audiences. In the comments section, viewers continually posed inquiries, with some raising concerns about costs. Song Xingxing smiled as he elucidated, "We have adopted self-developed technology and innovative materials, coupled with government support for the new energy sector. We can truly implement subsidies for our users. This enables us to effectively control costs while ensuring quality. This is the underlying reason for the exceptional cost-performance ratio of our new energy vehicles." As the live broadcast approached its conclusion, Song Xingxing confidently addressed the camera. "I hope everyone will support our new energy vehicles. The future of transportation and environmental sustainability relies on all of us." Within hours following the broadcast, public sentiment regarding new energy vehicles underwent a remarkable transformation. Accounts that had disseminated misleading videos to tarnish the reputation of the car manufacturer began facing backlash and condemnation from netizens. In automotive forums, where skepticism had previously peaked, numerous car owners came forward to share their experiences, expressing satisfaction with their vehicle's performance and the impressive battery longevity. Several technology bloggers also published supportive articles, analyzing the data and information presented by Song Xingxing, proving that the manufacturer had indeed made significant advancements in battery technology. Consumers who had once believed the rumors left comments on the manufacturer's official account, offering apologies and expressing their intention to continue following and consider purchasing the company's products. Furthermore, some major investment institutions, witnessing this shift in public opinion, proactively reached out to the manufacturer to explore collaboration opportunities. The atmosphere within the company was jubilant, with employee morale soaring. This live broadcast not only successfully restored the manufacturer's reputation, but also opened unprecedented avenues for development. That evening, Song Xingxing hurried to the hospital ward. Gently pushing the door open, he beheld two individuals embracing tightly on the hospital bed, as inseparable as conjoined twins. A wave of awkwardness washed over him, prompting an instinctive cough. Upon hearing the sound, the two appeared startled, parting abruptly. Li Mi turned away, unwilling to show her face. In an attempt to dissipate the slightly ambiguous atmosphere, Song Xingxing jested, "Brother, can we not be so reckless? I've opened the door 10 times, and 8 of those times I've caught you two kissing. In public, let us exercise some restraint, shall we?" Song Zhelun looked up. "Did you not know to knock before entering? Should I teach you what manners are?" Song Xingxing quickly adopted a smiling demeanor, waving his hands in a gesture of appeasement. No, no, no. Dear brother, this time is my fault. I will be more careful next time. I promise." Seeing his earnestness in acknowledging his mistake, Song Zhelun ceased to pursue the matter. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then why did you rush over here?" Song Xingxing immediately perked up, responding with enthusiasm. "Brother, everything has been resolved. All the slander online has been retracted. By the close of the stock market this afternoon, the company's share price has begun to rise steadily. Brother, who's behind this? Song Xingxing asked. It's the Feng family, Song Zhelun replied. Song Xingxing hesitated momentarily before cautiously remarking, the Feng family, is that the one? However, before he could finish, Song Zhelun suddenly barked, silence. Song Xingxing was startled. Hey, you and your wife take your time kissing. I'll leave first. Are you going to the office tomorrow? Song Zhelun threw a pillow at him. Get lost. Song Xingxing hurriedly ran out, cheekily saying, all right then. At this moment, only Song Zhelun and Li Mi remained in the hospital room. As Song Zhelun gazed at Li Mi's slightly flushed face, a surge of emotion welled up within him, prompting him to lean in closer, his eyes brimming with desire. However, just as he was about to brush his lips against hers, Li Mi turned her head away. Confused, Song Zhelun asked, what's wrong, Mimi? Li Mi crossed her arms and turned her head away. Aren't you going to tell me about this Feng Yuqing? Everyone around you knows about him, except for me. With a resigned smile, Song Zhelun replied, are you jealous? Li Mi's cheeks puffed up, resembling a little bun. I am not. Gently, Song Zhelun took her hand, explaining, since childhood, I've played with these wealthy second-generation kids. They see me as an older brother, and I consider them my younger siblings. Later, I pursued your cousin, and she left the country in a fit of anger. We lost contact during that time. Li Mi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Then why did she target you and spread rumors online? Surely it's because she liked you and was jealous of our relationship. Song Zhelun sighed, pulling Li Mi into his embrace. Mier, I only love you, and the one I wish to marry is solely you. This calmed Li Mi a bit. As she pouted, you have to swear. Song Zhelun responded, all right, I swear that in this lifetime, I will only love you. If I don't love you, then let me. He was interrupted as Li Mi sealed his lips with her fragrant ones. Initially taken aback, Song Zhelun soon fervently responded, tightly holding her slender waist as if to meld her into him. Li Mi's hands found their way around his neck, her fingers weaving through his hair. What began as a kiss of defiance transformed into an endless expression of affection. They lost themselves in each other, oblivious to the world around them. After a long moment, they slowly parted, their foreheads touching, breaths quickened. With a smile gracing his lips, Song Zhelun softly remarked. Mommy Air finally took the initiative. Li Mi's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully retorted, isn't it because you made me angry? Gently, he brushed his finger against her nose. Then I suppose I will have to provoke you a few more times. With that, he lowered his head again, this time merely planting a gentle kiss on her lips, savoring the sweetness of the moment. Li Mi nestled against him, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. Am I interrupting? A female voice chimed from the doorway. Chapter 59. I refuse. Everything. The hospital room door was gently pushed open, and a young girl stepped in with a light stride. Clad in a pristine white suit, she exuded a polished and intellectual aura. The tailored white blazer elegantly accentuated her slender waist, while a white shirt adorned with a delicate bow tie peeked from beneath. Her straight white trousers elongated her legs even further, and a pair of striking red high heels served as the sole splash of color against her all-white ensemble, reminiscent of a red plum blossoming in snow. Showcasing her unique taste, she stood gracefully at the foot of the bed, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Feng Yuqing spoke in a delicate voice, Brother Song. It's been such a long time. Song Zhelun nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last met. You have changed remarkably. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuqing smiled gently, swaying her waist as she leaned closer, her large, watery eyes blinking playfully as she asked, Am I still that little girl who chased after you in your memories? However, if you wish, I could revert to that version of myself. With this, she deliberately assumed an innocent demeanor. Song Zhelun instinctively glanced at Li Mi beside him and quickly shook his head in response. There's no need for that. You are quite lovely as you are now. Suddenly, Feng Yuqing appeared to recall something, her expression turning earnest as she addressed Song Zhelun. Oh dear, Brother Song. I heard you were unwell, so I came to visit. How is your health? Are you feeling any better? Song Zhelun replied. You arrived to visit a patient empty-handed? Oh, wait, that might not be entirely accurate, considering you did bring me such a grand gift. He emphasized the last few words with a noticeable weight in his tone. Feng Yuqing exclaimed, "Oh, Brother Song, please don't blame me. If anyone is to be blamed, it's your car for being so outstanding. I absolutely adore it. Why not just give it to me? Wouldn't that be splendid?" After saying this, she playfully tugged at the corner of Song Zhelun's shirt, swaying like a child. Li Mi observed this unexpected visitor with a surge of jealousy bubbling within her. Her gaze fixated on the hand Feng Yuqing rested on Song Zhelun's arm, wishing fervently that she could command it away with her eyes. After so many years apart, and you come right in asking for someone else's car. Miss Feng, you certainly lack manners, Li Mi remarked with a smile that appeared friendly but was laced with sarcasm. Feng Yuqing turned to Li Mi, raising an eyebrow. "And who might you be? Does this conversation concern you?" Li Mi retorted with a scoff. "Who am I? I am Song Zhelun's girlfriend. Why would I not have a say?" Song Zhelun looked at Li Mi in surprise, about to explain, but Li Mi continued, "You call him Brother Song so affectionately. One might think you were his girlfriend. But alas, no matter how hard some may try, Song Zhelun is now mine." With that, she linked her arm with Song Zhelun's and defiantly glared at Feng Yuqing. Feng Yuqing's expression shifted, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Brother Song, your taste has consistently been dreadful. I heard that Li Jing, the one before me, gave you quite the scandal. This gossip has spread throughout Sioux City." Li Mi, unwilling to back down, shot back. "Miss Feng, your sources seem rather outdated. Look," she proudly raised her hand, showcasing a dazzling diamond ring. "Aja has already proposed to me." Feng Yuqing scoffed. "Don't celebrate too soon. It's still uncertain whom Brother Song truly belongs to. The one who laughs last, laughs best." Li Mi's smile brightened further. "Then that radiant smile will undoubtedly belong to me. Our parents are already eager for us to marry." Song Zhelun found himself caught between two women, as if ensnared in a battlefield of emotions. It is often said that 3 women can create a theatrical spectacle, with just 2 present. The atmosphere was already rife with tension. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue with an additional participant. Unable to contain himself any longer, Song Zhelun finally spoke up. "Enough of the bickering. Yuqing Feng, what brings you here?" A glint of mischief flickered in Feng Yuqing's eyes. "Brother Song, I wish to invest in your dream automobile." Song Zhelun raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What are your terms?" With a slight smile, Feng Yuqing replied, "The Feng family is prepared to contribute 2 billion, acquiring a 33% stake." "Impossible," Song Zhelun retorted. "I do not lack funds at present, nor do I require the Feng family's investment." Feng Yuqing maintained her composure, gently insisting, "Do not be so hasty in your conclusions. I certainly come bearing conditions." Intrigued, Song Zhelun responded, "Oh, do share." With unwavering confidence, Feng Yuqing continued, "While you may not need capital, do you not desire sales channels? The Feng family possesses formidable resources that could aid in expanding your overseas market." She paused, pride gleaming in her gaze, and added, "Through my relentless efforts, the North American market has been thoroughly penetrated by our family. Should you choose to collaborate with us, leveraging our influence, your dream automobile could potentially surpass the leading new energy vehicle, Stellar." Hearing this, Song Zhelun contemplated deeply. Had he not experienced his rebirth, Feng Yuqing's proposal would indeed be highly enticing. After all, launching a new energy vehicle beyond national borders is a coveted opportunity for any enterprise. Yet, he alone was aware of the impending political shifts in North America, with an incoming president poised to enforce stringent technological embargoes against Huaxia. The difficulties of exporting to the beautiful country were compounded by the looming threat of a 3-year pandemic. Song Zhelun jested, "The North American market sounds rather alluring. I suppose I have no reason to decline." Feng Yuqing's face lit up with surprise. "So you agree?" Suddenly, Song Zhelun's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening. "I categorically refuse." With a playful tone, Feng Yuqing pleaded, "Brother Song, consider our long-standing friendship and grant me this favor." Song Zhelun replied, "Feng Yuqing, I do not hold a grudge against you for your disparagement of new energy vehicles. After all, business can be ruthless. However, I cannot overlook your actions in posting images online or inciting harm against Li Mi." Feng Yuqing countered, "Brother Song, you have misunderstood me. I am responsible for the vehicle incident, but I had no part in the matter concerning Li Mi denial." Song Zhelun stated, "No matter. My legal team has already gathered evidence. I advise you not to weep when this reaches the courtroom. You should return now. This is a hospital. And we can discuss matters further at the Song family estate tomorrow. With that, Li Mi escorted Feng Yuqing out of the hospital room. As Feng Yuqing walked through the bustling hospital corridors, she reflected on Song Zhelun's demeanor during their exchange. Brother Song, you truly possess an undeniable charm. I find myself quite enamored with you. Even in anger, you exude such masculinity. Your car is something I am determined to possess. As for you, I shall not relinquish my hold either. In the hospital room, after receiving a phone call, Song Zhelun's expression instantly turned ashen. His brows knitted tightly together, and his eyes betrayed a profound sense of anger and disappointment. Li Mi keenly sensed the shift in his emotions. Gently placing her hand on his palm, she sought to offer him comfort. What is wrong? Your face has darkened, she inquired with genuine concern, her voice tinged with worry. Taking a deep breath, Song Zhelun replied, "It was a call from the technical department. They have identified the individual spreading rumors about you and the one who hired El Buffon." Li Mi responded, "Isn't that a good thing?" Song Zhelun shook his head. "It's not Feng Yuqing. It's Lu Ruqing, Li Jing's confidant." A flicker of surprise crossed Li Mi's face. "Why her? I've never even met her." A hint of helplessness glimmered in Song Zhelun's eyes. She orchestrated it, and the photographs were provided by Li Jing. Feng Yuqing certainly managed to distance herself from this. However, you may not fully grasp the nature of Feng Yuqing. She is the sole daughter of the Feng family, spoiled by her relatives. Whatever she desires, she has always obtained, save for that which she does not want. Her involvement in this matter is undeniable, although she executed it with remarkable finesse, leaving no traces behind. Li Mi tenderly caressed his brow with her fingertips, as if soothing the turmoil within him. Her gaze was filled with warmth and concern, akin to the gentle sun of spring. "All right, do not dwell on it. The matter has passed," she softly reassured him. "Regardless of who is responsible, I fear nothing, for my dear brother Zhelun will always believe in me." Song Zhelun embraced Li Mi tightly, gently stroking her long hair, relishing the silken texture, his heart brimming with affection. Suddenly, a fleeting thought from a past life drifted into his mind, a hazy memory flashing before him. "What is today's date?" His voice carried an edge of urgency. Li Mi paused momentarily before responding. Today is October 22nd. Glancing at his watch, Song Zhelun noted the time. It was already 9:30. There is still an hour left. Come with me to a place. He did not allow Li Mi the chance to refuse, grasping her hand and hastily leading her toward the parking lot. Li Mi felt somewhat bewildered, still processing the situation when they arrived at a sleek black car. With swift motions, Song Zhelun opened the door, carefully shielding Li Mi's head as she settled into the passenger seat. He then swiftly took his place in the driver's seat and started the engine. As the car roared to life, it surged forth from the bustling city like a wild stallion. Throughout the journey, Song Zhelun remained entirely focused on driving, while Li Mi sat quietly beside him, her heart brimming with curiosity, yet she chose to remain a silent companion. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the intersection of the suburban highway. Song Zhelun gradually brought the car to a halt by the roadside, gently pulling the bewildered Li Mi along. As they wandered along the edge of the national highway, illuminated by the faint, yellow glow of the streetlights, as if in search of something. Unable to contain her intense curiosity, Li Mi finally whispered, "Brother, what exactly are you looking for?" Upon hearing her question, Song Zhelun did not respond immediately, but continued to gaze intently into the distance. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a faint white dot in the far-off darkness. He raised his right hand and extended his slender index finger towards that direction, mumbling, "It is that." Chapter 60. A white notion beside the national highway lay a lush expanse of grass. A small figure was precariously weaving through the underbrush, struggling to find sustenance. This little creature was cloaked in a coat as white as snow, yet at that moment it was sullied and grimy with dirt. Suddenly sensing an approach, it emitted a whimper of alarm and hurriedly concealed itself amidst a towering pile of refuse. Despite trembling in fear, it still attempted to growl softly, trying to ward off the uninvited stranger. When Li Mi spotted the diminutive figure hiding in the trash, she could not suppress her joy and exclaimed, "A puppy!" Standing nearby, Song Zhelun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. For on that very day in a previous life, he had encountered this same puppy in this very spot. Recollecting the events of that day, Song Zhelun's memories came flooding back. At that time, Li Jing had concocted an excuse to send him to a neighboring city to retrieve an item, effectively dismissing him. In hindsight, it was evident that Li Jing had intentionally orchestrated his departure to create an opportunity for her to be alone with Lu Pengfei. When he had driven to this location, his vehicle had unexpectedly broken down. Left with no other option, he had waited for roadside assistance while casting his gaze around. It was during this moment that he fortuitously discovered the trembling creature hiding among the refuse. Subsequently, Song Zhelun named the endearing puppy Bu Bai. From that moment onward, Bu Bai became a cherished member of his family. Throughout the years, Bu Bai remained by his side, unwavering and loyal. To Song Zhelun, Bu Bai was not merely a pet. It was the sole source of warmth and emotional value in his life. He often pondered what had become of Bu Bai after his demise in the previous life. Now that he had been reborn, he could not bear the thought of being without the companionship of family. A family must be whole and intact. Crouching down, Song Zhelun extended his hand towards the puppy's hiding place among the refuse, softly saying, "Come out, little one. Don't hide." Bu Bai merely whimpered, refusing to show itself. "Come out, and I will take you home," Song Zhelun coaxed. The puppy's ears perked up, and after a moment's hesitation, it slowly poked its head out from the pile of garbage. Upon seeing this, Song Zhelun's face broke into a triumphant smile as he stepped forward to scoop up Bu Bai. The puppy, wary, shrank back slightly, prompting Song Zhelun to wave a piece of sausage enticingly. Bu Bai's eyes fixated on the treat, and seizing the moment, Song Zhelun swiftly embraced it. Scratching its grimy belly, it exclaimed, "Look how dirty you are! After devouring my sausage, you must accompany me home." The little creature licked the sausage in Song Zhelun's hand, seemingly expressing agreement. Li Mi remarked, "It's so adorable." Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if she beheld the most precious treasure in the world. Song Zhelun inquired, "Shall we take it home?" Li Mi replied, "Absolutely. I have always wanted to raise a puppy, but my home is too small." A hint of regret flickered in her gaze, soon replaced by joy. Song Zhelun asked, "Do you like dogs?" Li Mi responded enthusiastically, "I adore puppies. I remember a boy from my childhood who had a little yellow dog. I often went over to play with them." When she recalled that boy, images of him at 6 years old, one hand holding the dog and the other pulling her along as they frolicked nearby, filled her mind. Unfortunately, that boy moved away, and she never saw him again. Song Zhelun pondered that Li Jing seemed particularly averse to the little creature, often taking the opportunity to bully it when he was away. Each time the little creature encountered her, it would scurry under the sofa or bed. Song Zhelun said, "As long as you like it, you should carry it back to the car." He gently placed the puppy in Li Mi's arms, where it quietly munched on the sausage. Its tiny paws clung tightly to her arm, savoring the satisfaction that the delicacy brought. Song Zhelun continued onward, navigating around a pile of rubbish, where a small stream lay nearby. There, a little black cat lay peacefully in the grass. In his past life, when he had wanted to take the little creature home, it had led him here. To the little creature, this cat appeared to be its sole family. After finishing the sausage, the puppy began to lick Li Mi's hand with its tiny tongue, the wet sensation prompting her chuckle. Her laughter was melodious, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. Just as Li Mi was carrying the puppy towards the car, the previously calm creature suddenly became agitated. Its little paws flailed, attempting to escape her grasp. Fearing it might fall, she quickly tightened her embrace. The puppy's body trembled slightly, as if it were afraid of something. A wave of concern washed over Li Mi. She could not fathom why the puppy had become so restless. The puppy tilted its head back, its large eyes sparkling like precious gems, seemingly glistening with tears, while it emitted an urgent whimper. Just as the puppy was on the verge of breaking free, Song Zhelun returned with a little bear in hand. The puppy's attention was immediately captivated by the small cat in Song Zhelun's grasp. Its little nose twitched incessantly, sniffing in his direction, while it emitted excited yelps. "Li Mi, observing the puppy's reaction, couldn't help but laugh, her laughter ringing like silver bells. She gently stroked the puppy's fur and softly said, "You're finally back. I could barely hold on to it. Is this the little cat?" Song Zhelun smiled and replied, "I believe it must be its family." With the little black cat's presence, the puppy's demeanor instantly calmed. She held the kitten tightly, as if she had discovered a newfound sense of security. The kitten gently rested its small head against the puppy, its eyes half closed, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Limi gazed at the obedient puppy, her heart brimming with affection. She tenderly stroked the heads of the puppy and the kitten, softly uttering, "They are so well-behaved. Let us give them names." Song Zhelun pondered for a moment and chuckled. "Let us name the puppy Bai, and the kitten Mimi." Upon hearing this, Limi pouted, feigning annoyance as she retorted, "Bai? How mischievous of you. Isn't Timmy me the name of the famous black cat detective?" Yet, a sweet smile lingered at the corners of her lips, blossoming like spring flowers, exquisite and captivating. "Bai, Mimi, shall we go home with sister?" Limi gently proposed. Bai seemed to comprehend her words, barking excitedly, its tail wagging joyfully, as if expressing its delight. Typically, dogs that have just arrived in a new environment brim with endless curiosity about their surroundings. However, Bai appeared to be strikingly different, as if it were already intimately familiar with every nook and cranny of its new home. Leaning against Mimi, it wobbled and stumbled towards the restroom. Watching this scene unfold, Limi gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Wow, it's so clever. It knows where the restroom is." Song Zhelun shared her surprise, recalling how, in a previous life, Bai had dashed around like a headless fly upon entering the house for the first time, requiring a considerable effort to catch. Limi suggested, "How about this? I will bathe Bai and Mimi while you prepare a sleeping area for them." After Song Zhelun readily agreed, he began to take action. When Limi emerged from the bathroom after completing the task of bathing the puppy and the kitten, Song Zhelun had thoughtfully arranged a cozy little nest for them with some old clothes. Subsequently, the two of them slowly walked to the bedside and sat down, quietly observing Bai as it nestled with Mimi, gradually drifting into slumber. At that moment, the entire room seemed to be infused with an increasingly rich atmosphere of home, evoking a sweet and blissful warmth in their hearts. Limi turned to look at Song Zhelun, her eyes filled with happiness and warmth. As their gazes met, the air around them seemed to thicken. Song Zhelun's heart fluttered like a feather, tingling with a delightful sensation. Unable to resist, he leaned closer to Limi, his hand gently lifting to caress her face. Limi momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of ripe apples. Before she could react, Song Zhelun's lips softly pressed against hers. The kiss was tender, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, imbued with boundless love and appreciation. At first, Limi's eyes widened in surprise, but soon she slowly closed them, surrendering to the kiss. In that moment, their feelings for each other intensified, and the surroundings faded into a mere backdrop of love. After a long while, Song Zhelun slowly withdrew from her lips. Gazing at Limi's blushing face, he whispered, "Let us go get our marriage certificate." Limi shot him a playful glare. "All right." She nestled closer into his embrace, and the two drifted into a peaceful slumber. Standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, sunlight cascaded upon them, enveloping them in a golden veil. Their faces radiated with blissful smiles, akin to flowers blossoming in the warmth of spring. On this clear morning, before the dawn had fully broken, Song Zhelun could hardly contain his excitement as he arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as the doors opened, he dashed inside, becoming the first couple to obtain their marriage certificate that day. However, the bureau would not open for another half hour. Gently, Song Zhelun pulled Limi into his arms and softly inquired, "Mir, have you made up your mind? Once we step out of this door, you shall be addressed as Mrs. Song." Limi tilted her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto his, and replied with a smile, "Mr. Song, have you made your decision?" Song Zhelun smiled faintly, then leaned down to place a tender kiss on her delicate cheek, murmuring, "Of course, I have decided. For the rest of my life, It shall be no one but you. Upon hearing his words, Li Mi's heart swelled with sweetness and emotion, and she playfully retorted, in that case, I have nothing left to consider. Just as they gazed deeply into each other's eyes, a familiar figure slowly approached and halted before them. The person wore an expression of astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, Song Zhelun? Li Mi? You too? Chapter 61. Lu Ruqing, how come you are here? The speaker was none other than Li Jing, whom they had not seen in a long time. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she regretted them. The presence of the two was unmistakable. They were clearly there to obtain a marriage certificate. She could hardly believe they were tying the knot after such a brief acquaintance. Was Song Zhelun truly serious? Did he intend to use Li Mi to provoke her? Yet, the sight of that crimson marriage certificate loomed in her mind, something Song Zhelun had long wished to acquire with her, but was met with her refusal. Now, it had transformed into the very object of her longing. Song Zhelun initially appeared taken aback, but soon regained his composure and replied, What brings you here? At that moment, Li Jing's face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze evasive as she struggled to find the right words. Song Zhelun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Forget it. It was merely a casual question. For today his spirits soared, and he would not allow anyone to dampen his mood. Meanwhile, Li Mi, smiling gently, turned to Li Jing and softly asked, Sister, are you here on business as well? Li Jing appeared increasingly flustered, stammering her response, I was just passing by. In truth, she was 3 months pregnant and needed to obtain a birth permit. However, as an unwed mother, she had to come to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a document. She never anticipated encountering them there. It was indeed an unfortunate coincidence. Song Zhelun replied, Oh, very well. You go on with your matters. We won't disturb you. The bureau had now opened, and his utmost desire was to take Li Mi to obtain their marriage certificate, transforming the delicate girl into Mrs. Song, ensuring that no one would dare cast invasive glances his way or tarnish her reputation. He reached out to grasp Li Mi's delicate hand beside him, turning to enter. However, just as they took a few steps, they were abruptly blocked by Li Jing, who emerged from nowhere, her expression tense. Hesitantly, she stammered, Are you two going to register your marriage with Song Zhelun? Song Zhelun held Li Mi's slender hand tightly, their fingers entwined as they gazed into each other's eyes. Seemingly lost in a world that contained only the two of them, Li Jing shouted, Song Zhelun, you cannot marry her. Upon hearing this, Song Zhelun slightly furrowed his brow, a hint of a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he retorted, Oh, why not? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Li Mi, filled with affection and tenderness. Li Jing, witnessing this, grew increasingly frantic, pointing at Li Mi and declaring, Haven't you seen those photos online? This woman is not virtuous. She has entangled herself with many men. She's nothing but a promiscuous harlot. You actually wish to marry such a woman? Yet, Song Zhelun remained unperturbed, responding coldly. A promiscuous woman is certainly not what I seek, such as yourself. If I were to miss out on her, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Li Jing stammered, but the photos online. Before she could finish, Song Zhelun interrupted, You know better than I how those photos came to be. Even if she has been with other men, what of it? If she dares to stray, I shall go to greater lengths. Li Jing's face turned pale. Do you trust her so completely? Why is there no trust for me? At this, Song Zhelun sneered and replied, Because you are unworthy. Let me be frank with you. I know without doubt that you are behind this. I have never harbored even the slightest suspicion towards Mir. To entertain such a thought would be a desecration of her. As for you, prepare for a subpoena. Li Jing protested, No, it wasn't me. It was Lu Ruqing. Li Ruqing? Song Zhelun echoed, and Li Jing nodded vigorously, Yes. That's her. She did this. I warned her, but she wouldn't listen. She insisted on teaching Li Mi a lesson. However, she never intended for it to escalate this far. She simply thought I had been wronged and wanted to help me, which led to those photos being released. Who could have known they would be used against us? We are friends. You need not be this way. She meant no harm. Please forgive her. Song Zhelun scoffed. You care for her so much. Why not shoulder the blame yourself? No malice? Did you not consider the damage your fabrications would inflict on Li Mi? Will she not feel hurt, distressed, or even contemplate foolish acts? I have yet to hear you speak well of her. Li Jing replied, Of course I would speak for Li Mi. She is my sister. Enough, Song Zhelun cut in. Do you truly believe I am unaware? The photos of Li Mi were all provided by you. Expect a subpoena. Li Jing's face drained of color, shocked that Song Zhelun was so well informed. Her lips quivered slightly as she attempted to defend herself. Don't overthink it. I am not. However, Song Zhelun scoffed dismissively. You refuse to admit it? I've already uncovered the truth. And do you genuinely believe that Lu Ruqing orchestrated this charade solely to assist you? Li Jing interjected. Isn't that the case? Song Zhelun replied. Feng Yuqing bestowed upon her a considerable sum, and I must commend you. You are utterly oblivious to those around you. How could you not see through them? Lu Pengfei sweet-talked you under the guise of true love, yet he is nothing but a scoundrel. Lu Ruqing appears to act in your best interests, but in reality, he is merely exploiting Song Zhelun's kindness towards you for his own gain. Your parents expect you to elevate the family status, while your aunt's family looks to you for job opportunities. Only Song Zhelun has shown you genuine affection, and you have cast him aside. Perhaps this time, as Song Zhelun suggested, Lu Ruqing is profiting from your misfortune. Song Zhelun, cease your baseless accusations, Li Jing retorted, as if summoned by her words. Lu Ruqing arrived at an opportune moment. On what grounds do you assert that those photographs were disseminated by me? Let me remind you, wealth does not grant you the liberty to falsely slander others. Song Zhelun raised an eyebrow, observing Lu Ruqing as a crowd began to gather, murmuring and pointing fingers at them. Several individuals even commenced recording and broadcasting live. One of them appeared to be the woman who had recently gone viral online, the one who boasted of having found a golden partner while discarding a worthless man. Do not speak recklessly. I watched that live stream a few days ago. That man is a fraud, hired to tarnish this girl's reputation, one voice argued. Indeed, this girl emanates innocence. There is not a trace of malice in her eyes. It is the two women beside her whose countenance reveals their true nature. Lu Ruqing's remarks incited a wave of anger within her. She resembled an enraged lioness, her eyes wide with fury as she trembled, pointing her finger at the gossipers, and unleashed a torrent of invective. You lot, gluttons with nothing better to do. What nonsense are you spouting? You think you could discern good from evil merely by appearances? Why don't you ascend to the heavens? And you, recording and broadcasting without consent. What a lack of decency. Do you not comprehend the concept of privacy? She then turned to confront the two individuals who had disparaged her, shouting, Who are you to label anyone as unworthy? Do you even know me? Spouting such slander here. Her gaze shifted back to Song Zhelun. You're a cad as well. Casting aspersions without evidence. Do you think wealth grants you superiority? I assure you, if you do not clarify this matter today, our dispute is far from over. The crowd, taken aback by her vehement outburst, fell into a stunned silence, the previously raucous atmosphere subdued. Nonetheless, a few curious onlookers whispered among themselves. Li Jing, with keen ears, caught the murmurs and was about to erupt once more when she was hastily restrained by Li Jing. Song Zhelun chuckled coldly, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Do you truly believe I lack evidence? He slowly unveiled his phone, revealing conversations and transaction records between Lu Bufan and her. Each entry clearly documented Lu Ruqing's requests made to Lu Bufan, mirroring precisely the actions undertaken in the live broadcast. Every piece of evidence pointed unmistakably towards Lu Ruqing. Look, do you believe this evidence is sufficient for me to send you away? My legal team is renowned as the unbeatable force of Nanshan. The crowd gasped in astonishment, gathering closer to witness the unfolding scene. Lu Ruqing's complexion turned ashen, her lips trembled, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Furthermore, these screenshots of chat records between you and the major influencers, detailing the orchestrated publicity, are indisputable. Song Zhelun continued. In this world, there exists no wall that cannot be breached. Every action leaves a trace. I advise you to seek legal counsel promptly, as the summons will arrive in a matter of days. At that moment, public opinion had completely shifted in favor of Song Zhelun. Lu Ruqing's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground, her gaze vacant. She realized that this time, she was utterly finished. Those broadcasting live were ecstatic, already devising titles such as The True Face of the Internet Celebrity Exposed, Lu Ruqing's deceptive scheme. Meanwhile, Song Zhelun maintained an air of indifference, as if merely engaging in an inconsequential act. Suddenly, Lu Ruqing regained her composure, flinging herself at Song Zhelun's feet, gripping his legs tightly. "Please, Mr. Song, I was wrong. You are magnanimous. Will you forgive me?" Her face was streaked with tears, her makeup in disarray. Song Zhelun recoiled in disgust, but Lu Ruqing clung to him tenaciously. "In truth, this was not solely my doing. Someone approached me, offering 100,000 yuan to tarnish Li Mi's reputation. You should confront him instead. Don't just focus on me. I will return the money. Please spare me." Song Zhelun gazed down at her, devoid of any sympathy. "Did you not consider the possibility of being exposed when you accepted the money? Or did you believe that I, Song Zhelun, will be so indulgent as to tolerate whatever indignities you inflict upon me?" Li Jing stared incredulously at Lu Ruqing. "Is it true that your motives were driven by the 100,000 yuan, rather than a desire to help me?" Lu Ruqing looked at Li Jing in shock, momentarily bewildered by her own words. What had she just revealed? Chapter 62. The Intent to Destroy You. Li Jing, are you truly naive or feigning ignorance? Lu Ruqing has exploited you before. This time, however, she has gone too far. Previously, she merely sought a few bags, cosmetics, and clothing. Now, she audaciously demands 100,000. Song Zhelun surveyed Lu Ruqing with a newfound respect. She had indeed mastered the art of profit without investment. Li Jing stared wide-eyed at Lu Ruqing, her breath quickening. "I considered you my closest friend." Lu Ruqing felt a twinge of guilt under Li Jing's scrutinizing gaze. "I regard you as my closest friend as well. But who says that being friends precludes one from making money? For 100,000 yuan, what does it matter if I lose you as a friend? After all, with Song Zhelun gone, you hold no further value for me." "It's truly a stroke of luck to still come away with 100,000. Li Jing exclaimed. "I can't believe I trusted you. I believed you from the beginning. I can't believe I was introduced to Lu Pengfei through her." Song Zhelun relished the unfolding drama, eager to stoke the flames further. "Lu Pengfei, too, was introduced to you by her, wasn't he? Can you guess how much Lu Pengfei gave her? A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. It is astonishing that Song Zhelun is privy to such a secret. The previously arrogant Lu Ruqing has now been stripped of all bravado. Lu Ruqing asserts, without me, Lu Pengfei wouldn't be who he is." To which Song Zhelun responds, "Lu Pengfei must have made you numerous promises, hasn't he? Perhaps he has guaranteed you shares in the Song Corporation and other such promises. Li Jing, you must awaken to reality. Lu Ruqing has chosen to befriend you solely because of me. My pursuit of you has led her to forge a friendship with you. Much of my strategy in wooing you is gleaned from her words. Consider this carefully. As for you, Lu Ruqing, we shall meet in court." With a thunderous crash, the truth rends Li Jing's remaining faith in human goodness to shreds. She gazes at Lu Ruqing, whose expression betrays her guilt. What is there left to misunderstand? She had previously harbored doubts about Lu Pengfei's ulterior motives in approaching her, even clinging to a sliver of hope, which dissuaded her from terminating her pregnancy. Yet now, all of that seems utterly inconsequential. Should she truly retain this child? "Lu Ruqing, did you truly introduce me to Lu Pengfei on purpose?" Lu Ruqing hangs her head, unable to articulate a single word. Li Jing cries out, "Lu Ruqing, look at me and tell me, is it true?" Lu Ruqing casts a furtive glance at Li Jing, murmuring, "Yes, yes." Tears cascade down Li Jing's cheeks. She clutches the hem of Lu Ruqing's garment, shaking it in desperation. Why? Why have you done this? Lu Ruqing gazes at the once beautiful woman before her, now reduced to a pitiful figure. Gone is the image of the campus belle. She is now merely a wretched castaway. Lu Ruqing scoffs. Why? Why do you ask? Why does the illustrious heir of the Song Corporation revolve around you daily? Why are you so oblivious to the fortune you possess? Why do you bask in the benefits that Song Zhelun bestows upon you? I am envious of you. Do you truly believe that Lu Pengfei loves you? Let me enlighten you. He merely seeks to obtain everything from Song Zhelun through you. You are nothing but a tool. Moreover, I am unafraid to divulge that Lu Pengfei has promised to marry me once he secures all that belongs to the Song family. I am determined to prove that I am superior to you. Lu Ruqing's derisive laughter shatters the last remnants of Li Jing's defenses. Li Jing feels as though every ounce of strength has been siphoned from her, and she gradually releases the hold on Lu Ruqing's garment. Her hair, tangled and disheveled, clings to her tear-streaked cheeks. Her once bright eyes now reflect a hollow emptiness, with swollen bags beneath them, as if burdened by an overwhelming weight of anguish and disappointment. Her lips, devoid of color, quiver slightly, adorned with a self-deprecating smirk. She appears as a marionette bereft of its soul, swaying unsteadily. The loose garment she wears accentuates her disarray, its creases mirroring the turmoil within her heart. Her hands hang limply at her sides, fingers curling unconsciously in despair. Everything around her seemed disconnected from her existence. She was merely submerged in her shattered world, her mind incessantly replaying the fragments of her so-called friendship with Lu Ruqing. Each vivid memory pierced her heart like a dagger. Zhelun quietly departed with Li Mi, not wishing to witness Li Jing's pitiful demeanor. It wasn't love that compelled him, but rather a reluctance to see her, as her presence evoked the frustrations of his past life. However, today's commotion had rendered their plans for the Civil Affairs Bureau futile, as it was teeming with people. Numerous paparazzi and social media influencers were live-streaming the chaos, and tomorrow would surely bring another wave of news. In the car, Zhelun held Li Mi's delicate, fair hand, marveling at its softness. He began, and Li Mi comprehended his meaning without the need for further words. I understand. We cannot proceed today, but we can return next time. As long as you decide to marry, I will not belong to anyone but you. Zhelun, touched, pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. Can you tell me why you are so kind to me? Li Mi, blushing, pondered for a moment before replying. I am not certain, but from the very first moment I saw you, I felt a sense of security. There's an undeniable familiarity about you, and I seem incapable of harboring any doubts. I instinctively believe every word you speak. Most importantly, Li Mi's eyes sparkled with deep emotion as she did not shy away from his gaze this time. She continued, I have truly fallen in love with you. I wish to be your wife, regardless of wealth or poverty. Zhelun was momentarily speechless. This was the first time Li Mi had so boldly confessed her feelings to him. As he listened to her heartfelt declaration, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. He gazed into her loving eyes, his heart racing. In that instant, the world around them seemed to freeze, and the girl before him began to merge with the figure from his past life who had once wept for her protection. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he pulled Li Mi closer, his hands cradling her face, and pressed his lips against hers without hesitation. The kiss was fervent and profound, infused with his gratitude, affection, and aspiration for the future with Li Mi. Initially taken aback, she soon closed her eyes, savoring the moment. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Zhelun rested his forehead against hers and softly declared, I have fallen in love as well. I believe you are the one I have been waiting for all along. Li Mi's face radiated with joy, and they embraced, enveloped in a cocoon of love within the car, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. Meanwhile, Lu Ruqing struggled to extricate herself from Li Jing's clutches, frantically evading the onlookers and live streamers. Yet, she was intercepted by a man who flashed a bright smile, his professional demeanor unsettling her. Miss, I witnessed everything that just transpired, and I believe you may require my assistance. Lu Ruqing regarded the man before her, feeling a chill run down her spine at his smile. Who are you? She demanded. A man presented a business card, saying, Greetings, I am an attorney, and I believe you are in dire need of a professional such as myself to assist you. Lu Ruqing examined the card, reading each word meticulously. Zhang Vida Law Firm. Are you named Zhang Vida? The man extended his hand forward. Actually, my name is Zhang Wei. My law firm is thus named the Great Lawyer Firm. Hence the full title, Zhang Vida Law Firm. Lu Ruqing inquired, Attorney Zhang Wei, can you assist me? Zhang Wei replied confidently, Of course. I'm a lawyer committed to justice. Lu Ruqing hesitated momentarily, but ultimately grasped Zhang Wei's hand. Zhang Wei led Lu Ruqing to his rather modest law office. While it may not appear impressive, I assure you, my capabilities are undoubtedly reliable, Zhang Wei proclaimed with confidence. Lu Ruqing recounted her predicament to Zhang Wei. who attentively listened and took notes on the key points. Your situation is indeed not very optimistic. The opposing party possesses a highly experienced legal team, and their evidence chain is quite solid. However, we also have certain advantages. Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses. Firstly, you are acting under duress, which merely categorizes your involvement as coerced. Secondly, the relevant images were provided by Li Jing. We can shift some of the culpability onto her. Zhang Wei meticulously analyzed the situation before her. He employed numerous legal terminologies, leaving Lu Ruqing somewhat bewildered. She could only grasp a few phrases, ultimately understanding that her situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. At most, it would involve some monetary compensation. Thank you, Attorney Zhang. Lu Ruqing expressed her gratitude. Suddenly, Zhang Wei exhibited a rather indulgent demeanor. Lu Ruqing looked at him quizzically. Attorney Zhang? Zhang Wei seemed to revel in the moment. Thank you, Miss Lu. As for our fees, Lu Ruqing interjected. Ah, you require payment? Aren't you a lawyer for justice? Zhang Wei gently waved her off. Miss Lu, you must understand. Without financial compensation, even the most righteous lawyer may starve. You have made the right choice in selecting me. Lu Ruqing tossed her hair aside, adopting what she believed to be an alluring pose. Attorney Zhang, considering my unfortunate circumstances, could you possibly? Zhang Wei remained unfazed. Miss Lu, life is fraught with challenges. If you wish to escape them, it is futile. However, you must trust that I will do my utmost to help you navigate this crisis. Therefore, regarding the attorney's fee, Lu Ruqing scrutinized the seemingly wooden Zhang Wei, inwardly cursing, what a dense man, even in my current plight. He remains oblivious to my implications. Zhang Wei added, unless. Chapter 63. A bold proposition unless you agree to be my girlfriend and reside here with me. Zhang Wei regarded Lu Ruqing with a straightforward expression. Lu Ruqing retorted, what do you mean by that? I must inform you, I am not a woman of loose morals. Zhang Wei clarified, Miss Lu, our apartment has a policy. Couples receive a 50% reduction in rent, with utilities waived entirely. Therefore, if you were to move in as my girlfriend, I could save on rent, which could serve as your attorney's fee, but it would require a minimum stay of 1 year. Lu Ruqing observed the man before her mind racing with a torrent of disbelief. Is he out his mind? A beauty like me is expected to share living quarters in this dismal place. Am I, Lu Ruqing, someone who compromises my principles for money? Lu Ruqing deal? I must say, I have an uncanny ability to read people. Inside the Song family villa, several elders sat waiting all morning, anticipating the return of Song Zhelun and Li Mi with their marriage certificate. Song Xingxing and Wang Yuan each held a colorful stick, ready to celebrate when Song Zhelun walked through the door. However, it was evident that their hopes were dashed. As Song Zhelun gently picked the colorful confetti from Li Mi's hair, he recounted the events of the morning to everyone. Song's father looked at Song Zhelun and remarked, this woman must be trouble. Why must she appear today? Song Zhelun reassured, it's all right, Dad. We can choose another auspicious day. Song's mother, comforting Li Mi by holding her hand, said, Mimi, don't worry. I'll help you pick a better date. Forget about what happened today. Li Mi softly patted Song's mother's hand and smiled. Annie, there's no need to fret. It's perfectly fine. It won't affect us in the slightest. With a tender gaze at Song Zhelun, she added, every day with Brother Zhelun is a blessing. Having that certificate is merely a formality. Today, witnessing everyone's enthusiastic anticipation for us is already a beautiful experience. Upon hearing this, Song's mother nodded in appreciation. Mimi, you possess such a wonderful mindset. Our family eagerly awaits your official arrival into our home. Li Mi mischievously winked and replied, Annie, it won't be long. Good things take time. The somber atmosphere lightened considerably, and laughter erupted among the group. Have you truly made your decision? Li Jing clutched the surgical notification tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Her mind was a tumultuous mess, with conflicting thoughts intertwining. This presented a remarkable opportunity to escape all past troubles. If she underwent the surgery, her life could start anew, leaving everything behind. Yet, on the other hand, this child was not solely Lu Pengfei's. It was hers as well. Regardless of Lu Pengfei's actions, the child remained innocent. She gazed at the cold, unfeeling words on the notification. Her eyes filled with hesitation and turmoil, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The doctor beside her urged, "Miss, perhaps you should return home and discuss this with your husband. Come back once you've made a definitive choice." After exiting the hospital, her phone continued to emit the chilling sounds of a machine. Liu Pengfei had vanished completely, and after so many days, there had been no news. Disheartened, she hung up the phone, only to receive another call immediately. Before she could discern who it was, she answered, "Hello. Liu Pengfei, the child." "What Liu Pengfei?" "It's your aunt." Only then did Li Jing glance at her phone to see it was Li Jianying calling. "Annie, what is it?" "Li Jing, I was just scrolling through my phone and saw you and Song Zhelun at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Have you two reconciled and gotten your certificate? I told you, Song Zhelun would never truly give you up. Now that you are the young mistress of the Song family, don't forget about your brother Dezhuang's job." Li Jing felt her heart being sliced with each word, and without hesitation, she ended the call. However, the other party persisted relentlessly, making 3 consecutive phone calls until Li Jing, feeling impatient, finally answered. "What's the matter with you, child? I am your aunt. How could you be so disrespectful to your elders? Is this how your parents raised you?" Li Jing, having no intention of indulging her temper, was already seething with frustration. "You came here to be scolded, and I shall grant you this opportunity." Li Jianying, who do you think you are, claiming to be an elder? What are you even worth? I have indeed registered my marriage with Song Zhelun. So what? If you desire a position within the Song family, it is utterly impossible. Just look at Dezhuang with his round face. What job could he possibly do? He can hardly write 10 words without making 8 mistakes. You might as well send him to the park with my uncle to practice whip tricks or jump through hoops. You could start a circus, and perhaps he might stand out. Li Jianying, taken aback by this unexpected onslaught, was momentarily speechless, recalling only the phrase, "I have registered my marriage with Song Zhelun." Her imposing demeanor suddenly waned, and her voice softened. "Oh, Jingjing dear, I was just a bit anxious and misspoke. Look at you, becoming the young mistress of the Song family. The entire clan depends on you now. Your uncle is utterly useless, merely passing the days. And your cousin is over 20 and has achieved nothing. He adored you as a child, always trailing behind you, calling you sister. Have you forgotten? You cannot neglect your brother. Simply arranging a position as an assistant manager for him would suffice." Li Jing, unwilling to engage further, hung up the phone once more, listening to the beeping sound in her ear. At that moment, Li Jianying's feelings were quite extraordinary. This person, who was typically domineering and ruled the household, found herself scolded like a dog by her husband daily. Yet, she had just been reprimanded by a younger relative. She was uncertain of the truth in Li Jing's words. In reality, she had not seen the video. She was entirely inept with smartphones. Earlier that morning, she had merely glimpsed something on someone else's phone while at the park, where Li Jing and Song Zhelun were prominently displayed on the screen. However, what she failed to notice was that Li Mi was closely guarding Song Zhelun from behind. Gritting her teeth, Li Jianying resolved to try once more. She dialed Li Jiangguo's number, which connected swiftly. "Brother, it's Jianying." Li Jianying endeavored to sound as aggrieved as possible. "Yes, what is it?" Li Jiangguo responda lazili. "Brother, you must manage Jingjing. This child is becoming quite extraordinary. I merely said a few words, and she berated me mercilessly." "Xiao Jing? That can't be. She has always respected you, hasn't she? Did you say something inappropriate?" "Brother, this morning I saw a video online of her and Song Zhelun appearing at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I thought they had reconciled, so I called to extend my congratulations." "Really? They have reconciled?" "She claimed she registered her marriage with Song Zhelun and then scolded me. How could this child behave so? Now that she has climbed the social ladder, she no longer recognizes her elders? Is it acceptable to speak to an elder in such a manner?" "Brother, if they are indeed back together, shouldn't they at least show some consideration for the family? Currently, our dear Zhuang is still single. Nowadays, finding a partner requires a car and a house, and it seems we must rely on your Jing for support." Li Jiangguo, did she really tell you that she got a marriage certificate? You all were unaware? Li Jiangguo, how could I possibly know? She hasn't returned home in ages, and no one knows where she spent her days. She must be with Song Zhelun. "Brother, it seems your Jing wants to distance herself from everyone and live the life of a wealthy wife. This simply cannot be allowed. If she neglects me, will she also disregard you all? Li Jiangguo. So what do you propose? Let's confront her at the Song residence. We must ensure she restores her jobs. And let her resolve the matters concerning Zhuang's dowry, house, and car. However, we shall keep this under wraps for now. There is ample time ahead. The Li family, typically noisy and at odds with one another, surprisingly united in this matter. Within half an hour, everyone gathered at Li Jiangguo's home. Voices rose in a cacophony of opinions. Yet all revolved around a singular notion, capturing Song Zhelun to extract gold. Li Jianying, I wondered why Song Zhelun hadn't expelled you. It appears he was preserving an escape route for himself. Nearby, Li Jing's uncle interjected. Indeed, if he offends the father-in-law, their relationship would be utterly doomed. Li Jiangguo seemed to find some truth in this, his posture unconsciously straightening. It was as if the grievances he had endured recently finally found an outlet. Li Jiangguo, I always said, how could Song Zhelun truly let go of my daughter when he loves her so dearly? Li's mother, they obtained their marriage certificate without our consent. Song Zhelun must provide a dowry of 2 million. Li Jianying, exactly, and he must ensure a managerial position for our Zhuang. Failing to do so will prevent me from acknowledging their relationship. At that moment, Li Jing's cousin spoke up. 2 million is insufficient. Given the soaring property prices and the necessity of a vehicle, it should be at least 5 million. Furthermore, he must secure a managerial role for Zhuang and provide him with a secretary. An aunt nearby echoed. Indeed, our Li family cannot settle for anything less. Jing deserve a life of comfort. The Song family is wealthy, so it is only fair they contribute generously. Li Jiangguo scratched his head, pondering. Are we perhaps demanding too much? Are you not concerned that Song Zhelun might renege on a marriage like last time? Upon hearing this, he was immediately met with disapproval from the others. Li Jianying glared. What is there to fear? Jing is now his wife. Does he dare to deny it? Moreover, his family is substantial. This sum is trivial to him. If we handle this properly, our entire family could prosper. Everyone nodded in agreement. The room once again filled with a din as each person reveled in the fantasies of the immense profits they would soon acquire from the Song family. Jing had initially intended to return home to discuss the matter of children with her parents. However, upon reaching the doorstep, she overheard the commotion within. Her hand paused at the lock. This jest had grown too large. Chapter 64. Fortunate star, the Li family's actions were remarkably swift. As a group of over a dozen rushed to blockade the entrance of the Song villa. This is not the first occurrence of such an event. The security personnel at the entrance have become somewhat accustomed to it. As long as they do not cause a disturbance, they are free to linger at the door. However, today, by unfortunate coincidence, the security guard Xiao Sun, who had previously been lured away by Song Zhelun, returned on his day off to visit his former colleagues. Upon recognizing these individuals as his benefactors, Xiao Sun excitedly introduced them to his friends, recounting the events that had transpired at the entrance in detail. The group of young men listened in rapt attention, as if entranced by a myth. None could have anticipated that a mere altercation over blocking someone would lead to recruitment by the Song group, with a salary nearly tenfold of what they had before. A throng of eager individuals approached the Li family. Security guard Xiao Wang, wielding a rubber baton, pointed at the Li family and declared, "Move along, beggars. Do you even know where you are? This is a villa." Li Jianying did not recognize Xiao Wang, but she noticed the mischievous grin on Xiao Sun's face behind the group of guards. It became immediately clear to her that these individuals were under his influence. Li Jianying retorted, "Who do you think you are? A weasel in clothing. You presume yourself to be righteous. Mind your own business." Xiao Wang replied, "As a security guard in this community, I have an important role in maintaining safety. If you wish to know who I am, I stand tall and proud as a guardian." The other guards echoed in unison, "I take pride in my work." Li Jianying's face flushed with anger. "You reckless fools dare to flaunt your authority here? Do you not fear that I will call to lodge a complaint against you?" Xiao Wang, unfazed, responded, "Oh, lady, please do. We are merely acting in accordance with the regulations. At your age, throwing a tantrum here is quite unbecoming." Laughter erupted among the nearby guards. Seething with rage, Li Jianying hissed, "Mark my words, you wretched pests, do not provoke me. or you will regret it. At that moment, Xiao Sun leisurely stepped forward. Madam, I've heard that threat several times before. Do you have anything new to offer? Is it you again? Aren't you employed at the song group? What brings you back here? Li Jianying glared menacingly at Xiao Sunday. Thanks to you all, I would have attracted the attention of young Master Song otherwise. I'm here specifically to visit friends. Who would have thought I would encounter my lucky stars once more? Brothers, your fortune has arrived today, Xiao Sun said, crossing his arms. Li Jianying trembled with indignation, ready to retort once more when someone tugged at her sleeve from behind, softly advising, Sister, let us not escalate this. If it blows up, we'll be driven away. And that would be quite inappropriate. Li Jianying shot a fierce glare at the guards, huffed, and withdrew with her companions to a distance. Xiao Sun, observing the group, quietly picked up his phone and called the Song family. Upon learning of the situation, Song Zhelun praised him fervently and granted him an additional 3 days off. These pests, instead of seeking trouble themselves, seem to revel in creating their own sense of significance. Do I appear to be someone easily trifled with? It's best to resolve one's own troubles. As Song Zhelun leisurely stepped out of the community gate, he was instantly surrounded by a tide of Li family members. In that moment, he felt as though he were engulfed in a swirling vortex of chaos, with shadows flickering before him and a cacophony of noise rising around him. Observing the situation closely, the quick-witted Xiao Sun swiftly rushed forward with several security personnel, employing great effort to separate the aggressive members of the Li family. Despite the human wall erected by the guards, the relentless words of the Li family continued to resonate in Song Zhelun's ears. Leading the charge was Li Jianying, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile as she cautiously addressed him. Nephew-in-law, what's the need for all this? We are all family, after all. Upon hearing this, Song Zhelun couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering internally. In truth, there was some merit to her words. If he were to marry Li Mi in the future, he would indeed be her nephew-in-law. However, how could these people possibly know of his impending marriage to Li Mi, even if a marriage were to occur? It was not for this group to discuss. They were nothing but a bunch of rubbish. Of course, this disdain was not directed at all the members of the Li family, merely those gathered at the entrance. Nevertheless, Song Zhelun maintained his composure and inquired, Auntie, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Li Jianying, seemingly oblivious to his indifference, continued to beam, Oh, there's nothing of great significance. It's merely that we haven't seen you in quite some time, and recently, I heard that you and our Xiao Jing have obtained a marriage certificate. So we came to pay you a visit. By the way, are your parents at home? It would be good for us elders to sit down and discuss the details of your wedding with Xiao Jing. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhelun was rendered momentarily speechless. His mind a blank slate. He stared incredulously at Li Jianying. Me? Obtain a certificate? With Li Jing? Have these people lost their senses? Or are they merely still waking up? Regardless, since he had nothing pressing to do today, he decided to toy with them. Song Zhelun replied, I? Who did I obtain a certificate with? Li Jiangguo interjected, You and Xiao Jing. Song Zhelun responded, Who obtained a certificate with Xiao Jing? Li Jiangguo insisted, You and Xiao Jing. Song Zhelun pressed, What of my relationship with Xiao Jing? Li Jiangguo, finally losing his patience, exclaimed, You and Xiao Jing have obtained a certificate. Song Zhelun quickly took a step back. Don't say such things in front of so many people. I have a girlfriend, and it would be troublesome if she misinterpreted this. The Li family members were momentarily bewildered. What? Haven't they obtained a certificate? Or do they simply not wish to associate with us? Li Jianying's voice trembled as she said, Xiao Song, please don't frighten your aunt. Xiao Jing herself said that you two have already obtained a certificate. We came today specifically to discuss the wedding with your parents. However, Song Zhelun responded with an expressionless demeanor. Auntie, I believe you have been misled. Does Li Jing even deserve to marry into the Song family? Have you looked in a mirror lately? At these words, Li Jianying's expression instantly darkened, and she sharply retorted, Song Zhelun, what kind of attitude is this? Well, the wealthy, do they have the right to act with impunity? Don't think that just because you have a certificate with Xiao Jing, we as relatives will acknowledge you. You two cannot marry. Song Zhelun crossed his arms and coldly replied, "Let me make this perfectly clear. I am not married, nor will I ever marry her. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I certainly do." At that moment, Xiao Sun suddenly stepped forward and exclaimed loudly, "We all believe." The little security guard behind him echoed in unison, "Indeed, we all believe." Song Zhelun nodded in satisfaction, gently patting Xiao Sun's shoulder, and smiled as he remarked, "See, it is indeed the people's eyes that are the sharpest." Seeing that he could do nothing to sway Song Zhelun, Li Jianing immediately turned her ire towards Li Jiangguo, glaring at him and accusing, "Li Jiangguo, look at the fine daughter you have raised. Now that she has climbed the social ladder and married into a wealthy family, she even refuses to acknowledge us, her impoverished relatives. Who is it that provided your family with 2 potatoes when you were destitute?" Others joined in, "Yes, my family even gave you 2 cabbages. And we provided you with 2 blocks of tofu." Song Zhelun was almost in stitches. What a delightful display of familial affection. With just a bowl of seasoning, they could whip up a spicy hot pot. Li Jiangguo's face turned crimson. "What are you saying? Was it you who informed me that Li Jing and Song Zhelun had registered their marriage? Li Jing hasn't returned home for days, and I only came because of your words." Li Jianing was momentarily speechless, her gaze darting around in confusion. She began to harbor doubts. After all, Li Jing had spoken rather sharply at the time. It was not impossible that she had spoken in anger. However, if that were the case, what would become of Dazhuang's house, car, and dowry? No, this money must certainly be extracted from Song Zhelun. As the crowd gradually fell silent, each person lost in their own thoughts, Song Zhelun cleared his throat and said, "Since this is all a misunderstanding, let's put this matter to rest. However, I hope that such unfounded issues do not arise again." He then prepared to turn away. "Wait." The usually loquacious Li Mu finally spoke up. It was indeed unusual for her to have been silent for so long. She approached Song Zhelun and without hesitation knelt before him, even amid several security guards. The little security guards were taken aback, their hands instinctively loosening their grip. "Aja," Li Mu began, "I know that we have spoiled Li Jing. But you must believe she is not a bad child. She has merely made the mistakes that every woman might make. Since she wishes to turn back, why can't you forgive her? Just because the child she carries is not yours, does that absolve you of all responsibility?" In Song Zhelun's mind, a crow cawed, "Fool! Fool!" The first sentence was still comprehensible, but what followed was nonsensical. Was this moral coercion? While the remarks of the little fairy could be understood, the words of this old hag were beyond reason. He truly felt no inclination to engage with them. "Ma'am," Song Zhelun replied, "if you believe that infidelity is inconsequential, then I must sincerely recommend that all of you undergo paternity tests. You might find some unexpected surprises." Xiao Sun interjected, "Mr. Song, what do you mean by surprise?" Song Zhelun replied, "You tell me what constitutes a surprise." Xiao Sun responded, "It's simply a surprise." Song Zhelun pressed, "What exactly is a surprise? What constitutes a surprise?" Xiao Sun clarified, "A surprise is when you hold the report in your hands. That is what we call surprise." Song Zhelun spread his hands, exclaiming, "You all heard that, right? This is the surprise. Farewell. No need to see me off." Just as he was about to turn away, Li's mother sprang up with the agility of a leopard, firmly gripping Song Zhelun's wrist with an unyielding grasp, her eyes brimming with reluctance. As Song Zhelun opened his mouth to speak, a sudden sound sliced through the air, followed by the sharp crack of a slap. Li's mother recoiled, cupping her reddened cheek, her gaze fixed intently on her assailant. "Is my brother Song someone you lot can lay a hand on?" Chapter 65. Noteworthy achievements. Song Zhelun stood there, his eyes directed towards the fuming Feng Yuqing. The scene resembled a confrontation between a mischievous spirit and the king of hell, with neither side being easily intimidated. Li's mother, having just been struck, now regarded Feng Yuqing with a fearful expression. Judging by her exquisite and opulent attire, it was evident that she hailed from a wealthy family. Furthermore, the luxurious car parked behind her only underscored her considerable worth and noble status. With a frosty demeanor, Feng Yuqing crossed her arms, exuding an air of superiority as she declared, "Let me make it clear to you lowly folk. My brother Song is my boyfriend. I am Feng Yuqing of the Feng Group. If there are any who dare to challenge me, come forth." Her words dripped with authority. instilling a sense of reverence in those present. Li Jianying, who had been observing silently, felt a jolt of surprise upon hearing the name of the phone group. She had heard of it before and was aware that it was the second most prominent family in Sioux City. Glancing at the formidable aura and self-assured demeanor of Feng Yuqing, she was convinced that her words were indeed truthful. As the situation began to tip unfavorably for her side, Li Jianying made a swift decision, quietly slipping into the crowd before anyone could react. In the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. Li Jiangwu, who had been attentively monitoring the surroundings, quickly noticed her escape. Cursing her lack of loyalty under his breath, he realized there was no time for reproach. He understood that lingering any longer in a confrontation with Feng Yuqing could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, without hesitation, he seized Li's mother and fled the scene. The onlookers, witnessing the unfolding chaos, were instantly filled with fear and scattered like birds startled from their perch, transforming the scene into utter disarray. Song Zhelun was infuriated. He had berated the crowd, yet they had taken advantage of his frustration. With a mere utterance from Feng Yuqing, they all dispersed. How powerless he felt as the young master of the Song family. Yet, it was true that Feng Yuqing could follow through on her words. Mischievous spirits were troublesome, but the King of Hell was even more formidable. Before Feng Yuqing could greet him, he hastily made his escape. Observing Song Zhelun's retreat, Feng Yuqing felt her cheeks flush. He looks so handsome even while running away. I am truly fortunate. The following day, at the Song Group's office, Song Zhelun sat opposite Wang Yuan, with a pile of documents and charts spread before them, engaged in a discussion regarding the optimal location for establishing new production lines to enhance the company's capacity and efficiency. Just then, a gentle knock on the door interrupted their train of thought. "Come in," Song Zhelun called out. The door slowly opened, and the group's legal counsel, Attorney Zhuge, entered. Upon seeing him, Song Zhelun promptly rose, smiling as he said, "Attorney Zhuge, please take a seat." He personally moved a chair closer to the table. After a slight nod of gratitude, Attorney Zhuge sat down and directly stated, "Mr. Song, the summons from Lu Ruqing has been delivered. However, the opposing counsel has requested a pre-trial mediation." Song Zhelun furrowed his brow in curiosity and asked, "Lu Ruqing actually has the funds to hire a lawyer? What is the background of their attorney?" A subtle smile unexpectedly appeared on the typically serious face of Attorney Zhuge. Surprised, Song Zhelun pointed at him, exclaiming, "You smiled? My goodness, you can actually smile?" Clearing his throat, Attorney Zhuge endeavored to regain his serious demeanor, though a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Song, please don't rush. Let me finish, and you might find yourself laughing even harder than I am." He continued, "The opposing counsel is named Zhang Wei, from his Zhang Wei law firm." Upon hearing this name, Song Zhelun couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What a ridiculous name." Yet he politely responded, "Oh, what makes this attorney Zhang Wei so special?" Attorney Zhuge suppressed his amusement and replied, "Zhang Wei has only handled 3 cases since his debut. In the first, he defended a convict sentenced to death, claiming his innocence." Song Zhelun's eyes brightened, and he remarked, "Not bad. This person seems to have some skill." Attorney Zhuge replied, "Unfortunately, he lost." Song Zhelun continued, "What about the second case?" The defendant was sentenced to a term of imprisonment, and Zhang Wei defended for a reduced sentence. Sadly, he lost again. "And the third?" Song Zhelun inquired. The plaintiff sought $2 million in damages, and Zhang Wei defended. Under his vigorous argumentation, the court reversed the judgment, and the fine was waived. "That sounds promising," Song Zhelun exclaimed. Attorney Zhuge could hardly contain himself. The sentence was altered to 20 years in prison. At this, both Wang Yuan and Song Zhelun were momentarily taken aback. Then their lips curled into smiles, ultimately erupting into hearty laughter that shook their bodies. Attorney Zhuge soon succumbed to the infectious mirth as well. "What a remarkable attorney." Wang Yuan laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. Song Zhelun, still chuckling, shook his head and said, "If Lu Ruqing has hired him, he must be setting himself up for disaster. Is Lu Ruqing out of his mind?" Wang Yuan finally managed to stifle his laughter and teased, "Mr. Song, I believe you are underutilizing Attorney Zhuge's talents. In that case, a death sentence seems unnecessary. Is there a chance for a life sentence? Attorney Zhuge adjusted his glasses and replied, for a competent attorney, that would be sheer fantasy. However, if it were someone like Zhang Wei, the undercover lawyer, I could believe 20 is indeed too young. Wang Yuan, with his mouth agape, could no longer muster a laugh. Instead, collapsing on the sofa, clutching his stomach. After a moment, he finally regained his composure, massaging his jaw with both hands. Brother, are you trying to kill me with laughter? What could possibly be so amusing? At that moment, Li Mi pushed open the office door and entered. Seeing the group doubled over in laughter, she inquired with a puzzled expression, "What is going on? Did you win a lottery?" Wang Yuan wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and gestured towards the documents on the table, saying, "We were just discussing this extraordinary lawyer. Zhang Wei. This guy is practically the nemesis of legal woes." Li Mi approached the table, picked up the files, and couldn't help but join in the laughter. Song Zhelun sat up straight and nodded. "Since he wishes to mediate, dear lawyer Zhuge, I suggest you take on this challenge. However, I advise you to tread carefully." Lawyer Zhuge, suppressing his mirth, replied seriously, "I will meticulously review all evidence and potential defenses, just in case." Song Zhelun quipped, "No. I'm worried you might break into laughter on the spot and ruin your reputation as the stoic legal deity." The laughter erupted once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ruqing had moved into Zhang Wei's apartment as promised. The once modest room was now cluttered with her bags and clothes, her only remaining treasures, acquired from the various suitors she had charmed. Zhang Wei had helped her move for quite some time and was now famished. Yet he noticed Lu Ruqing did not invite him to dine. Lu Ruqing, too, awaited Zhang Wei to make the first move. They remained in a stalemate, neither daring to speak first. The Song group has agreed to mediation. Our approach is to mitigate responsibility as much as possible. Zhang Wei delivered a series of professional terms, leaving Lu Ruqing momentarily stunned. After finishing, he gazed at her, anticipating her admiration and an invitation to dinner. As a seasoned femme fatale, Lu Ruqing was no stranger to such matters. Yet, to expect her to treat him to a meal was a folly. Lawyer Zhang Wei is truly impressive. Being around you brings such a sense of security, she remarked. Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a facade of indifference, of course. Being with me guarantees no losses. Lu Ruqing's lips twitched slightly before she quickly restored her sweet smile. You must take good care of this little lady from now on. As she spoke, she gently brushed her hair back, her eyes sparkling at Zhang Wei. Naturally, however, I am utterly exhausted from moving today and lack the energy to prepare for tomorrow's case, he replied. Lu Ruqing feigned concern. Oh, Lawyer Zhang, you're working so hard. How about I make you a cup of coffee to perk you up? Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. Coffee won't fill me. I'm starving after a day of labor. Lu Ruqing raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I cook? But I can only make instant noodles. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. Instant noodles? That one tea do. I exerted myself greatly today. Lu Ruqing crossed his arms, a playful smile gracing his lips as he inquired. What does that esteemed lawyer desire? Zhang Wei, grinding his teeth in frustration, relented. Fine, seeing your pitiable demeanor, I shall dine outside. With that, he strode towards the door, prompting Lu Ruqing to hastily follow. Allow me to accompany you, Lawyer Zhang. Thus, the two exited, enveloped in an atmosphere of mutual testing, neither willing to yield. At the Song group, Wang Yuan and Song Zhelun had long deliberated and finally settled on the new factory site in the neighboring Haiqing. This coastal location would facilitate logistical transport and ease future exports. Moreover, whispers from the Wang family suggested that Haiqing was poised to become a focal point of development. Wang, let me take the lead in Haiqing this time, Wang Yuan implored. I have learned much under your tutelage. Allow me to venture forth. If I falter, you may come to my aid. Song Zhelun replied, I am uneasy about you going alone. I shall send Xingxing with you. Just then, a melodious voice chimed from the entrance. Where are you headed? Why not allow me to join? It was none other than Feng Yuqing, appearing as if she had materialized from another realm. Chapter 66. A fluttering heart. Wang Yuan turned to behold the unexpected visitor, dressed in a lowly inspired ensemble. Feng Yuqing resembled a charming character from a fantasy world. Her white lace dress billowed gracefully, adorned with delicate pink floral embroidery that swayed with her movements. Complementing the dress was a light blue sailor-style top, tied at the neckline with a large, fluttering bow, exuding a playful charm. Her twin ponytails cascaded down her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, each strand brimming with vitality. She wore knee-high white socks, trimmed with a fluffy embellishment at the top. Her round, cherubic face bore a soft blush, and her large, twinkling eyes sparkled with mischief. Below her petite nose, her cherry-like lips were slightly pouted. Wang Yuan found himself momentarily entranced by such an adorable girl. Zhelun, however, was not as enamored. Upon seeing her, he felt a sudden weight of apprehension. Frowning, he asked, "How did you manage to come up here? Why was no one there to stop you?" Feng Yuqing replied with a playful pout, "Oh, dear Song Gij, have you forgotten? I often visited Uncle Song in the past, and even your private elevator was permitted for my use." At her words, Zhelun was overtaken by a shiver, pondering to himself, what is the meaning of this? Why has her tone suddenly shifted to such a coy pitch? He sensed that this seemingly innocent girl was veiling some ulterior motive. Standing beside them, Wang Yuan leaned closer to Zhelun and inquired, "Brother, who is she?" With a resigned expression, Zhelun replied, "Her name is Feng Yuqing, the sole heiress of the Feng family in Sucheng." Intrigued, Wang Yuan pressed further, "Brother, do you share any connection with her?" Zhelun stared at Wang Yuan as if he were a creature from a nightmare, his eyes wide with disbelief, making Wang Yuan feel increasingly uneasy under his gaze. At last, Wang Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Brother, why are you staring at me like that?" At that moment, Zhelun slowly withdrew his gaze and, with a look of skepticism, countered, "You can't possibly have a preference for this type of girl, can you?" Wang Yuan felt his cheeks flush and lowered his head, murmuring softly, "Brother, don't you think she is quite adorable?" "Adorable? Who? Feng Yuqing? Seriously?" It was unexpected that the second young master of the Wang family, renowned in the business world, would be attracted to such a type. Did he truly not realize she was intentionally putting on an act? Feng Yuqing stepped forward, her large eyes twinkling with curiosity as she gazed at Wang Yuan. "Who are you?" she inquired. Wang Yuan extended a hand, stammering, "Hello, I'm Wang Yuan, a partner of Brother Song." Feng Yuqing tilted her head, scrutinizing the boy before her, a seemingly innocent smile gracing her lips. "Brother Wang, you look really handsome." Wang Yuan's face reddened further, and he scratched his head, replying, "Thank you. You're very cute as well." Zhelun observed the interaction between the two. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. What if these two were to become a couple? In that case, Feng Yuqing would surely cease her entanglements with him, if they did not end up together. Having Wang Yuan around would certainly deter Feng Yuqing from frequently seeking him out. It appeared that no matter the outcome, it would be advantageous for him. Resolutely, he decided to play matchmaker for the two. "Indeed, Feng Xiaomei, this is my partner, the second young master of the Wang family from Kyoto. He may appear quite young, but he is exceptionally mature and capable in his endeavors. We are the best of partners, collaborating on the new energy vehicle factory." However, Feng Yuqing suddenly leaned closer to Wang Yuan, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, so Brother Wang is a young master of the Wang family in Kyoto. No wonder Brother Song holds you in such high regard." Wang Yuan instinctively took a small step back, stuttering, "It's nothing much. Brother Song is the one guiding me." Feng Yuqing crossed her arms. "Brother Yuan is quite humble." Wang Yuan smiled shyly. Really, my father specifically sent me here to learn from Brother Song." Feng Yuqing then asked, "Brother Song, may I join your new factory? I would really love to learn alongside you." Zhelun struggled to suppress the surge of emotions within him. It was evident that Wang Yuan had already succumbed to her charm. The moment this mischievous little girl made a request, he knew the boy would comply. "Perhaps it would be best for your father to discuss this matter," Zhelun replied, maintaining a formal demeanor. Participation in such an endeavor cannot simply be decided with a few words. Besides, has your family always been involved in logistics, foreign trade, and real estate? What piqued your interest in our automotive venture? The Feng and Song families have been competitors in Sioux City for many years, with their projects often overlapping. Then why did you separate the real estate company from the group, Brother Song? Feng Yuqing inquired. You seem rather well informed. I only divested the real estate company 2 months ago, and yet you are already aware? Song Zhelun responded. Feng Yuqing donned a serious expression, her tone taking on a more earnest quality. Of course, I'm deeply concerned about every move of Brother Song, especially on the day of your wedding. However, it seems that ever since that day, you have transformed entirely, adopting a decisive and resolute manner that starkly contrasts with the sycophantic demeanor you once displayed. What prompted you to abandon the real estate and freight industries? Song Zhelun gazed at the girl before him, as if her eyes held an astuteness that belied her youth. Feng Yuqing interrupted him directly. While I am unaware of the reasons behind your sudden shift in the group's focus, I have always had unwavering faith in your judgment. Since you have chosen to sever ties with real estate, there is no necessity for the Feng family to continue investing. Moreover, during my years in America, I have discovered that new energy truly represents one of the pivotal directions of future technological development. Therefore, it is imperative for the Feng family to partake in this project. Song Zhelun replied, You place such trust in me? Feng Yuqing affirmed, Absolutely. I have always believed in you since childhood. Just look at the character of those who gathered at your doorstep yesterday. How could you be drawn to a woman from such a family? You were willing to be a sycophant for so many years for her sake. I heard your current girlfriend is her cousin? Song Zhelun frowned slightly and raised his hand to signal her to stop. Let us not discuss my personal matters here. Since the Feng family wishes to join, I suggest you and Wang Yuan personally visit Haicheng to conduct a thorough site investigation and determine if there are suitable options available. However, I must preface this with a stern warning. Regardless of how much the Feng family intends to invest, your share will never exceed 25. I must maintain control over this project, possessing absolute decision-making authority. At these words, a subtle smile graced Feng Yuqing's lips, radiating a charm akin to a gentle breeze under a bright moon. Her smile seemed to possess a magical allure, instantly penetrating Wang Yuan's defenses, leaving his heart trembling. He gazed at Feng Yuqing, completely captivated. Feng Yuqing softly replied, No problem, Brother Song. I have always trusted your decision-making abilities. With that, she playfully winked. Wang Yuan quickly chimed in, Yes, big brother, I unconditionally trust you too. Song Zhelun nodded with satisfaction, gesturing grandly, Very well, it is settled. You two should quickly prepare and set off for Haicheng to assess the land situation. Upon your return, we shall discuss the specific investment amounts and share distribution in detail. Young lady, have you truly considered the decision to undergo an abortion? The doctor gazed seriously at the pale girl, earnestly advising her. The doctor may not have mentioned this during your last hospitalization, but your injuries were quite severe, and preserving this pregnancy is a considerable challenge. Moreover, your body has sustained some damage, making the chances of future pregnancies slim. I urge you to reconsider. Li Jing finally resolved to terminate the pregnancy. Yet the doctor's words plunged her back into a state of uncertainty. If she terminates this pregnancy, she may never become a mother in her lifetime. Li Jing asked, Doctor, is it truly impossible for me to conceive again? The doctor replied, It's not entirely impossible, but the chances are exceedingly low. Any future pregnancy exists merely as a theoretical possibility. Li Jing gently caressed her abdomen, yearning to sense the movements of the child within. The doctor advised, I suggest you discuss it further with your boyfriend. Do not make a decision you might regret. Li Jing took out her phone and dialed Lu Pengfei once more. But the line remained busy. She set her phone down, her eyes filled with despair. Taking a deep breath, she slowly rose to her feet. Doctor, there is no need for discussion. I have decided to keep this child. Her voice, though soft, resonated with determination. The doctor paused for a moment, then nodded slightly, indicating respect for her choice. After completing the necessary paperwork, Li Jing exited the hospital. The sunlight bathed her, yet she felt no warmth. The road ahead promised to be arduous. She could not reach Lu Pengfei, who might have abandoned her long ago. Yet, gazing at her flat belly, an inexplicable strength surged within her. She hailed a cab, continuously reminding herself to be strong on her way home. As the vehicle passed a maternity store, showcasing adorable baby clothes and essentials, a faint smile unconsciously graced her lips. Regardless of the challenges ahead, this child would become a beacon of hope in her life. She would not waver in the face of adversity. However, upon returning home, she was met not with warmth, but with another slap across the face. Since her breakup with Song Zhelun, she had lost count of how many times she had been struck. Li Jianying's sharp voice erupted, "You little wretch." Chapter 67. It seems I have fallen in love. Li Jianying unleashed a torrent of insults upon her, as if her fury could no longer be contained. "You deceitful creature. You tricked me into believing you were married to Song Zhelun, causing me to be beaten. Look at my face." Li Jing followed the direction of her finger to see a swollen handprint. Her family sat nearby, showing no inclination to intervene, coldly observing as Li Jianying hurled abuse at her. It was as if this turmoil held no significance for them. In that moment, her heart turned to stone. She faced Li Jianying and began to laugh instead of retaliating. Li Jianying felt a chill run through her at Li Jing's eerie smile, her words faltering. Li Jing silently pushed through the crowd and entered her room, locking the door behind her. Regaining her senses, Li Jianying pounded on the door, continuing her tirade. Li Jian's hand was occupied with one cheap cigarette after another, while Li Mu sat silently, staring blankly at the ceiling. Moments later, Li Jing opened her door again, pulling out a suitcase and a handbag. Li Jianying immediately blocked her path. "Where do you think you're going? Let me tell you, you can't go anywhere. You must seek Song Zhelun's forgiveness." Li Jian and Li Mu also rose to obstruct her exit. Li Mu pleaded, "Xiao Jing, where are you planning to go?" Li Jian added, "You all alone and pregnant. Where do you think you can go?" Li Jing regarded the surrounding individuals with an icy indifference. "Father, are you even aware that I am with child? You allow my aunt to strike me and hurl insults without a second thought? Is this child not your grandchild? Am I merely a tool for you to curry favor with Song Zhelun? Now that he has departed, you treat me like refuse, derogatorily calling me a worthless wretch. Li Jianying, you are my own aunt, and yet you wish for me to seduce Song Zhelun. Upon hearing of my presence at the Civil Affairs Bureau with him, you shamelessly sought to ingratiate yourself with me. You all gather here not out of concern, but to gain advantages from Song Zhelun, are you not? When I was with him, you exploited my name to secure jobs through him. You called it investment, but do you not realize where that money has gone? Yes, I deceived you. What of it? You brought this upon yourselves. I refuse to be your pawn any longer. Today, I leave this place and shall never return. As for how Song Zhelun chooses to deal with you, I am utterly indifferent, and perhaps I even hope for your misfortunes to deepen." Her frigid words pierced through the aids of those present, each sentence unearthing the bloody truths that laid bare the darkness within their hearts. Listening to his daughter's revelations, Li Fu was overwhelmed with regret, pondering how he had been so bewitched, solely focused on leveraging his daughter to ascend the social ladder of the Song family. He had forgotten that this was the daughter he had nurtured with his own hands. Now, she was profoundly disheartened. Li Mu experienced a tumult of shame and anger. On one hand, she acknowledged her daughter's truths, yet on the other, she resented the loss of the wealth that had seemed within reach. Secretly, she blamed her husband and sister-in-law for the chaos that had ensued. Meanwhile, Li Jianying was enveloped in panic. She had believed she could manipulate her niece, only to find herself ensnared by her own machinations. She feared that Song Zhelun might direct his ire towards her, for the Song family wielded considerable power in Sioux City, and it would be effortless for them to ruin her. Regret washed over her for the way she had treated Li Jing, but it was too late for remorse now. Li Jing observed the varied expressions of those around her, her heart devoid of any turmoil. "And let me inform you, Song Zhelun is indeed set to marry. The one he intends to wed is Li Mi, the very Li Mi whom you all have deemed a burden since childhood. You shall no longer leverage the Li family's name to pursue him. The second uncle's family does not acknowledge you." With that, she deftly maneuvered through the crowd, grasping her suitcase, and departed from the stifling confines of the room. Li Fu opened his mouth, wishing to retain his daughter, yet he found himself at a loss for words and could only watch helplessly as she resolutely walked away. His legs weakened, and he sank into a chair, cradling his head in his hands as he muttered, "What sin have I wrought?" Li Mu's face fluctuated between pale and flushed as she stamped her foot and shouted at Li Fu, "This is all your fault. Look at what remains. Nothing." Li Jianying, too preoccupied to bicker with her sister-in-law, glanced around, seemingly calculating her next move. Having left the Li household, Li Jing boarded the high-speed train to Lanchi. There, she might find the only person upon whom she could rely. In the evening, the community lay tranquil. Li Mi cradled Mimi while Song Zhelun strolled through the community. In the front, Bai Bai joyfully leaped across the yellowing grass, exhibiting an adaptability far superior to what Song Zhelun remembered. With a smile, Song Zhelun glanced at the cat in Li Mi's arms and gently scratched its shin, prompting Mimi to squint in contentment. This little creature appeared quite at ease. Indeed, it simply adores being pampered, Li Mi tenderly replied. At that moment, Bai Bai happily dashed over, circling their legs while clutching a twig in its mouth. Song Zhelun bent down to pick up the stick and threw it forcefully into the distance, prompting Bai Bai to sprint after it immediately. Li Mi exclaimed, "This life feels wonderful, simple yet blissful." Song Zhelun took Li Mi's hand, saying, "This is the life that awaits us." Curiously, Li Mi inquired, "Did Wang Yuan go to Haicheng?" Sitting nearby, Song Zhelun nodded, responding, "Indeed, Feng Yuqing accompanied him as well. Will you blame me?" Upon hearing this, Li Mi frowned slightly, perplexed. "They went together? Why would I blame you?" Song Zhelun lowered his head shyly, admitting, "Because she sought someone to undermine you, and I still allowed her to invest in the new factory." Li Mi tightened her grip on Song Zhelun's hand, stating, "From the moment I agreed to be with you, I knew there would inevitably be adversaries. However, having more allies is certainly preferable to having more enemies. I'm rather curious. Why are they going together?" Song Zhelun chuckled, a knowing expression crossing his face as he replied, "Because Wang Yuan has surprisingly developed feelings for Feng Yuqing, so I plan to bring them together." Li Mi fixed her gaze on Song Zhelun for a few seconds before her lips curled into a teasing smile, saying, "Humph, I know you too well. You wish to rid yourself of Feng Yuqing's entanglements." Caught off guard, Song Zhelun scratched his head bashfully, then quickly grasped Li Mi's hand and planted a gentle kiss on it, laughing, "Ah, it seems nothing escaped your notice." They then shifted their conversation to work matters. Li Mi smiled as she informed Song Zhelun, "I'm adapting well in the new department. Those you transferred over are quite reliable and exceptionally capable, truly assisting me greatly." Song Zhelun nodded in satisfaction. However, he soon changed the subject, asking, "But I'm somewhat curious, given that the film industry is booming. Why did you choose to invest in television dramas?" In response to this query, Song Zhelun cryptically built suspense, saying, "Don't rush. In a few months, you will naturally understand." Little did they know that in just a few months, a pandemic would sweep across the globe, forcing people into home isolation. Consequently, cinemas and entertainment venues would be compelled to close, plunging the entire film market into a sudden downturn. Conversely, television dramas, with their viewing convenience, would emerge as the preferred choice for public entertainment. For someone who had been reborn, this undoubtedly presented a remarkable business opportunity. During those years, the only harmonious moments spent at home were while watching television with Li Jing. It was during that period that he remembered nearly all of the popular television dramas. Reborn, he established a new film investment department, placing it entirely in the capable hands of Li Mi. This arrangement was driven by multiple considerations. Firstly, it provided Li Mi with an opportunity to showcase her abilities, allowing her to gain experience and grow through her work. Secondly, it aimed to help her build her own prestige within the group and expand her network. In doing so, no one would belittle her as merely a parasitic flower reliant on men. On the contrary, they would come to see her as an exceptional woman, brimming with wisdom and strength, capable of standing on her own. Li Mi, yesterday, my sister sent me a message. She said she is leaving. Song Zhelun, where is she going? Li Mi, she didn't say, and I didn't ask. I feel like I understand her a bit. Yet I also feel a sense of indebtedness to her. Song Zhelun, what do you owe her? Li Mi, I always feel as though the life I have now is something I've stolen from her. Song Zhelun gently embraced her, providing her with a profound sense of security. Leaning against him in silence for a moment, Li Mi whispered, "But I don't want to give you back to her." Song Zhelun smiled and nodded reassuringly. "No need to return me. I am yours." Just as they were lost in each other's embrace, Song Zhelun's phone rang, revealing a call from Song Xingxing. The moment he answered, Song Xingxing's voice burst forth, brimming with barely contained excitement. Brother, I have wonderful news. I think I'm in love. Song Zhelun paused in surprise, but quickly recovered, a smile spreading across his face as he responded. Really? That's fantastic. Tell me more. What lucky girl has captured our little Xingxing's heart? Song Xingxing, as if unburdening a treasure trove of joy, began to share animatedly. It's a new girl at the company, and she is absolutely adorable. When she smiles, she has these two charming dimples on her cheeks, which are simply lovely. This morning, she took the initiative to greet me and even gifted me some cookies she had baked herself. Oh, brother, you can't imagine how I felt at that moment. It was as if something struck me, and my heart just melted. As Song Zhelun listened quietly to his brother's exuberant recounting, a smile unconsciously crept across his lips, and he felt genuinely happy for him. Ha! It seems this girl is quite special. You better put in some effort and seize the moment. However, pursuing a girl requires thoughtfulness. Song Xingxing nodded eagerly, his tone urgent. Yes, I know, brother. I've already planned to invite her to lunch tomorrow. But brother, I'm still a bit nervous. Could you share some tips on how to navigate romance? Song Zhelun cast a gentle glance at his girlfriend, Li Mi, then spoke softly into the phone. In truth, the most crucial aspect of love is to be sincere with one another. It's also essential to respect each other's thoughts and not always center everything around yourself. As for other matters, it depends on the connection between you two. By the way, what is her name? Song Xingxing. Her name is quite lovely as well. Chun Xiu. Upon hearing this name, Song Zhelun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He shouted into the phone, no? Chapter 68. Chun Xiu. Memories from a past life surged forth unexpectedly. He had thought that by living again, he could intentionally avoid numerous troubles. Yet, some predicaments are indeed inescapable. Take this Chun Xiu, for instance. In his previous life, Song Xingxing was hopelessly in love with her. The Song family might truly possess the potential for infatuation. Compared to Song Zhelun, Song Xingxing was even more fervent. However, Chun Xiu was a quintessential siren, not merely straddling a few boats, but commanding an aircraft carrier. At that time, Song Xingxing was in charge of a construction company, while Chun Xiu's venture dealt with material supplies. The two secretly conspired to pass off substandard materials as top-grade ones at the construction site. It was only when the building began to lean and cracks appeared that quality issues were discovered. Song Xingxing, as the primary responsible party, was sentenced to 15 years. Furthermore, it affected the careers of related leaders, leading to a complete rupture of ties among them, plunging the Song group into an unprecedented crisis. The root of all this calamity was none other than Chun Xiu. Upon his return in this life, he had already severed ties with the real estate company. Yet, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Chun Xiu again. What a fateful entanglement. Li Mi cast a reproachful glance at Song Zhelun. He found himself unable to explain to her. She would understand in due course. Xingxing, I urge you to immediately dismiss this woman. You two are not suited for one another. Song Xingxing was bewildered. His cousin had never met Chun Xiu, so why such animosity? Why, brother? You don't understand. She is genuinely a wonderful girl. Song Zhelun replied. If you still consider me your brother, you'll maintain your distance from her. His tone was as cold as steel, carrying an authority that brooked no dissent. Having grown up alongside his cousin, Song Xingxing had always heeded his words. Yet perhaps due to an outburst of infatuation, he astonishingly defied him this time. No, I like her. I must be with her. Are you not my brother? You won't support me? Song Zhelun retorted. If you wish to be with her, then the two of you may leave the group together. Li Mi, anxious and desperate, grasped Song Zhelun's arm tightly, fearing he might make a regrettable decision. Meanwhile, Song Xingxing stood his ground, defiantly declaring, even if it means leaving the group, I will be with her. Through clenched teeth, Song Zhelun responded, very well. If that is the case, you shall go to the HR department tomorrow to process your resignation. With that, he hung up the phone without affording the other party another word. He then slowly turned to face Li Mi, his previously tense expression relaxing instantly. The cold demeanor vanishing without a trace, replaced by his usual gentleness and tranquility. Observing this, Li Mi frowned slightly, reproaching him. What is wrong with you today? Why are you so angry with Xingxing? Song Zhelun shook his head in resignation, smiling wryly. Alas, I've suddenly realized that the romantic folly of the Song family seems to be ingrained in our very essence. Engaging in romantic pursuits can lead one to become quite enraptured, disregarding all else. Even the most obedient star dares to challenge me. Li Mi remarked, the star is no longer a child. You cannot protect him for eternity. But how can you be certain that the girl is unsuitable for him? Song Zhelun gazed deeply into Li Mi's eyes, saying, I do not wish to deceive you. Yet there are matters that truly elude explanation. However, trust that every decision I make is grounded in careful consideration. Li Mi nodded gently, signaling her understanding, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her eyes. I have never questioned your decisions. I am merely curious. Song Zhelun replied soon. You shall see the true nature of this girl. Li Mi obediently nodded. The pair strolled homeward, accompanied by a cat and a dog. Owing to Song Zhelun's prior arrangements, Song Xingxing's resignation process proceeded remarkably smoothly. In just a few minutes, she had completed all necessary handovers. As she emerged from the manager's office, cradling a cardboard box, her colleagues cast her curious glances. Some expressed regret, for Song Xingxing was generally well-liked, while others appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Taking a deep breath, Song Xingxing straightened her posture and approached Chen Shiyu's workstation. Chen Shiyu, with her bright eyes, innocently fixed her gaze on Song Xingxing. The latter softly announced, Shiyu, I have resigned and am leaving. Chen Shiyu feigned surprise, asking, Xing brother, why? Aren't you the chairman's brother? Why would you resign? Song Xingxing replied, my brother said that leaving the Song family allows me to be with the girl I adore. Chen Shiyu bit her lip, her eyes reddening slightly as she feigned a sense of injustice, saying, oh, so you have someone you like. I never imagined you could go to such lengths for her. I must admit, I envy you. Song Xingxing, blushing, stammered, actually the girl I like is, Chen Shiyu, appearing delicate and vulnerable, interrupted him. It's all right, Xing brother. I understand. I will bless you both. Setting down the cardboard box, Song Xingxing grasped her hand, urgently stating, what I mean is, the person I like is, Chen Shiyu quickly interjected, sweetly saying, Xing brother, I've always regarded you as an older brother. Song Xingxing froze in place. Chen Shiyu quickly led him to a more private area, softly saying, Xing brother, I comprehend your feelings. I too hold some affection for you. However, I must continue working here. If everyone learns that I resigned because of you, what would they think of me? I believe you will understand, right? Song Xingxing's expression shifted to one of delight. Indeed, how had he not considered this? While he was leaving, Shiyu still had her career to uphold. A girl, after all, must maintain her dignity. His earlier public confession had indeed been rather inappropriate. Grasping Chen Shiyu's hand, he earnestly asked, then, would you be willing to be with me? Chen Shiyu responded, of course I would. I have quite a fondness for you. However, now that you're no longer with Song Group, you will need to find employment. Should we find ourselves together in the future, I trust you would not wish to seek financial aid from your brother. Nevertheless, I believe the chairman would not be so heartless. After all, you are brothers. He would not abandon you. His disfavor towards me is evident. If I were to depart from your life, would that not allow you to return to the company? Song Xingxing resolutely stated, no, even if I leave the company, I will still choose you. Chen Shiyu replied, no, that is not my intention. I meant that if I were to appear to leave you, would that not permit you to resume your managerial position at the company? Of course, I would still remain with you, albeit discreetly. Song Xingxing asserted, there is no need for that. I believe that even apart from the Song family, I can forge my own path. Upon hearing his words, Chen Shiyu felt a swell of emotion, her eyes glistening as she embraced him. Xing, you're truly wonderful. Yet, I do not wish for you to sacrifice so much for my sake. Gently patting her back, Song Xingxing comforted her. As long as we are together, nothing else matters. Unbeknownst to them, a mobile phone captured their every moment. Li Mi and Song Zhelun intently scrutinized the screen, presenting a stark contrast. Song Zhelun wore a grim expression, as if doused with cold water, while Li Mi appeared unfazed. Breaking the silence, Li Mi remarked, I think this girl is quite decent. She consistently considers Xingxing. Song Zhelun furrowed his brow. Considerate of Xingxing? It is all part of her own scheme. Li Mi's face reflected confusion. Why do you say that? Song Zhelun articulated his thoughts with clarity. If she truly cared for Xingxing, why would she interrupt his public confession? Moreover, she repeatedly refers to him as brother. Typically, girls do not behave this way during a declaration of affection. He paused momentarily before continuing with indignation. She is aware of my relationship with Xingxing and understands that I would never neglect him. She feigns vulnerability to elicit sympathy, aiming to compel Xingxing and me towards compromise. What is worse, she has suggested a clandestine relationship, wishing to keep it hidden to protect her image while desperately clinging to Xingxing's heart. Her tactics resemble those of a typical scheming character in a romance novel, projecting an innocent facade while secretly manipulating circumstances to maintain control and cultivate an image of the wrong party. Truly duplicitous. Song Zhelun's analysis was both logical and compelling, resonating with reason. Li Mi remained somewhat skeptical, murmuring, "Yet, I still perceive a certain innocence about her." With arms crossed and eyes narrowed, Song Zhelun retorted, "Humph, a deceiver does not bear the word fraud written across their forehead. They are not fools. They will execute their ruse with finesse." Li Mi nodded thoughtfully, responding, "What shall our next course of action be?" After a brief contemplation, Song Zhelun decisively stated, "First, we shall reassign Qin Shiyu from her current position and appoint her as secretary to Yang Yuxuan." Li Mi inquired, "Yang Yuxuan, the deputy manager of the investment department? Isn't he?" "Yes, that is indeed him," Song Zhelun confirmed. "Immediately promote him to the position of manager." A flicker of doubt crossed Li Mi's eyes, but she soon seemed to grasp the situation, slowly articulating, "Oh, I believe I can surmise what you intend to do." Just as the two were engaged in discourse, the secretary, Xiao Li, suddenly knocked on the office door once again and hurriedly entered. With a slightly anxious expression, Xiao Li reported, "Director Song, trouble has arisen. The Li family is currently blocking the entrance of the group, insisting they must see you." Song Zhelun frowned, displaying his displeasure, and complained, "Goodness, why is this family like a stubborn gum, endlessly persisting?" Xiao Li promptly clarified, "You instructed us yesterday to reclaim the apartment previously occupied by Miss Li Jing, and they have likely come for that reason today." After Li Jing departed from Sioux City, Song Zhelun had ordered the recovery of the apartment. His feelings for Li Jing had diminished significantly. However, that child had called him father for several years. Allowing them to stay, there would have fulfilled their father-son bond over those years. Yet, he was taken aback that the Li family could force Li Jing to leave. Given this, there was no need to retain the apartment for them. Song Zhelun stated, "I shall not meet them. Have security remove them. From now on, if they come, do not notify me. This will be the protocol." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li exited, and the two resumed their discussion of new investment plans. Meanwhile, Song Xingxing, having left the Song group, faced repeated setbacks. It seemed the prominent families of Sioux City had conspired, offering him no employment opportunities. After several days, he had not even secured a single interview. Countless calls yielded responses only from Sun Yang, who offered him a position as a security guard with a monthly salary of 3,500. This was the only job he had managed to obtain in recent days. Disheartened, Song Xingxing hung his head, having nearly resolved to return home. However, in that fleeting moment, a powerful desire surged within him. He yearned to see Qin Shiyu. Thus, he altered his course and resolutely headed towards the company where Qin Shiyu worked, intending to greet her as she finished her day. In recent times, Song Xingxing and Qin Shiyu had been meeting daily. Each time, he carefully selected a gift for her. The variety of gifts was vast, ranging from high-end cosmetics to fashionable handbags, exquisite jewelry to beautiful clothing. Almost none were repeated. In this manner, his once substantial savings had dwindled to half. Yet, despite this, Qin Shiyu's demeanor towards Song Xingxing continued to leave him feeling disheartened. They often strolled hand in hand, but whenever he sought to deepen their relationship, she would decline, citing her traditional values as a reason. Moreover, Qin Shiyu firmly refused to allow Song Xingxing to pick her up from work. As Song Xingxing hurried to the company, he happened to catch sight of her exiting the building. To his dismay, she was accompanied by a young man he did not recognize. The two appeared to be engaged in lively conversation, sharing laughter and enjoying each other's company. Qin Shiyu abruptly noticed Song Xingxing standing at the entrance of the group. Her smile instantly freezing, replaced by a palpable sense of panic. She hastily dismissed Yang Yuxuan and quickly approached Song Xingxing, pulling him aside with a hint of reproach in her voice. "What brings you here?" Song Xingxing's gaze was firmly fixed on the unfamiliar man, filled with curiosity as he inquired, "Who is he?" Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Chun Shiyu replied, "His name is Yang Yuxuan, the manager of the investment department. I am currently his secretary." Upon hearing this, Song Xingxing furrowed his brow and pressed further, "Secretary? Since when? Why are you two so chummy?" With her arms crossed defiantly, Chun Shiyu asserted, "Xing brother, don't overthink this. It's all part of the company's arrangement. Look, you haven't found a job yet, and since my position changed, my salary has significantly increased. We won't have to rely solely on your finances for our dates anymore. As for not informing you, I only just secured this job and hadn't had the chance to tell you. Moreover, we were merely discussing a work project today, and if it succeeds, the rewards will be substantial. You've gifted me so many things. I also wish to earn some money to buy you a present." She lightly tugged at the hem of Song Xingxing's shirt, feigning a hurt expression. "It truly pains me that you would question me so suddenly. I've always claimed to be a traditional girl. How could I possibly do anything to betray your trust? After all the gifts you've given me, do you not believe in my feelings for you? It feels deeply unfair for you to doubt me so casually." With that, she pouted, as though wounded by a great injustice. Listening to Chun Shiyu's words, Song Xingxing felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. "Shiyu, it's my fault. I shouldn't have questioned you. You know I'm rather simple-minded. And seeing you laugh with another man threw me into a whirl." As he spoke, he retrieved a box from his pocket and presented it to Chun Shiyu. "This is the latest necklace from Gucci, especially for you." Chun Shiyu huffed, turning her head away, yet her eyes discreetly darted towards the box. Noticing her reaction, Song Xingxing quickly added, "The fact that you're thinking of earning money to buy me gifts really touches me. As long as you are happy, I don't care who spends the money. Your hard work and ambition deserve my utmost support." Gently, he took Chun Shiyu's hand and shook it lightly, reminiscent of a contrite child. "Please forgive me this once. I promise not to act so recklessly again. You are so exceptional and beautiful. Surely many at the company admire you, and I should trust you even more." The corners of Chun Shiyu's mouth involuntarily lifted as she feigned seriousness. "All right, I shall grant you this pardon for now. However, should there be a next time, I won't be so lenient." Song Xingxing nodded vigorously in agreement. He then treated her to a lavish French dinner, and they indulged in shopping for numerous clothes and bags until she was appeased. As they exited the mall, the sky had darkened considerably. Chun Shiyu linked her arm with Song Xingxing's, her face radiating with a blissful smile. At that moment, a man clad in a tailored suit approached them. Chun Shiyu, upon seeing him, instinctively pulled on Xingxing and turned away. The man also spotted Chun Shiyu, halting in his tracks, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He called out towards them, "Xiqing." Upon hearing his voice, Chun Shiyu quickened her pace. However, the man was swifter, immediately blocking her path. "Xiqing, what are you doing here? Did you not return to Yunnan?" He inquired. "Who is he?" A hint of panic flashed in Chun Shiyu's eyes as she grappled with how to navigate the situation. Song Xingxing keenly sensed the unease and asked, "Xiqing, who are you?" Chun Shiyu's expression momentarily faltered before she regained her composure, stating, "I apologize. You must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Chun Shiyu." The man offered an awkward smile. "Oh, I am sorry. I must have misidentified you. You bear an uncanny resemblance to my ex-girlfriend, Chun Xiqing." As Chun Shiyu hurriedly reassured him, "It's quite all right." She grasped Song Xingxing's hand and quickened her steps, eager to escape. The man stood silently, watching them depart, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, barely perceptible to others. Just then, a deep voice resonated from behind him. "Is that her?" The man swiftly turned to see a robust figure of distinguished bearing approaching. Song Zhelun and Limi. A glint of malevolence flickered in the man's eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Indeed, that is her. Even if she were reduced to ashes, I would recognize her without fail. That wretched woman swindled me out of 120,000. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, a visceral desire to confront her evident in his demeanor. Song Zhelun patted the man's shoulder, offering consolation. "Fear not, I shall assist you in recovering that sum." How audacious of her to tread upon sacred ground. She must be seeking her own demise. "I assure you, she will be made to repay every last penny." Hearing this, the man's fury subsided slightly, though his visage remained marred by resentment and indignation. With tears of gratitude in his eyes, the man expressed, "I am truly indebted to you, Mr. Song. Should you require my assistance in the future, merely say the word." Song Zhelun smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. "We are friends, no need for such formality. I shall take care of this matter. You, just await my good news." The man furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face as he addressed Song Zhelun. "However, Mr. Song, I must inquire, knowing full well this woman is no good. Why do you allow her to associate with your brother?" Song Zhelun shook his head in resignation. "Mr. Wu, it is rather embarrassing to admit, but it seems our family has an inherited penchant for romantic folly. My brother, alas, is in the late stages of it. Despite my best efforts, coaxing, threatening, and tempting, none have proven effective. He is willing to forsake the family business to carve his own path for her. I have no choice but to let him experience it firsthand to truly comprehend." Mr. Wu nodded thoughtfully, yet his brow furrowed with concern as he asked, "Mr. Song, your intentions are indeed well placed. Emotions, once entangled, can draw one into a torrent of anguish. Do you not fear that he may find himself irrevocably defeated?" Song Zhelun straightened his posture and, with unwavering resolve, replied, "Humph, if a man of the Song family cannot withstand such minor setbacks, what grand accomplishments can he aspire to in the future? One must learn from adversity. After this experience, I have faith that he will emerge stronger." At that moment, Li Mi, who had been quietly observing, could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "Mr. Wu, do not let him deceive you. Though he appears nonchalant on the surface, I assure you, he is deeply troubled within." Mr. Wu, as if just noticing Li Mi, brightened and exclaimed with a smile, "Ah, you must be Mrs. Song. I have long heard of your ethereal beauty, and upon meeting you today, I must say, you truly embody grace and elegance. It is a pity I was abroad during your wedding. I regret not being able to extend my heartfelt congratulations in person." Song Zhelun's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently draped his arm around Li Mi's shoulder, teasingly remarking, "Ha, Mr. Wu, you flatter us. Fear not, perhaps there will be another occasion." Upon hearing this, Li Mi's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a playful pout, she lightly struck Song Zhelun's chest, murmuring, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mr. Wu, puzzled, remained oblivious to the meaning of another occasion. Chapter 70. A gathering of hearts thus. Song Xingxing was led away by Chun Shiyu. However, an unsettling sensation gnawed at his mind, as if something were amiss. Suddenly halting, he fixed his gaze intently upon Chun Shiyu's somewhat flustered countenance. Chun Shiyu quickly sensed the suspicion in Song Xingxing's eyes. Her heart raced for a brief moment, but then, as if struck by inspiration, she swiftly concealed her distress, adopting an appearance of vulnerability that evoked sympathy from those who beheld her. Furrowing his brow, Song Xingxing inquired with grave seriousness, "The individual you spoke of was not mistaken. You are acquainted with them, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Chun Shiyu lowered her head slightly and murmured, "Star brother, I must apologize, for I did deceive you. I do indeed know that person." Rather than expressing anger, Song Xingxing gently patted her shoulder and replied tenderly, "It is all right. I do not hold it against you. I trust that your actions were driven by a reason." Chun Shiyu lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude, and choked on her words as she continued, "Thank you, Star brother, for believing in me. That person was my former superior who pursued me relentlessly. However, I hold no affection for him, which is why I declined his advances. I never anticipated he would misuse his position to exert pressure on me. If I refused to be with him, he would assign me arduous tasks and create trouble for me at every turn. I could no longer endure such treatment and ultimately had to resign. It was only after meeting you that I truly experienced the beauty of being in love. Star brother, If you cease to believe in me, then I do not know whom else I can trust in this world." With these words, Chen Shiyu was overwhelmed with tears. Song Xingxing gently wiped away the tears on Chen Shiyu's cheek, assuring her, "It's all right. I'm here for you. From now on, with me by your side, no one will dare to bully you." He cradled her face in his hands, gazing deeply into her eyes, inching closer. At that moment, their lips were merely a mere millimeter apart. Yet, a heartbeat later, Chen Shiyu would refuse him once more, despite having turned him down countless times before. This time her reasoning was undeniably profound. "Xingge, you mustn't come any closer, or I will be upset. Do you understand? Once, there was a boy much like you who treated me this way, and I failed to cherish him. Only when he was gone did I realize my regret. The most excruciating pain in life stems from such moments. Now, you are a second chance bestowed upon me by fate. If I could, I would reserve my first kiss for you, the one destined to be my husband. Would that be acceptable?" Song Xingxing embraced her tightly, unwilling to let go. As his savings dwindled day by day, he finally comprehended the meaning of eating away at his fortune. In utter desperation, he was left with no choice but to accept a position as a security guard at Sun Yang's hotel. However, this job was far from respectable, and thus, he refrained from disclosing this to anyone, including Chen Shiyu. Yet, in this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. If others were unaware, how could Song Zhelun possibly be oblivious? On the very day Song Xingxing commenced his employment, Song Zhelun's phone rang abruptly. The caller ID displayed Sun Yang, who cheerfully stated, "Brother, everything has been arranged as you instructed. I placed Xingxing in the lobby." Upon hearing this, gratitude swelled within Song Zhelun, and he promptly replied, "Thank you, my brother. I owe you one this time. In a few days, I shall host a banquet at the dynasty to express my appreciation." Sun Yang feigned dissatisfaction, murmuring, "Brother, that's not fair. As the saying goes, the fat water should not flow to outsiders. Why choose the dynasty for the feast?" Song Zhelun quickly clarified, I'm just concerned that you might grow weary of the same dishes at your own hotel." Sun Yang promptly countered with a smile, "Brother, what are you saying? I wouldn't. If you genuinely wish to treat, it should be at our Seton Hotel." "All right, that works for me. As long as you enjoy it," Song Zhelun readily agreed. After a brief pause, Sun Yang